Chapter 51, Cooked and Eaten. An oversized barrel was carried into the conference room. Fang Yuan also carried Fatty's 2 boxes into the conference room, and I don't know who is so technical and creative, but even 100 years of wild ginseng cut into thin slices, each piece is translucent, and then this cut wild ginseng was placed in its original state. At first glance it looks like it's really hard to tell that it's already cut into thin slices. Fatty was the last to arrive, his left hand carrying arsenic. The fat man was the last to arrive, carrying arsenic in his left hand and 5 half-foot-long dried centipedes in his right hand. As soon as Meng Defu saw the fat man's hand, the face of the thing, almost 2 eyes rolled over and fainted, although and pampered next to no side, but since childhood has not suffered, since childhood has not encountered any danger, he, as soon as he saw the hideous centipede stem on the double stalk trembling. Fatty hemmed and hawed and deliberately shook the centipede stem in front of Meng Defu. Meng Defu's face turned pale and he dodged backward. Eldest senior brother, Fang Yuan lengthened his voice, interrupting Fatty's mischief. Fatty didn't care and looked at the barrel, nodded and asked the staff to fill the barrel with tap water. Handsome, take off, Fatty said succinctly. Meng Defu looked at the way the fat man squeezed his eyebrows, gripping his belt and refusing to let go, as if he was going to turn into a rabbit once his pants were off. What's the matter? Do you want me to help you take off? Meng Lao's eyes glared, his left hand lifted his pants, his right hand waved the cow belt, opened his mouth to threaten. Meng Defu had a bitter face, using turtle speed to take off his clothes, and then took off his pants, leaving only a pair of designer underwear. Even if Meng Lao's belt swung onto him, he was still dead set on not taking it off. I say handsome, here are all big men, what you have on you we also have on us, the fat man said, seemed to think of something, added, except AIDS. Meng Defu was embarrassed, but did not respond. It's fine if you don't take off your underwear, anyway, the medicinal bath that I prepared is to soak the whole body. There is any place that is not soaked, then I don't care if anything goes wrong, Fatty said. Meng Defu wanted to take off, but didn't want to lose face. The dilemma was contradictory. Second master, you say if because the patient does not cooperate, the future impotence premature ejaculation should not rely on the doctor's body. Fatty twisted his head and asked. Meng Defu gritted his teeth and brushed his underwear off. Wang Lao, your side can start. Fatty nodded his head. Acupuncture, Fatty couldn't do it. Wang Lao, that was the real cowman. Crazy demon needle formation, 991 needles, 81 acupoints, using different needles to pierce in. Wrong one won't do. Wang Lao just familiarized himself with less than an hour. Surprisingly, he could accurately pierce a different needle into the corresponding acupoint without having to continue to look at the diagram. Meng Lao began to get nervous when Wang Lao inserted the first needle, and his fierce expression towards his grandson had been replaced by heartache. Squatting in front of his grandson, anxiously touching his tears, and kept asking his grandson how he felt. Meng Defu, although philandering some, but really very filial, looking at the battlefield and the revel in the old tears of the grandfather. The heart is very difficult, although the feeling is very bad, and even the pain and itching are no way to describe, but still insisted on comforting the grandfather. Fatty looked in his eyes, touched in his heart, nodded his head and secretly said, "Count you filial enough, give you some reward." Half a caddy of arsenic was poured into the barrel, then Fatty grabbed a handful of Artemisia absinthium and threw it in, followed by a pile of dried plants that the experts did not recognize were thrown in. The barrel was clear water at first. After the fat man finished the first stage, the water in the barrel had turned red blood red color. It looked as if it was a whole barrel of blood in general. The transparent water had turned semi-transparent. Then, Fatty inserted 2 high-powered heaters into the barrel and stirred it with a wooden stick while heating it. With the fat man stirring, the color of the liquid in the barrel turned purple dazzling. The experts had already looked dumbfounded. In their eyes, Fatty was like a magician who was performing magic tricks. The 30th needle was stabbed into the acupoints of Meng Defu's body in order, and Meng Defu only felt that his body seemed to have been inflated and swelled up, and in the eyes of outsiders, Meng Defu's body suddenly turned red, as if he had a high fever. What's wrong? What's going on? Meng Lao asked anxiously. Wang Bo had used the madness needle formation for the first time and could not explain this at all. The human potential is being stimulated, normal, continue. Fatty looked at it and replied with full concern. Wang Lao took a deep breath and continued to apply the needles. By the 51st needle, Meng Defu had already rolled up his eyes from the heat of the elevated temperature in his body, his lips were dry and cracked, the unbearable physical discomfort had long since breached the limits of endurance, and he couldn't help but scream out loud, and yelled for water to drink. Drool or not? Fatty asked. Meng Defu glared fiercely at Fatty, as if Fatty was his father's murderer. Fatty was unimpressed and smiled heatedly as he continued to stir the medicinal liquid in the barrel. As the number of needles Wang Lao applied increased, Meng Defu had already broken his voice, shouting out hoarsely, as if a wounded lone wolf enduring severe pain, one would feel shivering just listening to it. Continue, don't stop, apply all the needles in one breath. Seeing that Elder Wang was somewhat hesitant, Fatty immediately reminded loudly. Wang Lao gritted his teeth and continued to apply the needles. The 81st needle pierced into Meng Defu's brow, and Meng Defu's screams instantly disappeared. Meng Defu only felt that a cold spring gushed out from the center of the eyebrow, watering his burning and dry body from above. Wherever the cold spring went, the burning and dry feeling disappeared out of thin air, replaced by an extreme comfort, as if he had just finished running a marathon, and then directly came to a triple warmth, and then looked for a few pretty little girls to have a thorough horse killing in general. The only thing that made Meng Defu feel embarrassed was that his dick was actually hard and straight. It was nothing for a big man to have his bare ass looked at by a group of men, but to pull the flag and be looked at by a group of men would feel quite unpleasant. Looks like my grandson's capital is still good. Meng Lao saw that his grandson didn't scream, his heart was also comfortable. He even joked at this time. Meng Defu's face was reddened by his grandfather's sentence, and he was eager to find a crack in the ground to drill directly into it. 1 minute, collect the needles, all needles should be sterilized by super high temperature. Fatty said loudly. 2 high-powered fans were tuned by Fatty, blowing frantically at the barrel. Fatty probed his hand in to test the temperature and nodded, come in yourself. Although all the needles had left the body, but that extremely comfortable feeling still existed, Meng Defu now just wanted to close his eyes and lie down on the bed to sleep. Even his fingers were too lazy to move a bit, and in the end, it was 2 of Meng's old guards who stood him up and put him into the wooden barrel. The temperature in the wooden barrel was slightly hot, and when he just went in, Meng Defu almost jumped out of his skin from the heat, but after he adapted to the temperature in the barrel, he felt a lot more comfortable. Comfortable? Fatty asked with a smile. Comfortable. Meng Defu nodded his head and grunted, straight. Oh, bring that lid over. Fatty called out. This large wooden barrel for soaking belonged to high-grade goods, with a lid that left 3 holes on it to reveal the head and hands, so that it could ensure that the temperature would not drop too quickly due to the long time spent in the bath, and now, it had become a cage to imprison Meng Defu. Hold it down for me, no one is allowed to lift the lid without me saying it's okay. Fatty ordered in a stern voice. Fang Yuan was the first to go up, followed by Wang Lao, then Meng Lao, and finally 2 of Meng Lao's guards. Fatty took out the dried centipede and placed it on top of the hole where he could drill his hand. With a pinch of his hands, the dried centipede turned into black powder and fell into the barrel. Hey, are you afraid of snakes? Fatty asked with a smile. Then in Meng Defu's horrified gaze, he dragged out a black poisonous snake from the box, broke the snake's head, and injected the snake's venom into the wooden barrel. This was just the beginning. Next, Fatty also got scorpion venom, poisonous widow's venom into the barrel, but the amount was very small, only 1 of each kind of venom. Fatty's actions, not to mention Meng Defu, even the old man Meng, who had come through the sea of corpses and blood, looked at his scalp numb, especially when he saw the poison in the 2 large boxes. He almost ordered the guards to shoot. The 2 heaters were inserted into the 2 small holes and began to heat up once again. You are preparing to cook me? Meng Defu felt as if he had turned into the Tang monk and asked with a trembling voice, I'm afraid of being infected with AIDS. Fatty's mouth was just unforgiving. As the temperature rose, Meng Defu felt as if his body was thrown into the middle of magma, his body was about to burst into flames, but just as he was about to shout, he was pulled by the fat man's probing hand on his chin, dislocating his jaw. His mouth was wide open, and he couldn't even make a humming sound except for breathing. Cool? To use that advertising slogan, this is just on the way, Fatty said with a hefty laugh. Sure enough, Meng Defu felt his body begin to tingle, as if someone was stabbing his body with countless spikes. His eyes rolled over and he was about to pass out. Fatty slapped Meng Defu's face, directly knocking Meng Defu awake, and then settled his dislocated jaw back. Ginseng tablets, 1 a minute, until you finish feeding, no water, no other things. The heater was taken out and put back in, keeping the temperature in the barrel at a temperature that would make it unbearable, but wouldn't allow the person to be cooked. An hour passed, and Meng Defu persevered. 2 hours passed. Meng Defu wanted to not persist, but whenever he showed signs of fainting, Fatty would slap him over, plain and simple. A few times over, Meng Defu's handsome face swelled up and he didn't dare to faint. Alright, carry it out and rinse the body with cool water, take blood tests after a sleep. Fatty's voice was like an angel, descending in Meng Defu's ears for the first time. However, when Meng Defu was lifted out of the barrel and saw that his chest was being bitten by 2 leeches like sucking milk, his eyes rolled over and he completely fainted. The crowd had just wondered what the fat man wanted live leeches for, but now they finally found the answer, except that these 2 leeches were biting Meng Defu's breast X. How it looked like the breast X was growing. Funny as hell. Chapter 52, The Use of the Poison Pool. Fatty would have liked to eat, but Meng Lao's mind was all focused on his grandson, so if he opened his mouth now, it would be too unkind, so Fatty could only continue to endure his hunger and wait for this second grandson to awaken. Dawei, why does your medicinal bath make me feel so horrible? Wang Lao asked with a strange expression. Fatty nodded his head and laughed. Terrifying is right, the name of this medicinal bath is called the poison pool. Wang Lao was dumbfounded. There are many cases of fighting poison with poison in Chinese medicine, but because the toxicity is too difficult to control, a carelessness not only can't save a person, but also puts a person to death. So in the process of treatment in Chinese medicine, most of the use of tonics and acupuncture, there are a total of 7 kinds of venom, 2 kinds of poison. Any one of them taken out alone can easily take a person's life. Fatty said. When Wang Lao thought of arsenic, dried centipede, and the venom of those 7 poisons, he felt shuddering, and naturally agreed with Fatty's words 100%. That's why I chose several herbs that can neutralize the toxicity and quench out the beneficial components of the poison. For example, there is an ingredient in Artemisia absinthium that can neutralize 30% of snake venom after being heated, and at the same time, it can effectively neutralize the toxicity of black widows and scorpions, as well as cummins, rootless flowers, and so on. Wang Lao once again nodded his head in agreement. Extracting beneficial ingredients from amongst venom was not a pie in the sky. In foreign countries, there were health medicines made from the active ingredients extracted from the venom of poisonous widow spiders, which could nourish and replenish the kidneys, and was definitely not inferior to Viagra in terms of effectiveness. The madness needle array does not do much harm to the human body when it stimulates human potential, and it can even stimulate all the functions of the human body, so that the human body is at its peak for a certain period of time, but after this period of time has disappeared, the after effects will be very great. Although the poison pool is effective in stimulating the human body's potential, the stimulation is too strong and violent, and if one is not of a heavenly vein of 5 or above, they simply cannot withstand the offensive power of the poison pool. So using the mad demon needle formation first is actually a warm-up preparation for your poison pool. Elder Wang finally figured out the meaning of Fatty's words. Fatty hemmed and hawed, sort of verifying Elder Wang's guess. Meng Lao, who was sitting on the sidelines watching his grandson, turned his head and asked, "What are those 2 leeches for?" "Sucking blood off," Fatty replied as a matter of course. Of course leeches are used to suck blood, the question is why leeches are used in the middle of this treatment. Elder Wang asked, in great detail, helplessly. Fatty laughed. In fact, this question can be correctly answered with a little extrapolation. Whether it's the insane needle formation or the poison pool, the function is the same, to stimulate the human body's potential and destroy the harmful substances in the human body. Right? Does it mean that the leeches are absorbing the poisonous substances in the human body? Wang Lao suddenly realized. No, Fatty's sentence confused Wang Lao. Harmful substances in a person's body become harmless when they are killed, but the problem is that the human body's potential is stimulated twice in a row, but there is no channel for catharsis. It's like eating an aphrodisiac once after the effects have just gotten up and then eating another one, and then a stick knocks you unconscious. Can you stand it? Fatty asked. With such a straightforward and simple explanation, even Meng Lao, who knew nothing about medicine, understood. But Wang Lao still felt that this is too incredible. After all, leeches do not have too complex thinking ability. For the prey, will choose the nearest distance to bite up, desperately sucking blood. Does it mean that the essence of the blood is distributed throughout the body? No, but, in fact, all the blood-sucking creatures have a common characteristic, that is, to choose the best blood-sucking creature. A common characteristic, that is to choose the best, the temperature and purity of the essence of blood. The attraction of blood-sucking creatures is definitely greater than ordinary blood. The place where the essence of the blood is most concentrated is the location where the blood-sucking creatures choose to go down on the mouth. Fatty waved his hand and said. Then Defu his current state? Meng Lao asked, pointing at the hard object standing up underneath the white sheet. He, this is going to be 2 words. The first one is that the 2 leeches just absorbed the most violent essence blood away. It is impossible to absorb all of the essence blood, so now this state belongs to the normal phenomenon caused by the outbreak of potential in the body. The second one is that I'm the person who appreciates filial piety most of all. The second grandson to you as a grandpa, that's definitely filial piety, so I'm giving him a little bit of sweetness. Fatty laughed. Sweetness? Although hearing filial piety felt great, Meng Lao still wondered what the hell the sweetness was. It's just a bigger and longer size. Fatty laughed. I added several secret medicines among the poison pool. This is the secret of the master's family. It can cultivate and shrink the yang. Shrinking the yang does not mean shrinking, but prolonging the endurance. The general public, I still do not give it to him. Meng Lao slapped his forehead, did not know what to say to be good. The crowd was silent for a few moments, and the room resounded with the sound of gurgling. Fatty awkwardly touched his stomach. He felt like his stomach had self-absorbed away. He was just too hungry. Why don't I have the guards accompany you guys to have a meal? Meng Lao asked embarrassedly. Forget it, it won't take long for the second grandson to wake up anyway. Drawing blood for tests shouldn't waste much time. Just wait that much longer. Fatty sighed. It doesn't take long for energy and stamina to be so depleted that sleeping for a full 12 hours is normal. Wang Lao disbelieved. Before Wang Lao's words fell, Meng Defu grunted and opened his eyes, then yawned greatly. Look at his spirit, it seems that in this short less than an hour of sleep completely recovered. It's simple, the poisonous pool is also a secret medicine. Being able to stimulate potential is only one of its effects, and secondly, it can also strengthen the physique and replenish physical strength. Fatty explained simply. Meng Defu woke up. Naturally, a professional nurse came up to draw blood and then immediately took it to the laboratory. If an ordinary person goes to an ordinary hospital for blood tests, the queue can make you wait for 3 to 5 hours, if caught up with the holidays, without 2 or 3 days. Do not even think about, but now, all through the car, a short time to be able to deal with. 20 minutes later, a doctor rushed into the hospital room shouting. Miracle, miracle! Turn negative, turn negative. Although Wan Bo knows that the crazy needle array can stimulate human potential, but after stimulating the potential will really kill the HIV in the human body, simply do not have any idea, and even think that this is just to do their best, and now hear the results, the mind suddenly blank, do not know what to say to be good. The result of the test was a blank. Are you sure this is AIDS? Oh, not a cold fever? Fatty asked. Sure, we used 3 devices to check at the same time, and all 3 results showed HIV negative. The doctor replied loudly. That's good, you don't need to wear a mask. Fatty said with a sigh of relief. The crowd finally realized that Fatty was not concerned about Meng Defu, but was worried about being infected with HIV. Can we go eat now? I'm really hungry. Fatty asked as he rubbed his stomach. Meng Lao fiercely stood up, waved his hand and said, Go, eat, today I'm buying, everyone eat openly. Those experts and nurses naturally found excuses to shrug it off. but Fatty, Wang Lao, and Fang Yuan couldn't shrug it off. All three of them were big contributors in Meng Lao's eyes due to Meng Lao's word that he would not get drunk at night. Fang Yuan simply left his car at the hospital and got into Meng Lao's security guard's car. Several sedans drove out of the gate of the 31 hospital and drove all the way to the Shangjing Hotel. Fatty had called his parents long before he left and told them to go directly to the Shangjing Hotel to wait for the big meal, so when Fatty got out of the car, his parents had already waited at the door. Meng Lao, Sun Jixing, had only noticed his son and Fang Yuan at first, and when he saw the face of the old man who stepped down from the car, he immediately shouted in surprise. "You are the little Fatty's father, right? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah, you taught a good son. I want to thank you." Ah, Meng Lao shook Sun Jixing's hand vigorously. Meng Lao, that is China's real super meritorious figures, and can be equal to Tang Lao big man. Sun Jixing is a very traditional man. Naturally to Meng Lao such old generals full of admiration and respect. The crowd trooped into a large numbered box. Shangjing Hotel received the most big shots that had a big name in China, but Meng Lao wasn't comparable to those so-called big shots, so the manager of Shangjing Hotel was directly reduced to a waiter, busying himself with waiting. "De Fu, you often eat in restaurants, you know what's good to eat, don't you?" order. Meng Lao directly handed over the matter of ordering food to his grandson. Buddha jumps over the wall, steamed wild yellow fish, heavenly 9 shark's fin, 3-headed abalone. Meng Defu didn't even need to look at the menu and ordered a bunch of dishes in one breath. Fatty doesn't know much about this stuff, but Sun Jixing knows. The price of any one dish here is in thousands. As for the sky 9 shark's fins, I'm afraid that one person will need thousands of dollars. Older brother, I want to eat hairy crabs. Sun Wen whispered into Fatty's ear. "That who, Sun Zi, are there hairy crabs here? I'm good with that, have some more?" Fatty asked without any politeness at all. Meng Defu was both afraid and grateful to the fat man, and naturally obeyed his words. "Can you not call me the second grandson? How does it sound so awkward? Call me Defu." Also, that hairy crab 1 person 2-inch Meng old, this second grandson is really stingy, holding back his energy before ordering 2. Fatty skimmed his mouth and said, "Dawei." Sun Jixing hastily chimed in. "It's okay, the little fat man is considered my lifesaver. My life is the most painful. This little grandson, count on this little grandson can give me the old Meng family to pass on the generations. Eat a hairy crab is nothing, is not just crab. Well, little fat man, you want to eat a few, just eat a few." Meng Lao waved his hand and laughed. "Then fat brother, you said to come a few." Meng Defu also cannot decide, carefully asked. "Old sister, are 10 enough or not? 20 can't be eaten. We can pack it, I asked long ago." Fatty inquired in a low voice. Although Fatty's voice was not loud, but everyone was waiting for Fatty to reply, no one spoke at all. As a result, Fatty's voice was almost clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Sun Wen's face instantly blushed and pinched Fatty's arm. 20 then. Fatty called out. The crowd all laughed. This was not a mockery, but a pleased, appreciative smile that naturally flowed out of the feeling of great warmth towards Fatty's sibling bond. Chapter 53, The Family Feast Controversy. Although it was the right time to eat, and the kitchen was the busiest time for the guests, but Meng Lao came to the restaurant, the manager immediately arranged for the dishes that had already been prepared on the other tables to be served in Meng Lao's box. The first on the dish is hairy crab, full of 3 plates of hairy crab. Let people look at all feel dizzy. Hairy crabs are field crabs, but because of the different origins, tastes are also different. The main difference in size, taste, origin, and so on several aspects, generally around November of the lunar calendar, that is, before and after the New Year's. 3 months of hairy crabs are the most fat, now this time of the year on the difference between a lot. However, the Shangjing Hotel is China's top restaurant, even if it is not the season, the adult fist-sized hairy crabs are still all fat. Come on, everyone, don't be polite, I'll get on and nibble a few first. Meng Lao didn't act like a big shot, but like a parent in a family feast, smilingly greeting the crowd. Fatty was also not polite. As soon as he grabbed the fattest and biggest one that he had long since seen and placed it on the plate in front of his sister. The manager also held a special 18 pieces of hairy crabs to eat it. Look at the crowd situation, quickly let the waiter will be 18 pieces put away, this time to take out, is not to hit the face of the crowd, fat man on the crab this thing is not a cold, to say, he is not very cold to the seafood, in the Golden Phoenix Mountain, eat meat is his biggest wish, eat a meal of game is more of a dream of his things, plus he has not even eaten crabs, so when he grabbed a crab for himself, he actually had the feeling of a fox biting a hedgehog with no way to bite it. Older brother, this hairy crab, first peel off the shell, this one strip is the crab's gills, it can't be eaten, it has to be peeled off, and then in the middle of the front of the crab shell, it is the crab's mouth, it has to be taken off as well, it can't be eaten. Sun Wen took on the role of Fatty's crab-eating teacher. Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jishing looked at their sons and daughters in harmony, it was more enjoyable than eating dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder. Buddha jumps over the wall immediately after the hairy crab's up, the manager personally, divided into several portions, placed in front of the crowd, but everyone is and the crab to make it effort, eat this thing is not as good as give me a pig's elbow, the fat man muttered by his bite messy crab thrown on the table. Then let's have a pig's elbow braised and stewed and roasted. Meng Lao was sitting between Fatty and Wang Lao. Once he heard Fatty muttering, he asked with a smile. Fatty immediately two eyes light, nodded, that dare good, without ordering, the manager immediately went out and prepared to add dishes, did not expect the door was suddenly pushed open violently from the outside, a door plate slapped in the face, directly slapped over on the ground. Damn, old Tansy, you do not want to mix in the 4-9 cities is not it. I ordered 3 days in advance of the Buddha jumped over the wall. This day, invited a gang of brothers over to eat, the waiter even told me that the dishes were halfway robbed, that grandson dared to rob my dishes, the leader of the Cockney arrogantly shouted. That's right, that grandson dares to rob our fierce brother's dishes. Do not want to live is not it. Behind a group of slightly lower status of the male son of the brother echoed up. Fatty huffed and stood up. Meng Lao lowered his head to chew hairy crabs, simply did not care about this kind of small matter. Meng Lao's guard stood up along with Fatty, as long as Fatty rushed up, they will definitely subdue the other party at the first time. It's the second grandson. Fatty unexpectedly pointed at Meng Defu, then sat down again. The crowd at the table didn't know what to say. What is this betrayal of the revolutionary comrades? Meng Xiao, the leader of the Cockney, looked in the direction of the fat man's finger, shouted in amazement, and then revealed a disdainful sneer. I thought, who is so bullish, how dare you halfway hijacked my food, so it's Meng Xiao, here. Meng left you some time ago to find a few golden hair to play, how do you feel? I advise you better go to the hospital to check. These golden hair is not permitted to carry what flower willow, syphilis, AIDS, and so on dirty disease at Meng Defu. Even if it is a fool to hear out of the wrong place, think back to the process of what happened at that time, immediately burning with anger, fiercely stood up, pointing at the cockerel said, Zhang Feng Tian, so it's all you're doing, those few golden hairs are what you found someone to stuff me with. The leader of the Cockney Zhang Feng Tian neither denied nor admitted, just disdainful sneer, inclined his head arrogantly said, there is a disease to be cured, the longer the delay the worse, if the rotting of the penis, your fiancé alone, in case of red apricot wall, that how sorry you are. Meng Defu has been furious explosion, is ready to charge up, just to hear the loud bang, then the sound of a plate falling to the ground. Good, very good, very good. Meng Lao angrily struck and laughed, roaring loudly. Old undead, who are you? Zhang Feng Tian asked disdainfully. Zhang Feng Tian and Meng Defu's fiancé were in the same class from kindergarten, considered to be childhood sweethearts. Zhang Feng Tian pursued people since junior high school, but unfortunately, they didn't like a dude at all, plus there was a marriage contract with Meng Defu, which made Zhang Feng Tian hate Meng Defu. As for Zhang Feng Tian's arrogance, one is because the distance is too far to see the appearance clearly, two is because sitting in the main seat is a young fat man, in the circle of Shangjing's son and daughter. Zhang Feng Tian has not seen this fat man at all, naturally will be sitting in the accompanying seat of the old Meng ignored. 3 is because of the fat man's younger sister, Sun Wen. Sun Wen is still colorful hair, dressed up like a little too much sister, the other people's clothes were also relatively ordinary. Various reasons combined together made Zhang Feng Tian do something wrong enough to regret for the rest of his life. My name is Meng Yuan, I'm Meng Defu's old undead grandfather. Meng Lao roared. Zhang Fengtian stupid. Zhang Fengtian behind a group of followers are also stupid. Standing behind the nimble-minded, hurriedly lowered his head and walked away. This thing today even the fools know, made a big mess. Meng Yuan is who China's only few remaining meritorious characters. Whenever the New Year's holidays, China's #1 will personally go to visit, a Tang old man, a Meng old man, that is the mainstay of China, are stomping on a foot of China have to shake 3 shaking adults, even if ordinary a cold, can let the people of China worry about the bull, finished. Zhang Fengtian's face was white, standing there with a blank mind. Come on people, coax them out for me. Meng Lao said with a wave of his hand after losing his temper. The guards that had already been prepared immediately rushed up and whisked the group of male children out. That night, Meng Lao made a phone call after inquiring about Zhang Fengtian's family situation, and early the next morning, Zhang Du, the executive vice minister of the Ministry of Commerce, was taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission, and issues such as embezzlement, using his power for personal gain, relying on his relatives, and keeping second wives, etc., were then investigated, and at the same time, there were also a few egregious criminal cases against his son. The fat man, on the other hand, carrying 3 oversized food bags and Meng old goodbye, and sister with a smile on the father's car, home. After experiencing this incident, Meng Defu changed his nature, and surprisingly dropped his flower-seeking behavior, and was devoted to his fiancée, which was just an afterthought premise. Early the next morning, Fang Yuan drove to pick up Fatty and came to the 3-1 Military Region General Hospital. Originally, Fang Yuan arranged for Fatty to follow his best friend to study for 2 months, only in the Jingwang Palace. Fatty's outburst made Fang Yuan face to face with his best friend, and afraid of Fatty staying at home with nothing to do, so he brought Fatty to the 301 to work with him. Those experts have already seen Fatty's awesome, naturally, will not be behind the back of the tongue-chewing Fang Yuan, who holds the title of vice president but is the head of the internal medicine department, started to get busy as soon as he got to work. Fatty sitting in Fang Yuan's office bored to even yawn, although the office has a computer, but can only be connected to the hospital's internal network. The fat man wants to watch a movie cannot. After staying more than 20 minutes, the fat man finally could not bear to go out. Meng Lao. Fatty turned to the garden behind the building, just ran into Meng Lao. Little Fatty, haha, it seems that our masters are really destined to play chess, not to accompany me to kill 2 games. Meng Lao laughed happily. Chess, I'm a master. You cannot. Fatty from a young age is not a concept of inferiority or superiority, the status of what in his eyes are floating clouds, so the speech is also particularly natural, a little bit of coy feeling or not. Meng Lao likes this kind of fat man, what to say personality, pulling the fat man's hand into the building. Your body is not quite strong, how to live in the hospital? Fatty asked, strangely, after seeing the home-like furnishings in the ward. Meng Lao laughed, I was shot several times during the war, and 1 bullet is still in my head, so I live in the hospital, because it hurts so much when it rains and winds. Besides, my partner left 10 years ago, and my children are busy working and don't have time to accompany me. Meng Lao's words carried a faint sense of helplessness. No one is afraid of accompanying me, I'm an idle person anyway. Meng Lao, I'll accompany you in the future. Fatty patted his chest. Meng Lao instantly beamed with joy and laughed, success, then you don't call me Meng Lao in one mouthful. Yesterday in the toilet, you called me buddy, like this, I'll call you little Fatty, you call me old Meng too, let's have a forgettable friendship as well. Fatty naturally agreed with his mouth full. Rooks, horses, and cannons were set up, and the 2 of them killed each other. The level of the fat man's chess was verified by Lin Qing himself. At most, it is an introductory level. Meng old 15 years old to participate in the revolution, did not go to school, do not know a basket of words. The level of chess is also a beginner only. The 2 competitors have a caddy 82, froze and killed a dark day. Oops, this step does not count, I just did not see you want to jump horse. Old Meng head, your cannon just now where I ate. How to jump out again? Is it that you have 3 cannons? This plate does not count, I'm thirsty, wait for me to drink water and then with you to kill. I'm thirsty, tummy ache, this plate first, I go to the toilet till lunchtime. These 2 people are more no spectrum. The fat man's alcohol last night simply did not play out, Meng Lao is the old man of the drinking field, always looking for an excuse to hole on 2 cups, the 2 on the roasted chicken brisket, push the cups for a drink a dark day. Chapter 54 Aromatherapy. Fatty as a child because of the treatment of 9 Jiepul's reason, can be said to be soaked in the wine altar grew up, now although can do several days without alcohol, but as long as there is wine, especially want to drink a pain in the ass. Yesterday night and family, Meng Lao dinner at the Shangjing Hotel, would have liked to painfully drink a big meal, but the father's eyes glared, a simple sentence, children do not drink, the fat man will be completely defeated. It is not that the fat man is afraid of his parents, but he is very respectful of his parents, since childhood, his parents for him, all the family money in debt, if not for his parents' hanging life, I'm afraid that he could not wait for the old sorcerer's appearance. Not to mention the present day, so he owes his parents a life, respect for his parents is also deserved. Father is but a light sentence, the fat man only drank less than 1 or 2 white wine, juices filled with the stomach, has long been suffocated, and now the father is not, Meng old and took out a 15-year portion of Mao Tai, how can the fat man bear? Half a bottle of wine down, Meng Lao's eyes began to drift, began to talk about the year in the battlefield events. A bottle of wine, Meng old man and the fat man while hooking shoulders and brotherhood, while singing revolutionary songs, guarded outside of the 2 guards looked at each other, both feel crying and laughing. Meng Lao's drinking capacity passed with his advanced years, finally after lifting the wine glass once more, his body softened, directly burrowed under the table and got drunk. You're not a very good drinker, Fatty laughed. Fatty tilted his neck and poured most of the remaining wine from the 3rd bottle of white wine inside his stomach in one gulp before he put down the bottle and carried Meng Lao to the bed, covering him with a blanket. Meng Lao's tablets are over there, bring them and take a look. Fatty closed the door to the room and opened his mouth to say to the 2 guards. Soon, the MRI film was placed in front of Fatty. From the middle of the film it could be clearly seen that a foreign object the size of a peanut meter existed in the skull. The brain was the most important organ in the human body, in charge of all the origins of the human body. Modern medicine had been developing at a high speed for decades, but the understanding of the human brain could only be considered as just starting out. Even the most authoritative brain surgeon in the world would not dare to do this surgery easily. After all, Meng Lao was not an ordinary person. If there was a slight mistake, no one could afford this responsibility. Can you cure Meng Lao's illness? A guard asked with apprehension, having seen the power of Fatty's medical skills yesterday. The other guard also looked at Fatty with a hopeful gaze. For the 2 guards, Meng Lao was not only a mainstay of Huaxia, but also their elder. They didn't want Meng to be in pain whenever it was cloudy or rainy, they preferred Meng to live a long life. It can't be cured. Fatty shook his head. Fatty studied witch medicine, he wouldn't be able to perform surgery, even Chinese medicine practitioners would seldom perform surgery for their patients. Ancient Chinese medicine practitioners dared to do so, but modern Chinese medicine practitioners, performing surgery for their patients basically wouldn't occur. Surgery seemed to have become one of the characteristics of Western medicine. Once the 2 guards heard the fat man's words, they were speechless with disappointment. Don't say it's been so long, even if it just shot and I won't take it, but I can make it less difficult for Elder Meng when it's cloudy and rainy. Fatty laughed bitterly. Medicine was not omnipotent, and in front of Meng Lao's illness, what he could do was only to alleviate Meng Lao's pain. The 2 guards glanced at each other and both revealed expressions of surprise. I'll write a prescription, you guys grab the medicines, and ask the people in the Chinese herbal pharmacy for a charcoal stove and clay urn, and a small mill. Fatty said, casually took a pen and paper and quickly wrote. The prescription wasn't complicated, there were a total of 4 herbs, all of which seemed to be the type that were relatively common, though not commonly used, but made one feel like they were familiar to the ear. What Fatty needed was quickly fetched by the guards and placed on the balcony of the ward. Fatty stuffed the 4 herbs, in no particular order, into the clay urn in a brain, lit a charcoal fire, poured a whole urn full of tap water, and seated the clay urn on the stove, regardless. Need to cook quite a long time it or we first play, we'll fight the landlord, Fatty asked with a smile. The 2 guards rolled their eyes, speechless at Fatty. The charcoal in the fireplace was very strong, in 10 minutes' time, a strong medicinal odor filled the spacious balcony, and the water in the clay urn had already boiled. I'd pity about my big scorpion. Fatty sighed, probed his hand into his bosom, and with a touch and a carry, a fist-sized, blood-red large scorpion was carried out by him and thrown into the mud urn. My poor little snake. Next, an arm-length ligustrum snake was lifted out from Fatty's waist and stuffed into the mud urn. That wasn't all. In the two guards' horrified gazes, a handful of oversized black ants were thrown into the mud urn, followed by 2 large bees. The 2 guards didn't know what to say. Such a dangerous poisonous insect was actually carried around by Fatty, and as Meng Lao's guards, not only did they know nothing about it, but they even let Fatty and Meng Lao have a close contact. If anything happened, they could really be blamed for 100 deaths. After putting in several poisons, the clay urn vibrated crazily and only quieted down after several minutes. This soup has all turned out to be poisonous, right? One of the guards stammered and asked. Of course, it's all untreated poison. How can it not be poisonous? Fatty replied. Didn't the poison and the herbs get neutralized? Another guard asked in surprise. It should have neutralized a small portion of it. Fatty's voice wasn't firm enough, giving the impression that he wasn't sure either. If they didn't know that Fatty couldn't possibly harm Elder Meng, the 2 guards would have had the heart to shoot Fatty with their guns. For 3 whole hours, Fatty kept adding water to the mud urn, and kept heating it with fierce fire. The herbs and poisons in the mud urn kept tumbling and fusing in the boiling water. Even the snake bones and grass roots were all boiled away, and it was impossible to tell what materials were actually in it. Add water, it's going to boil dry. A pasty odor spewed out from the clay urn, and both guards became anxious. Fatty shook his head and said, no need to add water, it was meant to be burned dry. A few moments later, the last bit of water in the entire mud urn was evaporated, leaving the black, unknown substance clinging to the inner wall of the mud urn. Waiting for the mud urn to cool down, Fatty lifted the mud urn up and used a knife to scrape out the black unidentified substance inside the mud urn, dumped it onto a piece of white paper, and then used a small mill to grind it into a fine powder. There is no sandalwood. The higher the quality the better, the more expensive the better? Fatty asked. A guard quickly brought over the sandalwood incense that Meng Lao commonly used. Fatty picked up the sandalwood incense and carefully smelled the flavor, nodding his head. Not bad, this sandalwood incense is very authentic. Don't replace it with any other sandalwood incense in the future. After finishing his speech, Fatty called a basin of water, then probed 3 fingers, grabbed about 2 taels of black powder and threw it into the basin of water. The color in the basin immediately became like ink, stirred it evenly, and after making sure that all the powder was dissolved in the water, Fatty poured a whole box of sandalwood incense into the water. This powder is called Dispel Wind Scatter. The effect is somewhat similar to tiger bone wine, snake wine, with the effect of dispelling wind and warding off evil spirits, but Dispel Wind Scatter is poisonous, although the toxicity is not too strong, but it is harmful to the human body. Only through sandalwood to neutralize the toxicity, and then evaporate out after high temperature to be effective. Fatty simply explained. After soaking the sandalwood incense for about 10 minutes, Fatty carefully removed the sandalwood incense that had already absorbed enough of the black liquid and placed it under the sun to dry. The 2 guards finally understood what Fatty meant and rushed over to help. Just as Fang Yuan called, Fatty barked a few more precautions and left Meng Lao's hospital room. After Meng Lao woke up from his sleep, his mind only remembered the last words said by Fatty, "You're not very good at this drinking." Meng Lao took out his cell phone and directly dialed his old brother's phone. As a result, the next day when the fat man came to find Meng Lao as yesterday, he saw a dozen or so old men, each one was 70 or 80 years old, each one with a straight back, standing there as if it were a javelin. At the feet of this dozen of old men, is a box. Has opened the box of Maotai wine. The worst are 10 years of copies, which if taken out to sell, a bottle of at least tens of thousands of dollars. Fatty, this is your original family. You call him Old Sun too on the line, Grandpa Sun good. Fatty hastily greeted, able to and Meng old man called brother, and is so old, must be China's founding of the country when the meritorious figures, for the worship of heroes. Fatty Called a grandpa is not at all shameful. This is the old Joe head oldly head. Grandpa Joe is good. Grandpa Lee is good. Fatty surnamed son. The most hated is the grandchildren. But today, he is extremely happy to be a grandson, spinning around and calling grandpa, that look, and filial son of a virtuous grandson. There is no difference at all. This is Grandpa Dry. Fatty looked at the only middle-aged man on the field, and wanted to slap himself. This grandpa called smoothly is not a good thing. The old men all laughed, feeling that this Fatty was really funny. Especially this middle-aged man, standing there with a stern face, as if anyone owed him a few $1 million expression. Of course, there was another word to describe this kind of expression, called not angry. Only when the fat man called out the word grandpa, this middle-aged man's frost-wrapped face immediately dispersed its icy coldness and smiled as if he was illuminated by the great sun. Just call uncle. No need to call grandpa, it's too polite. The middle-aged man joked. If you are willing, it doesn't matter if I call you grandpa. Fatty laughed. The middle-aged man's face expression all of a sudden returned to the frost-wrapped look. Seems to be very unhappy with the fat man's this treacherous head slippery smooth words, although from a sentence on and cannot judge a person exactly how, but often a sentence can judge a person's potential is how. The same reaction with the middle-aged man was the group of old men. Although Meng Lao and Fatty had only known each other for 2 days, he felt that this Fatty was very truthful, said one thing, said 2 things, and was not a slippery person, but he was not sure why Fatty would say such a smooth sentence, so he was anxious to prove something for Fatty, but did not know how to go about it. The fat man did not pay attention to the expressions of the crowd, but then laughed. As long as you can drink me under the table, I am your grandson, otherwise, don't uncle call you a brother. It is to give face to the defeated general. How to the middle-aged man suddenly understood, laughed and clapped his hands and said, good, as long as you can drink me under the table. Good, as long as you can drink me under the table, then you this brother I recognize. The crowd of old men also nodded their heads and laughed, but they heard the fat man disdainfully say, as if I'm much rarer, I'll first dunk you under the table in a while. The crowd was dumbfounded. Chapter 55, The Battle for Revenge. Nearly 20 people, outside the parlor set up a Dragon Gate formation, meeting with the oval conference table turned into the main battlefield. The fat man unreservedly sat in the main seat, the big horse pressed the table. Not at all polite Meng Lao and other old masters looked at Fatty's appearance, have in their hearts to Fatty thumbs up. Millions of people I will carry on with the temperament as not anyone has, either really have the strength, or as if death is at home, Fatty no matter. Whether it is the former or the latter, it is enough to make the hearts of these old masters to rejoice. Fatty, you said yesterday that I don't drink very well. Meng Lao opened the door and provoked. Fatty looked at the sky outside. It was about 10 o'clock now, breakfast had just been digested and lunch hadn't even started yet. A roast chicken and 2 chicken legs, a few mouths were swallowed by the fat man. The fat man only then looked at Meng Lao, casually manipulated a bottle of wine, unscrewed the cap and dunked it in one gulp. The empty bottle was turned upside down, froze. A drop of wine did not flow out, and then the fat man provocatively looked at Meng Lao. The eyes of all the old men are about to jump out. A breath to kill a caddy of wine is not impressive. The real power is a caddy of 50 degrees of white wine poured down after the face as usual, clear vision. Good, dry. Meng old man also came to energy, a mouthful of a bottle of white wine, body swaying in the guard's support, walked to the side and sat down. Another old man walked up and stood in front of Fatty. Grandpa Joe, you sit down and eat some roast chicken first to pad your stomach. Drinking hasty wine hurts your body. Fatty smilingly got up and gave way, saying. Zhou Lao laughed happily, really sat down and picked up the roasted chicken and nibbled it, while looking provocatively at Meng Lao, whose gaze was a little lost. You little brat, drink fast, wine hurt, how do you not remind me? Meng Lao angry. Capture the thief first, the fat man sang loudly in a Peking opera accent. Meng Lao almost drilled under the table. The crowd of old men laughed happily. No one felt that Fatty was playing a trick. These people, although the founding of the country is a meritorious figure, but later on the fate of different, some become the patriarch of the family, some are in a high position of power, and some are no different from the ordinary people, can link them together. is their decades of accumulation of deep feelings, that is in the battlefield can hand over the back to someone else's lifelong friendship. And Master Zhou is the youngest among these people, the status is also the lowest, with his own flowers, is now just an ordinary small people, the family opened a hotel, is considered a well-off family, and other people have no way to compare therefore. When Fatty was courteous to Elder Zhou, the crowd naturally couldn't possibly feel that Fatty was kissing ass, but would feel that Fatty, this kid, still knew how to respect the elderly. Zhou Lao was approaching his old age, his body was great and his appetite was good, half of the roasted chicken went down easily before he picked up the bottle of wine. Fatty smiled and raised the bottle of wine, and Zhou's old hands touched the bottle of wine, looked at each other with a smile, tilted his head to finish. The second bottle was up. Shouldn't we add a little more color? Fatty put down the bottle and looked at the third old man and asked. You say. This old master was precisely Fatty's own family, also surnamed Sun, called Sun Dawei, the patriarch of the Sun family, one of the 10 small families in China. His children and grandchildren were not as powerful as those of Tang Lao and Meng Lao, but there were still so many minister-level officials and hall-level dignitaries, and even if they were in the right position, they were still no less than $600 or $700 million the only middle-aged man present in the face and some not. So good look, the fat man's eyes of the rest of the light glanced at this person, the belly said, this guy is not to see me not good how I speak on my nose is not the nose, face is not the face of the little fat man, you casually mention conditions, as long as we can do, we will not have second thoughts, but the prerequisite is that you have to be able to win us to do so. Meng Lao, who was sobering up at the side, also spoke up. Fatty nodded, the condition is very simple. If I lose, all grandpas after drinking wine I package, other cannot, I brewed the bud wine is absolutely strong enough, and after drunkenness does not go to the head, if I fluke win all grandpas, I think the rest of my life will be willing to drink only Maotai wine, less than 10 years of portions will be exempted, how to a big deal, as long as you win us. In addition to 10 years of Maotai enough, I will send you a VIP card of my hotel, as long as you go to my hotel, good wine and good food enough not to mention, all for you free. Zhou Lao sent word. Yes, as long as you win us, your conditions we agree, and then attach you other small things. Elder Sun nodded as he tore into the roasted chicken. The third bottle went down. Elder Lu went on with a steady footstep and staggered off. Fourth bottle up. Zhang Lao, Lu Lao, Wang Lao Fatty did not even move except for 2 trips to the toilet in the middle, the empty wine bottles placed in front of him had reached a dozen, all the old men subsided, one by one sitting around the conference table gasping for air, sipping strong tea and water, looking at monsters and staring at Fatty. Fatty's gaze is now slightly disoriented, his face is a little red, but from the pace he just took when he went to the toilet, he is still steady, just like an ordinary person who has drunk 1 or 2 white wines, and does not have any great impact. Those on the field who hadn't been drinking besides the 2 guards were left with the middle-aged man who always looked at Fatty and always changed his face. Is the previous bet still valid? The middle-aged man asked with a stern face. Die hard, Fatty asked. Deadbeat. The middle-aged man nodded. Valid, start the whole thing. Fatty has long been looking at this middle-aged man as not good, since people are looking for the door, then the hole. The fat man's dictionary does not retreat 2 words in front of this as in the golden age of the rich and powerful, good health, the amount of alcohol is also quite strong, 2 bottles of wine almost no interval of filling down, the face slightly red, the forehead out of the soybean-sized beads of sweat. The fat man's face was slightly austere, he knew that this time he had run into an opponent. There are 2 kinds of people who can't be messed with in the drinking scene, one is drinking red face, and the other is drinking sweat. Drinking red face, as the name suggests, as long as a drink, the face will be red as blood, this kind of person's physique has a strong resistance to alcohol, the ancient Du Fu is drinking red face representative characters, as for the poet Li Bai, that is 3 cups of goods, to be placed in the modern era, a bottle of beer will be able to let him go crazy drinking sweat. This person as long as a drink, no matter what wine will be wildly sweating, alcohol will be discharged with the sweat out of the body, this kind of people, a wine drink, even if a drop of wine did not touch the body, take off the clothes, thick are the smell of wine. The middle-aged man in front of me, obviously drinking and sweating representative characters, 2 bottles of highly alcoholic beverages down, but was able to do not change color, such a drinking elite now cannot be seen. The most important thing is that the fat man has drunk more than a dozen bottles of white wine, belonging to the end of the crossbow, while others before the drop of wine did not dip. Buried head wildly gnawing roast chicken, obviously has been patted the bottom, ready for everything. It is the newborn force, so the fat man, although the face remains unchanged, a look of Tarzan pressure without changing expression, but the heart has begun to beat the drums although the middle-aged man surface calm, in fact, the heart of the apprehension to be more than the fat man, his own family know their own things, his alcohol is practiced in the army, and then entered the political arena, basically cannot break the wine. Fortunately, there is a healthcare practitioner to help, or else the stomach has long been drinking down. The middle-aged man's drinking capacity in 4 pounds up and down, depending on the mood. When the mood is good can take out up to 5 pounds of white wine, when the mood is not good 3 pounds of white wine will be enough to get drunk, and now 2 bottles of white wine down, the inside of the stomach began to roll up. Eat something to suppress the alcohol, I'll go to the restroom first. Fatty grabbed a roasted chicken and handed it over. The middle-aged man froze for a moment before he took the roast chicken and ate it with a big mouthful. What he didn't expect was that the fat man didn't take advantage of people's danger to do things that fell on his face. After all, there isn't a big relationship between the amount of alcohol and the amount of alcohol you can drink in a hurry. If there was one more bottle of alcohol, he was afraid that he would have to spray the alcohol. This fat man's character is still good, the middle-aged man commented. If he knew that the fat man's favorite thing to do is to fall on the well, is to beat the dog, not modest and courteous, but want to play fraud, I am afraid he would not be so evaluation. As soon as he walked into the toilet, Fatty did not take off his pants, but stood in place with his feet together, pinched a lotus seal with both hands and waved it around him. As he performed his actions, a black gas-like substance came out of thin air, forming a dozen tiny vortexes around Fatty, spinning crazily. Fatty opened his mouth, tilted his head and stood still. A strand of fog from the fat man's mouth, ears, nose, sweat pores and the crazy rushed out, and then was absorbed by the dozen small vortex. Just a minute or two, a dozen small vortex dispersed, everything back to normal. At the same time to return to normal, there is the fat man. This is the sorcery ranked medium technique, called draw poison technique, through the Yin force, evil chi, the body of harmful substances in the form of gas absorbed away, mostly used for the treatment of severe patients after being bitten by poisonous substances, used to absorb alcohol in the body, can only be considered as a cannon to hit mosquitoes. Killed a chicken with a bullseye after resting for 10 minutes. The middle-aged man was only able to slow down his energy. The clothes on his body were already wet with sweat, but the inside of his head felt particularly awake. When the fat man walked out of the toilet, the middle-aged man at first did not realize what, but when the fat man sat in front of him, he saw the fat man's appearance clearly, immediately felt the bad place. This fat man just walking or shaking, the face has become as feverish, the pupils in the eyes have been slightly dispersed, the gaze began to be confused, speech are a little slurred, but now, the fat man sits there, the body even shaking, not shaking a bit, the eyes are clear and incomparable, the color of the face to return to normal. If it wasn't for the dozen or so empty bottles of wine in front of Fatty, if it wasn't for the fact that all of this wine was brought by these old men, I'm afraid that the middle-aged man would think that Fatty either didn't drink just now, or that what he drank was all water. Come again, Fatty asked with a smile. Come. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. 2 more bottles of wine went down, the middle-aged man's body went limp, directly sliding from the chair to the bottom of the table, although his mind was still able to think, but he was unable to control his body. This amount of alcohol, but also so well, the fat man hemmed and hawed and laughed. Chapter 56, Fatty Goes to School. Fatty didn't take advantage of the situation, not because he honored the old man, but a certain guard was worried that the chief would be drunk over by Fatty and ran to call Feng Yuan over while cursing these old men for not being righteous. Fatty lowered his eyebrows and listened to his second senior brother's reprimand in a disciplined manner, not daring to return the favor. However, Fatty was not a person who suffered, and when he was leaving, he froze and carried away 4 boxes of wine that he had not drunk. You say you are so big person, don't know a lightweight those old masters so old, you want to drink them out of a good or bad can do these are the merits of China, Lin Lao planted in your hands, go there to reason, you move these wines why haven't you drunk enough this is to leave the old man Meng's hospital room, Fang Yuan is still in the sight of the fat man chattering complaints he said. I know, second senior brother, I think you'd better hurry to find me a daughter-in-law, this guy, there is a tendency to the development of low-level creatures Fatty said with a bitter face. What lowly creature Fang Yuan was puzzled. Androgynous Fatty laughed. You brat Fang Yuan angrily shouted. Fatty carried 4 cases of wine and ran away. Bastard, it seems that we need to find something for you to do, every day you are wandering around like this, sooner or later something will happen. Fang Yuan looked at Fatty's back and made a decision. When he got off work, Fang Yuan did not see Fatty, he called Fatty's phone, but the one who answered the phone was Fatty's mom, apparently Fatty slipped home on his own. The next day, Fang Yuan drove to Fatty's house and saw Fatty walking downstairs holding 2 large glass bottles. Second senior brother, this is for you. Fatty said with a smile as he placed the glass bottles in front of Fang Yuan. What's this? Fang Yuan felt dizzy looking at the transparent glass bottles being soaked with triangular-headed vipers and various insects. This is the bamboo snake, toxicity is not strong, can wake up the brain to refresh, nourish the blood, this bat is called banner bat, I have dealt with, to ensure that clean, this thing can nourish the lungs, this ants are not ordinary ants, this is the seat of the mountain red-headed ants, on the blood vessels to unclog the benefits of the cerebral. Infarction can be effectively curbed, the blood vessel disease also has a very good preventive effect. The fat man introduced the same thing, at the end of the admonition, every night before going to bed to drink 1 or 2, rather less, never more. The longer this medicinal wine soak the better the effect, a month later and then start drinking, this bottle finished and I said, I go to the old Mang too there and then get 2 boxes of Mao Tai to pour in. You still dare to go to old Mang? Fang Yuan shouted with a glare in his eyes. Fatty quickly covered Fang Yuan's mouth, turned his head and looked around, he didn't see his parents, then he sighed with relief and said, what are you shouting for? Do you want me to be scolded to death by mom and dad? Those old men are getting old, drinking is not good for their health, I took the wine from them, but also for their health's sake. Fang Yuan was speechless to Fatty's sophistry, after slapping Fatty's hand away. He held a bottle of medicinal wine and walked out, while Fatty picked up another bottle and followed. The car drove, but it did not travel in the direction of 31, but changed to another direction. Second senior brother, are you preparing to sell me off? Fatty asked, strangely. Selling you off I would like to, but the problem is who dares to buy and eat them all to eat them poor. Fang Yuan said with a straight face, from this day onwards, you give me honestly go to school. With that big ocean horse, Fatty's eyes lit up and asked joyfully. Fang Yuan naturally knew that the big foreign horse in the fat man's mouth was Lian Yu, who was almost strangled to death by the fat man last time, a mixed-race beauty whose real name was Natalie Berman. The problem was that the things that happened in the Jingwan mansion had made Fang Yuan embarrassed to see his old friend, so how could he be so brazen as to hand the fat man over to his old friend again? Huaxia Medical University, second semester of sophomore year. The homeroom teacher is a brother from one of my dormitories in the university. For the remaining 2 months you'll honestly stay in school, eat and live in the school. Fang Yuan said seriously. Fatty froze for a moment and asked, which doctor is unlikely, do you want me to learn Chinese medicine, Western medicine? Fang Yuan said. You want me to learn Western medicine? You want a person who grew up learning which medicine to learn Western medicine, the fat man exclaimed. Why do you feel a bit deceived, or do you feel that Western medicine is useless? Fang Yuan asked. The fat man shouted, no, I mean it's great, haha, second senior brother, you really have no words for senior brother, too good. Fang Yuan was shocked by the fat man's sudden outburst of shouting. He suspected that the fat man was not mentally collapsed by this news, so he hurriedly pulled over and looked at the fat man worriedly. Fatty's eyebrows were flying, his hands were dancing and screaming, "Look at this appearance," as if he was really a bit abnormal. "Eldest brother, are you alright, or you'd better follow me?" Fang Yuan asked worriedly. "What would happen to me?" the fat man asked in confusion, then excitedly explained, "Second senior brother, you simply consider for me to the inside of the bone." College girls, not yet tainted with the social mores, still pure as little white flowers, freshman girls, just left high school, showing a hint of confusion about life. Rejection is the main component of their lives, not that they don't want to, but because they don't dare. Sophomore girls, familiar with college, forget high school, want to refuse, like buds waiting to bloom, quietly waiting for us to pick. Junior girls, famous flowers, want to loosen the soil, the consequences are unimaginable. Senior girls, has been roughly familiar with the society, began to consider for their own future, after the crush without results of the confession and breakup has become the main theme at this time. If you are rich, at this time the success rate of digging the foot is the highest. If you have nothing, please step aside. Fatty Kinkin said a set of surprisingly then a set, and then summarized, "Second division brother, you think about it, sophomore girls as if the buds are waiting to bloom, flowers, quietly waiting for me to pick, 19 years old, less than 20 years of age, it should be considered a lowly. You have heard of it, lowly has 3 good. Light sound body, soft, easy to push down off." Fang Yuan viciously glared at the frowning fat man. "There is a kind of strangulation, lest this fat man to wreak havoc on other people's daughters of the impulse." He felt for the first time, he will be the fat man to the medical school, is the biggest mistake he has made in his life. Ranked second, ranked first, I'm afraid, is to know this fat man. When you get to school, give me a good study hard. If I find you have any misbehavior, I will bring your dad and mom to school. Fang Yuan threatened fiercely. The fat man was dumbfounded and looked dumbfounded, making Fang Yuan feel very out of breath. Huaxia Medical University was the premier higher medical school in Huaxia. Every year there were countless elites who had completed their studies and went to different parts of the country to bring advanced medical concepts to the whole society. Fang Yuan parked his car in the parking lot, and then brought Fatty to a school building, where a middle-aged woman of his age was already waiting at the bottom of the building. Fatty saw Fang Yuan walk over and hugged the middle-aged woman intimately, then stood face to face and laughed, as if he thought of something. He hemmed and hawed and walked over, not waiting for Fang Yuan to introduce him. He said with a smile, "How are you, sister-in-law? I'm Sun Dawei, Fang Yuan's eldest senior brother. You can call me Dawei. We're all family. A family doesn't talk about 2 families. Are there any characters on the school flower ranking in the class under your hand? Is there any character on the school flower list?" Fang Yuan was almost dumbfounded by the fat man's words, while the middle-aged woman let out a laugh, clearly a woman of honor. "Dead Fatty, what are you talking about?" Fang Yuan cursed with some embarrassment. Fatty looked at Fang Yuan and said, "You said yourself that the one who took me was from one of your university dormitories." Fatty glanced at the middle-aged woman, who could still see the beauty of her youth with his eyes, with a look of "I completely understand and totally understand." As for Fang Yuan's comment of being a brother rather than a sister, it was selectively ignored by Fatty. Listening to Fatty's words, the middle-aged woman let out a loud laugh and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder. "Old Fang, this relative of yours is really funny." Fang Yuan shook his head helplessly and introduced, "This is my senior brother Sun Dawei from my division. Fatty, this is my good friend Mo Bui's wife Zhang Xiaoying, the head of the nursing program side, specially coming over to help you with the chores." Second senior brother, seducing second sister-in-law is a big taboo in the Jianghu, Fatty said, and Fang Yuan almost fell to the ground. "Scram, what seducing second sister-in-law?" Fang Yuan angrily scolded. Zhang Xiaoying laughed, "This Fatty is quite interesting. Seducing the second sister-in-law has come out. Old Fang, do you think I should let this little Fatty go and meet the proper sister-in-law?" Ahahaha. Fang Yuan was embarrassed by Zhang Xiaoying and dropped a sentence, "If you dare to do that, I will pull old Mo to take a bath and massage." Then he fled. Zhang Xiaoying led Fatty towards another school building, laughing as she walked and explaining the relationship between them. When they were in college, Fang Yuan and Mo Bui had the best relationship, and Zhang Xiaoying was considered the school flower of the Huaxia Medical University back then. My fair lady and gentleman Marty, both of them had a crush on Zhang Xiaoying at the same time. Fang Yuan was extroverted, Mo Bui was introverted. and the discerning eye could see that Fang Yuan had a better chance. Fang Yuan and Mo Buwei are good brothers in the same dormitory. After seeing the pain of Mo Buwei's crush, Fang Yuan chose to give up and help the two matchmaking, and ultimately succeeded in helping Fang Yuan to get a beautiful woman. In Zhang Xiaoying's words, Fang Yuan was the couple's matchmaker. My second senior brother is so stupid. If it were me, I would never give up the woman I like to someone else. Fatty sighed and said. There are times when choosing to give up isn't a wrong thing to do. By the way, how about I take you to meet your real sister-in-law? Zhang Xiaoying suddenly revealed a playful expression and said. Really? Fatty was instantly interested. Of course it's real. Zhang Xiaoying laughed. Then what are we waiting for? Fatty shouted impatiently, drawing sideways glances from a group of passing students. Chapter 57, Fat Exhibitionist. Fatty and Zhang Xiaoying like a thief lying outside the window of a classroom, looking at a 30-something mature female lecturer is on the rostrum for the students to explain the problem. Fitted women's suit highlights the excellent temperament of this woman. This woman, no matter how to raise her hands and feet or speak in a rhythmic and staccato, all give people a very special feeling, especially this woman's body, seems to be completely not lost to those models. Look at the following boys. There are a lot of us not listening to the class, but in the look of this beautiful teacher she is called Lin Lin, freshman year when the old Fang is her class teacher, and then read graduate school, the old Fang is her graduate teacher, read doctorate time, the old Fang is her graduate teacher, the old Fang is her teacher. Graduate teacher, and when she was studying for her doctorate, Lao Fang was her doctoral supervisor. Zhang Xiaoying introduced in a low voice. The fat man's eyes brightened up, and he laughed. Teacher-student love. This is more taboo than seducing the second sister-in-law. Zhang Xiaoying was amused by the fat man's words and covered her mouth with a big laugh, and patted the fat man's back with her empty hand and said, Teacher-student love, what's wrong with it? You and I would like to, and people have been sticking to it for 10 years. There are a few 10 years in life. A few 10 years, Fatty nodded. My second master brother cannot do anything else, is good patience. At this time, the fat man seems to feel something. Along the direction of the feeling came to look, just with the podium of the beautiful woman projected over the gaze collided together. Hi brother-in-law, hello. Fatty unexpectedly ghosted at the person and waved his hand, greeting her loudly. The classroom could only be considered relatively quiet, but as a result of Fatty's voice calling out, the classroom became completely silent, and Lin Lin on the podium obviously hadn't encountered this kind of thing before, and appeared to be at a loss for words. Damn, exposure mania, brothers on. A tall boy stood up, yelling, and rushed towards Fatty. Things completely unexpected. Fat man, how he did not think a sentence actually caused public anger, and then a turn of the head. Zhang Xiaoying, this cunning middle-aged woman even do not know when to sneak away, is the main entrance of the teaching building to see the fun of it. Things have come to this point. Fat man, even if he becomes a spider spirit boss like the character, full of long mouth, cannot say, looking at the surging rush up the young men and women, and immediately choose the most correct. The most correct way to deal with the situation is to turn around and run. In the past, the fat man thought that the doctor is a weak scholar with no hands, a delicate little girl, and now he knows that he is wrong. He is absolutely wrong. It is not a weak scholar, but Causeway Bay Chenhaonan. It is not a little girl. It is not a little girl. All of them are the 13 sisters of the boring street. A fat man has such an epiphany is very simple. With a supporting actor in a movie of the master of the stars, and the line can be interpreted, do not look down on us as a doctor. We are the most important thing is that we have to be able to get the best out of them. We are doctors. We doctors are also playing with knives. Good guy. These two classes of 30 or 40 boys and 5 or 6 are holding a scalpel, jumping out of the window to chase out of the back of those who also manipulate a variety of cold weapons in the hand. What stool legs, table tops, look at that stance, very much a kind of gangsters grabbing the territory of the ferocious feeling. As for those girls, one by one seems to be quiet. This rushed up, suddenly transformed into a tigress, find a weapon to carry a weapon, cannot find the dry will be under the feet of the high-heeled shoes off, the glittering heel. Look at all oozing. Especially these girls are also unusual people, even jumped out of the window, climbed out of the window, does not care if they are wearing a short skirt, the white flowers of the white legs, the hidden sexy very small panties. A fat man thought. Even if the combat power can be comparable to the special forces of the city police to come, but also the same have to be on the floor, so in the spirit of the principle of the good man coaxing the principle of the loss in front of you, turn around and run. At the beginning of just 2 classes of students in the back of the chase, I do not know how, the fat man only ran out a few hundred meters into hundreds of people in a big chase. Wait until the fat man ran to the security room to hide. Half of the school has been sensationalized. This guy, originally quite a bullish security guards one by one. A small security room in the raging tide of people shaking. What the hell did you do to cause this kind of public outrage? The security chief roared at the fat man in anger and fear. I'm not just saying hello, the fat man replied with a sobbing voice. Wait for the fat man, about 1 meter 8 tall, long hair, that's him. Suddenly, as if the security chief thought of something, shouted and pounced on the fat man, followed by the second security guard, the third security guard, the fourth security guard. The fat man was directly pounced on the ground, and then one after another security guards pressed up. The poor fat man, almost crushed to death alive. A fat man with his hands behind the back of the handcuffs handcuffed. If he did not shout out in time that he knows Fang Yuan and Zhang Xiaoying, it is possible that now has turned into a pig's head. The school leaders came, the police also came. Fang Yuan and Zhang Xiaoying naturally also came. The misunderstanding is also solved. In fact, the fat man is also unlucky. Recently on the campus of the medical university appeared a fat exposure maniac, wearing a set of casual clothes, empty inside, long hair wandering in the campus. Once encountered a single girl rushed up to take off their pants. The way this guy greeted is also very special, always wave his hand and say a hi first. The fat man, from the appearance of the characteristics of completely consistent with the fat exposure mania, greeting the opening accent is exactly the same, especially that hi, simply is the fat exposure mania's signature opening accent. The result, naturally, also in the expected, the only feel aggrieved. I'm afraid that only the fat man won. Looking at Fang Yuan and Lin Lin standing shyly in front of him, Fatty felt that he had the air of a boss. Fang Yuan, I asked you last time, you are still playing sloppy with me. Honestly, dare to lie to me again, door rules to deal with. The fat man's voice was stern and his eyes were like torches. Eldest brother, this is not ready to give you a surprise when the banquet is held. Fang Yuan was embarrassed. Surprise is really a surprise. I'm going to be shocked out of my soul. Fortunately I ran fast, otherwise you can only give me a corpse now. Fatty said with a huff. Fang Yuan knows the root of the fat man and understands that the fat man is only in a child's temper. He smiled and came over and put his arm around the fat man's shoulder and said, I really didn't think that Zhang Xiaoying would take you to see Lin Lin. There is nothing in the first place to see. You have to lie down on the window. What are you doing lying down on the window? Even if it's not enough, you have to say hello in that kind of a way. That group of students have been catching this fat man recently, and he's going to go crazy, and this isn't the right time to send you to the door. Just send the door to it. The fat man, bitter face, shaking his head, very helpless, more speechless. I will get married in the new year. If master can come, you are my best man. If master can't come, you are the witness on my side. Fang Yuan laughed. Hurry up and get lost, Fang Yuan. When you get married, if I don't toss you out of bed, I won't call Sun Dawei. The fat man waved his hand to chase away flies, and threatened. Fang Yuan laughed and let go of the fat man without thinking, and left the security room with a shy Lin Lin in his arms. Mo Buwei was a middle-aged man with a thin figure, wearing glasses, and well-mannered, walking unhurriedly, very much a Confucian teacher style. I brought that class, other cannot. The school flower is one. Can you get on? It depends on your own. Mo Buwei made the fat man happy as soon as he opened his mouth. Surprise, surprise. On Fang Yuan's side there is only surprise, while here in Mo Buwei there is only joy. Old Mo, why don't you be my second senior brother? Fatty had a unique feeling of being in love at first sight. Let's go first, take you to the classroom. Mo Buwei handed over the file bag in his hand to Fatty. The file bag is the fat man's dormitory key, meal card, library card. As for the textbook, there is no need to hurry. To the school teacher, the textbook is still a problem. Came to the classroom is in time for the class. Due to the expansion of the problem, the original class is also about 30 students, and now froze and high school the same, a class of almost 50 people. I come to introduce everyone. this is a new student. Named Sun Dawei. Come, Dawei, you give everyone a self-introduction. Bue said with a smile. The fat man coughed dryly and cleared his throat before saying, hello everyone, my name is Sun Dawei, 20 years old, never went to school and never read, I don't know any of the 20 letters of the English alphabet. Laughed. It's 26 letters. A classmate corrected. Oh, it's all the same to me, I don't know any of them anyway. The fat man scratched his head and said, but his eyes scanned all the women in the classroom like a scanner. Once again, the class laughed. By the time Fatty finished introducing himself, all the students in the entire class all fell down laughing. They felt that this Fatty was too amusing. Bue clapped his hands, signaling the fat man to go find a seat by himself, before he stood behind the lecturing table, knocked on the lecturing table, and began to teach. The biggest difference between a college classroom and a high school classroom is that the first row of a college classroom is never full, and the teacher never cares if you make small moves. Fatty sat in the first row, a hard to look back, the whole class down, the neck is about to cramp. Ugly, amazingly ugly girl saw a few. Bue mouth of the school flower froze. I did not see. School flower Nima, these girls even a little bit of the class flower cannot pick out. After class, the fat man followed Bue to get the textbook. The heart of the doubt asked out. Old Mo, is not the school flower did not come came not it does not mean that the school flower in class in the sleep did not sleep while listening to the lesson. It how can you take me to see? Fatty immediately stopped and pulled Bue toward the classroom. Look, that is the school beauty of our class. Bue pointed out the target. Oh my God, Fatty almost didn't faint. Bue pointed to the target. It was the ugliest girl in the class that Fatty had just found, big cake face, toad mouth, collapsed nose, goldfish eyes, but left a head of shawl hair, not to mention, this hair quality is absolutely first class, the body is average, but the waist is quite thin, the legs are very long. The fat man was lost in thought and muttered, look at the back, anxious to kill thousands of horses, fierce back, he retreated from the various vassals. Chapter 58, Another Misunderstanding. There are millions of flowers. The konjac flower can give off a bad odor. You can't say it's not a flower. The school flower is naturally the same. To have temperament has temperament, to have figure has figure, to have appearance has appearance, to have wisdom has wisdom. That is the school flower. Stunning list, looks ugly, ugly has personality. That is also the school flower, only is the pork chop list. You can't say this is not the school flower list. I heard Xiaoying say you want to let us help introduce a school flower. Bue joked. Fatty grabbed Bue's hand and said, joke, absolutely a joke, I should be at this age to study, every day up, how can I waste my studies for emotional matters? Fatty was really scared to death, he did not know whether the school flower will like himself, but if Bue's hand is not on the school flower list, he will not be able to help. Like on their own. But if Mo not for the past to say a word, it is not likely that people will really. Shyly nodded yes down, fleeing seems to be contrary to their own manly nature, but if you stick to the position, it is difficult not to have to come to a hot hand to destroy flowers. Mo not for the look at the fat boy, afraid of the expression, very happy to laugh, think that this fat boy. The same as his wife said, interesting, very interesting. Received the textbook, the fat man back to the classroom. This time can be considered his life in the real first class. The last class he focused on looking for Bue, said the school flower. In fact, listening to the class, whether serious, for the fat man is just a gesture. A child did not go to school, follow the old sorcerer to learn which medicine. Cold was placed in the Western medicine classroom, listening to the lecturer's mouth from the one of the English abbreviated vocabulary, as listening to the same as heavenly writings. Therefore, after only listening for less than 15 minutes, Fatty felt his eyes sinking and fell asleep head first on the class desk. Bue stood on the podium and looked at the sleeping Fatty, helplessly shook his head, before Fang Yuan had already told him that the Fatty was studying witch medicine. Medical skills are not under Fang Yuan and other authorities. In the treatment of terminal illnesses can only be expected to come to the back of, to the class, but just to avoid this kid to go out and get into trouble. Fatty did not know how long he had slept, he only felt that someone was pushing him at the side and opened his eyes in a daze. Fatty wiped his drool and smiled in embarrassment. Class is over. Fatty felt the peace and quiet around him, turned his head to see that he and Mo Bouet were the only two left in the entire classroom, so he asked. It is the end of school is right, the morning class has ended, hurry to go to the cafeteria to eat to go to it at noon in the dormitory to sleep, 2 o'clock in the afternoon class, the course schedule in the file bag inside, their own look at the point, do not know the way to ask the classmates, and, you'd better take this hair well, the reason I understand. Fatty nodded repeatedly. Bid farewell to the old M.O., fat man from the file bag took out the dormitory key, looked at the above dormitory building number, out of the classroom, asked 2 boys, which asked to understand the dormitory building is located, holding the textbook directly walked over. Big noon, the sun hangs in the sky, blinding sunlight pouring down, fat man lowered his head in accordance with the words of the 2 boys. Straight, turn left, then straight, turn right 300 meters, came to the dormitory downstairs. This day, I do not know why, dormitory building in front of the door is not even a person, the doorkeeper of the grandfather also do not know where to run to avoid the summer heat. Fatty can only be heard from the building should be the occasional sound of the tape recorder put out the sound of the female voice songs. Fatty deliberately compared the dormitory building number on the key with the number in front of the dormitory building door. Building D, should be right, Fatty nodded and walked into the dormitory. Just as Fatty's front foot went in, 2 girls came back in company and walked into the dormitory building. 3rd floor, room 323, Fatty took the key and was just about to open the door when he saw that the door was half covered and not closed. Fatty put away the key and pushed the door of the room open with force, then, he saw a scene of spurting blood. A tall girl in the room only wore a white lace panties, the upper body is wearing a matching bra with the panties, the rest of the place is completely uncovered, holding a cartoon patterned teacup is drinking. This girl facing the door is open. Just and the fat man came to a 4-eyed relative. The body is good. Fatty 2 small eyes round, issued a particularly sincere praise. Pervert, a rascal. The girl let out a scream, the teacup in her hand whooshed and flung at Fatty. This technique posed no threat to Fatty. Fatty slowly probed his hand, catching the teacup with a retraction and a twist. Not even a single drop of water was spilled out of the teacup. This student, listen to my explanation, I am not a pervert, much less a hooligan, I may have gone to the wrong dormitory, the cup is returned to you. Fatty explained, while habitually closing the door casually, while holding the cup closer to the girl. 10 seconds later, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open from the outside, then a group of girls in cool clothes rushed in, and put the fat man who had a serious face handing out the cup of water, waiting for the owner of the cup to take the cup to the ground, and then sat in the security room. The fat man's appearance don't mention how miserable, a set of good casual clothes, froze and turned into a strip of beggar's clothes, and his appearance after marching through the primitive forest a few days ago, there is a spell chubby face green a piece of purple apiece, the 2 eye sockets black and blue, hair fell out a handful and a handful, 2 casual shoes have disappeared, 2 socks are left one, but also exposed the big toe. You're that fat guy from the morning, right? The security chief asked uncertainly. The fat man nodded aggressively. You are wrong dormitory, but I looked at the building number is correct. Why go in to become a girl's dormitory? Fatty asked with a crying voice. That, you should go to the D building. That's right. Is the D building. I purposely stand in front of the door control half a day, make sure that it is right before I went in. Fatty said aggrievedly. You went to the B building, the door that building number 2 days ago in the middle of the cross fell, and then engaged in maintenance of these days busy, did not have time to put that cross to install up. Fatty dormitory building to watch the floor of the ant at that time diarrhea to go to the toilet, resulting in fat people into the door when there is no one to stop him, dormitory building at noon even a in and out of people are not, this probability is too small. These 2 probabilities are encountered together. The fat man feels that he should go to buy a lottery ticket, maybe $2 randomly can win a 5 million jackpot. His background is always better than no background to be a lot stronger, this thing to be placed on the background of people, it is estimated to be the first to throw the police station closed for a few days, and then come back to the disciplinary action, demerits, expulsion. Fatty has Fong Yuan's background, this matter has become a misunderstanding, of course, this beating is considered to be in vain. Looking at the fat man with a miserable look of being ganged up on by a wicked woman, Fang Yuan couldn't bear to say anything else, and took the fat man directly to the dormitory, making sure that the fat man would never make a mistake this time, before leaving. The dormitory is good, 4 people a room, are on the top bunk, the bunk is below the desk, placed clothing cabinets in the door at the side of the pendulum at dormitory in the air conditioning, there are fans, there is a restroom. There are already 3 boys in the dormitory, named Lu Xiang's boy is the fat man's classmate, the other 2 boys are from other classes, row of dormitories is considered to be more than one, it is arranged to the same. Fatty, I heard you went into the female dormitory, what did you see? Lu Xiang asked, curiously. The other 2 boys also cast their eyes on the body of the fat man. It seems that the female dormitory is definitely the most mysterious place for boys. Big white legs, big white breasts, small savage waist, said the fat man, breaking his fingers. The 3 boys listened to Fatty's introduction and almost ejected nosebleeds with envy. Envy and jealousy. Ah, Fatty, how come I don't have luck like you? A boy said enviously. Fatty pointed at himself and said, you can also go, but the end is probably a bit more miserable than me. The boy shrank his neck as he looked at Fatty's miserable appearance. Fatty placed the textbook on the desk and walked over to his locker again to open the door. It seemed that Fang Yuan was really ready to let Fatty spend 2 months in school. The casual clothes were all bought according to Fatty's body type, a total of 6 sets, a total of 3 pairs of casual leather shoes, socks and underwear were 3 or 4 dozen. It was estimated that Fatty didn't need to wash them, and it would be enough to wear them for a semester instead. But the fat man is still not happy, slandered, the second master brother do not know to buy clothes and what to buy different colors. Yes, Fang Yuan by simply did not consider so much, of course, mainly because of the fat man's size there, can buy 3 or 4 sets of are considered good, buy 6 sets of simply and hit the big luck. There is no room to choose the color, there is no room to choose the color. But the problem is, 6 sets of casual clothes are a style a color, fat man wear a day or 2 days no problem, but 2 months wear 6 sets of clothes, even if he 1 day a set, in the eyes of others, I'm afraid that will think that fat man simply did not change. And 3 boys greetings, fat man took the meal card and left the dormitory, the lunch meal has not eaten yet, but when the fat man to the canteen only to find out that he missed the meal, the canteen is closed. There is no mistake, oh God, you want to play dead me is it grandma, I do not eat, always okay at hungry meal, I will not be starved to death. Fatty looked at the closed door of the cafeteria and let out a loud roar. Passing students all looked at Fatty with the eyes of a psychopath. Fatty is not afraid of the cold but only afraid of the heat, not afraid of propping up but afraid of starvation, the top of the big sun, hungry, head a little dizzy. Fatty's endurance was not so much, but the problem was that anyone who had been chased around the campus by thousands of people in the morning and then beaten up by a group of evil women would not be much better off than Fatty. This state didn't ease up at all after a short nap, and by the time he got to the classroom, he was seeing things in heavy shadows. Fatty felt like he already had the feeling from Dragon's movie City Hunter, looking at everything looked like delicious food, for example, the white cell phone placed on the table by the classmate on the side. He felt that it should be a cream cake. Wow, for some reason, when the teacher walked into the classroom, the whole classroom immediately resounded with cheers. Fatty's head was dizzy, his eyes glazed over as he looked at his desk, not even lifting his head. Hello everyone, Ms. Lee has gone on maternity leave, so from today onwards, basic medical theory will be taught by me for everyone. The new teacher's voice was crisp and melodious, and the cheers of the crowd of boys raised a lot more decibels. This student, why are you keeping your head down? Fatty felt a shadow blocking the sunlight and slowly raised his head before his eyes settled on the visitor's pair of super boobs. Hamburger. Fatty stuck out his tongue and licked his lips as he slowly got up. Then, in front of the astonished gazes of all the students, Fatty took a bite on the new teacher's boobs. Chapter 59, Messing with Lian Yu again. Fatty destiny will not be a peaceful person, even if he just want to be a peaceful ordinary people, but the fact proves that when the more he wants to be peaceful, there is always trouble to find him. Lian language is also unlucky. Graduate students' temporary substitute class is not a strange thing. In colleges and universities this kind of thing belongs to a very normal, basic theoretical knowledge, just read from the book, as long as you know the words will be able to do, so she came. When Lian Yu saw the fat man, the first thought born is not afraid, but want to take advantage of the fat man as a student. They are the identity of the teacher, a good repair of the fat man, the results of the assault on the chest. Yes, Lian Yu has been completely dumbfounded, although she is a mixed race, but the mixed race are not all do what are open to the people. The least from childhood to learn the Chinese culture of Lian Yu is a very traditional girl, as for the body and dress, cannot say where sexy some is standing on the street said to where sexy some is a street lady. It never experienced this kind of thing. Lotus language in the frozen a few seconds after the release of screaming up, a push fat man's head, but the chest was attacked, a very strange feeling from the chest surging all over the body, pushing and shoving power has become extremely weak, pushed a few times, and stroked the same. Holy shit, fat man, hurry up and let go, oh no, is loose mouth. Lu Xiong was sitting right next to Fatty. Seeing this scene, he yelled and tried to pull Fatty away. Fatty was in a daze and didn't care too much at all. He only knew that this thing was hard with softness, very elastic. After feeling that this soft thing was going to leave the range, he directly reached out and wrapped his arms around Lian Yue and hugged her. Lu Xiong pulled hard on the fatty's arm, but unfortunately it was useless. Two more boys rushed up and joined the team pulling the fat man's arm. Helplessly, the fat man's strength was too great, still useless. Don't pull me, I want to eat a burger. I haven't eaten a burger yet, Fatty said, while vigorously hooping Lian Yu's small waist. These words came out of Fatty's mouth, making the crowd of students feel how it sounded awkward. Fatty, I have bread here, meat fluffy cream bread. Lu Xiong took the bread from the other students and tentatively waved it around Fatty's head. Oh thanks. The fat man smelled the unique aroma of the bread, and naturally let go of Lian Yu and took the bread, not forgetting to say thank you. Lian Yu looked at her own shirt without tears. The left chest of the white shirt was stained with the fat man's saliva, and it had turned into a see-through dress, and the pale yellow lace bra inside was already hidden. Dead Fatty, you're dead. Lian Yu stomped her foot and rushed out of the classroom covering her chest. The fat man swallowed the bread into his stomach in 2 mouthfuls, heard a familiar voice, looked up, didn't even see the silhouette of a person, very puzzled, asked, who's talking? The crowd all fainted. These days there is a modern tool called a cell phone, there is an open place called a forum. No matter what kind of punishment the fat man is going to receive next, at least he is famous. On the first day of school, the first was taken as a fat exposure maniac. Thousands of people chased and intercepted, and finally realized that it was only a similar appearance, a misunderstanding. Then at noon, back to the dormitory, surprisingly entered the B building female dormitory, saw the school flower list first shown Xian only underwear, was a group of angry girls beaten into a pig head, there are photos as evidence, and finally found that, actually another misunderstanding. In the first class of the afternoon, the new substitute teacher hadn't even introduced herself yet, and was attacked by this fat guy with his arm around his small waist and his mouth on his breasts, again with photos as proof, but of course, it should still be a misunderstanding. Lian Yue is an exchange student, although she has Chinese blood, but she is not a Chinese, originally can be a big deal, a small matter of fart, once involved in foreign affairs has become a big deal. Eventually, the school management made a decision in a swift manner. Sun Dawei, because of disrespect for teachers and teachers, remembered once, and recorded in the file, deducted 5 points of conduct. The basic theory of medicine of this course directly do fail, want to get credit, can only wait for the next semester to pay to participate in the remedial examination. Lian Yu was quite satisfied with this result, because she had at least lived in Huaxia Medical University for 2 years, and understood how serious this decision was for a student. A demerit and entry into the file meant that the stain would stay with a person for the rest of their life, making it difficult to find a good job after graduation. Deduction of 5 conduct points, each student's conduct is only 20 points, deducted directly, can pack up and get out. A homework directly failed, makeup exams to pay money, on the fat man that cheap, don't look at the 200 yuan makeup exam fee. Absolutely can be heartbroken to death. This damn fat man. Lotus language satisfied, a group of school leaders also assured. I say old Fong, This time it's really a fluke. Luckily it's a foreign girl who doesn't understand the inner workings of the situation. If it was a teacher from our school, this matter wouldn't have been solved so easily. The vice principal said to Fang Yuan on the other end of the phone. Thanks brother Zhou, go eat seafood at night, my treat. Fang Yuan said with a smile and hung up the phone after setting the time. Muddling, indeed muddling, although Lian Yu knew how serious the disciplinary action added to Fatty was for a student, she had forgotten one thing. Fatty was supposed to be the same tutor as her, but now he was a sophomore, which was naturally due to Fang Yuan's efforts. In a situation like Fatty's, there would be no file left in the school at all. Fatty could only be considered a spectator at best. He didn't have to take the exams, and the school couldn't possibly issue him a graduation certificate. No file, no test scores, and no graduation certificate of the 3 person, and how will care about the demerit, deduction of conduct, course failure. This kind of punishment in the eyes of the Lotus language, the fat man is a bear, but in the class of many boys. In the mind, the fat man did what they dare not do, that is the hero. Fatty really wouldn't be hungry this time, because he had a small mountain of snacks piled up in front of him, enough to fill his stomach. These snacks were all given to him by his classmates who regarded him as a hero. When Lian Yu stepped into the classroom with the class bell ringing, all she saw was Fatty with his head buried in his mouth. Eater, Lian Yu said. I'm afraid that all the people who knew Fatty would make the exact same comment about him. Sun Dawei, this is class time, not afternoon tea time. Lian Yu stood on the podium and said in disgust. Oh, Fatty wiped his mouth and shoved all the snacks on the table inside his desk. Originally, Lian Yu thought that Fatty would definitely fight back. As long as Fatty talked back, that would be bumping into the teacher, and she could go to the school leader to sue Fatty again. Then Fatty would be deducted conduct points a few more times. Without having to do it herself, Fatty could get out of the way. Unfortunately, Lian Yu did not expect that Fatty would actually listen in a low voice, which gave her the feeling of a fist hitting a cotton ball. Sun Dawei, the basic medical theory knowledge that we learned before. Below you answer what is called brain nerves. How many pairs of brain nerves are there in total? Stating their names. Lian Yu spoke. Fatty froze and looked at Lian Yu. In his heart he said, I know an eggplant brain nerve. Please stand up and answer the teacher's question. This is a classroom, not a restaurant, Lian Yu snapped. Fatty rolled his eyes and stood up shakily. All kinds of snack crumbs fell from his body like rain, giving a very sloppy feeling. Please answer. Lian Yu's words were quite polite, but her tone was the exact opposite, with a complete look of a monkey's play. I don't know. Fatty replied honestly. You don't know what you are doing in your usual classes. Such simple basics you don't know. Could it be that you have eaten everything your teacher has taught you inside your stomach? Fatty had the urge to smack this foreign pussy. Cerebral nerves are the peripheral nerves that necklace with the brain. There are 12 pairs in total. Their order and names are olfactory nerve, optic nerve, kinesthetic nerve. Lian Yu didn't even look at the textbook and didn't even knock. She said the answer in one breath. Next you answer again. The small intestine starts and stops there. What is the total length, including which parts? Lian Yu continued to ask. Fatty's mouth was wide open, his jaw nearly dislocated. This question, naturally, he could not answer. The small intestine is the longest part of the alimentary canal, starting from the pylorus of the stomach and ending at the ileocecal valve. The total length of an adult is about 3 to 5 meters. Lian Yu still didn't bother to look at the textbook, and quickly and steadily recited the answer. What is called a virus? Lian Yu asked again after memorizing. Fatty's eyes almost glared out of their sockets. Is this person a memorization machine? Of course, this question. Fatty continued to be dumb. Viruses are a class of non-cellular microorganisms with very small particles, measured in millimeters, simple structure, strict parasitism, and reproduction by replication. Awesome, the students exchanged words and whispers, all of which were overflowing with praise for Lian Yu. This kind of basic medical theory, even if it is a senior-old professor, when answering also have to look at the books from time to time, but Lian Yu did not even move the textbook, standing on the podium, casually asked questions, and the fat man did not respond immediately after the answer, was extremely beautiful voice, matched with her confident expression, bring a person an extremely strong visual impact. Go back to the book to memorize. Tomorrow class I also want to ask you questions, even this most basic knowledge do not know. When you graduate on the job, is not a quack doctor who kills people are said to be a rat shit, spoiled a pot of soup. I see the doctor's profession are by you this kind of uneducated. Know that with the relationship of the back door of the people to get out of the bad Lian Yu was unforgiving and reprimanded Fatty. The entire classroom is silent, all eyes are focused on the body of the fat man. The students are also the first time to hear that the fat man is the backdoor through the relationship in. Originally they thought that the fat man is just an ordinary interlocutor. It is not just memorization of the book is a big thing. Give me a night time, I would like to compete with you, see who memorized more things. Fatty disdainfully said. Fine, if I win, you immediately get out of my class. Lian Yu said with a cold snort. No problem, but what if I win? Fatty asked. You can win as long as you win, the conditions are whatever you want. Lian Yu replied decisively. A bet was set. Chapter 60, The Lotus Language Gambit. Having already satisfied her desire for revenge, Lian Yu also stopped picking on Fatty and began her normal lessons. Fatty picked up the basic medical theory textbook and casually flipped from page to page. Although he mouthed the words, he stayed on each page for less than even 2 minutes. Rather than memorizing the book, it was really better to say that he was just walking around watching the show. Standing on the podium, Lian Yu looked at the fat man's careless appearance, and sneered in her heart. This bet, from the beginning, she was a sure winner. Losing Bolt in the 100-meter race is deservedly the top. If he is allowed to run 5 seconds earlier, ask him if he may lose the race. Then I'm afraid what emerges is even more unreliable and strange than the tortoise and the hare. Lu Xiang. There are a total of several books in this basic theory of medicine. The fat man inquired after class. There are a total of several books. This one we are worried about how to memorize it. If there are 2 more books, still let us live. Lu Xiang replied. Fatty understood, this basic theory of medicine is a total of 1 book. That would be simple. There were 2 courses in the afternoon, 1 course took 2 classes, and because of the fat man's assault on his breasts, Lianhua actually took 1 class, and the first class was spent in the school leader's office suing and waiting for an opinion on what should be done with the fat man. After class, Lian Yu gave a cold grunt to the fat man who was flipping through his books and left the classroom without looking back. Fatty's classmates all gathered around and comforted him with a word from you and a word from me. Fatty, are you crazy to bet with the teacher? Fatty, alright, I'll relax. Lose, can what teacher buy what to take this bet? We go to school to sue her. There's no shame even if you lose. I've asked around, she's an exchange student between a prestigious foreign medical university and our school, and she got her bachelor's degree with full honors. Fatty, we're on top of you. Yeah, Fatty, we got your back. Fatty looked at these classmates that he had only known for less than a day, looked at their warm and caring faces, and listened to their concerned words in his ears. Fatty, who had never had a friend, much less been cared for by a friend, only felt a wave of warmth reverberate in his chest. Don't worry, brothers and sisters, we are not steamed buns to fight for breath. Lose in the fat master my dictionary, there is no loss of this word. Is not a foreign girl. Well, see how the fat master I put her. Flat handful of flat. The fat man arrogant wind hair shouted. Yeah, flatten it, was the howl of Wolfie A. Yeah, handful of squishy, was Wolfie B's growl. Bah, men all. It was a spit in the face of a certain woman who got it. What are you doing? The bell has rung, can't anyone hear me? A male teacher shouted as he walked into the classroom. There was a sparse sound, and the classroom, which had just been as chaotic as a food market, finally quieted down after a few moments of panic. When the last class was about to end with 15 minutes to go, the teacher stopped teaching, closed the textbook, and smiled at the crowd of students with anxious looks on their faces. Don't worry, I also came from your time. I know how pitiful the second cafeteria is at meal time, but we can't release it yet. Wait for another 5 minutes. As long as you guys run a little bit faster, I guarantee that you'll definitely be the first batch of people to get to the second cafeteria. The teacher said with a smile. The crowd immediately issued a cheer. The frightened teacher hastened to press down on the hands, which if the school leader found out cannot be bad, is to deduct the bonus. A hot figure walked into the classroom when there were 12 minutes left until the end of class. Sun Dawei, don't forget our bet. Of course, you can also not come to class tomorrow and never come to my class in the future. Lian Yu first greeted the lecturer and then said to Fatty. Answering Lian Yu was something that Fatty casually threw out, an object that wasn't too fast or too slow, just enough to startle people, but definitely not enough to leave them without a chance to dodge. Lian Yu staggered back, almost sat down on the ground. At the same time, the door of the garbage can sounded a clear sound. The object after hitting the edge of the garbage can did not fall into the garbage can, but landed on the ground. It is a book, a thick textbook, the cover of the basic medical theory, 6 big words especially eye-catching. No need to wait for tomorrow, let's compare now. Fatty slowly stood up and spoke. You're asking for death, Lian Yu thought with an incomparable leap, but on the surface, she put on a disdainful expression and said, fine then, let's begin. Ladies first, how to compare, you make the rules. Fatty said easily. Lian Yu looked at the fat man, sneered, picked up the textbook from the foot, gently patted it and said, by to ask questions, you and I will answer at the same time. The classmates are the referee, who can answer up, who can't answer up is clear at a glance. Yes, fair enough. The fat man said blandly, trouble. The teacher standing on the podium was surnamed Li, but he didn't get the situation at all, and was at a loss until the class president went up and whispered something in his ear, and then he understood, and then took the textbook with interest. Since it's a competition, this 1 inch. Sun Dawei. The squad leader whispered. Come to the stage, Mr. Sun Dawei, so that everyone will be able to see your performance clearly. Smiling, he invited. The students on the side of the fat man immediately walked to the passageway, but the fat man did not pass through the passageway, but gently pressed the desktop with his left hand, and his chubby body unexpectedly rose up in the air, and with a beautiful one-handed flip, he spanned the distance of more than 1 meter between the podium and the desk, and landed steadily on the podium. The way the fat man came out immediately garnered heartfelt cheers and applause from all the students. The fat man waved his hand in a very dignified manner, and the applause and cheers in the class raised several decibels all of a sudden, causing some of the students outside who had been released from school early to gather outside the doors and windows to see what was going on. Let's let you be arrogant for a while, and see how you'll cry later. Lian Yu thought with disdain, standing on the other side of the podium. All set? Asked. Ready. Fatty nodded. Lian Yu, on the other hand, merely nodded her head with a condescending look on her face, as if she had won. So here we go, please answer, what is thrombosis and what is a thrombus? Asked aloud as he casually turned a page. The process of coagulation of blood flowing within the heart or blood vessels of a living body is called. Fatty and Lian Yu spoke almost at the same time, saying the answer in unison, and the two of them were surprisingly word for word, even the pauses in between the beats were exactly the same. Interesting. Not only that, but the students of this class, as well as the growing number of students gathered from outside classes, had already gathered around with wide eyes. What is shock and how many types are there, please answer. Thinking about it, I picked a more complicated one to ask. Shock is defined as the accumulation of metabolic products due to inadequate perfusion of cellular nutrients, and a total of 7 categories: hemorrhagic shock, anaphylactic shock, fluid loss shock, and infectious shock. There was a chorus of awestruck voices. Even I can't memorize this question. A male voice said. Hello Mr. Joe. The student on the side craned his head to see the stunned greeting. Shook, keep watching the play. This Mr. Zhao is also a wonderful person. What are the emergency measures that should be taken during resuscitation? Ask again. Decubitus lying flat, head tilted to one side, tapping 4 to 5 times in the precordial area. Solely waiting until they had finished answering and then starting to ask questions that had covered 5 major categories and spanned the entire textbook. The unhurried pace of Lian Yu's speech and the powerful sense of confidence she herself brought to the table was amazing. And even more amazing is the performance of the fat man. This guy even learned the lotus language, hands clasped in the small abdomen, feet outside the 8 standing, head slightly raised. This action is like a black earth uncle demonstrated stomach pain in general, but the fat man's answer is not discounted at all. There is no wrong word, not to mention not to think about it for a moment. As this textbook has been imprinted in his mind, he is only reading from the textbook. Sweat began to break out on Lian Yu's forehead and the tip of her nose. Her mind had begun to panic. The questions she had asked of Fatty in class before had made her absolutely sure that Fatty couldn't answer even the most basic and simple of questions. But after just 2 classes, this Fatty was as if he had changed into a different person. Could it be that someone prompted him? Lian Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. Please wait. Lian Yu spoke up at the thought. Smiling, he nodded and paused for questions. I suspect someone prompted you, so I suggest it's best if we answer the questions face to face, Lian said sternly. The fat man shrugged indifferently. Lian Yu quickly walked up to the fat man, and since the two of them were about the same height, Lian Yu stood directly face to face with the fat man. The 2 men looked at each other, and it was as if the crowd saw fiercely flashing electric sparks and heard the characteristic thundering sound of electric sparks. Please answer. The questioning began again. The fat man still had the same expression as just now, still spoke at the same speed as just now, not too fast and not too slow, as if he was waiting for Lian Yu to think and then answer, and Lian Yu's answer, apparently, began to appear to be stagnant. After all, the human brain is not a computer. Those who can memorize the Xinhua dictionary are all rank bulls. Lian Yu is a genius, but she is not. This textbook, if she is allowed to review it for a day, she can almost answer all of them, but she knows very well that Fatty only memorized it for only 2 sessions, compared to her, a genius. Fatty is definitely 1 inch. What is the mechanism by which mannitol decreases intracranial pressure? Again. Panic appeared in Lian Yu's eyes, and the fat man did not speak directly, but looked at Lian Yu with interest, and waited until Lian Yu avoided his gaze, before he answered with a flourish. Dextrose is a dehydrated polymerization of many glucose molecules, whose molecular weight is similar to plasma proteins, and so it can't pass through the capillaries, and is not easy to be excreted from the kidneys, and stays in the vasculature for a long time, and it serves to increase colloid osmotic pressure, thereby increasing blood volume. Answer complete, Ms. Lian Yu, you lost. Fatty summarized with a smile. Lian Yu was unconvinced both in her mouth and in her heart, but she had really lost, and in full view of everyone, she didn't even have a chance to deny it. I'll give you a day to dress up, and tomorrow night, treat me to a big, candlelit dinner. Oh, the fat man proudly spelled out his conditions. Oh, all the students let out a cheer that rang out. Chapter 61 Cafeteria Experience. After Lian Yu left, the crowd's enthusiasm still hadn't dissipated, and the one on the podium seemed to think of something and shouted into the small microphone, all disperse, all disperse. None of you are hungry, are you? The students then responded. Shit, this is bad. What time is it? The front, walk faster, I do not want to eat it. The students who had just been crowded with onlookers dispersed in the blink of an eye, and the classroom was empty all of a sudden. Could it be that someone is going to give out money? Fatty didn't even realize what was happening and stood puzzled, looking at the empty classroom. Fatty, you're good. Patting Fatty's shoulder, he laughed. A fluke, a fluke. Fatty said modestly. You're not leaving yet, he asked, walking to the door and turning around. Go. School's out, after dinner, replied the smiling man. The fat man then reacted, howled miserably after going out the door, and ran quickly to the main door of the school building. At noon, because of a group of evil women wildly beat a meal, missed the meal time, the fat man only because of hunger dizzy head and provoked the lotus language. Of course, even if there is no hunger dizzy head, I am afraid that the lotus language is absolutely not easy to let go of the fat man. So it was only now that Fatty came to the cafeteria to eat for the first time in his life. When Fatty arrived at the second cafeteria, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. The whole 4 long lines of people from the cafeteria, stretching more than 10 meters, is slowly moving forward. Look at this situation, at least there must be hundreds of thousands of people, which if the step-by-step queue, at least 1 or 2 hours to line up. Fatty felt that with his reputation and status among the students of Huaxia Medical University, he shouldn't have any problem inserting a small team to clip a small plug, but the cruel reality defeated him. Fatty had only just taken a step towards the middle of one of the queues, and the students who had just been cheering and cheering for Fatty glared angrily. Someone wants the front. Someone wants the front. Someone wants the back. Someone wants the back. The fat man fled. It didn't matter if he was beaten up, it was more than worth it to have his innocence slandered by a girl who looked like Furong and a girl who looked like Phoenix. Fatty, here. Fatty was crying and preparing to get to the end of the line when a familiar voice rang in his ears. Lu Xiang is waving from the center of the lineup. The fat man looked around while cautiously coming to Lu Xiang and asked with apprehension, "It's not good to jump the queue, is it? I'm helping you take your place, so you don't count as cutting in line." Lu Xiang replied. Seeing that the others did not have any objections, the fat man wanted to stand behind Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang took hold of the fat man and yanked him to his feet. Fatty understood over, dared to say that this insertion is also a technical work, both to insert everyone does not oppose, but also insert it as a matter of course, you must take every aspect into account to be able to do, especially the psychological factors. Standing behind Lu Xiang would make the person who had been looking at the back of Lu Xiang's head feel like there was an extra person in front of him, while standing in front of Lu Xiang would not have this feeling. Today is miserable, when the line reaches us, there will definitely be no good food. Lu Xiang sighed as he looked at the line of dozens of people in front of him. Not so much, the fat man marveled. Why not? You don't know. There is a big difference between one step earlier and one step later, Lu Xiang explained for Fatty after refuting his words. There were 4 cafeterias in Huaxia Medical University. The third cafeteria was the faculty, staff, and minority students' cafeteria, while the other 3 were only the students' cafeteria. Due to the expansion of enrollment, the cafeteria was still as big as ever, but the number of people who ate had increased significantly. While the amount of meals has increased corresponding to the increase in numbers, this is where the problem arises. The rice is counted by tael, and the dish is counted by portion. 1 shovelful is 2 tael of rice, and 1 spoonful is 1 portion of dish. The chef responsible for beating the rice and dishes is also the master of watching people. See the beautiful little girl, lovely young man, smooth boys and girls. A shovel down is 3-2 rice to collect 2-2 money, a steady spoonful of dishes, guaranteed to eat full. But if you encounter a crooked gourd, or the chef will always be in a bad mood a few days a month, a spatula down a 2½ of the rice on the sneer, a spoonful of vegetables in the process of out of the pot into the plate, shaking on the 2, a dish becomes half a portion. Eat, always have to eat, if not enough to eat. How to replay the rice and food, chanting queue if you will be pointed at by 1,000 people, requeue it, so long queue, and so long queue, and so on the line to the time. It is estimated that the front to eat that point of the thing are digested clean. There is a policy at the top and a solution at the bottom, and after 1 or 2 times, the solution is naturally worked out. Girls' small meals do not matter. Boys playing rice is generally more called 2-2 rice, and then more called half a portion of the dishes, 1 or 2 nothing. A lot of people, a meal is obviously not enough to eat, row in the back, and so on. When the turn to pick up a little soup is good, if there are pork ribs, stewed potatoes, braised meat and other good dishes, and even the soup is not left. At this time, Fatty saw that on the other side of the cafeteria's food port, there were 2 separate food ports, with only a handful of people in line, in stark contrast to the long lines on this side. Lu Xiang, what's the meaning over there? Fatty asked strangely. Aristocrats, hit the dish mouth. Lu Xiang skimmed his mouth. Aristocrats, the fat man asked in shock. Over there is the small stove, beating mouth, you can order food. Lu Xiang introduced. Aristocrats hit the window. Focus is not aristocratic, but expensive. Cafeteria cooking, star hotel food prices, a plate of shredded potatoes in the roadside restaurant up to $5, no $8 here. Don't even think about it, of course, and the taste is certainly better than the ordinary. Hit the window of the cauldron to a lot of good, and if there are more people, you can go into the inside of the small box dining. Fatty looked at the front, at least more than 30 people, and then look at that side has been empty no one. Pull Lu Xiang left the queue, come on, I'll treat you tonight, let's be aristocratic too. Lu Xiang wants to shirk, but the strength of the fat man that is anyone can resist. In order to avoid being dragged forward on the ground by the fat man, Lu Xiang can only undertake the good intentions of the fat man. Aristocrat cooking window really has a great difference with the ordinary. Responsible for cooking is a beautiful little girl. Inside the dishes are rich in variety, mainly meat, and even see the river seafood, the staple food in addition to rice. There are a variety of pasta. Look at the fat man's mouth watering. Braised pork, sweet and sour pork, soft fried pork, soy sauce elbow fatty a breath of almost 10 meat dishes, which is responsible for playing dishes and the little girl dumbfounded turned his head and asked Lu Xiang said, "What do you like to eat?" Lu Xiang, 1971, Chinese Vice President and Chairman of the National Assembly. How about some veggies? Fatty asked. Lu Xiang nodded blankly. Smooth tenderloin. Fatty, this is a meat dish. Lu Xiang corrected. Isn't there a cucumber in there? The fat man said rightfully. Lu Xiang then realized, dare in the eyes of the fat man, there are accessories of the dish is vegetarian dishes, pure meat is meat dishes, ah. A total of 14 dishes, more than $200, the fat man took out his meal card and handed it over. Hey, you're a faculty meal card, the little girl who was serving the food said curiously. I can't pay the bill, the fat man asked in alarm. Yes, and half price. The little girl playing with the food replied. Half price, the fat man asked, again alarmed. The school's internal meal subsidy for faculty and staff is half price for all meals at cafeterias other than the 3 cafeterias. The little girl who was serving the food patiently explained, so that's how it is. Fatty nodded his head as he rubbed his bare chin. Then let's have another dog meat casserole, and yes, what's that one over there called is the hot pot with egg dumplings all over the inside, want one of those too. Lu Xiang, 1971, Chinese Vice President and Chairman of the National Assembly. The little girl in charge of the food. Hubby, I saw the dead fat guy who broke into my dorm at noon. Zhang Zian, who was number 1 on the school flower list and had been looked at by the fat man, whispered to her boyfriend. To be able to become the first boyfriend of the school flower list, naturally cannot be as simple as an ordinary student, otherwise it would have long been beaten by envious and jealous boys who could not take care of their own lives. Zhang Zian's boyfriend's name is Sun Fei, one of the 6 gentlemen of Shangjing. His family is engaged in real estate, richer than those coal bosses in Xishan province. Sun Fei, who should have been a regular customer in the small box, suddenly had a whim to take his girlfriend and a group of followers to occupy a whole table in the cafeteria hall today, and because of this, it was only because of this that Zhang Zian caught the fat man who had looked at her body naked. Who? Sun Fei stormed, close to shooting up. Zhang Zian stretched out her slender hand and pointed in the direction of the small box. Sun Fei twisted his head to look, just in time to see a chubby back disappearing into the passage leading to the small box. Go. Sun Fei got up and greeted, leading a group of followers, whooping and hollering as they marched towards the small box. Fatty and Lu Xiang looked at the table full of good food with 4 eyes. After the waiter left and closed the door, the two immediately waved their chopsticks and started to move. The flavor is really good, Lu Xiang couldn't help but praise after just 1 bite. Indeed delicious, pack what you can't eat in a while, and get 2 bottles of white wine, take it back to the dormitory as a midnight snack. Fatty nodded. Just at this time, the box door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. The reason why the small box is called a small box, because the area is not big. Lu Xiang is about 1 meter 6'7" tall, in the boys counted as relatively short, sitting on a chair cannot reach the opposite side of the dish, so he simply stand up, turn around and clip the food. Eat is also quite cheerful. When the door was kicked open, Lu Xiang was turning his back to the door, pouting his buttocks and bending over to eat his vegetables. This door with a strong wind hit Lu Xiang's buttocks heavily, only about 100 pounds of small body. There is no control of the center of gravity of Lu Xiang, in the power of this door to fall forward only to hear the clattering sound in succession. The table board overturned. The table full of dishes, except for the elbow and sauce held by the fat man's. left hand, all snapped on the ground and Lu Xiang's body, head and face. The small box was in a mess. Fatty took the elbow in sauce, looked at Lu Xiang who was lying on the ground moaning in pain, then looked at the good dishes that had just been served and he had not yet eaten around, then looked at the handsome boy with a ruthless expression, and Zhang Ziyan who was the #1 person on the school's flower list that he almost didn't recognize when he put on his clothes, and his anger value suddenly exploded. Return my dish. The fat man yelled, took a step over Lu Xiang who was pressed by the table board, waved the soy sauce elbow in his hand, and madly chopped his head towards the group of uninvited guests. Lu Xiang struggled and lifted the tabletop aside, jumping up from the floor and joining the fray with a strange cry. For the fat man, you can beat him, scold him, but never move his food. In the eyes of the fat man, food is second only to the existence of parents, relatives, and brothers, and even ranked before the beautiful women. This shows how exaggeratedly important food is to fat people. 21. Chapter 62, Barbecue Black Shop. Sun Fei is also unlucky, watching the fat man swinging the sauce elbow to the head, immediately raised his hand over the top to try to block, but never thought that the fat man in the sauce elbow is about to hit Sun Fei's head, suddenly realized that this is the sauce elbow, the only food left to eat at the current time, and so retrieved the sauce elbow. Empty right fist smashed in Sun Fei's left eye socket. Sun Fei screamed miserably, his head was smashed backward, but the action has just been made, felt a pain in the calf, was fat man kicked again from the backward into a forward lunge. The result is just to meet the fat man topped over the rounded belly. The poor head was a powerful rebound back, lying on the ground half a day did not react. Sun Fei temporarily lost combat power, and those of his followers. It is even more not the opponent of the rage in the fat man as if incarnation of Zhao Zilong, single-handedly killed a 7-7 out. The entire passageway in addition to the school flower first Zhang Ziyan is still standing, leaving Fatty Zhao and can only be counted as a sitter. Completely to make a hilarious Lu Xiang is still standing. Fatty was never one to suffer, and after taking care of these fighting rookies, he quickly walked over to Sun Fei and sat his butt on his stomach. Sun Fei, who was already miserable, wailed and nearly fainted as he rolled his eyes. The fat man simply ignored the panda-eyed Sun Fei, probed his hand and fumbled around, pulling his wallet out of Sun Fei's pocket. This meal is 302, half price for faculty and staff. You're not a faculty member so I have to take back 302. Hee all of them are 100 then I'll take 400. The extra 80 is considered as a mental damage fee, right? I have to take an extra 100, and the cost of cleaning the clothes has to be counted. Fatty chanted while taking out $500 in Sun Fei's devastated gaze, in Zhang Ziyan's shocked and scared gaze, and left. Dead fatso, you're dead. Sun Fei gritted his teeth and viciously shouted. Fatty, those dishes there are a lot of did not fall on the ground it so do not really is too wasteful. That soft fried tenderloin does not stain wet ash, blow it clean. Lu Xiang followed behind the fat man read, because if the fat man does not go back, he simply do not dare to go back alone, otherwise it is not to send the door to ask for a beating. Let's go outside to eat. When I came to observe, there are several alleys inside all small restaurants. This 100 is for you to wash your clothes. The remaining 400 is enough for both of us to have a good meal. Fatty handed $100 to Lu Xiang, opened his mouth to say the reason for leaving. Lu Xiang waved his hand and said, not just a piece of clothing, well go back and soak with washing powder, a wash will be clean. This money I cannot want. Let you take it and you take it, anyway, it's the bastard's money, don't want it for nothing. Fatty smiled and stuffed the money into Lu Xiang's pocket. Lu Xiang instantly became at a loss for words. Hurry up, go back to the dormitory to clean up and call those two brothers to go out to eat together. Fatty laughed. That's fine, a moment when the checkout is not enough money you cannot pay out of your own pocket to make up for it. This money is counted as checkout with. Lu Xiang said. Fatty nodded in agreement. The dormitory is empty. Lu Xiang called the phone of one of them, learned that these two are preparing to take their girlfriends to the video hall to watch a movie. Of course, watching a movie is false. Do something inappropriate for children is true. In this case, not to mention have eaten dinner. Even if it is not eaten, I am afraid that the mind will not be put on the meal. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, Lu Xiang followed the fat man and walked towards the outside of the campus. All universities around the consumer places specifically for the student body, eating, drinking, and playing everything, such as a most basic and simple to eat, rich can go to the decoration of a slightly elaborate restaurant, dormitory brother a few to get together can go to the stalls, small couples want to play the mood, you can go to the Western-style restaurants and cafes, want to play bold open-air barbecue, want to be low-key, there is also a low-profile noodle shop to choose from this. Land boundary is located in the center of the university town, the stores on both sides of the main street inches of land, a year's rent is the major banks, mobile Unicom and other monopolies can afford to rent, the main street on both sides of the interlocking alleys, it is the students most often go to the place. In addition to breakfast, every meal time, all the crystal food stores here will be full. Fat man and Lu Xiang from the head of the alley almost to the end of the alley, finally saw a business slightly cold restaurant, from the glossy and transparent floor-to-ceiling glass can be seen, the spacious and bright hall only 2 or 3 tables of guests, look at the dress of these guests. It seems that it is not a student either. Barbecue City, let's eat barbecue. How Fatty saw the name of the signboard of this restaurant, immediately asked with glowing eyes. Lu Xiang originally did not have much pursuit in terms of food, it did not matter at all what he ate, so naturally he nodded repeatedly. The two pushed their way in side by side, neither noticing that a man who had followed them since they left the dorm pulled out his cell phone. As soon as he walked through the gate, Fatty took 2 hard and deep breaths. Barbecue City really lived up to its name, the aroma of all kinds of seasonings mixed with barbecued meats diffused in the air, giving people a mouth-watering feeling. Fatty casually picked an empty table and sat down, and immediately an attentive and pretty waitress came up with a menu. Both of you, the waiter asked attentively as he placed the menu on the table and picked up the teapot to pour tea for the teacups in front of the two. The fat man nodded, picking up the menu and flipping through it. Menu is a variety of grilled food, the price is not only not expensive at all, more should be called cheap is right, a string of lamb kebabs only $1. Just entered the alleyway when the fat man deliberately asked a street barbecue stall, a string of lamb kebabs at least to $1.05. How come there are so few customers when it's so cheap? Fatty asked, casually. The light in the waiter's eyes flickered, smiled, and said, it may be that our boss got the positioning of the restaurant wrong, the decor is too good to be true, but it's a cheap barbecue business, so the guests feel that this place is extraordinarily expensive before they even enter the door, and they all don't dare to come in. Fatty nodded, I think so. This price is cheaper than the outside barbecue stalls. So, lamb kebabs first 30 strings, 4 strings of lamb waist, 2 strings of grilled squid, what is the little white dragon? Lamb's whip. The waitress replied immediately. Oh, then come 2 skewers. Well, have not eaten, as a taste, anyway, vegetables $3 a string, not expensive. Fatty nodded. The fat man's mouth kept going, and various kebabs were ordered in a flowing stream. Enough is enough. Lu Xiang saw that the fat man showed absolutely no sign of stopping, and hurriedly grabbed the fat man's arm and reminded in a low voice. Fatty did some math, the things he just ordered all counted less than $200, so he nodded and said, that's all, not enough to say. The waiter answered and left quickly with the menu of recipes. The food was served neither too fast nor too slow, and after 5 minutes, the most easily cooked grilled pupa was served first, followed by 1 or both of the skewers every 2 or 3 minutes. At the entrance of the alley, Sun Fei met the follower he had sent to follow Fatty. It's really in Barbecue City? Sun Fei asked. Young Fei, absolutely right, I watched the 2 of them go in and order the food, they didn't run away. The follower replied. Barbecue, this time, let's see how I'm going to burn them both, grill them both. Sun Fei coldly snorted, took out his cell phone, rummaged through the contact list and found a number to dial. After getting an affirmative answer, only then did Sun Fei lead more than 30 young men and women who didn't look like students at first glance towards the alley. Along the way, he encountered quite a number of young men and women who had finished their meals, and as soon as they saw these guys who weren't good, they immediately dodged to the side of the road, fearing that they would get into trouble. Isn't that Sun Fei? It looks like someone else is going to have bad luck today. What's the bad luck? Didn't you see those people following behind Sun Fei? Those are all Dexing Society's fighters. Don't tell me you don't know about Dexing Society. Nonsense, how can I not know? This area is the venue of the Taking Association. Amidst the whispers of the two students at the roadside stand, Sun Fei led the group to quickly approach the barbecue city. In the barbecue city, Fatty was feasting on barbecue with Lu Xiang, not even realizing that a big disaster was on the horizon. The glass door of the barbecue city was pushed open from the outside. Sun Fei walked in with more than 30 people. Lu Xiang felt bad when he saw that the leader was actually Sun Fei, who had been put down by the fat man in a single shot in the cafeteria. It's fine, let's eat ours. Fatty looked back and comforted without a care in the world. Sun Fei and the others didn't gather around when they came in, but divided themselves into 6 or 7 tables, ordered kebabs and drinks, and acted as diners, and the 2 or 3 tables of guests that had been there before, casually greeted the crowd that had come in. Lu Xiang looked at Sun Fei's group of people. Always look over from time to time a glance, heart panicked to speed up the speed of food. If not, the fat man has not finished eating, he has the idea of immediately leave. Fatty was a fast eater, and it was only about half an hour before a pile of bamboo sticks for skewering ingredients was left on the table. How much is the total? The fat man pulled $400 out of his pocket and split it into 2 ready to pay. A total of $1,850. Don't bother with the change, you can just give $1,008. The waiter was still the same one from earlier, but what he said scared Lu Xiang. What, $1,800 just now? We ordered those kebabs, even less than $200, how did it become $1,800? Lu Xiang argued. We don't miscalculate, if you don't believe me count again. The waitress kept her smile and placed the menu on the table. Lu Xiang opened a look. The name of the kebabs in the recipe, the illustration of the introduction are exactly the same, only in the price, but more than a zero. $1 a string of lamb kebabs, turned into $10, $3 a string of small white dragons, and now it has become $30. You guys, this is fraud. Lu Xiang shouted. Fraud? I also said that you slandered it. You guys didn't read the prices on the menu clearly yourselves. Do you want to blame us? Blame us also, Ching. You guys spit out everything you ate as it is, then this meal is as good as my treat. The waiter said with a cold smile. Even idiots understand why the business of this barbecue restaurant is not good. Not like the waiter, said the owner, in the decoration and business scope of the wrong position, but this is simply a black store, caught a black one, over time. No, the insider will not come back, and these people who have been knocked once naturally will not let their friends to come. This business can be good is really strange. You're a black store. I'm going to go to the Consumer Association to complain about you. Lu Xiang was still struggling. Complaints are not small. You today, if you can get out of the door, love to go there to complain, but if you cannot afford to pay the money, humph, a strong man said while walking out from the staircase, along with his humming. In addition to Sun Fei and the fat man duo, all the young men all stood up. Will be 2 people surrounded in the middle of it. Fatty, aren't you bullish? If you can't pay, old black will clean you up first, then it's my turn to settle the score with you. I'll put my word down this day, you'll either have to break an arm or a leg. Sun Fei stood up and walked over to the table where the fat man was, sneering as he put down his harsh words. You, Sun Fei, we are all classmates. You, Lu Xiang stammered. Just now in the second cafeteria. Is your kid on the way out? Kicked me 2 feet at this person other cannot, on the memory is good, rest assured, this day the fat man cannot run away, you likewise cannot run away, this person is still very reasonable, other people on my good 1 point, I'll be on other people's good 10 points, other people on my bad 1 point, I naturally have to return back to the 10 points. Sun Fei disdainfully said. Lu Xiang's eyes rolled, kicked Fatty with his foot at the bottom of the table. And after Fatty looked at him, he jumped up violently, pounced on the black stout man who was obviously the leader, and held the black stout man in a deadly embrace, yelling, Fatty, run. Lu Xiang froze everyone with this outburst. Chapter 63. The entire barbecue city lobby resounded with booming laughter, and Lu Xiang then saw that the fat man was still sitting in his seat, not even moving. Black strong man. Will Lu Xiang's small body thrown on the ground, thumbs up, small kind of quite enough righteousness on the basis of your righteousness, this day double packing, but also run look at this dead fat quail like, can run there. The crowd laughed again. Fatty shook his head slightly as he looked at Lu Xiong, who was being held down on the ground but still kept struggling, and pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. I can make a call and have the money sent, right? The fat man asked. Dead fat man want to call people dream it mess with Fei Xiao, you do not want to walk out in one piece this day, black strong man angrily shouted. Xiao He, let people fight, we can also fight. Call people well, let this dead fat man extinguish his hope, we also play a little more fun. Sun Fei said with a cold smile. The black burly man said, if young Fei tells you to fight, you fight, I'd like to see who can be more powerful than the people young Fei has summoned in this realm. Fatty dialed the phone and said casually, Hound dog, didn't you say you were going to treat me to a game barbecue? I found a barbecue that is quite authentic, that is, the price is not too authentic. Bring the brothers who are fine to come over to have a midnight snack. I'm at the Chinese Medical University this side of the restaurant called Barbecue City. Fatty hung up the phone when he finished speaking and sat there quietly. Sun Fei also took out his cell phone and dialed. Hey brother Chong, I'm in the small black here, there is a dead fat man, his uncle is a doctoral tutor of the Chinese Medical University, nothing too big background, actually dare to pull people over brother Chong. You want to come over? This is also too much to kill the chicken with a bullseye into. Sun Fei hung up the phone, looked at the fat man, sneered, dead fat man, this time you are dead. Strong brother said that recently this period of time to run out of a lot of jumping out of the clowns, each think they are over the river dragon, not kill one or two sacrifice flag, others will think we Dexing will be a wimp. Fatty shrugged indifferently, and in his heart, he couldn't help but begin to mourn for that unseen Chong. The first to arrive is the Hound, a group of people, they happen to be in these days in the rest period, every day in addition to training or training, are about to die of boredom, received the fat man's call, all the personnel without the task all rushed over Yoho, also really a bit of dependence, but now it is a dragon crossing the river, in a moment let you become a worm crossing the stream. Sun Fei sat by the floor-to-ceiling window and said with a cold smile. Black strong man looked at the fat man called helpers, disdainful skimmed his mouth, these people are all small flat head, but does not look strong, count on a few strong people, are wearing bandages, dare to say this is a minor injury is not a line of fire fights will not be because you are injured on you mercy. Being Sun Fei called brother Chong's mob boss and Hound dog they walked back and forth, this side of the Hound dog has not yet opened his mouth to ask the fat man the details of the matter, brother Chong has arrived. Brother Chong, Sun Fei walked over and shook hands with the burly man at the head who wore a large thick gold chain around his neck. Dare to mess up in my Huang Chong's place, okay, not a small amount of guts. Chong walked to the place where there were still 5 or 6 meters away from Fatty and the others and stopped, and smoothly sat back, and there was a junior who was already familiar with his habits and placed the chair just right behind Chong's buttocks. Chong Huang Chong, Hound asked, frowning as he opened his mouth. Just as Chong was about to respond, he heard the Hound spread his hands and said, what place came out of the stupid child, nothing to pretend what the boss, to see you mixed up is not easy, hurry up and let the men disperse, do not ask for trouble. The Hound's words immediately caused a group of Chong's men to raise their voices in anger, and a few others were about to rush up to start work with sticks and machetes. All stand still. With a single voice, Chong made the men who had already rushed up to him stop on the spot, showing great management skills. The entire 200 square meters of space in the lobby on the first floor of Barbecue City was already full of people, and other than Sun Dawei and Hound Dog's gang, the rest of the 100 or so people were all of brother Chong's men. Little flat head, you mix there of here also have you arrogant space go Black Road, on the capital city inside who do not know strong brother's big name, to go White Road, humming master, casually pull out a bank card out, enough to smash over you 30 to 50 times. Sun Fei walked to the side of brother Chong, coldly smiled and opened his mouth. Fatty, I dare say your boy is looking for us to take care of the trouble, Hound asked with a smirk. With an innocent expression on his face, Fatty shrugged his shoulders and said, actually, I really did invite you guys over for a barbecue. Hound smiled and did not say much, from his arms pulled out a black silver-edged credit card placed on the table in front of the fat man, pointing the credit card said, "The tale of the last mission are clean, someone to collect the goods. This is the money obtained from the sale of goods. We are brothers, clear accounts, a 9 open, you a wee 9. You will only have to participate in the mission as long as how much money you get according to this rule." As soon as Sun Fei saw this credit card, his pupils contracted violently. This credit card is not like the ordinary credit card issued by those few banks in the country, which is common where there is union pay in the country, and is blind when it comes to foreign countries. This kind of black credit card is the joint guarantee of several of the most famous international banks, issued by the Swiss bank, and can be used by large banks in almost all countries around the world, without a certain status and position, not to mention to run out of such a credit card. Not even the opportunity to see. The reason why Sun Fei recognizes this card is because last time he accompanied his father and an aristocratic foreigner with a ducal title to dinner. At the end of the foreigner is to use this kind of credit card to swipe the checkout. His father wanted to do this kind of card, but the bank side of the people directly refused to turn off, and very nonchalantly said that the rich and powerful people do not qualify to get this kind of credit card. "Oh, your boss come not?" Fatty asked. Casually stuffed the credit card into his pocket, the sense of casualness, as if stuffed into the pocket is nothing more than buy things back, a few change, a few coins. "Almost there, I think," replied the Hound, looking at his watch. Fatty and Hound this side is chatting like no one else. Over there the glass door was pushed open, a body concave and convex, very hot, but the appearance is as delicate as a doll, like a beautiful youthful beauty walked in, a small dress so that she is like a princess, general eye-catching. A pair of crystal high-heeled sandals make her delicate figure more tall. The eyes of the crowd of burly men immediately lit up. A beauty of this caliber was not something that could be seen at any time. Among the crowd, Sun Fei's eyes were the brightest. His saliva was about to flow out. Just by looking at this beautiful woman, Sun Fei felt that the fire of desire in his body was like being drenched with gasoline, and his pants had already erected a tent. This beauty, who else could it be if not Tang Yen? Tang Yen, carrying a customized Hermes platinum bag, passed through the crowd of burly men like no one else was watching, trying to walk to the fat man, but unexpectedly a man stepped out across the street and blocked the way. "Hello miss, my name is Sun Fei, one of the 6 dukes of Shengjing. I'm very pleased to meet you. I wonder if I can make friends with Miss." Sun Fei had a gentlemanly demeanor, but unfortunately, the tent that the lower half of his body was holding up betrayed his nature. "When did the 6 dukes of Shengjing come up and call themselves dukes?" Tang Yen gave Sun Fei a disgusted blank look and said disdainfully. Fatty secretly laughed. In the eyes of Tang Yen, a real lady, even if Sun Fei's family of nearly 10 billion, and how can the tycoon is tycoon, only to be able to continue for 3 generations, the essence of the tycoon will be fundamentally changed. Obviously, Sun Fei has not yet arrived at that standard yet. After Tang Yen finished speaking, she didn't bother to pay attention to Sun Fei, who had an angry look on his face and called out, "Fatty, didn't you say you were having a barbecue? Where's the barbecue?" "Barbecue old me is going to burn and roast you today. I want to see if you'll still be this high and mighty in bed," Sun Fei said with a cold smile, probing his hand to grab Tang Yan's small hand. Although Tang Yen in the Tinglong inside the force value is the lowest and weakest, but in front of Sun Fei, she is just like an absolute master. Slender jade hand a probe, after the first to catch Sun Fei's wrist, downward pressure. With a clicking sound of bones breaking, Sun Fei involuntarily fell to his knees in front of Tang Yen, then from his mouth came a dismal scream that did not sound like a human voice. Tang Yen, this hand of small capture, immediately let Chang a group of people have a feeling of amazement. This move to make too much time, but also too authentic, especially with soft to conquer hard, and then from soft to hard timing is very good. Just stuck in Sun Fei, old force has gone, new force has not yet born. That eye of the knuckle, which caused a fracture situation. And among Fatty's gang, there wasn't even one person who was surprised. Hound, their force value is much higher than Tang Yen. This move if they use, the effect will be more obvious, of course. Then Sun Fei will not just fracture so simple. Fat man, well, he grew up, the scourge of all the beasts of the Golden Phoenix Mountain for 18 years, every day to practice is to break the bones of the thing. Small tackle is very powerful, but not powerful enough to let him marvel at the degree. As for Lu Xiong students, has long been scared not to move, lest a look over into a fight fuse, so from the ground after climbing up, have been lowered there do not dare to look at it. Such an ordinary figure, family history of ordinary coward, just made a hug a big man, will escape to the fat man's feet, that is how a kind of temperament, how a kind of bravery, how a kind of sacrifice if he and the fat man is a small that is okay, but the problem is that he and the fat man only know less than a day Maybe when Lu Xiong pounced on him, he wanted to merely let the fat man escape, but he was able to make such a move. In the fat man's view, it represented a different meaning before in the classroom, in the dormitory, in the cafeteria. It was an ordinary classmate relationship, at most, it was just a friend who did not have a deep friendship, but when he pounced on him, to the fat man, the relationship directly became a brother. You're not small in guts, I have so many brothers here. You even dare to make a move to injure Fei Xiaocheng narrowed his eyes and said in a chilling voice using the most classic line from that movie definitely describes what Kung is feeling at this moment. I only guessed the beginning, but not the end. Only halfway through Cheng's sentence, Tang Yan let go of Sun Fei and pulled out a palm-sized, silver, exquisite, shiny lady's pistol from her expensive little bag, and casually pressed it against Cheng's brow. Chapter 64, Sun Fei's Reinforcements. Huang Chun has been on the road for more than 20 years, from a small gangster to a mob boss with hundreds of men under his command, owning more than 10 stores and controlling hundreds of stores, receiving millions of dollars every month in rent and protection fees alone, so it can be said that he has not seen anything, and has not experienced anything. Taking a lighter out to scare people, don't I have a real one? Cheng smiled disdainfully and opened his shirt to reveal the 5.4 pistol he had spent a fortune getting through smuggling channels that he had stuck in his belt. Ping Tang Yen also did not speak. Direct wrist flick, pull the trigger. The sight of the Sun Fei also covered the broken hand they're howling. This shot directly hit the thigh. The injury is more serious than the broken hand, but the Sun Fei's howl has completely disappeared, and even the moaning of the grunts are gone. The hot muzzle of the gun was reattached to Cheng's brow. A white smoke with the aroma of roasted meat came out from the muzzle and brow, and Cheng was completely dumbfounded. Just Cheng's judgment and speculation. In fact, there is nothing wrong. China is the world's private ownership of firearms management is one of the most stringent countries, and military personnel, unless it is to carry out dangerous tasks, otherwise simply not allowed to be equipped with firearms. And even every bullet should be strictly registered. A petite beauty can pull out a gun, this is not a joke. Of course, what's more important is that this pistol, both in terms of size and delicacy, gives off the feeling of a toy, a handicraft, and anyway, it just doesn't feel like it's the real thing, so Cheng was right in thinking that it's a lighter. So when the sound of gunshots rang in his ears, Huang Cheng cold sweat instantly came down. He finally found what he had never seen after more than 20 years of mixing. That is, the scythe of the god of death waving in front of him. For the first time, Huang Cheng felt that death was so close. Let go of our boss, you only have one gun, there are more than 100 of us, how many bullets can you have in one gun if you have the ability to kill us all? A burly man with a low status in the Dexing society shouted out a threat. Tang Yan disdainfully glanced at the burly man who had threatened her and finally spoke, I don't have many bullets, but I have many guns. As Tang Yan's words fell, Hound Dog and the others took their sidearms out of the holsters on their back waists and armpits, 30 to 40 military pistols, immediately silencing everyone. Strong Brother almost cried, there is no mistake, here is China, not the old U.S. Turf. How random people can come out with a gun when it becomes so worthless. Being aimed at by 30 or 40 handguns makes even the most nonchalant person become calm. Of course, this calmness refers to standing in place, breathing softly, eyes downward, hands flat on both sides of the body, in addition to breathing. Any movement, that is, scared to move, lest a slight small movement of their own caused the other party's vigilance, turned into a dead soul under the gun. Tang Yan smiled disdainfully and turned towards the fat man. The burly man who was originally blocking the way was like a wooden stake at the moment, completely ignoring Tang Yan who walked between them. Why don't you do it? The fat man asked curiously. Fatty has seen the mob fire, Ga Roomway is his hand to say down. By the way, he also will learn the witch doctor medical skills in Ga Roomway body used again, only that time the technology is not too good, would have been a week can be done things, he was enough to get almost 2 weeks. What's more, the fat man has read the novels also depicted, nothing more than the first negotiation, a word directly to fight, but now, the negotiation of that Chung brother sitting there in the appearance of a person is about to urinate the feeling, the words did not say on 2 sentences, there is a hard sweat as for a word, it had been a word for a long time, but being aimed at by so many pistols, a group of strong men were directly petrified. There's no rush. Tang Yen smiled like a little fox, of course, even if she was a little fox, she was still the most beautiful little vixen among foxes. Boss. Seeing Tang Yen walk over, the hound dog hurriedly made way and addressed him respectfully. Tang Yen didn't even respond, standing directly beside Fatty and sitting downward. A chair does not know when appeared behind the Tang Yen so naturally sit down, as if this chair was originally in this position, just rushed to lightly sit down, can be more than just the one that Chong brother sat down more written, strong style and Chong brother then, only more so bastard, my father is Sun Fuguei, how dare you guys hit me with a gun, you're dead. Sitting on the ground, Sun Fei finally came back to his senses, the sharp pain in his legs and wrists made him unable to hold back any longer, he who had never suffered since he was a child, how could he possibly endure being treated like this? Your father is Sun Fuguei, Big Boss Sun, the hound called out in surprise. Fatty muttered, really fake on this performance, even the nomination for Best Supporting Actor does not come with. Tang Yen sat beside Fatty and naturally probed her hand to hold his arm, and after listening to Fatty's words, she blankly glanced at him, but didn't say anything more. Afraid it's too late, I've already sent a message to my dad, you guys are just waiting for bad luck. Sun Fei laughed miserably. Fatty looked at Sun Fei, as saw the general idiot, the situation on the field how obvious, 30 or 40 guns aiming at it, this idiot actually dared to threaten, he is not afraid of these people are outlaws, after he killed him to run directly to the road. These days, a robber and murderer who's been videotaped can get away with it for years, and if it weren't for serial offenses, God knows when they'd be caught. Besides, have not seen a movie film has not seen the movie hound dog performance faked to the bone, even those beaters have seen, Sun Fei even froze, did not see, I do not know how his brain is long, and normal people are indeed very different. Even Huang Chang can see that people are playing Sun Fei at favor. Sun Fei himself is still in the dark, he did not think, the other side since it can be in front of so many people's face will be out of the gun, and how can there be no any rely on the. How could a so smart old man give birth to this stupid pig like son? Huang Chang cursed originally, today's matter is not big, public and private do not matter, with Sun Fei's family's billions of dollars, with the money to smash can smash a peaceful out. But if Sun Fei will be his old man called over, and then the other side to control, then even the last way back is broken. 20 minutes later, a team appeared at the entrance of the alley, the leader of the team was Ping Qiu, the deputy director of the Shengjing City General Bureau, and the one walking beside Ping Qiu was Sun Fei's old son, Sun Fuguei, Big Boss Sun. Behind the two men, there were two strong men with a ferocious aura. If there are people on the road here, will be horrified to find that these two people are actually on the road of the famous one brother, the left that bald, a scar on the head of the man nicknamed Jin Long, is the boss of the Shengjing gang, in the city of Shengjing power is very great, under the brother of thousands of people, and compared to him, Huang Chang, the boss of the people called Chang, is simply a follower of the same little brother. And the one standing beside the golden dragon open arms, can clearly see his chest tattooed with a downhill tiger man, nicknamed the Smiling Tiger, belonging to the recent years the emergence of a new force of the boss, relying on ruthless means, do not talk about the rules of the road very quickly out of the head. These two were recently fighting to the death over a piece of turf, itching to put each other down with a single shot, but now, the two were walking side by side as if they were partners, which was unbelievable. Behind these two bosses, there was a black pressurized team of 200 to 300 people, and looking at these people one by one, they were either arrogantly incomparable or gloomy, so they knew that they were not any good people. Mr. Sun, the other party has a gun, should we call the SWAT team to come over? Ping Qiu wiped the sweat on his forehead and inquired in a low voice with some trembling. Special police, Sun Dawei shook his head. According to your police procedures, and negotiation and psychological warfare, my son was wounded by a gunshot. If the delay is too long, in case of life-threatening, how to do I? Sun Dawei, 40 years of age, to get this son. A large family business is counting on him to inherit. What if something happens to him? Ping Qiu let out a helpless dark sigh and walked forward with a shy stomach, unable to wipe the sweat that slipped off his forehead, not knowing whether it was because the weather was too hot or he was scared. Ping, you don't worry. I personally come over, has shown the attitude. Hold my son hostage. Just want money. You represent the power of the white road. The back of the two represent the power of the road, black and white plus my family. The other side will certainly be afraid, may be able to kill two birds with one stone, Sun Dawei consoled. Two birds with one stone, Pinchin wondered. Sun Dawei laughed. The deputy director successfully solved a robbery with the help of an outstanding citizen. I'll walk around again. This deputy word should be able to be removed, right? And these two bosses at the back, they should also be able to take advantage of this opportunity to get a representative to be a representative, which is also considered to be an additional layer of protective cover. Ping Qiu came to a realization and gave a thumbs up. High, really high. There won't be any slip-ups with the people director Ping brought with him today, right? Asked Sun Dawei uneasily. Don't worry, they're all a bunch of my little brothers. If I get promoted, I won't be able to fall in their favor. Ping Qiu replied. Only then did Sun Dawei nod in reassurance. Barbecue City soon appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Looking around, the floor-to-ceiling glass is densely packed with people. Sun Dawei walked into the Barbecue City first. Ping Qiu bravely stepped in afterward. Then there were two famous boss-level characters on the road, and finally there was a vote of waiting for promotion and wealth, as well as a group of famous fighters on the road. These pure leg huggers directly flashed to the side, and instead, these thugs took up favorable terrain as soon as they entered the door, instead squeezing out a group of Chang's men. Instead of blaming those guys, these people who were pushed out of the door are going to be grateful that these guys saved them from the fire. Of course, they didn't dare to complain. Both sides were simply not on the same level in terms of status or strength. Dad, I'm here. Sun Fei had been paying attention to the situation outside, and when he saw his father come in, he immediately screamed at the top of his lungs. His voice was so mournful that it was like a wail before dying. Sun Dawei's heart tightened. He was tempted to save his son immediately, but he quickly calmed down. Being able to have everything today, he naturally knew what was more important. Sun Dawei separated from the crowd, came out, after seeing a group of strong men with a small bean sprout around a fat man and a dainty beauty, suddenly some confused about the situation. The road mixed with a lot of women, but there are not a few famous. So young beauty, how is not like a little girl, more do not want to be mixed with the road, more like which one of the gold lady is right. Ah. Seeing that the other party didn't raise his gun up, Ping Qiu squared his police uniform and stepped forward. I'm Ping Qiu, the deputy director of the Shangjing Municipal Bureau. At Sun Dawei's gesture, two big brothers from the road also stood out. I am the Golden Dragon. I'm Smiley. Tang Yan finally raised her head and smiled faintly. All hear very well, take it. As Tang Yan's words fell, 30 to 40 pistols were reared up, their blackened muzzles aimed at these latter arrivals. What the fuck is going on here? Sun Dawei froze, Ping Qiu froze, and the two bosses froze. Chapter 65, Indifference. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm the deputy director of the Shangjing Bureau. How dare you point a gun at us? Do you know what kind of behavior this is? Do you know what kind of serious consequences this has? Ping Qiu roared. In fact, Ping Qiu was not willing to be the head of this, but at this juncture, he could only try to use his own identity to deter. After all, the body of this set on the outlaws is still very shocking. The deputy director is such a big official, take it down. Tang Yan said disdainfully. Just as Hound Dog and the others were about to make their move, the two bosses walked to the front of the queue and tacitly snorted in unison. The gold medal fighters who had already blocked the entire hall unexpectedly pulled out the guys they brought with them in unison: clay short guns, clay rifles, shotguns with sawed-off rear handles and barrels. Just all of these firearms put together would be more than enough to start a clay gun fair. Hound and other ate a shock, scattered out of the formation, instantly turned to focus. blocked in front of Tang Yen and Fatty, although they are not the Central Security Bureau, those super bodyguards, but they believe that as long as the war, they can guarantee the safety of Tang Yen under the premise of taking out all the enemies, as for the safety of their own lives. For these special forces who came through the mountains of corpses and the sea of blood, it's nothing at all. The fat man spread his hands slightly and swung them down violently, as if there was something in front of him that he had forced down. Tang Yen saw Fatty's movements and frowned slightly. This very strange movement of Fatty's was like those autistic people who lived in a world fantasized by their own minds and paid absolutely no heed to the outside world. The two sides confronted each other in the lobby of the hotel, which should have been considered very spacious, and no one fired first, because both sides knew very well that as long as one side fired, even if it was just a mere misfire, it would cause the place to bleed to death. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? Shoot or kill them. Sun Fei screamed at the top of his voice. No one paid any attention to this second-generation thug who had grown up in a honeypot and didn't know what danger was, but instead stared at the enemy across the street in death. Fear Fat Master, I grew up in the forest since I was a child. I fucked with wolves, I fucked with leopards, and I fucked with pythons, so I don't know what it means to be afraid. Sun Dawei snorted coldly, surprisingly responding in this kind of saber-rattling situation. The Hound and the others felt the beating of their hearts slamming. Their attention was already focused to the limit, and at any moment, they might pull the trigger and shoot the bullets in the chamber at the enemy who was just a few meters away. The fat man slowly got up and patted the special warrior who was in the way. Fatty, stand back, the front is dangerous. Hound Dog, who was at the forefront, warned. Fatty laughed bitterly, I really just invited you guys over for a barbecue. Hound and others froze, eating barbecue now? This situation, the only thing you can eat, I'm afraid that only the gun. Fatty didn't say anything more, but directly pushed his way out of the crowd, then slowly walked towards the mob elites who were pointing their guns at him. Being nearly 200 various different types of earthenware gun muzzle against, even the battle-hardened Hound Dog and others feel scalp numb. But the fat man, even in this situation, as if in their own backyard garden walk, slowly walked over. The fat man's this kind of understatement, if placed in the ancient times, at least is also a hero level of characters in Tang Yan's surprised gaze, in Hound Dog and the other's surprised gaze, and in Lu Xiong's surprised gaze. Fatty walked up to the two mob bosses. These two mob bosses did not use firearms. They stand here as already a very strong deterrent force, and besides, behind them are the two underground gangs and the most powerful armed forces. There is no need for them to hold a gun, as if the big boss is usually a secretary carrying a bag, when the official is usually a secretary holding a cell phone. Kid, do you want to die? Golden Dragon asked with a cold smile. Fatty stood in front of both Golden Dragon and Smiling Tiger, sneering disdainfully. His hand suddenly flapped rapidly without any warning. Two crisp snapping sounds rang out almost at the same moment. Even the crowd close at hand didn't seem to feel that there was any disparity between these two sounds. Of course, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, I'm afraid that no one would believe that the two super bullish mob bosses of Shangjing City would be punched in the face by an inconspicuous fat man, and the last person who dared to punch the two of them in the face had already been thwarted and completely disappeared from this world. The Golden Dragon's face immediately revealed a look of anger, and even the face of the Smiling Tiger, who was happy and angry and never gave off a smiling feeling, revealed an extremely angry expression. Bastard, shoot me and kill this fatty. Golden Dragon roared angrily. Hound Dog and the others immediately tensed up, and the guns in their hands had begun to aim at the target, ready to fire at the first opportunity. Even if they couldn't save Fatty, they at least wanted to avenge Fatty after he hung up. 5 seconds passed. Nothing happened. 10 seconds passed, still nothing happened. The whole barbecue city lobby, in addition to the heavy breathing sound, there is no second sound appeared. Smiling Tiger disdainfully glanced at his former old rival and sneered. It seems that Brother Long's words to his opponent are the same as a fart. I'm kind of a long time to see. Golden Dragon's eyes were filled with fury as he twisted his head towards his men behind him, and recognized all of his men before lifting his Dantian Chi and roaring with all his strength, "Finish off this fatty for me." Silence, still silence, not even one of the men following their boss's orders. as if their boss had just done nothing more than fart. Smiling Tiger said disdainfully, "Boss Dragon, you'd better save your energy. None of your men want to lose their lives here, so they won't follow your orders. It's better to look at me." Golden Dragon almost gasped out a brain bruise, and his mind had already begun to consider how he should clean up these disobedient little brats when he returned to headquarters. "Fatty, next year's day will be your jubilee." The Smiling Tiger had just opened his mouth when he saw a fat slap plastered on his face with lightning speed. On him, bang. It was countless times more crisp than the slap just now, and of course, it was countless times stronger. Smiling Tiger's figure was very sturdy, at least 1 meter 85, weighing at least 200 pounds, but under the fat man's slap, it was like a gyroscope spinning madly twice, before he fell on his butt and sat down on the ground, and when he opened his mouth, 2 white teeth with blood traces fell on the ground. Tang Yen and the others couldn't help but cry and laugh. This fatty seemed to have an extremely mad love for punching people in the face, but in this current situation, such a move would only make things worse. "Kill this fatty for me." Smiling Tiger finally roared in a frenzy. 5 seconds passed without a single shot being fired, 10 seconds passed, and the situation in the entire lobby of Barbecue City perfectly replicated what had just happened after Golden Dragon had given the order. "Looks like Boss Smiley's farts don't work too well either," Fatty laughed disdainfully. "I'll fight you." Smiling Tiger shouted angrily and rose from the ground, swinging his fist at Fatty. Ping. The Smiling Tiger looked at his chest in disbelief, and on his white shirt, a bit of redness gradually spread out, as if a red stream, coloring the shirt red. Smiling Tiger only felt a sharp pain from the heart into the brain, and then the feeling of the sky spinning came, the eyes black, soft to the ground, completely disappeared into the darkness. A wisp of smoke curled up from the muzzle of the pistol held by the hound. "Golden Dragon, Golden Boss, do you still want to try?" Fatty asked to the Golden Dragon, who had been a bit foolish just now, but now didn't even dare to move his fingers halfway. Then, in the crowd's astonished gaze, Fatty walked to the nearest one of his gold medalist fighters, removed the earthen firearm from his hand, and with a slight force from both hands, the barrel of this refined earthen gun was twisted into a twist by Fatty. The crowd stayed as if it were a wooden chicken. "Even if the strength of the strong hound dog and others are stupid, even if that is the earth system of firearms, but that is also made of steel gun rod, actually so screwed into the threaded steel, the fat man's hand strength is actually so big, does it mean that the body of this guy is hidden in the body of a King Kong?" Then, the fat man walked to the second gold medalist fighter with a gun and said with a slight smile, as if chatting with a friend, "How meaningless it is to live, kill yourself." The fat man spoke in a very relaxed tone, as if he was discussing with a friend whether to go to the cafeteria or to a small restaurant outside for a meal in the evening. What was even more unbelievable was that Fatty had only casually said it, and the gold medalist hitman with the clay firearm had actually turned the firearm in his hand, opened his mouth, stuffed the muzzle inside his mouth, and then without the slightest hesitation, pulled the trigger. Boom, the distinctive sound of a clay firearm rang out, and the guy's head was blown directly into a rotten watermelon by the firearm he was using. Fatty, as if he had not seen this extremely bloody scene at all, walked faithfully to another gold medalist. This guy, who in the past was able to keep his face unchanged even after being cut several times on his body, was now shaking and sifting like a chaff, his gaze filled with fear and pleading. "Scared? Sorry, it's too late. Since you're willing to be a piece of trash that is a danger to society, remove yourself from it. Blast the second suicide." Ping Chiu, the old, who was also considered to be experienced in many battles, had been completely dumbfounded, especially when the fat man randomly chose his target, and then casually said a sentence that would surely result in one of the gold medalist fighters swallowing a gun and committing suicide and dying a horrible death on the spot. He also began to be afraid, even though he had no idea why those gold medalist fighters would listen to the commands of an unfamiliar fat man, and couldn't believe that these gold medalist fighters would choose to commit suicide in such a stupid way to end their own lives. "Oh my God," I don't know who called out. The crowd's eyes immediately focused on the body of this person, and with this person tilted his head movement to the ceiling above his head to see. At first no one felt what is wrong place, but when to see clearly what on the ceiling, all of them all silly. Chapter 66, Fatty's Means. At some point, the ceiling was densely distributed with a kind of spider that was translucent milk white and very small in size except for its eyes, which were black. This small spider looks a lot like the culprit in Spider-Man that causes the main character to have spider superpowers in terms of size and color, especially in numbers. Say a few hundred would be a small number. If it weren't for the pink wallpaper on the ceiling, and if it weren't for the bright lights that made these little spiders slightly reflective, I'm afraid that even if one stared intently at the ceiling, it would be hard to detect the presence of these little creatures. Nothing to see here. Next. Fatty's voice refocused everyone's attention on him, and as Fatty's feet moved and his light words were spoken, the sound of gunshots swirled around, and another gold medalist hitman died under his own gun. Fatty, that's enough. Tang Yen couldn't help but speak out. The fat man stopped, turned to look at Tang Yen, and spoke faintly. You used Sun Fei, and lured Sun Fuguei here. Isn't it that you want to wipe out this gang of people in one fell swoop? I'm doing this. It just saves you a lot of effort, and saves the country from wasting its resources. After all, it's just a waste of time to interrogate them one after another. The fat man's words gave the crowd a shuddering feeling. This fat man who looked harmless on the outside was actually able to say such cold-blooded words. Of course, what this fat man did could only be described as even more cold-blooded. The law will naturally sanction them. For a moment, Tang Yen actually didn't know what to say. The law is just, but don't you think that the law is not strong enough sometimes? For example, if a drunk driver runs over a person and kills him, as long as the compensation and a few years in jail can clear the charge, shouldn't the murder pay for the life? The fat man asked. It's not something you or I can decide, Tang Yen said awkwardly. Indeed, it's not something you or I can decide, so I think it's acceptable to let them decide how to clean up the mistakes they once made. Don't you think so? Fatty twisted his head and said to one of the gold medalists. This gold medalist hitman, just like the little bull-headed monster in the Journey to the West of the greatest literature who was nagged by the Tang monk to the point of having a mental breakdown and raised his sword to kill himself, screamed in a mental breakdown, shoved the muzzle of the gun into his mouth, and then pulled the trigger. This gold medalist's action was very funny, but none of them were laughing. They only felt a chill in the back of their hearts, the goosebumps on their skin all jumped out, and the feeling of looking at the fat man was just like seeing a cold-blooded killer, a god of death in human skin. If thieves cut off their hands when they are caught, rapists directly cut off their dicks when they are caught, and drunk drivers who run over people are directly shot, I think there will be no more crime in this society, and the world will be a better place without it, Fatty said lightly. The crowd felt even more like their spirits were showing signs of breaking down. According to what the fat man said, everyone present should go to hell. Fatty, that's enough. Tang Yen shouted sternly. She really couldn't help it. She also killed people with her own hands, on the battlefield, even if it was a captive. She also had the ability to lay her hands on them, but now it felt that Fatty's methods were just too cruel, compared to herself, and Fatty, kind and compassionate, seemed to be able to make the day go by. Fatty spread his hands helplessly and shrugged. You guys are lucky that Missy is angry. The crowd all let out a sigh of relief in unison when they heard Fatty's words. But the next second, the fat man spoke up. All those with guns, death penalty is waived, but living penalty is hard to escape. Break and arm yourself. As the fat man's words fell, these gold medalist fighters who were armed with clay firearms unexpectedly aimed the guns in their hands at the shoulder part of their other arm in unison, and then pulled the triggers after the flush of booming sound. The lucky ones are just more bullet holes in the joints of the shoulders connecting the arms. The unlucky ones, the joints were directly shot into a hornet's nest. I'm afraid that even can't be cured, and there are even more unlucky ones. The bullets fired by the people in front of them that penetrated the joints, hit their heads, and they directly died. Sun Fei's father and son, Deputy Director Ping Qiu, and mob boss Jin Long, had long since been dumbfounded. Guns are not garbage, you can't just throw them around. Even if you can't smash the kids, it's not good to smash the plants and flowers. I'll hand them over. Fatty turned around and spoke while walking towards Hound Dog and the others. Despite the pain, these gold medalist fighters obediently followed Fatty out of the crowd, seemingly oblivious to the bleeding wounds at their shoulders, placing the guns in their hands on the open space left in the middle of the standoff between the two sides of the men and women, and in the blink of an eye, a small mountain of clay guns was formed. That what's his name Black, call the best barbecue chef you have here and grill the best stuff up, you'll pay for it this time. Fatty called out. The black strong man who had already been frozen like a wooden chicken answered loudly as if he had received an amnesty, turned around and ran to the back kitchen. A few moments later, the barbecue rack that should have been placed in the back kitchen was placed on the side of the gun mountain. All kinds of ingredients were transported up like a running stream, and the barbecue chef trembled as he set up all kinds of ingredients on the charcoal fire, and very soon, the unique fragrance of barbecued meat diffused in the air, so that people could not help but salivate and eat their fingers. Don't be polite, I'll openly eat, this meal is my treat. Fatty greeted generously. Hound and others have given the fat man a middle finger in unison. This fat man will really lend a flower to the Buddha. Just said to let people treat. This is just a turn of the head to take the credit for others for themselves. Have seen the shameless, who has seen so shameless? Fatty scratched his head in embarrassment and said, I'm treating and someone else is paying. Anyway, don't you guys spend money is Just talking this time, a large number of riot police rushed to the front of the barbecue city door. The gang of unlucky guys in a pot. The golden dragon is definitely dead this time. As for the smiling tiger is already dead. With Tang Yan's greeting, they not only have their own bad luck, even with the two underground forces that have been entrenched in the upper capital city for several years will also go up in smoke. Sun Fei father and son this time absolutely miserable sure, and the mob has such a close connection, must have done unseemly hook, and real estate industry, in the purchase of land, demolition. There are many unspeakable things, enough to make them this life cannot turn over. I am afraid that the only mobsters present who hadn't been captured were the black strong man and his less than 20 minions. Pity, pity. Fatty shook his head repeatedly. Unfortunately what? Tang Yan asked, curiously. I haven't belonged to my own house at that Sun Fuguei is dry real estate. There must be a good house on hand. I should knock a set of my own first to live, always live with dad and mom. It's too that, I heard that foreigners go out and live by themselves at the age of 18. Fatty sighed. In fact, Fatty does not want to live with his parents, but after living with his parents, his small pets will have no place to stay, always stay in the cane box, not to mention the small insects. Even if it is a person, every day you cannot stand it in a room. Most importantly, living with his parents was out of the question for Fatty, who still wanted to catch up with his master in his lifetime. This is simple, as long as you tell me how you did what you just did, then I'll get you a good house. Tang Yan opened her mouth. Fatty's eyes immediately lit up, but they quickly dimmed again, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, You don't want to get a set of houses, and then cohabitate with me. Do you? I really only like big Yankee horses, especially the type that has a convex front and a curvy back. Tang Yan immediately exploded, jumped up and kicked the fat man from the chair to the ground, angrily rebuked, You shameless bastard dead fat man, who wants to live with you? What big ocean horse? Am I not the type with a convex front and curvy back? As soon as she said this, Tang Yan violently covered her mouth. She realized that every time she saw the fat man, she had an urge to go crazy. This fat man was either taking advantage of herself or making her tranquil heart lose its grip, stimulating her spirit to break through the limits of her patience. Sure enough, Tang Yan twisted her head to see that Hound Dog and the others were staring at her in disbelief. Geez, this barbecue sure tastes good, looks like we can come here more often in the future. The Hound looked around. I think this meat is quite tasty. What position is this? And Berserk Bull immediately raised the skewer in his hand and asked. Hey this big brother, this is a chicken butt. Little Black ran over with a fawning smile on his face and replied, What the nigga? It's chicken ass puke, Raging Bull said with a vegetable look on his face. Xiao Hei has not yet understood the situation, it explained, although it is a chicken butt, but it has definitely been processed, the cancer-causing part inside has been removed. And then the chicken shit or whatever has also been processed, to ensure that there is not a single bit of residue. Blackie was beaten by the bandaged Mad Bull, and finally realized that he should not answer this brain-dead question, which is not nothing to look for a fight. Blackie, your boss is locked up. I guess the matter of hiding the gun alone is enough for him to squat in a bitter kiln. Do you have any idea? Hound Dog asked lightly. No, I absolutely do not have any idea, Fat Master, all masters, I absolutely do not dare to have any revenge mind. Small black top panda eyes, panicked waving his hands said, black strong man's those little brother also each face dish color. This lobby floor blood stains are still present if they do not want to step on the dust of those gold medal hitman. I'm not talking about that, I mean, have you ever considered pulling the flag out and going it alone? Hound asked with a black line on his forehead, wondering how this idiot brain got to be a little boss. No, absolutely no thought of flag pulling. I'm going to be a legitimate businessman from now on, and I won't dare to extort any more. Xiaohei was terrified. Grandma, why is it so hard to talk to you idiot? I mean, you pull the flag and go solo, take over all the manpower and territory of your boss, as well as the golden dragon and smiling tiger, and be our spokesperson. As long as you don't do anything too outrageous, we can protect you. Hound Dog cursed, and simply made his words clear. Only then did Little Black understand, and his entire body immediately fell into ecstasy. In the future, the income of 37%, 30% you stay to distribute to the men, as a salary, the remaining 70% surrendered to us, even if it is the protection fee we collect from you, understand? Asked the Hound Dog. I understand, not to mention the 3-7 split, even if it's a 2-8 split, Xiaohei laughed. The crowd is speechless. This Little Black is really suitable for the spokesman, enough stupid enough to listen to. Chapter 67 Rock Divine Bird. Got the position of the boss, and did the boss cannot do things. Small Black immediately excited incoherent up, but it is the small black of those followers of the little brother one by one busy, good wine and good food flow generally on the table, they understand, their boss in the future in the city of the upper capital, is the largest force boss, and they, too, will be rising. One person to get the way of the chickens and dogs after the Hound took care of the Little Black, immediately put the target on the fat man. A wink passed, suddenly came up to and the fat man most familiar with the special forces, a few times the fat man's close pants down. Fatty naturally wouldn't make a move on Hound Dog and the others, and as a result of his ineffective struggles, he was soon left with a pair of pants and 2 socks, and even his shoes were taken off. Tang Yen was curious to see the whole process of the fat man being stripped naked, but the result was that, you guys, you bunch of beasts, I really only like the big ocean horse. You guys even want to force a good man to become a prostitute, want to take away my innocence with the method of domination. Despicable, you guys are too despicable. My innocence of the body, Fatty said with a sobbing voice. The crowd's foreheads were suddenly covered with black lines. This fat man is just too damn not a thing. That's just it, the innocence that I have retained for 20 years has just been destroyed by you guys. Come on Tang Yen, I, Fatty, have admitted to it today. Use whatever position you wish to use. I guarantee that I won't resist, I guarantee that I will cooperate fully. Fatty directly lay on the cold floor, with a miserable look that he was about to be wheeled, and said pitifully, you bastard. Tang Yen instantly exploded again, her crystal high heel sandals stomping on the fat man. After laughing and joking for a while, the fat man simply sat down on a chair without his shirt and pants, picked up a beer roast, and ate it. Fatty, you don't have anything on you. How can you possibly get out of these small spiders? This kind of small spiders I haven't even seen before. The Hound Dog asked strangely. The issue of the Hound is the focus of the crowd's concern, otherwise the crowd would have the leisure to strip the fat man of all his clothes there. This is a secret. Fatty had just opened his mouth when he saw Tang Yan's big watery eyes looking over. There's a killing aura. Fatty shut up helplessly. It was brought by my pet. I can't always carry these things around with me. Fatty sighed helplessly. Pets, what pets? Tang Yen was still a little girl after all. As soon as she heard the word pets, her eyes instantly lit up. The fat man knows that today to be bottomed out, so sex also does not cover up. Get up and walk toward the door, only to walk 2 steps on the thought of their own or bare pig. It hastily turned back, in the crowd's laughter in the dress pants shoes. Pushing open the door of the barbecue city, the fat man lifted his lips and a not sharp, but penetrating whistle came out of the fat man's mouth. A clear bird chirp sounded in the ears of the crowd, and this bird chirp, too, seemed to contain an extremely strong penetrating power, which could be heard clearly even by the crowd sitting in the lobby. A fierce wind blew down from the air, and the dust on the street at the entrance of the barbecue city was swept up, which, if you didn't know, you would have thought that a helicopter had fallen from the air. In the crowd's astonished gaze, a wingspan of 5 meters, standing on the ground is about 1 meter 5 high eagle fell from the air, sharp claws, sharp peck, looks like a formidable, the same, but also people feel the body cold, if this big guy to stare at, want to run, cannot run away, ah. After the big eagle landed on the ground, like a child seeing its parents, it jumped up and down and jumped towards Fatty. Fatty wrapped his arms around Big Eagle's head, rubbed it for a while and then released it. Brother Eagle, go eat meat. As if the big eagle understood Fatty's words, it crookedly hopped past Fatty and entered the barbecue city gate. Then, the big eagle casually swept 2 eyes, walked to the table by himself, picked up the skewer as if no one else was there, put it on the ground and pressed it with his claws, and with a cross of his sharp peck, easily smoothed down the grilled meat on the bamboo skewer, and then used his peck to place the grilled meat on the plate, picked up the chili powder and other seasonings, and wildly shook his head to sprinkle them on it. The crowd was dumbfounded. This she can still be called a bird. This eating barbecue action, more skillful than people, ah. Oh, Fatty laughed shyly. When I was in the mountains, I often roasted a pork, mutton, dried tofu, and so on. I'm lazy, I know to take care of myself, so the carving brother practiced to formulate his own seasonings. The crowd had the feeling of being struck by lightning, literally being thunderstruck on the outside. What kind of carving is this? I haven't seen such a big carving yet, asked Tang Yan. Tang Yan's guts were bigger, and she even stroked the big eagle's back, and the big eagle didn't think it was a big deal, shaking its head and enjoying itself. It's definitely not a hedonism, although hedonism is also big, but it's definitely not so big that it's exaggerated. Hound asserted. Fatty thought about it and said, this kind is not an eagle, I call it eagle brother, because when I was small I often sat on its back to play, so I call it brother. This kind should be called rock, it is the rock bird. The crowd was once again dumbfounded. Of course they have heard of the rock bird, the classic of mountains and seas, and other ancient ghosts and gods often appear in the novels of this strong creature. What body length of 100 meters, spread wings to cover the sky and so on. But that's the legend, that's the myths, that's not true, The rock bird can live up to 50 or 60 years old, to be precise. It is my master's pet, then I mixed well with it and it jumped from my master to me. It is because I often eat barbecue meat with it. By the way, it also prefers to drink white wine. I remember that once I stole my master's newly brewed bracteate wine with Brother Eagles. It turned out that it was running away fast, and I was penalized for brewing 10 portions of pod wine before I was done. Fatty laughed bitterly. Those days were really unbearable to look back on. Eagle seemed to have understood Fatty's words, and gave Fatty a triumphant twist of his head and screamed. Huh, Tang Yan suddenly made a surprised sound. The crowd followed Tang Yan's gaze, only to see that at the place where Tang Yan's hand was caressing, there was a card holder, which looked like it was installed on it after being man-made. This is my secret weapon. These spiders are named phantom spiders. Of course, this is what I feel after playing the game is quite an image before I named it. This kind of spider's original name seems to be called psychedelic spiders to come. Anyway, it's quite awkward. I didn't bother to memorize it. Fatty introduced. The size of this psychedelic spider should be considered relatively small among all spiders, only the size of a fingernail. The venom of this spider is highly disorienting, but definitely not lethal. After being bitten by the spider, you will enter into a hallucination of your own molding in as little as 2 seconds, and compared to drugs, the effects are faster, but definitely not addictive. Most importantly, if this spider was bred by a sorcerer, it would become a sorcerer's compulsion, and when bitten by such a compulsion, it would obey its master's orders, not to mention suicide. Even if it got itself a lingering torture on itself, there would be no problem. This kind of mental toxin, according to the different physical qualities of people, the effect would probably be maintained for about 1 hour to 3 hours, and within this time period, Fatty, the one who was the master, would basically belong to the existence of invincibility. I remember, I've seen this kind of spider before in an internal book. It's called the Fidelity Fey Zombie Phantom Spider, and those who are poisoned by the spider will be like puppets. Tang Yan exclaimed. The crowd immediately understood. Look, This is the biggest difference between educated and uneducated, the same explanation. The fat man explains it, although it can make people easily understand the meaning, but it seems wordy. But Tang Yen only use a simple sentence to explain it clearly. The meaning is also very clear. This shelf is for mounting spider nests for these phantom spiders. Fidiafe, zombie phantom spider, Tang Yen corrected. Do you want to kiss me? The fat man asked suddenly. Tang Yen seemed to think of the first 2 times she was taken advantage of by Fatty. Her pretty face immediately flushed. You, Tang Yen was too shy to speak. Men talk, women do not interrupt. I love to call what I call. Do not serve you bite me, Fatty upset. This moment, Fatty's king of the air is revealed. These phantom spiders, Fatty said again, and deliberately looked at Tang Yen. Seeing Tang Yen did not object, this only then continued, is brought by Brother Eagle. I and Brother Eagle mind, as long as I encountered danger, Brother Eagle will come to my rescue. These phantom spiders is Brother Eagle put on the roof of the house, then they went in to ambush themselves. And then just now when they raised their guns, you ordered the phantom spiders to attack. Hound asked in surprise. You're so smart, your IQ is definitely similar to mine. Fatty exclaimed smugly. The Hound was crying and laughing, and the fat man's IQ was on the same level. Is this considered demeaning, or should it be considered extremely demeaning or super demeaning? Lu Xiang has long been on the field of the sudden change of the wind and clouds, change of inexplicable, change of no head of the situation confused, now and a robot like holding a string of skewers mechanically eat. Skewers on the barbecue meat have been eaten up, now there is a bamboo stick left, are about to be bitten out by Lu Xiang. Brothers, in the future you do not read books, 5 years undergraduate down, but also go through several exams to get a diploma, but also to get a doctor's qualification certificate in order to be a doctor. You even mix a decade may not be able to become a clinician. There is no backstage, at most, is also the sitting doctor of the outpatient emergency. How about mixing with me? How about 100,000 per month salary? The fat man and the hound dog and other people eat and drink for a while, suddenly raised his head to sit opposite Lu Xiang, said, "Ah." Lu Xiang hasn't reacted yet. The fat man said it 2 more times before Lu Xiang understood. Am I worth $100,000 a month? Lu Xiang asked blankly. Do I look to you like a boss who can give out $100,000 a month? The fat man asked rhetorically. Lu Xiang didn't even need to think about it, and said decisively, like. So what are you still considering? The fat man asked with a smile. Brother Fatty, I'll work with you from now on, Lu Xiang said. Cheers. The crowd laughed. They already knew about Lu Xiang's defiant attempt to let Fatty escape just now, and were extremely optimistic about Lu Xiang's future. By the way, you really don't want to do it. Fatty suddenly turned his head to Tang Yen and uttered an inexplicable and ingenious sentence. What for? Tang Yen was puzzled. This fat man's jump in thinking was just too big. It's just that, the fat man squirmed and stuttered, it's just that they just stripped me naked. Aren't you going to make a raw deal out of it? Don't look like I'm putting it on now, I can take it off in a heartbeat. Roll. Chapter 68, Lu Xiang's person. Eating and drinking, laughing and joking, during which Fatty finally remembered the sorcerer Durkee, who was brought back by Tinglong. It is said that this old boy is now particularly honest, doing all the work of a cleaner, and at the same time begging the hound dog to help look for the materials to refine the beast compulsion, and still remembering Fatty. Sorcerer array masters are all rather hairy in their work. Let that old boy sink his teeth into it first. Fatty's old-fashioned decision drew blank stares from the crowd. At 3:00 a.m. The crowd, satisfied with their ride, parted ways outside the alley and went their separate ways. Fatty was carrying a bag of special charcoal on his back, a bag of raw meat skewers that had already been marinated in his left hand, and a bag of barbecued meat that had just been grilled but not eaten up in his right hand, while Lu Xiang was carrying a portable barbecue grill in his left hand and a bag of booze in his right hand, and the 2 of them waddled back to the campus, and went back to the dormitory building through the secret passageway that had been left behind by a certain senior brother. To not say that the fat man is a foodie, at this guy in the barbecue city first ate a big meal, followed by a meal with the hound dog and so on, but the results of this fat man said that the first time to eat dinner and the purge gang forces consumed. God this fat man from the beginning to the end of the walk a few steps, said a few words, hit the face of the two big men only, this can consume how many calories? As for the second food and drink, it was consumed by Fatty by chatting with Hound Dog and the others, to which the crowd could only remain silent, responding to it with speechless and contemptuous looks now that Fatty brought back these ingredients, which Fatty called a snack. Without Fatty's explanation, everyone could say in unison, walking back to the dormitory consumed what they ate before. There are a lot of foodies, but like the fat man who eats to the realm of the rice bucket, I'm afraid that there is no one before or after. Once pushed open the door of the dormitory, the fat man just wanted to open his mouth to call out a voice, was rushed by an extremely pungent odor, the body staggered twice, fortunately there is Lu Xiang followed the top of the back, otherwise surely want to fall a dizziness cannot be holy shit. Our dormitory also has a fellow fox breeder, Fatty asked in amazement as he stood in the corridor and took 2 deep breaths, finally recovering back. This pungent, smoky odor was practically identical to the fart smell released by the foxes to protect themselves when Fatty caught them in the mountain forest. Actually, the 3 of us were not assigned to this dormitory because the class was full. Lu Xiang blushed. That's because, Fatty asked. All 3 of us have fox odor. In the beginning, all 3 of our dormitories were assigned in our respective class dormitories, then the other students couldn't stand it, so the school could only arrange it this way, otherwise, now that the dormitory resources are so tight, how could this dormitory only have 3 people? Lu Xiang explained. The fat man suddenly realized, no wonder in the class even the fat man, such a newcomer, can be welcomed by everyone, while Lu Xiang has no friends, and other students do not talk much. No wonder when the class Lu Xiang to sit in the first row, in addition to the fat man, in addition to his side there is simply no second classmate, even if it is the second row, but also will be empty a large piece of position too. Come on then, I won't go in first, you wake them both up, I'll go upstairs to the rooftop to build a fire, you guys open the windows to let the smell out. Fatty said helplessly. Lu Xiang quickly woke up the 2 roommates. Young people sleep a few hours less does not matter at all, not to mention that there are barbecue meat to eat, there is wine to drink. Soon, the 3 people companion to the rooftop, the fat man's side has already built the fire, began to choose ingredients to the grill put on the stove. Fox odor is not a big problem. Why do not you go to do a small surgery to treat it? I see the internet is not quite a lot of advertisements for the treatment of fox odor. Well, the fat man grilled meat skewers, while asking, strangely. Fox odor, this kind of problem is the same as athlete's foot, and the big disease has nothing to do with, but like mange climbed feet, not bite at diaphragm people as intolerable. All 3 of us have been treated once, each person spent more than $1,000, 2 months nothing, and then relapsed. There is no way to eradicate, those small ads on the internet are all fucking lies. One of the roommates replied. More than $1,000. My monthly living expenses are only $600. At that time Lu Hao's money is still working to earn. Lu Xiang's grades are not good, the time to study is not enough, cannot go out to work. I still remember when Lu Xiang froze to eat a semester of instant noodles before saving more than $1,000. Another roommate helplessly sighed. Lu Xiang shook his head and said, the family is poor, there is no way, there is a fox odor. The big deal is not able to find a girlfriend, alone for life, but if you can't get a diploma, can't find a stable job, dad and mom who feed themselves how to live and survive compared to the other are her. Bullshit. There was a sigh of relief from the 3 men. Isn't fox odor quite curable? The fat man asked suspiciously. Good cure for fox odor has 2 formation reasons. One is the sweat gland duct wall cell gap is too large. The second is the sweat gland secretion of unsaturated fatty acids, which there are genetic reasons. You say genetic can be a good cure. The roommate mouth Lu Hao helplessly said Fatty was a witch doctor, so he couldn't understand what Lu Hao was saying at all. Dotta look like you don't understand, Zhao Feng, explain it to me, Lu Hao said helplessly to his other roommate. Zhao Feng took a sip of beer and said, to put it simply, the amount of sweat secreted by the sweat glands is relatively high, which contains a substance that is the main cause of the fox odor. A radical cure is not impossible, removing the parietal plasma glands will be fine, but it's not easy to recover after the operation, and that's one of the body's organs after all. No one can guarantee that this thing will be the same as clipping the nails after removing it to the body at all. Fatty understood. To put it bluntly, the people who study medicine is more loving to their own bodies, pay more attention to some of the things that hurt the body, also has resistance, but the result is naturally cheated more than $1,000. In fact, I do have a recipe that is still very useful for treating fox odor. The process is a bit painful, but it doesn't have any side effects on the body. If you guys dare to try it, I can help you cure it, completely free of charge. Fatty thought about it and said. Really? The trio's eyes lit up. Absolutely true. Fatty said. Then it has to be tried. Lu Xiang said affirmatively, and Lu Hao and Zhao Feng also concurred in a row. That's fine, I'll make a trip home in a couple days and get you medicine. Fatty said. The late-night feast officially began, and the 4 people from the south and north of the sky chatted, drank wine, and blew the night breeze, which was very much like a picnic. Fatty also understood Lu Xiang as a person in more detail from the chat. Lu Xiang's home in a small township, no siblings, parents are in good health, just no work. The use of the house towards the street opened a small supermarket, selling some snacks and daily necessities. Every month can earn $1,000 or $800, deducted Lu Xiang's living expenses and tuition fees, basically left nothing. If encountered a disaster, I am afraid that this small family will go bankrupt. Directly. Lu Xiang is also competitive. Since childhood learning is the town's first place, the college entrance examination time actually took a province's third. The city rewarded him 30,000 yuan, in addition to the first year's tuition fees, the rest of the money all out. To the parents did not work to open a small supermarket, but also let the parents in the farming season has a way to make money. Go to college. Lu Xiang all of a sudden cannot keep up with the learning progress. The results also fell. Before almost full marks, now become 60. 10 years long live. Not at high school in the province's third place in the university. 60. 10 years long live, the fat man incredulously shouted. Indeed, unless it is self-indulgent, how can a person who studies so well be ruined after college? If you say others, maybe Fatty believes it, but look at Lu Xiang. Those textbooks that are about to be turned over and rotted away know that he has never relaxed himself in his studies. One is the language problem, one is the problem of adaptability. Where I live, I speak in dialect. When I first arrived at the university, no one knew what my words meant, and I made several funny things out of it, Lu Xiang explained helplessly. This I know, Lu Hao smiled and interjected. At the beginning, this kid to go to the library, but do not know the way, so he casually found a schoolgirl to ask. The results of this kid to talk when the posture is particularly ambiguous, said the words and no one to understand. That schoolgirl also thought he was confessionate. And then, the fat man asked with a big grin, the most fucking unbelievable thing is that senior sister actually agreed. Zhao Feng said. Fatty's 2 eyes almost glared out of their sockets. Really? The fat man asked in shock. Of course it's true. That senior sister is just like the school flower of our class. She's been lonely and isolated for 4 or 5 years. Someone actually showed her love in public. It'd be a hell if she didn't accept it. Zhao Feng laughed. When Fatty thought of the schoolgirl in his class, he instantly understood that it was the ugly girl who hated to get married. What happened afterward? Fatty wanted to know more about the aftermath. Later on, that senior sister took the initiative to take his arm, and this kid blushed like a monkey's ass and fled. Zhao Feng laughed. Fatty laughed along with him. Who's not sleeping in the middle of the night, howling on the rooftop? The glow of the flashlight broke the atmosphere on the rooftop. The guardian of the dormitory building of the grandfather was originally light. Asleep, heard the fat man, their laughter. Boy, this is the 10th floor, ah. Anyway, regardless of whether this Moncler outlet store actually heard it or inadvertently came up to see and bumped into it, anyway, the barbecue grill was confiscated. Both raw and cooked kebabs were also confiscated by the Moncler outlet store. As for the alcohol is naturally forbidden in the dormitory, while the drinks were used by Fatty and the others to ingratiate themselves with the Moncler outlet store, making it so that the Moncler outlet store would not poke the matter to the homeroom teacher. When they returned to the dormitory, it was already 4:30 a.m. The four of them casually shuffled and lay down on the bed, and soon entered the dreamland. Chapter 69, The Lotus Language Program. The Lotus language still took up 2 sections of the new day's classes. Lian Yu was rightfully the last to arrive, but what surprised the crowd was that Lian Yu, who should have been very frustrated, came back with a smile on her face, as if she had already forgotten about the candlelight dinner she was going to have with Fatty in the evening. Fatty, you must be careful, Lu Xiang reminded Fatty in a low voice. Fatty nodded deeply, be careful indeed. When the class was over, Lian Yu stood at the door, specially stopped her footsteps to leave, turned to look at the fat man, and opened her mouth with a smile like a flower. Student Sun Dawei, don't forget to have a candlelight dinner together. Oh, wear something handsome, I'll be waiting for you downstairs in the boys' dormitory at that time. After Lian Yu finished speaking, she left the dumbfounded Fatty behind and walked away with a delicate smile. A day's time quickly passed. After school, the fat man returned to the dormitory, began to meditate, but how to think not clear White Lotus language exactly what way to deal with their own. It seems that this bet and there is nothing that can be taken out of the use of a candlelight dinner, the female side of the bill, it's very normal. When the time came to 6 o'clock in the evening, Fatty heard whistles, cheers, and voices calling for Fatty outside. Fatty rushed to the balcony to look down, and this look didn't matter, it almost made him jump straight down from upstairs. In the boys' dormitory building downstairs on the road, parked a red Ferrari convertible sports car. The steering wheel in the center of the horse that ruffled the horse is particularly eye-catching. In the driver's seat sitting, it is in the bet lost Lian Yu. Tonight Lian Yu was obviously well dressed, a waterfall of long silky hair coiled on her head, looking very mature, a black large V low-cut backless evening dress while Lian Yu's snow-white skin completely set off from Fatty's angle. He could clearly see the exaggerated pair of breasts on Lian Yu's chest, as well as the deep career line between the breasts. This mixed-blooded foreign girl was simply God's gift to men. Fragrant cars, beautiful women, just missing a handsome man. The fat man said hello to his 3 roommates who had eaten dinner and rushed out the door. Here comes the handsome man. Fatty walked out of the door of the dormitory building with his toes in the air, and the first thing he heard was cheering. Then the cheering changed flavor and actually turned into murmurs mixed with envy and jealousy. As a result, the fat man majestically walked out of the door of the dormitory building, but great to get into the car. If not for the belly is too big, it is not likely that he can clip his head in the crotch. It is really too humiliating. Lian Yu looked at Fatty's dilemma and revealed a satisfied smile, secretly saying in her heart, dead Fatty, this is just the beginning, you have to enjoy the candlelight dinner tonight. Oh, it's necessary to wear a seatbelt. Lian Yu mouthed words of concern instead, then leaned over her body and placed most of her upper body weight on Fatty, looking as if she was lying in Fatty's embrace. Fatty was incomparably experienced in theory and purely zero in actual combat. Under normal circumstances, he dared to tease and seduce Lian Yu, but when Lian Yu took the initiative to lie in his embrace, he was at a loss instead. The rest of Lian Yu's gaze saw the boys whose eyes were spitting fire and smiled darkly with satisfaction, but her movements didn't stop. Gently and considerately pulling out the passenger's seatbelt and helping the fat man fasten it. Sit tight, Lian Yu said with a smile, then drove off in the sports car to the eyes of countless boys spitting fire. The first goal was reached. Let's see if this fat guy will still be a hero to the students in the future. Leaving the Chinese Medical University, the fat man only dared to put his eyes on the body of the Lotus language. This look does not matter, almost will nosebleed sprayed out. The original Lotus language. This black evening dress is the front of the high fork, the Lotus language driving a car, the left foot to step on the clutch, the right foot has to take care of the brake and gas pedal, so it is very natural to separate the legs. This separation, the hem of the skirt from which the separation of the 2 straight big white legs exposed out especially on the road to the capital is good, but always have to brake or refueling. The result of this a break and a plus between the 2 groups of breasts of the Lotus language that is called a swing. I'll look at the fat man that is called a dazzle. Paris spring is here. Lian Yu looked at the fat man with a slight smile. The second step of the whole plan officially began. Paris Spring is a 4-star foreign French restaurant. In Beijing is also considered to rank the number of high-level places come to consume the majority of French people. Foreigners from other countries are also quite a lot. is considered to be more authentic French restaurant in Beijing. It is said that the ingredients are all flown in from France. Restaurant star and hotel star is not the same. The star of the hotel base conditions is the area, decoration, supporting facilities, while the star of the restaurant, pay attention to the environment, the authenticity of the material, the chef's skills, as well as the consumption of the target group. 4-star restaurant, targeting the working class is obviously not. The Ferrari drove straight to a stop in front of the restaurant, and its own parking foreign boy came forward and pulled open the driver's door. Ms. Natalie, welcome. The foreigner's little brother had a particularly authentic London accent, and had obviously known Lian's language for a long time. Lian smiled and nodded her head, her legs merged, and she elegantly whirled around, and when she got up, her long floor-length skirt automatically gathered and covered those two big white legs. Fatty sat in the passenger seat and waited for half a day, and no one came to open a door for him, that foreign little brother with a smile on his face, especially polite, standing next to the main driver's seat, just giggling and staring at the fat man. "Why don't you come over here and open the door for me?" the fat man said, displeased. "I'm sorry, sir, I'm in charge of parking the car and not in charge of pulling the door open for the guests." The foreign junior's Mandarin was also very good, except that the content was very painful to Fatty's balls. Fatty hadn't even raised his hand to point at Lian Yue when the youngest foreigner interrupted him. "Miss Natalie is a client of this restaurant and it is an honor to serve her." The fat man's nose is almost askew, a parking cabbie speaks so choking people. The meaning of the words is obviously that the fat man's class is not enough to say. "You're good, I'll remember you." The fat man huffed and puffed and pointed at the parking boy, opening the door himself to get out of the car. The parking boy smiled faintly without any concern, got into the driver's seat, closed the door, and drove the car away with a kick of the gas. When Fatty saw the meaningful smile of Lian Yu standing in front of the door, his eyes narrowed slightly. "If you want to fight, I'll play nicely with you, let's see who can fight who in the end," Fatty secretly said in his heart. Lian Yu took the lead and marched towards the restaurant's front door. Fatty secretly reminded himself to pay attention and quickly followed. The foreign caretaker in front of the door greeted Lian Yu with a warm attitude, while Lian Yu responded while walking into the revolving door, and Fatty followed Lian Yu's example, nodding his head while walking towards the revolving door, and before he could reach the door, he was stopped by the foreign gatekeeper. "I'm sorry, sir, we are a fine dining restaurant and you are not allowed to enter without being fully clothed." "What, not neatly dressed? You see, fat master, I were not neatly dressed. I am not wearing a shirt or pants, or that I wore a pair of flip-flops." Fatty, eyes round, dissatisfied, retorted. The watchman also did not say anything, raised his hand and pointed to the notice board hanging on the wall next to the door, which was written in 2 kinds of characters with hints, but these 2 kinds of characters in the eyes of the fat man, is that they know the fat man does not know them. "Don't recognize." The fat man's neck stretched, and he answered with a strong bottom. The foreign watchman did maintain his politeness and did not show any expression that should not be there, and reminded in a gentle manner, "To enter here, you need to wear a suit, tie or bow tie, and shoes, and at the very least, you should have a tie or bow tie." The fat man heard and understood that this looking at the gate meant that he didn't have the standard equipment on him. "I'm sorry, sir, not being able to fulfill the request is not in line with the restaurant's business philosophy, so I hope you'll forgive me, sir." The janitor was giving an expulsion order. Fatty cocked his head and looked at this foreign janitor. Suddenly his face changed, his expression was hideous, like a ferocious god. He fiercely probed his hand and grabbed the other party's collar. The huge force made this average-sized foreigner be pulled in front of Fatty all of a sudden. Just when the foreign janitor thought that the fat man was going to beat him up, he saw the fat man pull down his bow tie and then released him. The fat man didn't know how to tie a bow tie, and casually wrapped this raggedy band in his hand around his body, and said with an angry, vicious face, "I have a bow tie now." The foreign janitor was stunned by the fat man's expression, actions, and language, and foolishly watched as the fat man swaggered into the revolving door, and in the blink of an eye had entered the dining hall. The janitor wanted to stop the fat man again, but had already lost his courage. Just now he really felt that the fat man would finish himself off, after the robbery made him sweat profusely, how could he not give birth to the strength to take a step? He, dementia is pretty good. Fatty laughed darkly when he saw that the method worked. The janitor knew that the fat man was not just bluffing, but used sorcery to take in the soul, mobilizing the power of evil to converge in the eyes, and in the momentary confrontation, he infused a kind of killing thought into the other party's mind, causing the other party to have hallucinations. Although dementia is only an illusion, in combat, it can cause the enemy to instantly lose their mind, become mentally exhausted, and lose flexibility in their movements. Fatty actually used sorcery in order to get into the door of a restaurant, so I really don't know if that's considered a sorcerer's sadness or not. I'm afraid that in Fatty's concept, sorcery was meant to serve the caster, just like what a great man once said, no matter if it's a white cat or a black cat, as long as it catches a mouse, it's a good cat. Similarly, no matter who the witchcraft was used on, as long as it was effective and made the caster achieve what he wanted to achieve, then it didn't matter who it was used on and under what circumstances. Seeing that Fatty was actually able to enter the revolving door, Lian Yu was secretly angry in her heart, and this was the second problem she gave Fatty. The reason is very simple. In the thinking of the Chinese, people seem to have a kind of see the foreigner's short head feeling. A foreign janitor, several years, do not know how many dignitaries in the way, and those dignitaries, either in accordance with the requirements to come, or rolled the bag gray roll away, like the fat man. So unreasonable, I'm afraid that in the history of the Paris Spring are the first. See, the fat man walked into the restaurant. The foreign waiters and waitresses have a kind of as not Lulu entered the Grand View Garden feeling. Not the fat man looked left and right to see what is fresh, but the fat man's clothes, temperament, and Paris Spring reception taste. Serious contradiction. A casual dress is not a problem. The most exaggerated is that the fat man's feet wearing a pair of said sports, not sports, said leather shoes, not leather shoes, casual shoes, the fat man's feet. And white and fat, a good pair of casual shoes, froze by him out of the feeling of the cloth shoes. The side of the shoes were squeezed into the bottom of the shoe. Don't mention how rustic. However, the professional quality of these waiters and waitresses was very good. Since Fatty walked through the door, it was considered a guest of Paris Spring, so the waiters and waitresses were only slightly stunned for a moment, and then someone immediately came up to greet Fatty. I'm with her, her treat. Fatty grinned broadly and pointed at Lian Yu. Lian Yu was flabbergasted for a moment. She couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. She now sort of knew what it meant to lift a stone and hit her own foot. The blonde, blue-eyed foreign waiter's stunned expression flickered after seeing that Fatty was actually pointing to Lian Yu, and respectfully guided Fatty to the table in front of Lian Yu. The environment here is not bad. I'll let foreigners give us service. Have a kind of turnover to be the master of the feeling. Fatty sat down and said proudly. Lian Yu already had a feeling of being groundless. Fatty didn't bother with Lian Yu's embarrassment and looked around the restaurant. Fatty does not understand what decoration, not to mention what taste, only feel that this place gives a very comfortable feeling. The air wafted a light jasmine fragrance. The melodious piano music is very comfortable. The waiter brought 2 cups of fresh water first, and only after a few moments did he bring the menu. And at this time, guests began to continuously enter the restaurant, and the waiters and waitresses, who had just been relatively idle, immediately got busy. Lian Yu is obviously a regular customer here, or perhaps a beautiful woman is unforgettable even if you have only seen her once. There are actually quite a number of customers who come in who recognize Lian Yu, and they all come over to politely greet Lian Yu, and those who are familiar with her will even embrace her, and then make a face-to-face salute. The foreign waiter stood on the sidelines, keeping a smile on his face and not rushing the guests to order at all. Fatty waited for 20 minutes and finally saw that no one else had come forward, while Lian Yu sat down and flipped through the menu. Lian Yu was about to order when she saw the fat man stand up and walk over to her. What is it? Lian Yu asked, with some distaste. Have a face-to-face salute. Fatty spread his hands out rightfully, looking as if he were a child begging for a hug. I'm not familiar with you. Lian Yu replied coldly, and then focused on the menu, no longer paying attention to the fat man. Chapter 70, a song that explodes the scene. The fat man made a fool of himself, touched his nose, returned to his seat, turned over the menu, directly stupid, which is all in English unlike English letters, even an illustration is not, so even if the fat man wants to look at the picture to speak cannot do. Lian Yu familiarly ordered the appetizer soup, the first soup, the main meal, the dessert and the drinks, and then looked at the fat man who was staring at his eyes and fighting with the menu. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The waiter put away the menu of Lotus language and stood beside the fat man and asked softly. "Come on, give me the name of the dish first." Fatty simply closed the menu and threw it on the table, looking up at the waiter. "Report the name of the dish." The waiter was almost said by the fat man cried, "He is a senior waiter, not a shopkeeper." Although the work done are the same, but there is really no difference. But from the mouth of the fat man out, how to feel so difficult, so twisted it. "Follow the rules," Lian Yu spoke up at that moment. The waiter immediately changed his demeanor, turned over the menu, and began the shopkeeper's job of announcing the names of the dishes, starting with the first item, in a particularly authentic French. Looking at the fat man's blank expression, Lian Yu laughed unabashedly. This was the third step of her ordering session to fix this dead fat man. Next, it was up to Fatty to respond. If he couldn't even order the food, then he would just drink cold water and eat the table board. Anyway, Lian Yu thought that she was not obliged to order food for Fatty while treating him. Although the French meal is one of the international cuisines, but in fact the style of the dishes flip-flopped just a few, and compared to the Chinese cuisine, not even a fraction of the name of the dishes on this menu is naturally even less, counting the very first song order list. The waiter only used 2 or 3 minutes to talk from the beginning to the end. Lian Yu was about to wait for Fatty to make a fool of himself or ask for help from her when she suddenly saw Fatty raise his head and open his mouth with a slight smile. Read in unison to be expected. Lian Yu froze, and the attendant likewise froze. From the fat man's mouth, surprisingly, is authentic, incomparable, even more accurate than the waiter's pronunciation of the Parisian accent. Whether the degree of accuracy or fluency, let a person cannot find a tiny bit of fault, intonation is just right. If you close your eyes to listen to it, it is impossible to believe that this is from a fat man dressed in the earthy Chinese mouth. To say the fat man wasn't polite at all, didn't bother with the damn appetizer soup or the main soup, but started with the main meal, ordered 3 baked snails, 3 sirloin steaks, 5 foie gras, caviar and a bunch of other eats. The wine was an 82-year-old Lafite, and for dessert at the end of the meal, he ordered a double strawberry chocolate mousse. The waiter blinked hard, and after making sure that what he heard was indeed coming from this fat man's mouth, he quickly wrote down what the fat man ordered on the list, marveling at the purity of the fat man's spoken language while marveling at the fat man's prodigious appetite, and quickly left to prepare the food. "You speak French?" Lian Yu asked incredulously. "Watching serials to learn other things I have not learned, just learned to order food." Fatty hemmed and hawed. Lian Yu came to a realization, looking at Fatty with a villainous look. She secretly called out that she had lost her mind, but when she thought of the dishes Fatty had just ordered, she laughed happily again. Lian Yu ordered a sweet French soup, a vegetable salad, a sugar-free ice cream for dessert, and a glass of champagne for drinks. It was completely the most normal choice for a woman, and no one bothered about whether or not it would fill her up. Obviously the foie gras belongs to the finished product, even faster than the vegetable salad on the table, but on the other hand, Lian Yu's side has already taken the fork and started to eat the vegetable salad. The fat man's side didn't even come up with a starter. In front of him, apart from a cup of water, there is only an empty plate left, as well as a setup-like knife and fork. 20 minutes later, the first course ordered by Fatty finally arrived late. A plate as big as your face, 2 snails that are insignificant compared to the plate placed in the center, plus a mixture of black, white, and a mix of unknown playthings on the side. How do you look at it? It gives a feeling of a snail running belly up and pulling out. "I want like 3 servings. Seeing that the waiter was about to leave, Fatty hurriedly called out. The waiter smiled slightly and said, "Our French cuisine is the most delicate, so each dish is cooked individually." Fatty almost fainted. Cooking this dish alone he waited 20 minutes, Nima, 3 snails alone to wait an hour. I'll look at this dinner without a day or 2 simply cannot finish. Seeing Fatty's defeated appearance, Lian Yu had a feeling of darkness. She listened to her best friend to formulate a plan to fix people. In addition to the first link to succeed, the second and third links all failed, but did not think that Fatty even outside the plan was accidentally fixed once. Is it okay if I don't want this mess? Fatty asked, pointing at the messy decorations next to the snail. I'm sorry, sir, we have to honor tradition. The waiter responded politely. Yet, the French tradition is to eat shit, the fat man said in a dark voice. Two legendary big snails. In fact, after peeling off the shell with a small dumpling meat filling so little, the fat man left hand fork A, right hand knife inserted A brain stuffed into the mouth. The feeling is bland, tasteless, taste like chewing wax. Hey friend, these baked snails are meant to be dipped in the sauce on the side. The diner at the next table, not far away, kindly reminded in French. Thanks. The fat man replied politely in French. You can understand French, Lian Yu said unexpectedly. She really believed that the fat man just learned a couple of a la carte French phrases from the cereals. Thank yous are in French, I can say. The fat man laughed nervously. Looking at Lian Yu's believing expression, Fatty secretly laughed. This girl is so simple. Then the fat man looked at the empty plate with only the sauce left on it and began to stare, waiting for 20 minutes for the two snails to go into the belly. Do you want to try it with a snail shell? Unintentionally, Fatty saw Lian Yu eating a salad. The white, slender, delicate little hand held the fork, slightly opened the small mouth like a perfect craft, put the vegetables mixed with salad dressing into the mouth, slowly and carefully chewed, and then slowly swallowed. It seems that watching Lian Yu eat has turned into a kind of process of cultivating the temperament. Lian Yu naturally noticed Fatty's reaction. Looking at Fatty looking at himself with fascination, Lian Yu had a feeling of special pride. Fatty was mesmerized, and when he came back to his senses, the table in front of him had been set with several of the dishes he had ordered at some point. This little goblin, the poor monk must do the people a favor and take you in. Fatty cursed, picked up his knife and fork and began to eat. 82 years of Lafayette in the eyes of the fat man is the same as juice, a mouthful is a cup. Look at the waiter, feel heartbroken. The fat man's look, and the cow chewing oysters is no different. 2 steaks went down, and the third steak was just brought in front of him. The fat man heard the sound of applause, and then a handsome blonde-haired man in a tuxedo walked up to the small stage and sat down in front of the piano, his 10 fingers moving, and the beautiful piano music flowed from his fingertips and rang out, drifting lazily in the air. At the end of the song, the crowd of diners applauded. Not bad. The fat man applauded with feigned appreciation, nodding his head and bullshitting. The handsome pianist got up, picked up the microphone, smiled and said a couple of opening remarks. Then the topic changed, and surprisingly, it got pulled to Lian Yu's body. Miss Natalie Berman has come to our restaurant today. Let's give a big round of applause and welcome Miss Natalie to play a song for us, exclaimed the handsome blonde. While the fat man sulked and fought with the steak in front of him, Lian Yu rose gracefully and walked towards the small stage, taking the microphone from the handsome man. Actually, I accompanied a friend here today. I think, as the host, I shouldn't overshadow my guest's splendor. Below, please invite this unfamiliar friend I brought to the stage to play a high song for you all. Lian Yu pointed at Fatty and said. The crowd applauded and cheered and moved their eyes to the direction of Lian Yu's finger. Then the applause and cheers seemed to have been cut off by someone's hand. All they could see was a fat and wide back. If it wasn't for the fact that the fat man would occasionally raise his head, maybe the crowd would have thought they saw the headless horseman. The prolonged silence caused the fat man to turn and look from side to side with a bewildered expression. Sun Dawei, according to the rules of the restaurant, every new guest is required to go on stage to play or sing a song, otherwise they will be kicked out of the restaurant and be listed in the blacklist of the restaurant's guests, refusing to provide any service. Lian Yu said with a smile. The words in Lotus language were of course false, but those who understood the Chinese language kept silent, and in their opinion, this guy who had insulted the French meal oeuvre, whether in his image or in his eating or in his looks, deserved to be taught some lessons. The fat man looked at the 2 steaks and 1 baked escargot that he had only just eaten on the table, and reluctantly stood up and walked hesitantly on his feet to the small stage. The guests merely clapped their hands politely twice before falling silent, and the atmosphere of the scene seemed extremely awkward. Lian Yu handed the microphone to Fatty and walked off the stage back to her position, waiting to see Fatty make a fool of himself. Fatty's dictionary does not have the word fear. The stage is at his feet, small spotlights shine on his body, the surrounding lights are dim. In this environment, Fatty feels as if he has become a singing superstar in general. Just a short moment of reflection, then excited, turned around and walked to the piano and stood in front of it. There is no rule, sounds like a messy piano sound. Fat right hand 5 fingers as if playing cotton on the keys played a gas. See the crowd have a kind of this. Fat man blasted off the stage of the impulse. The fat man just messed around for about 10 seconds and almost caused a riot among the diners. Sitting in her seat, a smug smile appeared on Lian Yu's face as she quietly waited for the moment to come when Fatty would be blown out the door, which was the 4th step in the plan to fix Fatty. After a few more seconds of messing around, the fat man seemed to find what he needed, and with a smile on his face, he took the microphone in his left hand and placed his right hand on the keys, facing the crowd of diners head-on, then pressed one of the keys hard while singing in a shouted manner. Chapter 71, Eating and Taking. Lem, Layal and I la beam, lem. Pfft, Lian Yu, who had just taken a mouthful of champagne into her mouth, spewed right out. Bam, a waiter was shocked and sat on his butt. Fortunately the metal tray in his hand was empty, otherwise his body would definitely be in bad luck. As the fat man's song sounded, the diners woke up from the dismay, one by one as if they were excited like chicken blood, even all stood up, followed the fat man with roar loudly saying, originally just the fat man's clear voice solo, but in the blink of an eye turned into dozens of chorus. The diners, men and women, regardless of age, all sang loudly with hands and feet, and gradually, the waiters and waitresses also joined in the chorus. The fat man sang a surprisingly French version of the Internationale, which was a little off-key but very accurately pronounced. France is a nation of many disasters, especially in World War II, is synonymous with misery. Even after decades have passed, the moment they hear the Internationale, every patriotic Frenchman will be excited to sing loudly, just to commemorate that miserable era. At the end of the song, the cheers in the restaurant went straight to the clouds, and even a few excited foreigners rushed to the stage and hugged Fatty with all their might, and at this moment, Fatty turned into the most adorable person in the eyes of all the diners. Lian Yu watched her 4th step plan fail, and only felt unable to cry or laugh, secretly saying, how can this fat man not be able to hold it? A French-language international song not only turned the crowd of diners' perception of the fat man upside down, but also alarmed the restaurant's owner, Leon, who weighed more than the fat man. Lion, this fat man, and Sun Dawei, this fat man, are the same people. Crazy. After running out from the back, first embraced the fat man, and then sat down in front of the piano, pressed the keys with force. Dozens of choruses appeared again, and the French Internationale once again resounded in the restaurant. And just now compared to a few less impassioned, a few more cordiality and warmth. After the song, Leon pulled out a golden card from his pocket and shoved it into Fatty's hand in front of everyone, then said into the microphone, cough cough, Mr. Sun will be the most honored guest of Paris Spring from now on. Cough cough. The crowd cheered again. Lotus Language has been speechless. She came to Paris Spring 8 no less than 20 times, but only because of the amount of consumption to meet the requirements, which only got an ordinary white VIP card, and this fat man over to dabble in food and drink, but even just sang a song, got the top of the gold VIP card. There is no heavenly justice, there is no law of the king. You know, this golden VIP card not only can enjoy a 70% discount in Paris Spring, but also can enjoy VIP treatment in all the top restaurants in France. It is completely the same as the pass of high-grade French restaurants in the existence of the antithesis, on behalf of not how much money you have, but how honored your identity and status is. Does this VIP card allow you to enjoy VIP treatment? Fatty asked, holding the VIP card. Ahem, of course, you are our most honored guest in Paris Spring. Lion replied loudly, only his coughing with every word made the fat man frown. So can I come in wearing this? Fatty asked carefully. Lion then noticed what the fat man was wearing and replied with a big smile, of course, even if you're not wearing anything, you're still my friend, and you're also the most honored guest of Paris Spring. Cool, the fat man exclaimed, satisfied. Lotus language once again speechless. Does it mean that there is a sympathetic hidden attribute between the fat people? This fat people's life is also too good. The fat man hugged Leon excitedly and whispered in Leon's ear, "Go to the hospital when you have time to get your lungs checked out." "It's fine, ahem, I just smoke more, ahem, it's a very normal condition, ahem," Lion replied thankfully. The fat man let go of Leon and jumped off the small stage, hugging diners along the way one by one as he made his way back to Lianyu. "Oops, I forgot I know a French song, Little Bear, why don't I go up there and sing it again?" said the fat man, not quite finished. Lianyu was confused, cursing how this fat bastard's luck could be so good to such an extent. "No, hurry up and eat, the food is getting cold," Lianyu said feebly. French song Little Bear. In France, that is a household name for children's songs. In France, there are a lot of people will not sing the national anthem, but there is absolutely no one who will not sing the Little Bear. This children's song, on the influence of the song Little Bear, can even be comparable to the international song. If this fat man went up and sang it again, it may be exempted from the bill. If that was the case, the last step of Lianyu's plan to straighten out Fatty would be completely bankrupt. "Mr. Sun, if you think the food is cold, I can reheat it for you." The waiter standing at the side made a 180-degree turn in attitude, reminding with extra enthusiasm and respect. "Thanks." The fat man replied happily, but instead of letting the waiter actually take it away to reheat it, he ambled off and ate it. Fatty's wolfish and ungentlemanly eating style had just been despised by everyone, but now in the eyes of the crowd, Fatty's eating style was so cute and funny. "Hi Natalie, your friend is really so cute." "Hi Natalie, I don't think he's your boyfriend, can I introduce my daughter to this gentleman?" Lianyu was depressed. This fat man had conquered a group of high-flying Gallic roosters with a song, and someone had even come to his door to propose marriage. "Thanks for your kind words, Natalie is not my girlfriend now, but I'm sure she will be in the future." Fatty replied vaguely. The fat man's reply caused laughter, and the gazes towards the two men again became ambiguous. Lianyu wanted to loudly declare that she and this fat man would never be lovers, never before, never now, and definitely not in the future. But before Lianyu could say anything, Fatty smiled at her and said, "Natalie, you're so beautiful tonight." Lianyu could only swallow the declaration and replied with extremely awkward politeness, "Thank you." Looking at the nearly suffocated out of the internal injuries of the Lotus language, Fatty Heart secretly laughed, "And I fight humming girl, you are still too lowly, ah." One by one, the empty plates on the table were removed, and when the last 2 servings of strawberry chocolate mousse were wiped out by the fat man, Lianyu knew that the most crucial moment, and the last chance to fix this dead fat man, had arrived. "Pay the bill," Lianyu said lightly as she put down her champagne glass. The waiter looked at the fat man. The fat man burped, by the check." The waiter quickly fetched the bill and asked politely, "May I ask, Mr. Sun, which currency you intend to pay in?" Fatty froze and turned his head to look at Lianyu. The mixed foreign girl was smiling like a little fox who had stolen a chicken. Fatty understands. Dare to Lotus language here waiting for their own. This is really a chain set, one set after another, ah. First, he waited under the dormitory building in a convertible wearing a tuxedo, stirring up the jealousy of the students and instantly dashing the aura of heroism that he had only just put on. Then he blocked his entry into the dining hall with a foreign janitor. Then he taunted himself with a French menu. Then he embarrassed himself by singing in his own face, and finally, he was put in a difficult position by having a man to pay for the bill. It's so cruel, so cruel, so cruel. Fatty could imagine that if he didn't have the money to pay for the bill, the lofty image he had just built up in the minds of these gringos would absolutely collapse in an instant. At a moment like this, even if Fatty said that this Lotus language was on the house, I'm afraid it wouldn't change anything. The fat man wiggled his ass and started digging in his pockets. A handful of crumpled bills were pulled out and placed on the table, 2 $1 bills inside standing out, and the waiter's face changed a little. A handful of dimes clanked down on the table, which contained a dime and a nickel, and the waiter's face became even more ugly. "Heh heh, just kidding, it's actually a tip." The fat man grabbed a handful of loose bills and dimes and shoved them into the waiter's hand. The waiter's lips quirked, clutching a handful of change that was no more than $30 at most, to remain silent. In fact, what the waiter wanted to say was, "Brother, the tip is directly in the bill, even if it's not in the bill, you're giving too little." The waiter is very professional ethics, so he did not say this very blowing words out, but he looked at the eyes of the fat man, but became cold. Picking up a girl to eat the king's food cannot be more shameless, cannot be more lowly. The fat man continued to fumble around in his shirt pockets as he pacified the debt-collecting waiter, and suddenly, his eyes lit up and he had a clue in his heart. "Is a credit card okay?" the fat man asked. The waiter nodded and replied coldly, "Of course." "Swipe it then." Fatty pulled the credit card Hound had given him last night out of his pocket and put it on the bill. The waiter looked at the fat man with a puzzled look and wondered why he had to tease me with a handful of change when he clearly had a credit card. "Did all Chinese people like to tease you?" Lian Yu did not know what this credit card represented, but when she saw the empty 82-year-old bottle of Lafite Rothschild on the table, she was beyond certain that even if Fatty had 100,000 Chinese dollars in this credit card, it would not be enough to pay for it. The waiter left with the credit card and the bill, and soon, Leon hurried over, politely and incomparably handed the credit card to Fatty, and laughed, "Ahem, this meal is on me, consider it as making a friend." The fat man froze for a moment, and without hesitation, he snatched the credit card back and stuffed it into his pocket. Lian Yue foolishly looked at the fat man, and then looked at Leon the big boss, some confused about the situation. Does it mean that singing an international song can be exempted from the bill? This bottle of 82-year-old Lafite sells for 80,000 huaxia coins, then counting the other food ordered by the fat man. This meal should be at least 11 or 20,000 huaxia coins before enough to pay the bill, even if you can make money by selling songs. This price seems to be too high. Fatty is not a star, not even a star face. "Really free?" Fatty asked suspiciously. As the owner of this credit card, Fatty didn't even understand what this credit card stood for. He was just interested in having a free meal. "Of course, ahem, would I ever cheat on my friends?" Liant said as she patted the fat man on the shoulder in a self-conscious manner. "That's fine, since it's free, bring me 2 more bottles of 82-year-old Lafite, I'll bring it back to drink." Fatty pointed to the empty wine bottles on the table and said. Leon's body stumbled, almost fainting at the fat man's words. In front of the hotel, the fat man was carrying 2 bottles of 82-year-old Lafite, just as much as he was carrying beer, happily waving goodbye to the fat boss. Leon, a helpless bitter smile, would like to tell the fat man, 82 years of Lafite purchase price on more than 60,000, and still have a price, Paris Spring, although the grade is high enough, but it took a lot of effort, a total of 5 bottles. Of course, Leon couldn't say this in any way, but could only watch as the fat man stood next to the passenger side of the Ferrari. "I've honored the bet, haven't I?" Lian Yu asked with a smile. Fatty looked at Lian Yu's moving smile and was somewhat mesmerized, subconsciously nodding his head. "All right then, bye." Lian Yu laughed and stepped on the gas. The Ferrari sports car shot out like an arrow off the string and disappeared into the endless stream of traffic in the twinkling of an eye. The fat man's empty hand remained in the position of opening the door, but the car was gone. "Sir, do you need me to call a cab for you?" The foreign watchman's attitude had long since become very respectful, attentive to go forward to ask. "Haha, tonight's moonlight is so beautiful, it's just right for a walk." Fatty laughed and quickly stepped into the night. Moonlight. The foreign watchman looked up at the sky. Dark clouds filled the sky, and the moon was there. "I shouldn't have pretended to be rich and tipped Anaya. Can I take a taxi with a credit card?" The fat man who watched the dark clouds walk, but chanted remorsefully as he did so. Chapter 72, Another Visit to the Police Station. The wind of the early summer night is slightly cool. The fat man carrying 2 bottles of 82 years of Lafite, penniless, walking on the cold sidewalk. The traffic on the road seems to be more set off by his helplessness and loneliness. If just no money in the pocket is not enough, fat man felt that today when you go out should look at the calendar, obviously have a credit card in your pocket, but continuously walked through 3 banks. A total of 6 ATMs actually all show system failure. The 2 ATMs at the 4th bank were not malfunctioning, and the fat man chose the cleanest one. but just after he pressed the password and before he got to the selection item, the lousy machine swallowed the fat man's credit card. Fatty finally realized that clean didn't mean good. This broken machine must have long been known by countless people to have a problem with swallowing cards, so the ATM next door was used a little more, and therefore appeared to have a clean space on the outside of this ATM. Fatty wanted to give Feng Yuan or his parents a call to come over and pick them up, but he took out his cell phone only to find that it had a black screen and pressed it for half a day before he remembered that he had forgotten to charge it because he had been so busy for the past 2 days. It was now after 11 o'clock at night, and the streets were thinning out with cars. Fatty had been walking for almost 2 hours, and as soon as he crossed this alley with no streetlights, the university town came into view. Unfortunately, Fatty was destined to be unlucky today. He had only just reached the middle of the alley when he saw 4 figures quickly surround him. Robbery, wallets, cell phones, credit cards, phone cards, bus passes, hand them all over or have your legs broken. Has been unlucky for a whole night. The fat man was then furious, raised his hand 82 years of law fight, towards the shouting robbery guy head down. With a muffled bang, the guy who had shouted the robbery slogan didn't even grunt as his body collapsed limply. Instead of stopping for a single blow, the fat man kicked and slammed, punching the 4 guys into the ground. The 4 unlucky ones were either covering their heads in a semi-conscious state, or covering their lower minions as they wailed. Fatty took another look. The 2 bottles of red wine held in his hands were intact, and not even a crack appeared on the bottles. Grandma, dare to touch Fat Master, my bad luck, robbery, wallet, cell phone, credit card, phone card, bus card, all hand over, or arms broken, legs broken, dick kicked, head smashed. Fatty angrily yelled. Freeze, hands up. Several blinding bright lights came from both sides of the alley, and several silhouettes approached quickly. Nima, there are even helpers. The fat man was furious and stormed out with a loud voice and randomly chose a direction to charge over. Fatty's combat power, even Hound Dog and a host of other special forces are all inferior, not to mention these dirt dogs. A photo on the fat man down 3, the remaining 2 look unbeatable, turn around and want to run. Was the fat man chased up a kick with a bas-relief like a stick to the wall. Then Fatty turned back and charged the guys behind him once again. Freeze. Fatty kicked out. A kick can be stopped in the crotch of the front of this guy. This if a little faster, this guy is guaranteed to turn into the Wu-Tang Clan. Police, the fat man exclaimed in surprise. The other party quickly came to the side of the fat man. Through the light shot by the other party's flashlight, the fat man clearly saw what the other party was wearing as he was handcuffed. The fat man twisted his head with difficulty and looked to the location where he had just given chase, where several dressed were being helped up from the ground by their colleagues. This is bad. Fatty was dumbfounded. Several police cars whistled into the police station. The 4 robbers and the one who had just been beaten up by Fatty as a robber were sent to the hospital, and Fatty was naturally dragged directly into the police station. The handcuffs were attached to an iron chair with a cell-like fence in front of it, and 2 sat outside the fence. Basic information such as name, gender, age, etc. was quickly asked. Tell me why you're robbing, one of the film police officers spoke up and asked. The fat man was anxious to hear this, and when he was anxious, the words that came out of his mouth became lines from a movie. Captain, I'm innocent. I'm a good citizen. The 2 colleagues, even if they hated Fatty for hitting them, couldn't help but be amused by Fatty's words. None of the good folk who say that are any good. One said. When Fatty thought about it, it was really true. In the early Chinese anti-war movies, those who could say these words were either traitors, interpreters, or traitors. None of them appeared in a positive light anyway. I am not a robber, I was robbed. Fatty shouted hurriedly. Who are we kidding? We not only heard you, we also recorded all your words. Xiao Lu, play it for him. The slightly older one said. Grandma, dare to touch Fat Master me, robbery, wallet, cell phone, credit card, phone card, bus card, hand over all. The fat man's voice came out clearly from the recorder. Fatty cried, this gang recording also recorded so coincidentally, more than planting evidence of God. He felt this time even if he jumped into the Yellow River cannot be washed. I'm really not robbing, those 4 guys are the ones who robbed, but they were beaten by me, so I just repeated their words in passing to scare them. I don't need to rob at all. Have you guys ever seen carrying 2 bottles of 82-year-old Lafite to run to rob? The fat man explained. Maybe that's what you just stole. We've had 3 or 4 other thefts in this neighborhood lately. Fatty felt that he had better shut up. At first it was only a robbery, now it has become a burglar. If he argued for a while, it may become a robbery and murderer. The older one looked away a bit and coughed softly, interrupting the inference that the younger one could go off and write a metaphysical novel. You said you're a student at Waseda Medical University, right? Fatty nodded repeatedly. Are you sure your name is Sun Dawei? The fat man's head nodded faster than a chicken pecking at rice. Who are you kidding? The older one yelled as he slammed the table. The fat man was uncertain. The older one turned the laptop in front of him and turned the screen towards the fat man. There is no one named Sun Dawei inside the Waseda Medical University. Fatty just remembered that he was in the Chinese Medical University, just like the witch formation master Dakai in China, belongs to the relationship household that takes a special way to enter. To the outside, is a no file, no identity, extra pure black household. Reflect on this, our policy is to resist and confess. After the older one finished, he pressed the table and left the interrogation room with the younger one. The 2 were gone, but the harsh high wattage lights were not turned off, and the fat man was shaken. Fatty couldn't hold on after 10 minutes, this is clearly torture. Very upset fat man lifted a breath, both hands arm forcefully raised, boom 2 crunching sound, firm and incomparable handcuff chain was even fat man hard to pull off in the monitoring room. Several stared at the screen to see directly stunned, this is a steel handcuffs, even so was pulled off. With a bang, the door to the surveillance room was opened from the inside, and a gust of fragrant air pushed straight out. Chuling, one called. Stop screaming, this girl is an intern, her dad is a minister at headquarters, even if she hits someone, she'll be fine. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Fatty hurriedly sat down on the chair and put on an honest look, watching the crowd in the monitoring room, couldn't help but laugh. A head poked out of the open doorway, and the fat man was so dazzled by the light that he could only hear the sound but see nothing. The voice of the immortal, which was slightly husky but seemed extremely magnetic, rang out, "Ah. Monster. Ah. That's a relief." Fatty cried and laughed, wanting to say, "Zixia, I'm a baby, ah supreme treasure, ah." The angle of the light was adjusted, and the fat man's sight was finally restored to normal. The spotlight used for interrogation froze at the angle of the other party's desk lamp, which also allowed Fatty to see the other party's appearance. It was a girl, an older girl whose childishness had not yet faded, but who insisted on pretending to be mature, with her half-length hair tied in a ponytail at the back of her head, revealing her bare forehead. Although she had double eyelids, her eyes weren't very big, and compared to Tang Yen or Lian Yu, they were at least a big difference, but this girl's eyes were very clear, and her eyes were incredibly spiritual. Slightly some upturned tip of the nose, giving a particularly mischievous feeling, so that people have a kind of pull, pinch the urge. The slightly thick lips were not too big or too small, and 2 slightly protruding incisors could be seen, giving the impression of a cute little bunny. The girl was wearing a tight set, with breasts so high that they seemed to be trying to break through the buttons and break free of their restraints. "What do you do for a living?" the girl asked. "I'm a college student." Fatty replied, he was most proud of his status as a college student, even if he was merely a black man. "No way," the girl said with utter certainty, "there's no way a college student would have the strength to pull the handcuffs off." Chi-Chi in the monitoring room slapped her forehead, this girl was too simple. Fatty instantly woke up and looked around, immediately bringing out the surveillance head hidden in the corner. "Be honest, what do you really do?" the girl pressed. "I'm really a sophomore at Waseda Medical University. Don't believe me, call my second senior brother. His name is Fang Yuan, he's the vice dean of Shangjing's 31 hospital, and he's also the head of the internal medicine department," Fatty said helplessly. "Second senior brother, you think you're the monkey king, in your size, at most you're a piggy bank," the girl retorted. Fatty heaved a sigh. Is he considered to be a showman meeting a soldier? He can't reason it out. Chapter 73, Policewoman Chu Ling. Our teacher said that if a suspect's eyes flicker, he must be hiding something unspeakable. That was a reflection of the light flashing at me, the fat man said in feeble defense. Our teacher also said that if a suspect's gaze is fixed on a woman's breasts, it means he's done at least one case of molestation. Big sister, who let your breasts grow exuberantly? Of course, this is something that Fatty did not dare to say, or else he might have to place another charge on his head. Honestly, what exactly do you do? The girl's voice was stern. Fatty didn't even know what to say. Eventually, under the girl's forced gaze, the fat man helplessly said, "Actually, I'm a doctor." Fatty felt a sense of helplessness when he said this, like Master Star saying, "Actually, I'm an actor." The doctor was a student a moment ago, and now he's a doctor. How do you prove what you're saying is true? The girl pressed. Fatty shook his head and said, "You have a regular menstruation and you feel hot and dry when you sleep at night, even if you don't cover yourself with a blanket, so you sleep naked." "How do you know that?" the girlette asked innocently in return. Sound of escaping laughter. Whooping sound. The ones in the monitoring room squirted in unison, and one choked on his own spit as soon as the words were out of the girl's mouth. She felt something was wrong. Her small melon face instantly blushed and scolded, "Rascal. You're the one who asked me to prove I'm a doctor." Fatty Special retorted innocently. "You wouldn't have proved it any other way?" the girl asked, puffing. An honest man couldn't help himself and quickly walked out of the surveillance room to the interrogation room. "Chu Ling, go back first, I'll do the interrogation." Old opened his mouth. The girl snorted coldly, glared viciously and fiercely at the fat man, got up and left. Old looked at Chu Ling's background and shook his head in amusement. This girl was really too simple. If she was allowed to interrogate her for a while longer, it was possible that she would even tell her own 8 generations of ancestors, and at that time, it would be really hard to know who was actually interrogating whom. "You say you're a doctor, so take a look at what's wrong with me?" Old asked as he moved his chair to the railing and sat down. The fat man took a closer look and hesitated for a moment. "You have a pretty serious stomach problem." "Exactly." The old eyes lit up. Fatty sighed with relief. In fact, he was guessing. The novels all said that because of the irregular life and the lack of punctuality in eating, 8 out of 10 have stomach problems, and the more grassroots, the more serious the stomach problems. "And what else?" asked Senior. "You have arthritis. And? You are having trouble urinating, peeing patter, and not urinating enough." "Truly divine." Old clapped his hands in amazement. Fatty blushed a little, which was actually something he guessed. Shenjing belongs to the north, winter cold, and often at night out of the mission, arthritis that belongs to a relatively normal disease. As for the urine is not smooth, the old look more than 50 years old, stomach is not good, joints cannot work, and older, this urine naturally will not be smooth. Looking, sniffing, questioning, and cutting, that is the traditional Chinese medicine diagnostic method. And just by virtue of looking at the other party's condition to be able to say out, "The fat man has not been so powerful." I'm afraid that only 301 of the Wang Bo Wang Lao has this kind of strong skills. The diagnostic methods of which doctors are more inclined to Western medicine, headache, footache, and witchcraft to solve evils, and it is impossible to explore the real cause of the patient's illness from the surface to the inside, as in Chinese medicine. "Do you know how to heal?" asked Senior. "That has to be," the fat man replied with a straight face. "This time you'll cure me of my pissing problem first." Senior. "RD. Got any dandelions?" "Get 2. Fatty said. Old immediately ran out of the interrogation room, and now in this season, dandelions are everywhere. Soon Old came running back with a handful of dandelions that still had pom-poms on them. Spread a piece of white paper on the table, then put the dandelion on the paper, interlock your fingers with both hands and squeeze hard to squeeze out the juice inside. Fatty said. Old immediately followed the fat man's words, and since the table was a bit short and didn't reach Old's crotch, Old had to bend over and exert himself. Press hard, you must get all the juice out. The fat man railed in a loud cheer for the old one. There was not much juice in the dandelion, and it was even more difficult to squeeze it out, and Lao had to exert his utmost strength in order to get more juice out. Perhaps in order to prove that Fatty is really a doctor, perhaps want to cure their own unspeakable secrets, the old very seriously in accordance with what Fatty said to do, the whole 10 minutes of time, only to be considered barely dandelion branches and leaves in the dry stem of the juice pressed out, but obviously from the fat man said that the squeezing of dry there is still a very long way to go. I don't have the strength. Old Fall sat in his chair panting and shaking his head. Are you sure you don't have the strength? The fat man asked. Really out of energy, haven't been this tired in a while. Old waved his hand. The old rested for a moment, got up and looked at the fruits of his hard labor, and asked, is it to be applied externally or taken internally? Fatty shook his head and said, no need to apply external compresses, no need to take internal medication, you just need to adhere to this action, 3 times a day in the morning, midday, and evening at least 10 minutes each time. In less than a week, you will be able to cure this disease. What? The old here froze. Dare to just do their own is simply useless. This dandelion is just a prop, simply no use. Ah. The fat man hemmed and hawed. When you pressed the dandelion, did you stand on your tiptoes? Yes, replied the old honest man. Did you arch your back? Yes. Did you lift your shoulder? Yes. Did you bite your tongue? It's really there, but what does it have to do with curing urinary problems? Asked the old puzzled man. Of course it is useful, standing on tiptoe, leaning the body's center of gravity forward, invariably the pressure on the waist is relieved, and when the strength of the waist is reduced, the contraction of the bladder is accelerated, with the back arched, the breathing is slightly impeded, and a stream of qi is pressed into the dantian, which may be called yuan qi, and nourishes the kidneys on both sides of the body. The old seemed to understand something and nodded repeatedly. Lifting your shoulders allows your blood and qi to accelerate, and clenching your teeth reinforces the effect of the previous 3 movements, which is known as the qi suppression and nourishment method in medicine, which not only treats your urinary incontinence, but also improves the quality of your sleep and enhances your conjugal life. Old just wanted to say something. Suddenly a feeling of urgency to urinate came, could not care about a word, hurriedly ran out of the interrogation room. A few minutes later, the old man returned to the interrogation room with a soothing face and gave the fat man a thumbs up, soundly ah. Fatty laughed. As long as you stick to what I said, you won't have to endure the pain of not being able to urinate in the future. With a bang, the door to the interrogation room, which had just been closed by the old man, was slammed open from the outside, and several of various ages squeezed in from the outside. Doctor, can impotence be cured? Doctor, is it possible to treat the constant rising at night? Doctor. When the fat man left the police station, the entire police station all on duty came out to give the fat man a farewell. The old man himself drove the police car to send the fat man home. 2 bottles of 82 years of Lafayette also returned to the fat man. That female officer, if you want to be cured of your illness, you can come to me at any time. My name is Sun Dawei, and you can find me at both the 31 and the Chinese Medical University. Fatty shouted loudly after the car was started. Rascal, Chu Ling instantly turned red and cursed in a low voice. However, Chu Ling thought for a moment. Her own unspeakable secret seemed to be a real problem. Shouldn't she really go and find Fatty to treat it? In fact, Chu Ling didn't know that Fatty wouldn't be able to look and smell, but he would be able to judge whether a person's heavenly veins were normal or not through the qi, which was the side effect of Fatty's 9 absolute vein. Of course, the general side effect referred to the bad effects and reactions, while this side effect was a gift from heaven for the sorcerer. The so-called heavenly chakra was the primary chakra that a person was born with. For example, Fatty's heavenly chakra was the 9 absolute chakra, which was the primary chakra that one was born with. Chu Ling's heavenly vein is called 5 yang compelling yin vein. People have 9 veins, female belongs to yin and male belongs to yang. Normal women, the heavenly vein is generally 5 yin and 4 yang vein, that is, 4 flat vein, and when a woman's heavenly vein in the yang vein accounted for more than half of the body, the person's body will be problematic, irregular. Menstruation, the body is hot and dry, is the most common manifestation. Although the 5 yang forcing een vein wouldn't live past 20 years old like Fatty's 9 een extinct vein, the lifespan definitely wouldn't be more than 45 years old unless she could find a man with a 5 een forcing yang vein, and by merging many times, the excess een and yang veins in the bodies of both parties would be mixed and exchanged so that they could live a long time. If you cannot find such a man, with the increase of age, Chu Ling will feel the body more and more hot and dry. No matter how much water to drink does not quench the thirst, no matter how many degrees the air conditioning to play do not feel cool, and finally the body of the water in the body a little bit of evaporation, die. The look is like a 70 or 80-year-old woman of course, in Western medicine. This disease is also called progeria. Fatty did not choose to go back to school, since there is a car to send, or directly home is better. Lu Xiong 3 bits of fox odor, the early day to solve the problem. They can also early day to regain self-confidence. After all, Lu Xiong, this is a righteous guy. Fat people have is to have a reuse. It was still early in the morning, and Fatty didn't want to disturb his parents' rest and didn't have a key, so he simply sat cross-legged in the small garden in front of his house, slowing down his breathing, emptying his mind of distractions, and utilizing it to replenish his mental and physical strength. Just as Fatty's mind began to become blank, a very strange feeling surged through his heart. Fatty snapped his eyes open, and the native compulsion golden silkworm, which had been staying behind Fatty's ear, even flew into the air on its own, surrounding Fatty's body on guard. There is usually only one reason why this happens: the fat man's life is in danger. Chapter 74, Extreme Danger. The golden silkworm off the main, this situation Fatty just heard of, has never seen with their own eyes. And now there is still an hour or so from dawn. It can be said that now is the darkest moment of the day, if not the villa outside the community roadside street lighting. I'm afraid that the environment can only be used to describe the hand cannot see 5 fingers as the golden silkworms flew faster and faster. A window of Fatty's villa quietly opened, and all those poisonous insects and poisonous creatures that Fatty had brought back from the Golden Phoenix Mountain were all summoned by the golden silkworms, and climbed out of the 2 vine boxes, ready to protect their masters. The rock bird, which Fatty called Brother Eagle, had hovered at a height of several dozen meters above Fatty's head at some point and began its inspection. This situation had never occurred even when Fatty encountered the Jiao Snake King with horns on its forehead in the deepest part of the primitive forest. The golden silkworm is the king of all insects, no matter how awesome the poisonous insects. In front of the golden silkworms are the same as the 3 grandchildren. Resistance is directly the end of the extinction of the family, although the insects do not have any brains, but the judgment of survival or death is a little more keen than the beasts and humans. And among the wild beasts, with Fatty's strength that can tear tigers and leopards alive, and his agility comparable to that of a spirit ape, he is almost invincible in Golden Phoenix Mountain. Plus Fatty's body is surrounded by poisons, and even his blood contains severe poisons, so even jackals, tigers, and leopards are not willing to mess with Fatty. If we add in the fact that Fatty had plagued these unlucky beasts for more than a decade, this situation in front of him was indeed the first time it had ever occurred. Supporting the ground with both hands, Fatty slowly stretched out his coiled legs, the whole person half squatting on his left calf, while his right foot was bowed behind him, just like a sprinter's starting position, ready to burst out with the strongest attack at any time. A kind of crisp sound like a metal sheet knocking came intermittently. These poisonous insects that had already surrounded the fat man in the middle, as if they were suddenly mentally confused, went crazy without a head, while all kinds of venomous snakes drooped their heads and flopped on the ground, as if they had already submitted to the same. "Disperse," the fat man said faintly. The golden silkworm accepted the master's consciousness, and then sent the order to these poisonous creatures, "Good guy." Just in the twinkling of an eye, these guys directly fled without a trace. "Grandma, it's a good thing we let it fall apart. If this were a real fight, this bunch of things would definitely be traitors." Fatty cursed. The sound of the metal sheet striking became clearer and clearer, and the continuity became stronger and stronger, and the fat man became more and more relaxed, but of course, it was only the body that was relaxed, while the spirit was becoming more and more tense. A relaxed body can provide Fatty with more explosive power and faster speed at critical moments. In the arena, especially in gymnastics, When the body is tensed excessively, agility and strength will drop several notches, and the movements will be out of shape, so body tension is never a good thing for fat people nowadays. As the sound of the metal sheet striking became clearer and clearer, the fat man's ears slightly moved twice, and with his left foot as the axis, his body slowly rotated a dozen degrees without showing any weakness, turning his front towards the place where the sound came from under the dim light of the street lamp. Something that was 3 times greener than the lawn was slowly moving toward the fat man. What the hell is this? The fat man thought in disbelief. Just as Fatty was puzzled, the thing suddenly stood up, and then a cloud of green mist visible to the naked eye shot over at Fatty. Mist was usually floating, and if there was a wind, it would be blown away without even having to float, but the green mist emitted by this monster was not only not blown away by the wind, but instead it condensed into a ball, as if it possessed substance, as solid as it was, and it was incredibly fast. Fatty couldn't even wait to curse as his body shot out to the left side of his body like a stray arrow. The fat man only heard a hissing sound ringing out, and with a slight glance from the rest of his eyes, he immediately changed color. Just now where the fat man was squatting, the plants that were originally growing lushly actually withered away in an instant, apparently having withered and died. Even if he thought with his toes, he knew that the green mist that this monster spewed out was poison. In novels, there are quite a few depictions of poisonous insects and venomous creatures, saying that when a certain kind of poisonous insects and venomous creatures are moving, wherever they pass by, all the grass and trees wither. In fact, this is absolutely bullshit. Poisonous insects and poisonous animals, even if the body outside with poison, toxicity will never be strong enough to the extent that the grass and trees withered wherever they went. Grass and trees, even if they are poisoned to death, but also need a process. This process is as short as a few hours, as long as a few days. However, now that Fatty had witnessed this vision of grass withering wherever the poison reached, the only explanation was that the toxicity of the monster in front of him had reached a creepy level. The golden silkworm returns to the body. Fatty let out a low gulp. The golden silkworm, hovering in the sky, looking for an opportunity to prepare for an attack, although unwilling, still obeyed its master's order and flew back behind Fatty's ear. When encountering a formidable opponent, the golden silkworm was Fatty's secret weapon with the most powerful killing power. The speed and toxicity of the golden silkworm, and the silence of the attack, were all able to deal a heavy blow to the enemy, but in the face of an unknown enemy, Fatty would rather risk his body than allow the golden silkworm to be damaged in any way. This monster sprayed out another mouthful of green mist. Fatty had long been prepared and had dodged before the green mist arrived. Fatty's dodge is with a clear purpose, is to lead the monster to the light, a little bright place, as long as to see clearly what the monster is. Fat basically able to find each other's weakness, then whether to catch or kill, are not all fat on the board of a piece of meat. As he got closer and closer to the light around him became brighter and brighter, and Fatty could finally clearly see the monster in its entirety. The monster looked like a gecko, about a meter long, with that long tail taking up more than half of the total length of the body. The monster was emerald green in color all around, its body flattened against the ground, and if it was thrown into the primitive forest, trying to find it would simply be harder than heaven. The most bizarre thing was that this monster had 2 heads, one left and one right, with 4 small eyes staring at Fatty in death. After the fat man got a good look at the monster, the name of an animal, caracal, immediately appeared in his mind. In Chinese mythology, there is absolutely no such monster as caracal, and even in the world mythology, this monster can never be seen, and even in the animal encyclopedia, this monster can never be found. Fatty recognized this kind of monster because he had seen it from the ancient books collected by his master. There is a very powerful sect of sorcerers who believe that all the poisons in the world can't match their formidable strength, so they chose to use crossbreeding to propagate and research new types of poisons on their own. It was as if letting a lion and a tiger mate could give birth to a lion and tiger beast, and by letting different poisonous creatures mate, or live together, or even serve as food for the other party to devour, a new species gradually evolved. The source of caracal is 3 different types of poisonous lizards. After feeding various poisonous insects every day, a heterozygous species, which can also be called a variant, will appear after every 3 generations of crossbreeding. and this variant will be brought up separately, and then use secret methods to feed them, and the mating will also be a variant, so that after 5 more generations, caracal will be born. Caracal, two-headed, gecko-like, flattened body, highly poisonous, sound like gold, with eagle claws, crocodile tail, snake neck, leopard speed, shark teeth and other characteristics, brutal in nature, wherever they go, corpses everywhere, mouth spraying poisonous mist, condensed and not dispersed, half a mile downwind, grass and trees are withered, people and animals are dead. It is sad to say, that powerful sorcerer sect, it is this kind of caracal to the extermination of the door. At that time hundreds of caracal fled into the middle of the mountains. Since then no one has ever seen the true face of the caracal. It seems that this new species instantly disappeared from the world in general. Only now that Fatty had seen it with his own eyes, he really didn't know whether this should be considered his luck or his sorrow. Caracal suddenly another mouthful of poison sprayed, Fatty habitually dodge, but people in the air, but horrified to find that the ancient book is really right, the leopard speed, this damn monster even took advantage of Fatty people in the air. There is no place to borrow the strength of the openings, directly launched an attack. Fuck, Fatty cursed, twisting his waist hard, his body half spinning in the air, while his left foot kicked hard toward the lunging carcass. Fatty's kick gathered the power of his entire body, even if it was impossible to kick a boulder, a small tree as thick as an arm was basically one kick at a time. But to the fat man's surprise, this caracal was about to be kicked before, violently opened its limbs, a layer of thin as a cicada's wing membrane connected to its limbs, by means of pouncing on the fast wind, but also deflected the direction of the fat man's kick to no avail. Not only that, after avoiding the fat man's kick, this caracal actually twisted his head as a mouth. The benefits of double-headed at this moment show the most. Obviously a head has missed the attack range, but the other head is just in the attack range, if not the fat man habitual kicking leg after the leg. I'm afraid that the caracal has already been a mouthful of bites in just a blink of an eye. Fatty had already sensed the terrifying nature of this monster, and without stopping after landing, he fled towards the back of the neighborhood as fast as he could. At this moment, Fatty's speed was completely displayed, the whole person was like a shadow in the night, ghostly drifting out, and caracal's speed was not only no less than Fatty's, but even several times faster than Fatty's, catching up with Fatty in a few rises and falls. Fatty had no choice but to roll and crawl, dodging and dodging. Fatty is not going to run for his life, but he must lure caracal out of the crowded area. God knows if he hangs up, this kind of monster which is evaluated to be brutal in nature will slaughter all the residents of the whole neighborhood. In the neighborhood, there are Fatty's parents and sisters. Fatty would rather die himself than allow his parents and sister to suffer a single bit of harm. This was something that one should do as a child and as a brother. With Fatty's movements, the back of the mountain was close at hand, the mountains and forests, that was Fatty's territory. My place, I'm in charge. Fatty accelerated his speed and didn't enter into the sparsely forested hill that was no more than a few dozen meters above sea level. Caracal was a close second. Chapter 75, The Lair of the Caracal. If the golden silkworm is the king of all insects, the caracal can be called the king of all beasts in terms of toxicity. Normally, in the mountains and forests the beasts could fully utilize their characteristics, but what was strange to Fatty was that just now when he got rid of the caracal it was still very strenuous, and he needed to constantly change his speed and direction, and only then did he barely manage to rush to the forest. But as soon as he entered the mountains and forests, the caracal seemed to be a little dazed and dizzy, and his attacks became much weaker, and his speed seemed to have slowed down. Quite a bit. Fatty smiled after dodging 2 or 3 times. The enemy is weak and naturally I am strong, although he did not know why the caracal that should have been more powerful in the mountains and forests would turn into a limp shrimp, but Fatty understood that his chance had come. After caracal lunged again, Fatty twisted decisively and fell back while kicking out with his right foot. Exactly as Fatty thought, when he changed his stance, caracal immediately opened his limbs and lit up the membrane between his limbs, and his forward lunge immediately turned into a glide, wanting to use the wind to change direction and avoid Fatty's attack. If Fatty merely kicked out a leg, then caracal's plan was bound to succeed, but a beast is a beast, even if it is a more intelligent beast. Its brain capacity is very limited, and it will only change the way it fights through constant battles. And it is obvious that Fatty won't give it this chance to change. Fatty's kick was just a false move. It looked powerful and fast, but in reality it didn't contain much power at all. Fatty's real killing move was on his other leg. Just as the carcass brushed against the first foot kicked out by the fat man moved, braced his hands upside down on the ground, and the power that had already been stored up coalesced on the second foot, and the whole person was like a spring compressed to the extreme, bouncing backwards from the ground. This second kick of Fatty's was not with the sole of his foot, but he tensed his foot so that the top of the foot and the calf and thigh formed a straight line, and all the power was not poured into the leg, but all concentrated on the toe, using his body as a launching pad, and at a faster speed and with a more furious force, he heavily nailed Caracal's neck 2 inches below the neck. The monster, which had disappeared from the world's sight for hundreds of years, flew straight up into the sky, and after struggling twice, it fell without any movement, not even the instinctive movement of opening its limbs. Fatty, this person's biggest advantage is prudence, not as a last resort. He will never risk his life. In the Golden Phoenix Mountain, as long as you are careless, either you have already turned into the offspring of the poisonous insects of the host, or buried in the belly of the beasts, and finally turned into the fertilizer of the mountain. So, when the caracal fell, Fatty didn't rush up, but broke the branch of the small tree beside him after getting up, and threw a stab at the falling caracal with all his strength. Fatty's cautiousness was not without reason. This caracal was actually in the state of feigning death. If Fatty rushed up to attack, when the distance reached the caracal's attack radius, this guy would immediately open his limbs and change his direction, giving the enemy a fatal blow. The fat man's running speed was not as fast as caracal's, but the branches that were thrown out with all the new force of his body were like bullets that were discharged, so fast that even the naked eye was afraid that it could not keep up with the speed at which the branches flew. When caracal made a dodging reaction, he was a step too slow, and the branch, though not sharp, was sharp enough on one end to pierce through caracal's body, and the branch's concave surface brought out all of caracal's internal organs, and by the time caracal had fallen again, he had been completely turned into a dead body. Fatty heaved a sigh of relief after he was sure that caracal was dead, but 2 questions bubbled up in his mind. Monsters like the caracal were a specialty of the western frontier hundreds of years ago, and should not appear anywhere else except in this border of the western frontier, but now the caracal had appeared in Shengjing City, which was thousands of miles away from the western frontier, which in itself was a thing that felt strange. Secondly, the caracal can be called the king of all beasts. The mountains and forests should be the caracal's home turf. In the mountains and forests, the caracal should have a stronger ability to move and attack, but why is it that as soon as this caracal enters the mountains and forests, it seems as if its strength has been weakened? Fatty shook his head helplessly. The caracal was dead, and even if it wasn't, I'm afraid Fatty wouldn't be able to get the answers he wanted from an animal. Eat it, thought the fat man. Of course it is not the fat man to eat, but the fat man bred those poisonous creatures to eat. If you can increase the strength by eating carcasses, naturally the best. If it is poisoned, the fat man is not heartbroken. Anyway, as long as he wants to, at any time he can go back to the Golden Phoenix Mountain to get a whole lot of them over again. Fatty has not entered into the mountains and forests for several days. This back of the mountain is not high enough, the forest is not lush enough, but it is already enough to make the very easy to satisfy Fatty happy. Anyway, there is still not a short period of time from dawn. Fatty simply spread out in the small mountain. Unconsciously, Fatty walked to the top of the hill. Although the hill was not high, it was high enough to take in the villa area where his parents lived. On the other side of the hill was a construction site. This area had been purchased by a developer, ready to build a new upscale villa community. In order not to affect the normal rest of the residents of the villa area separated by a hill, this construction site would only be open during the daytime, and would stop working at nighttime, but would not take a break, but would deliver all kinds of construction materials and to make prior preparations for the opening of the construction site in the daytime. What appeared in front of Fatty's eyes now was the brightly lit construction site, but after only looking at it for less than a minute, Fatty realized the problem. this construction site was not even a moving person could not be seen except for the brightly lit lights and the sound of the engines of various types of construction vehicles. When Fatty's gaze shifted to the cab of an engineering truck, the pupils of his eyes shrunk violently. In the cab, a man had been dead for a long time, and on this man's body, a caracal identical to the one Fatty had just killed was gnawing on the man's corpse. Such a scene did not only exist in this one place. The fat man just looked carefully and was surprised to find that in the entire construction site, at least hundreds of carcasses existed. As for all the workers on the construction site, including those outsourced to be responsible for the transportation of building materials, all of them were killed by the carcasses. Fatty was stunned. A caracal had made Fatty do everything he could, which barely killed it. This hundreds of caracals was simply a nightmare-level existence. If these caracals entered the densely populated areas of the city, it was simply a thing more horrible than the outbreak of the plague. Fatty did not dare to hesitate, rushed down the hill as fast as he could, and returned home in a very short time, climbed into his bedroom, grabbed the landline and dialed Hound Dog's phone number, and detailed the matter. And after making sure that Hound Dog didn't think it was a joke, Fatty began his preparations. First of all, Fatty will replace the spare battery of the cell phone in order to contact with the Hound and other people, and then he rummaged to find a toy binoculars. Although the visual distance is not far, the clarity is not enough, but at least dozens of meters of distance is still able to see things clearly. Next is the weapon. Fatty is used to unarmed attacks against such monsters as caracal. Fatty does not dare to be careless. A large thinly sliced knife specialized in cutting watermelons was held in Fatty's hand before he left the house silently. Lying on his back on a small hill, Fatty used binoculars to look down, and this time, he finally discovered the real source of the problem. In the center of the construction site, there should have been a not-so-large lake. Of course, it can also be called a relatively large pool of water. There is a deep pit just dug out at the edge of this lake. It should be that the developer is preparing to get a small dock here, forming a unique place in the villa complex where you can raft. In this deep pit, you can clearly see no less than 100 densely packed white eggs. Several caracals are wandering between the eggs to guard. Some eggs have been broken, yolks and egg whites all float out, appearing to be very chaotic in this pit. Although Fatty is still unable to determine how these carcasses came all the way to Shengjing City, but already understand why the carcasses lost their strength in the mountains and forests to enhance the reason to turn underground well. Even a few decades, not to mention centuries, is enough to change the habits of a population. Human adaptability can be said to rank first among all animals in the world, in addition to the sea. Whether the highest altitude of the Himalayas, or a wide range of boundless desert, can see the traces of human beings. Dubai is not the city built in the desert. However, when the population grows from rural to urban areas, in just a few decades, it would take at least 3 generations for the lost skill of farming to be regained if humans were allowed to return to the countryside from the city. But of course, with machinery, this process of adaptation is cut down drastically. From the humans' adaptation, it was possible to tell that the reason why the caracal was in the forest as if it had been weakened was because this clan of caracals had lived underground for hundreds of years and had become unfamiliar with life in the mountains and forests, which gave Fatty the opportunity to take advantage of it. If in the flat ground, or in the water, even if Fatty had 3 heads and 6 arms, even if his strength and speed were boosted by 3 or 5 times, I am afraid that the result of the match would be that Fatty would definitely lose. Seeing this, Fatty was also slightly relieved. Since these caracals live underground and in the water, then that head of caracals that have been dead should be scurrying around everywhere, and finally get lost, which was unlucky enough to run into Fatty. In the absence of natural enemies appearing in the normal circumstances, these caracals should not be able to leave this piece of years of life in the area. Fatty didn't have to wait long, just 20 to 30 minutes, when the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. The convoy of several vehicles quickly drove into the villa area and stopped at the fringe. The fully equipped Hound Dog and the others jumped out of the vehicles, and after recognizing the direction, they quickly approached Fatty. A great war between humans and caracals is about to break out. Chapter 76, The Great Extermination Formation. Not only did the Hound Dog and the others arrive, even the Witchfinder Dakai, who was definitely a black household in China and had been honestly working as a cleaner at Tinglong Base, also arrived with the car. Dakai got excited as soon as he saw Fatty and grabbed Fatty's hand how he couldn't let go. Compared to being in Tinglong Base, he was more eager to follow Fatty and learn a more profound sorcerer's array from him. Let's talk about it later, you guys take a look at this construction site first. Fatty managed to get rid of Dakai's hand and lowered his voice to Hound and the others. The Hound's binoculars belonged to military high-tech products, and at first glance, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The other special forces also showed astonished expressions after seeing the tragic scene in the construction site. The scene in the construction site, I'm afraid, would only be seen in an American disaster, who makes these caracals look a lot like pint-sized dinosaurs from the outside. Caracal Durkee borrowed the Hound's binoculars and recognized the monster just by looking at it, except that his voice was very shaky, as if he had seen something extremely horrible. How do you recognize it? Fatty asked strangely. This kind of monster has not appeared in the world for hundreds of years. Fatty still saw it from the ancient books collected by his master. A look of horror appeared on Dakai's face as he muttered, Caracal monsters like this are what my division has come up with. It dawned on the fat man the process of this is not so complicated. The founder of the Dakai division is the survivor of the wizard sect that was exterminated by the Caracal hundreds of years ago, and it is only by experiencing the horrors of the Caracal firsthand that the Caracal is so feared. This thinking is passed down from generation to generation through the telling of the story. So even though Durkee had never even seen a Caracal in the flesh before, he would still feel very scared. Fatty, how about using a sniper rifle to fight here? I think it's just 100 or so, we can handle it with 3 each. Hound asked. No, Dakai said before Fatty, this kind of monster is very good at avoiding evil. Once it encounters unknown dangers, it will flee in all directions. If these monsters are allowed to escape from this area, it will be a disaster for the human race. Not so much, Hound and the others asked in surprise. Very much so. This monster's characteristics are extremely fast and highly poisonous. Fatty spelled out the Caracal's greatness. Dakai adds, Caracals are long-lived and superbly reproductive. Hound and the others were stunned. This was like Godzilla. Then what to do? Asked the Hound in surprise. If they were dealing with humans, these special forces were absolutely not afraid, but they were dealing with a kind of monster that they had never seen before, and their strength was very strong. They could not do it. Which formation? Dakai and Fatty looked at each other, and both said in unison. Hound Dog and the others were completely speechless. This was beyond the scope of their cognition. Use the Great Extinction Formation, Fatty thought for a moment. I wouldn't. Dakai replied awkwardly. I can draw formation diagrams, but I can't lay formations. Fatty laughed. Dakai was instantly excited. What he didn't know how to do was formation diagrams. As long as there were formation diagrams, it wasn't a difficult task at all for a witch formation master who had been immersed in witch formations for decades. Fatty scratched out a clearing with his feet, snapped off a branch to use as a pen, and quickly drew a formation on the clearing. Taoism has formations, and so does Buddhism. For example, Taoism's 7-star formation, 13 Big Dipper formation, Chankuan formation, Bagua formation, Buddhism's 4-elephant formation, 18 Luohan formation, and so on. Never think that the 18 Luohan formation is the battle formation of the Buddhist monks. In fact, the 18 Luohan formation is a Buddhist formation in the great power of the guarding formation, only gradually evolved into a man-for-man formation of the battle formation. The witch sex formation has been passed down for thousands of years, only that it was not carried forward because it was treasured by the broom. Instead, a certain pioneer arrived in Europe by chance thousands of years ago and spread the witch formation to foreign countries, and it gradually blossomed into a system of sorcerers that is independent of the Chinese witch sect. Therefore, the formations of the witch sect were all framed by starbursts and centered on formations. The origin of the Great Extinction Formation was a defensive witch formation that guarded the mountain gate, and since wizards lived in caves hundreds of years ago, the only thing that needed to be defended was the few cubic meters of space at the mountain gate. The witch formation masters of this sect of Dakai, after hundreds of years of research, had already extended the range of the Witch formation to thousands of square meters, or even tens of thousands of square meters. Of course, the range and the power of the Witch formation were inversely proportional. The larger the range, the less powerful the Witch formation would be. The Great Extinction formation was not a single formation, but a composite formation composed of three very vicious formations. The Bloodthirsty formation, Chaotic Soul formation, and Extermination formation were not ranked too high in a single sorcerer formation. Assuming there were 100 single sorcerer formations, the Bloodthirsty formation could rank outside of the 50s, the Chaotic Soul formation would be snickering if it could rank in the top 80, and the highest one was the Extermination formation, which could probably rank in the top 20. Bloodthirsty array, enter into the array, will immediately become extremely bloodthirsty. As long as the sight of blood light will become crazy, the attack power will be rapidly increased. In the Witch array, Bloodthirsty array is generally affected in the sorcerer himself. In order to improve the attack power, agility ability, give the enemy a more heavy blow. Chaotic Soul formation, whoever enters into this formation, his consciousness will be confused, all the creatures he sees in his eyes will become enemies, and he will not be able to distinguish between enemy and self at all. The Bloodthirsty formation, when combined with the Soul Confusion formation, turned into a formation that caused creatures to go berserk, causing the creatures to actively choose the creatures around them as their enemies and unleash the most frantic attacks that would not end in death. As for the Extinction formation, it was only the core formation that made up the Great Extinction formation, and its function was to connect the Bloodthirsty formation and the Soul Mess formation, making the two formations work at the same time. And because the Extinction formation was at the core of the formation, that was why the formation was called the Great Extinction formation. Dakai's eyes lit up as Fatty drew the formation diagram out with a stroke. He never dreamed that the Great Extinction formation that had been lost for hundreds of years would be able to be seen by his own eyes, and that he would even be able to set up the Great Extinction formation with his own hands. The Great Extinction formation was a combination of three formations together, but not like kindergarten children lining up to share fruits and nuts, but rather, it was necessary to fuse these three separate formations. You have me, I have him, he has you, pulling one hair and affecting the whole body, launching them all at the same time, working at the same time, and ending them all at the same time. This is where the real difficulty lies. There was once a sorcerer array master who attempted to combine the three at the top of the single array row into a new array, but the result was that before the array came out, the sorcerer array master was killed by the revolting force generated by the combination array, thus showing that the emergence of a combination array required more than just rich research experience in sorcerer arrays, but also strong strength as well as unbelievable luck. However, when Dakai saw the third Extinction formation being drawn, a difficult expression came over his face. I can set it up, but I can't push the formation to run. Dakai wondered. The Witch array is divided into 5 grades. One is a single array, the other is a composite array. Each push a formation to operate, you need the same cultivation realm to be able to do. For example, a single array, as long as you have reached the broken and then can push the operation. The 2 single arrays composed of a composite array need to draw the poison to quench the body of the cultivation to be able to push the operation. This Great Extermination formation was a combination of 3 single formations, and if one wanted to operate it, one would at least need the cultivation of the imperial repulsion of all things to be able to do so, but neither he nor Fatty had reached the cultivation realm of the imperial repulsion of all things. Even if Fatty had already crossed half a leg into the range of the realm of the royal repulsion of all things, it was only half a leg after all. Can't you join forces with me as well? Fatty asked. Dakai shook his head and said, even if there were 5 more people from the poison drawing and body tempering realm to come, it's not a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Fatty thought for a moment, a serious expression appeared on his face, and he said earnestly, you are responsible for setting up the formation, and leave the rest to me. Dakai looked at Fatty in surprise, as if he had thought of something, and opened his mouth, but didn't say anything, but nodded his head vigorously and quickly went to set up the formation. 15 minutes later, a large extinction array that covered half of a small mountain was set up. A crystal-clear jade plate was handed over by Dakai to the hands of the fat man. This was the core of the functioning array. Without this jade plate, Even the best of the array was nothing more than just for show. If you are able to succeed, I, Durkee, hereby swear to serve you as lord for life. Dakai promised with extreme seriousness. The fat man nodded. Hound dog, if I have a shortcoming, you will help me take care of my parents, and my sister, don't let her be bullied by others. Fatty said seriously. The hound froze and blinked hard. Is there danger? Let me come, I'm unattached and don't have to worry too much. Fatty laughed bitterly. Fuck off, you're not a wizard, you don't even have a shitload of witch power, what are you running with? You think this is a remote control, just press it. The hound coughed awkwardly and firmly said, don't risk your life, the big deal is that I'll talk to the captain and mobilize the Air Force or the missile unit to level this place. Even if these monsters are powerful, it's impossible for them to survive, isn't it? Fatty shook his head and said, it's true that they won't survive, but then the loss is just too great, and on top of that, this is Caracal territory, so if they realize the danger and burrow into the ground, the consequences will be unimaginable. The hound froze for a moment and finally nodded helplessly. Fatty, live. After the hound finished speaking, he turned around with his men and was about to leave the mountain, but he was stopped by Fatty. You're going to choose the way I said, the hound said with a flash of light, thinking that the fat man had backtracked. Fatty shook his head in embarrassment. I didn't change my mind, I did think of something. I used my credit card to withdraw money in the early hours of the morning, but the card was swallowed by the ATM. When the bank goes to work, you go and help me get my card back. Ah. The hound stumbled and almost fell over. It was so late in the day that the fat man actually had the leisure to think about credit cards. Chapter 77 Secret Art Strong Movements. When everyone had left the hill, Fatty lit 2 torches and stuck them at his side, then lifted the sniper rifle he had borrowed from Hound Dog, and following what Hound Dog had taught him, he opened the safety, aimed at those white eggs in the big pit, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Deafening sound rang out from the firearm. The powerful recoil of this large-caliber sniper rifle became a complete setup in front of Fatty, whose figure didn't even shake half a time. Then, Fatty pulled the trigger in succession, and a total of 5 shots were fired, all hitting the white eggs in the large pit. All of a sudden, the already messy pit was an even more chaotic mess. The caracal that guarded the offspring let out a sharp cry, and all the caracals stopped eating and quickly targeted the fat man. Come on, the fat man dropped the sniper rifle in his hand and raised 2 torches, shaking them crosswise. All the carcasses became furious, dropping their food and frantically charging towards Fatty, in a complete state of immortality. The fat man hemmed and hawed, stuck 2 torches in the ground on either side of his body, and quickly stripped off his shirt. More than 100 caracals had already rushed to the foot of the mountain, and were still 50 to 60 meters away from Fatty. The fat man was bare-chested, and his right hand paddled quickly in front of him. Kitty kitty, Carter cows, unapproved die, Herx, with the strange tone of voice coming out of the fat man's mouth rapidly, an evil aura darker than the night was rapidly coalescing at the fat man's fingertips. All Caracal is only 30 meters away from Fatty. Fatty's expression was unprecedentedly serious. The most crucial moment had arrived. Manly man, something for nothing, fat man grew up worshipping heroes, but never thought that one day he would become a hero. Images of his parents and sister appeared in Fatty's mind, images of his master, images of Feng Yuan, images of Lian Yu, and images of Tang Yen. Firmly, for the first time, Fatty was so sure of his goal. With my blood, break the void, Sun Dawei shouted. His right hand guided this evil chi and drew 2 crossed triple asterisks on his chest, forming a hexagram formation. Sun Dawei only felt that a crazy power was growing inside his body, and his body seemed to be somewhat unable to withstand such a huge power, as if it was going to explode into a bloody mist in the next second. Sound of escaping laughter. As soon as Sun Dawei opened his mouth, a stream of bright red blood jetted out. After this mouth of blood was sprayed out, Sun Dawei instead felt much more relaxed. This power that was born out of thin air seemed to be within his grasp. The fastest caracal was less than 15 meters away from Sun Dawei, while the slowest caracal was only 20 meters away from him. Great Extinction Formation. Sun Dawei roared, pouring all the sorcerer's power of his entire body into the jade tablet in his hand in an instant. The crystalline jade plate seemed to turn into a light bulb, and it even lit up, and the glittering green light irradiated Sun Dawei's face with a miserable green color, just like an evil ghost that crawled out from the 9 abysses of hell. An invisible and colorless coldness rose up from the ground, enveloping half of the hill in just the blink of an eye. Standing in the distance, the hound dog and the others were holding binoculars while looking at the fat man on the mountain. Suddenly, they only felt that there was a splash in front of their eyes, and there was still a trace of the fat man there, except for the hazy shadow of the mountain. The formation has been activated, Fatty has succeeded. Dawei said with tears streaming down his face and a choked voice. The Great Extinction Formation was indeed launched. Sun Dawei, who stood in the eye of the formation, only felt the gloomy wind whistling in his ears, as if he had come to hell, and the scene in front of his eyes gradually became blood red, and the power within his body was flowing away at an extremely fast speed. These 100 or so caracals went crazy as if they had been beaten with chicken blood the moment the Great Extinction Formation was unleashed, and then, as if they had suffered a mental breakdown, they even reversed their direction and bit towards their companions, their loved ones. Hundreds of caracals quickly bit into each other, not stopping for a moment even when a head was broken and a leg was severed. The long crocodile tail was like a steel whip on the body of the same kind. Only one stroke could whip the body of the same kind into two. Between the opening and closing of a mouth full of shark teeth, a large chunk of a companion's body is bitten off. As soon as the sharp eagle claws scratched through, holes came through the bodies of his companions. The poisonous mist had completely lost its effect at this point, and these caracals used the most primitive way to exert their advantages completely, and one caracal after another was killed under the attacks of their companions. In just 5 minutes, the last surviving caracal seemed to regard itself as an enemy. Both heads opened their mouths at the same time, biting down hard on the location of its own heart. Just in the space of a breath, its own heart was already bitten out of its body, and then the two heads reversed their force and tore the heart into 2 halves. Sun Dawei only felt that the red color in front of his eyes gradually turned into white. White is so pure, white is so tranquilizing. With a crunching sound of ping, the high-quality jade tablet in Sun Dawei's hand, which was worth at least millions of dollars, shattered into powder, and the emerald green color had turned pale, just as Sun Dawei saw with both eyes. Sun Dawei only felt a sense of heavenly rotation surging into his brain, and his entire body fell straight backward, losing consciousness. The formation is over, go check on Fatty. Dawei shouted with his sorcerer's senses and rushed towards the hill like a madman. The hound and the others came after him, overtaking Dawei at a much faster pace and sprinting up the hill. With miserable already cannot describe the scene on the hill. Hundreds of caracal, not only no one alive, even a whole body cannot be found. In addition to a caracal still holding his heart, all caracal are in pieces, flesh and blood scattered in the distance from the fat man about 5 meters, if closer. I am afraid that the fat man will also be caracal as the object of attack, enough to see that at that time of the viciousness the fat man had completely lost consciousness. His breathing was intermittent and his pulse was barely detectable. Hurry up and get Fatty to the hospital. Hound dog shouted. Without the need for the hound to say anything, for Special Forces soldiers had already racked up the fat man and ran as fast as they could towards the vehicles down the hill, with another 10 Special Forces soldiers following along in escort formation and leaving. Go down and check, even if you die, make sure none of the caracals are alive. Hound gritted his teeth. An hour later, a stream of fiery flames shot out of the countless holes in the floor of the construction site. For a full 2 minutes the fat man was lifted into the buggy, while the first buggy pulled its siren, the sound of the engine boomed, and the buggy sped off, followed by the second, the third. Jiqing smiled and shook hands cordially with the defense minister of a medium-sized country who had just stepped off the plane for a visit to China. As the director of the reception office of the Foreign Affairs Department of China, Jiqing, who was only 32 years old, had a bright future. Greeting foreign visitors during non-reception hours is a major part of the reception's work. After all, leaders can't get up at 5 a.m. to pick up their flights. Jiqing rode in the special car of the Foreign Affairs Department, followed by the vehicles of the other country's embassy, and in front of him was a police car driving away from the airport with a siren. There would not be any traffic jams at all in the early morning in Shangjing, and even if there were, when faced with a convoy of foreign envoys, all the vehicles would immediately avoid the sides of the road and make way for the middle of the road, seeing that there were still 2 blocks to go before reaching their destination. The street light at the intersection ahead had just turned green, and the convoy was moving forward quickly and smoothly. Just then, the ear-piercing siren sounded, and an SUV with police lights ran through the red light, and after braking sharply, it stopped right in front of the convoy, stopping the police car that was driving the road. With a series of sharp brakes, Jiqing almost flew from the back row to the front row, and when he saw what was in front of him, he cursed out loud, "Who the hell is looking for death?" Then Jiqing pushed open the door and got out of the specialized car, running quickly toward the front. Faster than Jiqing's speed is ahead of the police car in the open road, if placed in the usual police cars because of misunderstandings, mutual roadblocks, we say a word, smile, hand a cigarette even if it is finished. But now is when now is receiving foreign ambassadors screwed up to be out of international disputes for to the fastest speed to jump out of the car. The hand is still placed on the waist of the firearm. Before they have time to open the holster, they saw 3 loaded military personnel holding submachine guns jump down from the car. The blackened muzzle of the gun has been aimed at them. The 4 have never seen this kind of gesture. Immediately even the fingers do not dare to move a little bit, as if petrified. "General, do you want to die? How dare you stop the foreign affairs convoy?" Jiqing did not care so much, even under the threat of gunpoint, still rushed to the side of the cursing. "On 'em!" Bang! Gong, gun firing, etc. What answered Jiqing was the sound of a loud gunshot. The bullet shot directly at Jiqing's feet. If it had been a few centimeters more off, Jiqing's feet would have had an extra transparent hole in them with the sound of gunfire. A fleet of SUVs rushed through the intersection at breakneck speed. "Coming through, follow." The order came from the walkie-talkie on the soldier's body. Yes. The 3 soldiers didn't even look at Jiqing and the others more than once, covering each other's vehicles at an extremely fast speed before stepping on the gas and quickly rushing across the intersection, chasing after the convoy in front of them. Jiqing, after freezing for a full half-minute, jumped to his feet and cursed, "Dare to block the embassy convoy, dare to shoot in the downtown area, against this group of soldiers, call the garrison military region, I want to look for their leaders." The same situation didn't just happen at this one intersection, but the same thing was happening at all the intersections along the way from Fadi's family's villa area, all the way to the Shangjing 31 Military Region General Hospital. The SUV carrying Fadi was kept at a speed of 160 km per hour, while the other vehicles, with the slowest speeds exceeding 200 km per hour, escorted the main vehicle into the gates of the 31 Military Region's General Hospital, as if in a relay. Chapter 78 Fadi's Coma. "Doctor, help, help!" Carrying the fat man, the special forces, as soon as they entered the emergency hall, let go of their throats and screamed. In the queue of a crowd of scalps are all curious to look at these soldiers with loaded guns. The fat man was quickly admitted to the emergency room, the closed doors cutting off the special forces from view. Outside the emergency room had been occupied by special forces. Everyone was not allowed to approach, and outside the emergency room, 1 person was left in each SUV, and was constantly making phone calls to notify Tang Yen, Fang Yuan, and familiar doctors with excellent medical skills. The first to arrive was not Tang Yen, nor Fang Yuan, but Jiqing, who had delivered the envoy to the place and rushed to 31 in a huff, accompanied by the pickets of the garrison. "You bunch of soldier ruffians, how dare you block the embassy convoy, how dare you shoot in the downtown area?" Jiqing arrogantly jumped next to the Land Cruiser with the pickets following behind him and shouted loudly. What answered Jiqing was a huge soul. Jiqing lay on the ground, but his heart rejoiced. This kick directly proves that what he said is true. There are pickets, these soldiers and ruffians are sure to be court-martialed. But waited for half a day, also did not hear any movement. Wait until Jiqing from the ground to sit up. See, is surprisingly weekdays come across the soldiers' cattle. 3 points of the picket members. Is solemn very salute to the soldiers standing next to the SUV. Jiqing hadn't even looked back until he was carried away by the picket soldiers. Who are they? Why don't you arrest them? Kisei shouted angrily. The soldier who had been very polite to him on the way changed his face all of a sudden and threw him aside, grunting coldly, "Military secrets." All that was left for Jiqing was the exhaust fumes of the car, besides this one sentence, that had no content to speak of. A day later, Jiqing was transferred to a remote county in the northwest of China as a county governor. Unless he resigned, he could not leave this rundown county with only 2 floors of the tallest building for the rest of his life. In the resuscitation room, 2 of the 3 doctors were doing a full body checkup for the fat man. Saline was already hooked up, EKG was already on, oxygen mask was already fastened, and it was almost time to push the fat man inside the room with the nuclear symbol painted on it to do an X-ray, or even an MRI, but the results of the examination made the 3 doctors, who should be considered quite experienced, scratch their heads. Heart rate is very slow. The normal male 1-minute heartbeat should be 60 to 100 times. If you see the amazing beauty dressed in a sexy, especially provocative, on 200 are not a problem, but the fat man's heartbeat, only 30. Breathing is slow. A normal male breathes 16 to 20 times a minute. This is likely to double after a long run or when in fear, and when sleeping, this number drops slightly by about 3 times, but the fat man breathes only 5 times a minute. On top of that, the doctor found that the fat man's pulse was so weak that only with great care, great scrutiny, and great attentiveness could he barely measure the fat man's pulse. In fact, these data can't indicate anything at all. What really gives the doctors a headache is that they can't find out where the cause of the disease lies, and it feels like what's lying unconscious in front of them right now isn't a chubby human being, but a bear that's hibernating. As a doctor, the most feared is not a patient in a state of pseudo-death, but now the fat man's such a good death stuck in the middle of the moment. You say with a strong cardiac injection fat man's heartbeat and respiratory rate is about the same, and a few minutes passed, the value is very stable. You say increase oxygen intake as if you've already done so, but there's no change in the values whatsoever. After repeating the examination several times, the head doctor helplessly pushed open the door of the resuscitation room and awkwardly told the soldiers waiting outside that they couldn't find out the cause of the patient's unconsciousness, much less how it should be treated. The soldiers didn't say anything, just that heartbroken look that made it hard for the doctor to watch. 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan arrived at the emergency building, and after listening to the resuscitation doctor's report, he immediately decided to send the fat man to the building where he worked for further examination. Vice President commanded down the task of natural efficiency. The crowd only waited less than an hour. All the laboratory test results are all out. Life is not in danger, but the body is a little weak, very much like the exhaustion of the whole body after the production of the state of deconditioning, that is, what is said to be deficient. As for the red blood cells and white blood cells in the blood, Fang Yuan did not say, said those special forces are afraid that they cannot figure out. Anyway, it is 2 words normal, but the problem was that normal was normal, but the fat man just fell into a coma and wouldn't wake up no matter what. What the hell happened? Fang Yuan asked, strangely. This kind of thing is normal in anyone's body, but in Fatty's body, it seems very abnormal. A special forces soldier simply said what just happened briefly. In fact, he didn't really understand what exactly happened. Anyway, he remembered what the Great Extinction Array. Then a witch array master thought that his ability was not enough. The fat man took the initiative to take the task of launching the array, and then it was the launching of the array that killed all the carcasses. Fang Yuan heard and understood. He was at least half of the sorcerer's family. Although he was not a sorcerer, he had heard of all the twists and turns of sorcerers. Since the fat man was unconscious due to the launch of the sorcerer's array, this matter was not something that he, a Western doctor, would be able to diagnose or treat. Fang Yuan thought for a moment. I'm afraid that this kind of thing should still be inquired of the master. So Fang Yuan didn't care if it was a little too early at this time, took out his cell phone and dialed the master's number. After briefly recounting what happened and detailing Fatty's current situation, Fang Yuan closed his mouth and listened to the voice coming from the other end of the phone. A moment later, Fang Yuan hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. My master said that this is a normal situation for Fatty, and he'll be fine after a few days of lethargy. The special forces let out a sigh of relief in unison at the news. Fatty, this coma on the coma for a whole week's time. Fortunately he is lying in the hospital, at any time someone to take care of, which if he is thrown to the deep mountains and old forests, a week even if there is no beast attack, he is afraid that he will be alive and starve to death this week. There are a lot of people who came to visit, parents and sister naturally need not be mentioned. The relationship is better. Lucian. 3 people also came to visit in pairs, guarded the fat man for a whole night before leaving. Tang Yen can't possibly not come for both business and personal reasons. Caracol's body has been sent to the institute for an in-depth autopsy, and the results have shocked everyone. The mobility of the carcass, the ferocity is needless to say. According to the expert evaluation, the carcass poison is about 1,000 to 1,200 times the insect poison and animal poison known nowadays. What's more important is that this kind of poison is very simple, it's pure poison, except that it's extremely permeable. Even if you put on the astronaut's special protective suit, this kind of poison can be infiltrated in just 10 seconds. That is, Fatty used the formation to kill these monsters in a fixed area. If they really let these monsters roam into the densely populated areas, the death of millions of people belonged to a relatively light situation. Of course, the public announcement naturally could not write out the actual situation as it is. More than 200 people died at that construction site, and later, in order to completely exterminate such monsters as carcasses, flamethrowers were used, and the final explanation was that, because of improper construction, the natural gas line was dug up, which triggered an explosion, and all the people on the construction site were killed. The developer of this construction site is exactly the big boss of Sun Dawei's son who has been arrested. Compensation has become a big problem again. After all, more than 200 people died, which is very rare in the history of accidents in China. So there came out to talk to the fat man's father, Sun Jixing, and asked him if he was interested in entering the real estate industry and taking over the whole Sun Fortune company, in a joint venture with the crown. Sun Jixing knew that this was the upper level of the fat man's affirmation and reward, only the benefits fell on him, so just a little consideration agreed to the other party's request. As for the issue of compensation for the death of those who died, naturally, also fell on him. Tens of millions of dollars in compensation for his billions of assets for nothing can only be regarded as a sprinkle of the followers. Fatty had been unconscious for 7 whole days, and in the early morning of the 8th day, he finally opened his eyes. Fang Yuan, who accompanied Fatty, seemed to sense something and opened his eyes less than 5 seconds after Fatty opened his eyes as well. Eldest senior brother, Fang Yuan said with a choked voice. But before Fang Yuan could finish his sentence, Fatty jumped down from the bed, quickly identified the direction, and rushed into the toilet in a puff of smoke, followed by a 2-minute-long hearty pee. Second senior brother, hurry up and find me something to eat. I've been starving these past few days, Grandma. It's the first time I've been starved for so many days since I grew up. Master Fatty. Fatty shook his second brother while shouting loudly. Fang Yuan froze for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face. He knew that the trickster and quirky Fatty was back. Millet congee, white congee, 2-meter congee, squash, shrimp, the fat man said, naming the meals laid out on the table one by one. Then the fat man looked at Fang Yuan and said fiercely, Second senior brother, do you want me to become a monk to go? All are vegetarian. In addition to congee is pickled vegetables. I'm starving for so many days, and you give me to eat this. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. Elder brother, the patient can only eat this. This will help with intestinal digestion. Fatty shook his head and called out, helps with digestion. I've been sleeping for 7 days now. Right, my stomach is about to digest itself. Hurry up. No roasted chicken and roasted duck with sauce and elbows. I'd rather starve to death. Fatty sat on the chair as if he was gambling, just not moving his chopsticks. Fang Yuan had no choice but to call and inform the hospital cafeteria to prepare what Fatty wanted to eat. Therefore, when Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jixing walked into the hospital room with their daughter, what they saw was their baby son hugging and eating a large soy sauce elbow. Fatty's mom was still thinking about her son waking up. Shouldn't she have a cry of joy? But when she saw her son alive and hugging his elbows and chewing on them, how could the tears not fall? Chapter 79, The Earthly Pontoon. When Fatty woke up, the happiest ones must be the family members who cared about him, but his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jixing had to exchange pleasantries with Fang Yuan first, and only Sun Wen rushed to Fatty's side without a care in the world, wrapping her arms around Fatty and screaming, "Older sister, do you want roast duck?" Fatty asked vaguely, the meat scraps in his mouth spewing out. Sun Wen didn't even bother to pay attention to the meat crumbs that were sprayed on her body by her brother and shook her head. "Eat it yourself, old brother. I want to stay in shape. I want to be a big star in the future." "Big star? That's a must. My old sister is so beautiful, she can definitely be a big star," Fatty said with great certainty. Sun Wen smiled happily when she heard her brother's words of praise. Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jixing were both very busy right now, and Sun Wen also had to go to school. After all, she still had to take the college entrance exam in addition to the interview for the film academy, so she just stayed for less than half an hour before rushing off. Fatty and Fang Yuan, the pair of senior brothers, were soon left in the ward again. "Eldest brother, do you know that you have been in a coma for several days?" Fang Yuan locked the door of the ward after making sure that there was no one outside the ward and turned back to the fat man and asked. Fatty nodded his head. "I know. In fact, this shouldn't be called a coma for me. In the witch sect, it's called transforming void and breaking boundaries." "What do you mean?" Fang Yuan asked. "There are 5 realms of cultivation for sorcerers: breaking and standing, drawing poison and quenching the body, imperiously repelling all things, peering into the 3 realms, and breaking the cocoon and transforming into a butterfly." Fang Yuan nodded his head in understanding. "My original cultivation realm was the cap poison hardened body bottleneck state, only 1 step away from the realm of the imperial repulsion of all things. The cultivation realm of the imperial repulsion of all things is like a gate made of paper to me, although it is fragile. For me, who has no method of opening the door, it is harder than heaven to pass through this gate." Fang Yuan continued to nod his head. Even if he didn't know sorcery, he was still a member of the witch sect and knew quite a few things about the witch sect. "At that time, in order to open the Great Extinction Formation, I used a secret method to forcibly raise my cultivation realm, causing myself to forcibly enter the realm of the imperial repulsion of all things." When Fang Yuan heard Fatty's words, he couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, his reproachful eyes glaring fiercely at Fatty, but his attention was focused on what Fatty had said about forcible elevation, and he only frowned slightly at the Great Extinction Formation in front of him, as if he had thought of something, but didn't say anything. "You don't want to die, do you?" Fang Yuan jumped up and cursed angrily. As a member of the witch sect, Fang Yuan certainly understood what the concept of forcibly raising the cultivation realm was. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow can only result in the seedlings withering away because they cannot absorb enough nutrients. Forcibly raising one's cultivation realm is actually pulling up the seedling to help it grow, and the consequences are even more tragic than those of pulling up the seedling to help it grow. Forcibly raising one's cultivation realm could increase one's strength for a short period of time, but the price was that one's body couldn't withstand the sudden increase in powerful strength, and one would end up boiling over with blood and qi, bursting into flames. Just by thinking about a good person, suddenly bursting by the blood qi in his body, blowing up to pieces like an overinflated balloon, Fang Yuan felt his heart palpitating. Looking at the fat man, he also had an urge to punch him. Almost he was going to lose this fat man, who had been treated as his brother, his son, even though he did not have any blood relationship. "Calm down, second senior brother, calm down. Quickly sit down and listen to senior brother explain to you. You will know why this is a crisis rather than a danger for me." The fat man was scared even when he saw Fang Yuan's anger. He hurriedly smiled and pressed Fang Yuan on the chair. "I am the Nining Absolute Vein. From the beginning of my birth, I have already fulfilled the conditions of breaking and standing. It can be said that when others were still having a hard time with breaking and standing, I had already reached the first cultivation realm, and then when I was brought up to Golden Phoenix Mountain by my master and began to soak in the medicinal bath, I actually began to start without realizing it. That is, to draw poison and quenching my body." Fang Yuan's anger dropped slightly. "I was brought up the mountain by my master from the age of 2, and I didn't stop running the medicinal baths until I was 18 years old. It's because I've already reached the realm of the great drawing poison and quenching the body, and it's safe to say that I've already been able to see the door to the imperial repulsion of all things. only to be trapped in an 8 trigrams array, and not being able to find the correct way to pass through it. I'll never be close to, much less be able to, make a breakthrough. Fang Yuan's anger had completely disappeared as it occurred to him that although this fat man was prone to impulsiveness at times, in retrospect, his impulsiveness was not unintentional, and every time he was impulsive, he was doing so with a strong sense of purpose, only that he could only come to understand it after careful scrutiny in hindsight. In fact, when I reached the great state of drawing poison to quench my body 2 years ago, Master taught me the secret method of forcible elevation, only because it was too treacherous, and the consequences of just elevating for the sake of elevation would be hard to predict if there wasn't enough stimulation and pressure, so I didn't dare to use it. Fatty said seriously, but in the early hours of that morning, the appearance of the caracal allowed me to find this opportunity to ascend, and in order to kill all the caracals, I could only use the Great Extinction Formation. The Great Extinction Formation is the one you showed me when I returned to Golden Phoenix Mountain when you were 12 years old, Fang Yuan asked. This time he finally remembered when he had heard of the Great Extinction Formation as the name of the Witch Formation. That's right. Fatty nodded and laughed. Fang Yuan understood somewhat. Even without those special forces, without that Witchfinder, you'd be able to handle those carcasses on your own and it'd still be the Great Extinction Formation. Fatty hemmed and hawed, nodded and said, a mountain away from each other is the villa area where my dad and mom live. Would I let those caracal hurt my loved ones? At this point, Fang Yuan was considered to have completely understood. Fatty is a should be greedy and afraid of death will never be a hero, should be a hero will never be a shrinking turtle, even if the fall will also pull 2 people cushion under the body of the guy, what business are doing, is not to do a loss of money business. The Great Extinction Formation, for Dakai the Sorcerer Formation Master, was a treasure that he himself, and the division he was in, had been looking forward to for his entire life, while for Fatty, it was nothing more than something left over from the play, and at Fatty's place, there were at least 6 other sorcerer formations that were even more powerful than the Great Extinction Formation, and every one of them didn't need to be forcibly elevated to a higher cultivation realm in order to be used. Instead of choosing other witch formations, Fatty chose the Great Extermination Formation, which he was able to set up but could not catalyze to run, in order to lasso Dakai into it. Suddenly, Fang Yuan thought of a problem and queried, if those special forces didn't bring Dakai, wouldn't you be working for nothing and you've deceived those special forces who trusted you so much? Fatty shook his head and said, I would never cheat my family and friends, even if I did, it would be a well-intentioned lie used under unavoidable circumstances, and I would explain it to them afterwards. I actually heard Dakai's breathing when I was talking to the hound. You can't be unaware of how strong my hearing is, Fatty asked with a smile. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. This Fatty was in the middle in many ways. There was no way to use common sense to carry out explanations. If Dakai doesn't come, I need to, and I know what the consequences of forcible elevation are. There's no one to take me to the hospital, and in case there's a leaky carcass, wouldn't I be doing a room of suicides? But I'm sure that when Hound repeats my words to the other Special Forces soldiers, the word monster will definitely appeal to Dakai. Fatty said with certainty. Why? Fang Yuan asked, curiously. Because as long as one calls himself a sorcerer, even if it's a sorcerer who focuses on sorceress formations, he should have a native compulsion, or at least a compulsion to defend himself, but in the Foreign Valley, I examined all the clothes on Dakai's body, and I didn't find a single trace of a compulsion present at all. Fang Yuan looked at the way the fat man laughed. It really looked like a fat, stout, chubby, fat lupus. The reason why I don't use a fox to describe it is because a fox has to do everything personally, while a lupus only needs to use its brain, and there are stupid wolves charging for it. When I saw the caracal in full view, I thought of the secret stories recorded in those ancient books in my master's collection, and naturally connected Dakai with the caracal, and the reason why a witchfinder but no compulsion naturally surfaced, so I was sure that Dakai must have recognized the caracal, and so when I just described the caracal to the hound, Dakai was bound to come. Since Dakai is here, he will surely submit to you if the hatred of the division is aroused by caracal, Fang Yuan asked. That's a must. Fatty said smugly. But do you know how treacherous the process is? Feng Yuan felt shivering as soon as he thought of the miserable end of forcibly raising his cultivation realm. The fat man laughed. Second senior brother, this is what I call transforming the void and breaking the boundary. The human body is like a cup of water. How much capacity is limited to death? The Taoist and Buddhist disciplines, refining is the gas, that is, the water inside the cup, and the Wiccan disciplines, refining is the cup that contains the water. Breaking and standing isn't just the first step of a Wiccan's initiation, but it is throughout all the realm, which can be called as a transition. By forcibly raising my cultivation realm, I am breaking this cup, and while entering a new realm, a new cup is being generated. If I were at the primary or intermediate cultivation level of drawing poison and quenching the body, I would only end up dead, while I am at a great level, just short of the proverbial doorstep, and this forcible raising is nothing more than an opportunity. So while the process may seem dangerous, in reality, this is merely an opportunity for me to do so. I've been in a false coma for the past few days, but I've actually been remodeling this cup, so naturally I know what's been going on in the meantime, it's just that I can't speak or respond. You are now an Imperial Repulsion cultivator. Feng Yuan asked the question as if he was talking nonsense. That's right. Fatty nodded triumphantly. Then won't your 19 absolute vein start to scourge you again? Master said last time that he gave you a formula that can suppress the 19 absolute vein, so that you won't be harmed by the 19 absolute vein in the royal repulsion of everything cultivation realm. The material is ready to be ready? Feng Yuan asked anxiously. I have the essence jade heart and the fire dragon fruit. The main material is just missing an earth float. Fatty replied casually, as if it was none of his business at all. You haven't prepared the materials yet. How can you forcefully raise your cultivation level? Feng Yuan was anxious. Fatty laughed uncaringly. Second senior brother, don't worry, this is not just after a week. Well, there are still 3 weeks of time can be used at Earth. Faust is not I want to find can find, look at the chance it. The fat man tore off a roast duck leg, swirled it around and dipped it in the sweet pasta sauce, and took a big bite out of it. Feng Yuan was just about to speak when he was interrupted by the fat man waving his pressed leg that was instantly left with a single bone. Second senior brother, open the door and go, Fatty laughed. Feng Yuan froze for a moment and immediately got up, unlocking the locked ward door. A minute later, 6 loaded Special Forces soldiers escorted Dakai into the hospital room. Chapter 80 Formation Master Submission. The fat man had already wiped his mouth clean and organized his clothes, with the appearance of an old monk, sitting cross-legged on the hospital bed, his eyes closed tightly, very much like a feeling of an accomplished monk, a far cry from the fat man who was just now hugging the roasted duck and fighting for his life. With a look of a starving ghost, even Feng Yuan, who watched the transformation of the fat man's image, had to admit that this fat man's acting skills were quite high. It was too much of a pity and a waste not to go and become an actor. Walked into the ward. Durkee, after seeing the fat man, should be regarded as the age of the old man. Tears swish out, put down the arms of the silver box, walked to the end of the hospital bed, fell to his knees, respectfully kowtowed 9 ringing head. Feng Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. What did 9 ringing heads mean according to the rules of the witch sect? Kneeling to worship parents was 3 ringing heads, kneeling to worship masters was 6 ringing heads, and only when sacrificing to the sky, ancestor, and masters would it be 9 ringing heads. If Dakai was preparing to worship Fatty as his master, 6 ringing heads would have been enough. These 9 ringing heads seemed to represent more than Dakai personally. The fat man seemed to be startled by the sound of kowtowing and slowly opened his eyes. By this time Dakai had already kowtowed to the 7th ringing head. Lauda, what are you doing? The fat man called out with a look of surprise on his face. As the fat man spoke, Dakai's 9th ringing head had already been kowtowed. On behalf of the division, Dakai serves Master Sun as his master and returns to Master Sun's discipleship for eternity, and will never rebel. If he violates this, his sorceress power will be lost forever, his patriarch will be disgraced, and he will never be able to transcend his life in 10,000 generations of holocausts. Dakai roared loudly. Not only Feng Yuan, even Fatty froze. Nima, I just dug a pit. How did I fall down a wizard sect? Ah, is this pit a bottomless pit? Fatty thought happily. And that was only part of the surprise. Even Fatty didn't expect the surprises to come one after the other. In the face of this offer, Fatty was very resolute, and could even be said to have righteously refused, so resolute that even Feng Yuan, who knew the inside story, thought that Fatty really didn't want it. But is it possible to take back a vow that has already been made? Obviously this is absolutely impossible. So, at the juncture when Dawei was forced to die, even to jump off the building to kill himself, and Hound Dog and others couldn't stop them even if they were forced to stop them, Fatty finally reluctantly agreed to do so. Feng Yuan loosened his arms holding Dawei, and heaved a sigh of relief. This old man's strength is really big. 4 or 5 people together almost didn't stop it. If there were fewer people, this old man could really jump down from the balcony. That's the 12 floors, don't say sorcerer, even the witch god has to be turned into a meat cake. Happy to see the fat man agree, like a little kid rewarded with a lollipop, Dawei bent down and carried out the silver case that had just been placed at the end of the bed and kicked under the hospital bed in the confusion. Master Ancestor, the destination of this item still needs to be decided by you, Dawei said. The word Master Ancestor can be really too big, but those witch formations that Fatty would have are definitely the most precious and core things for Dawei and his division, and Fatty who owns these witch formations is equivalent to remodeling a sect of witch formations masters, so not only is this Master Ancestor called by Dawei not a bad thing, instead, it's definitely an earning a great deal. Fatty naturally took it steadily and without changing his face. The silver case was placed on the bed, just in front of the fat man's legs, and then Dawei turned his head and signaled to the Hound, who pulled from his pocket a magnetic card, white without any word printing imprints, and with only a magnetic stripe, and walked up. Wait, the fat man suddenly spoke up and called out to the Hound Dog who was about to scratch a card onto the silver case. The Hound's movement stopped and looked at Fatty seriously, very seriously. He felt that Fatty sensed something and had already made a judgment in advance. Did you get that black credit card of mine back from the bank for me? As soon as the fat man opened his mouth, the Hound's body trembled and he almost sat on his butt. The Hound's expression was as ugly as constipation, a reaction to showing the wrong emotion and using the wrong intention. Here. Hound pulled the black credit card out of his other pocket and slammed it to Fatty. The fat man hemmed and hawed, not blaming the Hound, and picked up the credit card, placing it on his lips and kissing it hard twice before stuffing it into the pocket of his hospital gown. Can we start? The Hound, in order to avoid this fat man once again, in order to avoid their own so young to be angry, a brain hemorrhage, sudden heart attack or something, specially asked in advance. Let's begin, the fat man laughed. The Hound rolled his eyes and slid his magnetic card through the slot in the silver box. A dinging electronic synthesizer sounded and a silver plate opened to reveal a digital panel. Above the digital buttons were 5 sets of small red and green lights. Hound, a total of 6 groups of passwords, each pressed a group. The panel will show a green light. When pressed the 5th group, 5 green lights at the same time after the light. When the Hound pressed the 6th group of passwords, the 5 green lights at the same time off, and then 5 groups of red and green lights at the same time. The box is finally opened. The fat man slightly changed color. Although he did not see the objects in the box, he knew that the objects that could be placed in the box with such a cumbersome opening procedure and with traps were definitely not simple. The magnetic card is the first safeguard, but not unbreakable. A simple start. It is easy to let a person have a kind of but so contempt, and 5 sets of red and green lights is a trap. If the box is robbed, the first protection is cracked. In the face of the 5 sets of red and green lights, both inertia and reverse thinking will think that you need to enter the 5 sets of passwords, but if you really think so, then you are very wrong. Without the 6th set of codes, this box will never open. And look at the Hound enter the last 2 groups of passwords. Almost no interval can be seen. If you lose the 5th group of passwords, is waiting for the box to open, in fact, has been caught in the trap, the contents of the things will be destroyed. Not to mention, if there is also a powerful bomb in the box, then steal the box of people, even their own lives will be lost in this box. When the box opened and Fatty saw what was contained in it, his entire body was stunned. In the middle of the box, there was actually a golden egg that was golden in color and the size of a goose egg. Where's the hammer? The fat man asked in a trance. What do you need a hammer for?" asked the hound in confusion. "Smashing golden eggs, Ali Wing, not also why the gold splash. Congratulations, your wish is realized." The fat man made the action of smashing something, and then compared a scissor hand said. 2 black lines appeared on the hound's forehead. "What's this with that?" Seeing that the crowd was speechless, Fatty's eyes turned and said, "Could this be a pet egg?" The hound was finally relieved and nodded to indicate that the fat man had guessed correctly. "I shit, rich, golden pet eggs, I'm in the game inside the best only got a blue, I count a white, green, blue, silver, gold, boy, this is artifact level pet eggs off," Fatty shouted. The hound turned and looked around. "What are you looking for?" the fat man asked. "I'm looking for the hammer," hound said through gritted teeth. "What for?" the fat man asked. "Let's show you a golden splash," the hound said viciously. How could the ward find a hammer? So the hound took off his army boots from his feet, and lifting them, he prepared to use the tips of his boots as hammers. "Shit!" the fat man exclaimed, holding the box he didn't dare to let go, muttering under his breath, "You're too humorless, I'm just joking with you. Don't I know it's a caracal egg? I really doubt that a proper person like you, when looking for a lady, do you still have to salute first?" Fatty's words said the hound maddened, holding Fatty's head as a ravage. Fatty has not had time to care for the hair immediately turned into a bird's nest, that looked to be more woeful and more woeful. "Surrender, I surrender, I'm just kidding, see how angry you are, calm down, if you get impotent, premature ejaculation, what can I do?" The fat man's words almost made the hound storm off again. Everyone laughed and laughed for a while, and the serious atmosphere that had just been brought about by Dakai finally returned to normal. The hound moved a chair and sat down beside the hospital bed, detailing the process by which the golden caracal egg had been obtained. On that day, Fatty utilized the Great Extinction Formation to take out 99% of the caracals, and the only one that missed the net was a caracal queen with a body length of 5 meters and a belly as big as a drum. Caracal reproduction is different from animals, more like an ant colony. A queen is the core of an ant colony. Similarly, a caracal queen is the core of a caracal race. Those white eggs seen by Fatty are all laid by this caracal queen, those more than 100 caracals, but the caracal queen reproduction of the progeny, the role of the same as worker ants and soldier ants. When Fatty was sent to the hospital that day, Hound Dog took people down to check it out, to make sure none of the caracals were alive. Berserkers and other mobility-impaired people set up sniper positions at the top of the hill to cover Hound Dog and the others. When the hound and the others went down into the egg pit, they encountered a frantic attack by the caracal queen. Fortunately, the hound and the others were heavily armed at the time, and the caracal queen's teeth almost bit through the bulletproof vest, and the raging bull and the others at the top of the hill shot decisively and finished off the caracal queen. Although the hound said lightly, but the fat man can imagine how dangerous the scene at that time. "A little bad luck. I am afraid that will be killed after the caracal that has a big mouth with shark teeth." After finishing off the caracal, the hound explored inward along the pit that the caracal had come out of, and after taking several turns as if he were walking through a maze, he finally found the golden egg. According to Dakai, the caracal that came out of this egg was 100% a female caracal. So the hound took the golden caracal egg, and although, according to Dakai, all caracals would have chosen to attack rather than hide in order to protect this caracal queen, the hound still thought it was important to remove it completely, so as not to leave any loose ends, which led to the subsequent firestorm at the construction site. There is an argument between Hound and Dakai about the golden caracal egg. Hound is trying to smash the golden egg with a golden splash, while Dakai thinks it should be up to Humpty Dumpty to decide. So, this dilemma was in front of Fatty. Chapter 81, Troubled Beyond Measure. I finally realized how entangled that ancient guy selling spears and shields was. Fatty's brows were about to wrinkle into a small mountain as he said with a bitter smile. The crowd was amused by Fatty's words, who was talking, naturally, about idiomatic self-contradictory stories. The mother caracal has suction cups in her palms, flat as paper and as fast as lightning, Durkee said, adding fuel to the fire. Well, Dakai words if not say okay some, but this said, more let the fat man tangled want to find a block of tofu to directly hit it, knocked out do not have to think about such a disturbing problem. This caracal egg, as long as it could hatch out, would surely be a mother caracal that was even more ferocious, more powerful and faster than those caracals that Fatty had finished off, and an infinitely powerful natal compulsion was the ultimate weapon that every sorcerer would want to pursue. When a wizard sees a caracal egg, it's like the ultimate geek seeing a childish, huge-breasted, super beautiful girl who is a combination of lowly, ripe, jade, and lustful, and is fucking naked. So what do you say you choose to give up or choose to have it? Purple Sable is already a witch spirit beast. Caracal is many times more powerful than Purple Sable. If it can be upgraded, then it's infinitely close to the existence of divine beasts. Of course, such an analogy might not be enough to emphasize the importance of carcasses to wizards, but it would be easier to put it another way. If the golden silkworm is the super cruise missile in the eyes of wizards, then carcasses are the atomic bomb in the eyes of wizards. Is there any country that doesn't want to have nuclear weapons? The answer is simple: any country would like to have it. But the question is whether every country is able to have an atomic bomb. For example, in a certain stick country, you don't even have enough to eat, the GNP is not as high as a province in other countries, and there are people starving to death every year. For a country like this, if you have the money for researching the atomic bomb, why don't you improve the economic conditions of the country so that the people can have enough to eat and wear warm clothes? The life compulsion is different from ordinary compulsion. The food of the life compulsion is the master's essence blood. Fatty already has the golden silkworm as the life compulsion, then a caracal as the life compulsion then also can supply, not to mention that when the sorcerer's strength has reached the realm of the imperial repulsion of all things, they will all reselect the life compulsion. After all, insects will always be insects. How can it be compared to the same level of top level? Wild beasts? What Fatty was really bothered about was that the method of refining gold silkworms was recorded in the ancient books. Even if it came to a purple sable, he didn't need to have a headache, because the method of refining was similarly recorded in the ancient books. But caracals were different. Caracals belonged to the monsters that were crossbred by multiple species and ultimately mutated out of the caracals. Each type of insect or beast was refined in a completely different way, and without a way to refine the caracal, it was the same as not being able to take in the caracal as an instinctive compulsion. Master Ancestor, are you worrying about the problem of not being able to replace the instinctive compulsion? Fatty rolled his eyes. If it is not this Dakai, replaced by the hound, then, directly to the golden egg to smash to see if the gold splash on the finish, he most heartache, 100% will not be so entangled with the present, but preferred Dakai. This guy must be intact in front of the golden egg in their own, so that they come to take the idea. It is not difficult for people to do it. Benevolent compulsion replacement. I was born with the 9 Jedi vein, and as long as my own conditions allow it, I can raise countless benevolent compulsions at the same time. Fatty replied without a trace of humor. Dakai immediately revealed a worshipful gaze to the boy's 9 Jia pulse, in the sorcerer, then his mother Panda's, and Panda's ah. Fatty's fat body with the 9 absolute vein, in the eyes of the poisonous insects, was the same as the monk meat in the eyes of the goblins inside the Journey to the West, or else that caracal that led to the extinction of the whole clan wouldn't have been able to run over to attack Fatty not far away from thousands of kilometers after getting lost, as if it had found a lighthouse in the darkness of the night. Although Durkee patted the wrong fart, but it is to give the fat man a wake-up call. Since the caracal egg has been in front of the eyes, then why not try to refine the various methods of their own? If you can refine the caracal to life compulsion, nature is the best. If you can't refine it, then directly pinch to get dead, pull down. Thinking of this, the fat man's face showed a satisfied smile. These days, building there is destruction addictive. If you take a carcass out with you, you'll make those parasites envious and jealous. Okay, I'll take this one. How long will it probably take to hatch out? Fatty asked with a smile. 82 more days. Dakai replied with a smile. The smile disappeared from the fat man's face all of a sudden. What, 82 days? What a joke. After hatching out is not feet on the wind and fire wheels, neck with a silk scarf, hand inside a red tasseled gun. Off, Fatty shouted. 82 days to hatch the egg is simply unheard of. More exaggerated than this, there is a kind of egg, called dinosaur eggs, fossilized, tens of thousands of years do not bring to hatch out. So the fat man will be 3 years only to give birth to Neza. Take out the metaphor of carcass eggs. Dakai embarrassed to explain, Master Ancestor rest his anger, this caracal egg is not the other caracal egg, is condensed caracal after all the essence of the spirit, in the encounter of extreme danger will be spawned, so the incubation time is longer, hatched out of the mother caracal is more powerful. Fatty secretly calculated, he killed those caracal from now have 7 or 8 days, caracal egg is at that time was born, that is to say, from born to hatch out, need a whole 90 days, 3 months. If it has to be 82 days, then 82 days I can afford to wait. If I can't afford to wait, hound dog, you are responsible for smashing this egg, Fatty said helplessly, in order to have the instinctive compulsion that all sorcerers would envy and hate. Fatty endured. The crowd did not even hear the true meaning of Fatty's words, only Feng Yuan knew that if Fatty could not find the third main material, earth float, then he would have the last 3 weeks of his life left. Okay, the hound nodded, closed the lid of the box, randomly pressed a number key, all 5 sets of red and green lights went out, then closed the silver lid and handed the magnetic card to the fat man. What for? The fat man wondered. This is a specially made incubation box for the golden egg, it's shockproof, drop-proof, bulletproof and theft-proof, it's got a detector on it, if it hatches, the box beeps, then you swipe open the digital panel with this magnetic card, call me, and I'll give you the code set. Hound dog said. Thanks. Fatty took the magnetic card and thanked him heartily. A hatchery box alone is able to show how much pressure the hounds are under. So handing over this golden egg to Fatty is the same as saying that Hound Dog has unconditional trust in Fatty. Not only Hound Dog, even Tang Yen, and even the Tang family has taken the blame, and if something goes wrong, there will be a lot of people implicated. Therefore, although it was only a magnetic card, it made Fatty feel heavy in his hands. This hatching box you will carry with you, Hound said seriously. The fat man froze for a moment and looked at the incubation box in front of him. The incubator is silver in color, and in length, height, and width, it looks like a suitcase often seen in movies to hold large amounts of cash and bearer bonds. Running around the world with this thing is no different from looking for death, because Fatty knows it's a hatching box, but those guys who see money don't know that. Fatty had the urge to cry, this nymphets if Zhou Kachang to be targeted a shot to kill, robbed the hatching box. The injustice is not to say first, I really do not know that this guy after opening the hatching box, see that there is an egg inside, will not cry bitterly, and then wash his heart to be a good person. Why don't I leave it with you for now, and you can call me when it hatches? Fatty asked weakly. Master Ancestor must not, you must recognize the owner at the first moment after hatching in order to have the possibility of refining it into an intrinsic compass. Before the hound could even open his mouth, Dakai flatly rejected the fat man's proposal. Then I cannot always carry it. This thing is a time bomb, where I know when it explodes. Even if the box inside the bomb does not explode, I have to consider whether there will be a misunderstanding of the money here. Run over to rob me. The fat man complained bitterly. How about this? I'll carry this case with me, and then I'll keep a close eye on you for the duration. The hound thought for a moment. Fatty's head immediately shook like a rattle. What a joke, he is not a high level, always with a bodyguard around is considered. What is going on? This egg is not still 82 days before hatching. Well, let's do this. This box and this magnetic card you first take, and so on the 80th day, this box, and then give me, you say so. How? Fatty discussed. The hound immediately began to bargain with the fat man, because 82 days is only the time of the Dakai estimate. These days pregnant women give birth to children on the due date. There is no accurate over time, ahead of the delay are very likely to appear things. Finally, the two sides in the spirit of good neighborliness, friendship and mutual trust, the time will be set in 75 days later, that is to say, to give the fat man a week to keep. Of course, if the fat man in the middle of the 75 days changed his mind, the hound dog can use the password at any time to open the hatching box, to see if the golden egg can come to a golden splash. After the battle on the hill, Dakai was recognized by the hounds and others, and had a new identity. So he could crawl sideways in the land of China, and no longer had to worry about checking the household registration and temporary residence permit. Originally, Dakai was dead set on following Fatty's side, but Fatty's own place to live was a problem, so he could only temporarily follow Hound Dog and the others until Fatty had a place to stay. With all the work gone and the school gone, Fatty made a big decision to get out of the hospital. Fatty had never been to school since he was a child because of his body, so he had a very special feeling for school, as if what he had never gotten was the best thing. Fang Yuan let Fatty go to Huaxia Medical University to attend school, just to let Fatty have something to do, so that he wouldn't be idle every day, but Fatty treasured such an opportunity extraordinarily. It was only 2 days of school, and he stayed in the hospital for a week because of an accident, so Fatty didn't want to waste even one more hour of his time at the university. Chapter 82, Clearing the Pollution and Overflowing Fragrance. Before leaving the hospital, Fatty found Wang Bo Wang Lao and borrowed Wang Lao's name to get a bunch of Chinese herbs, then asked Fang Yuan to send him home first to replenish some poisons before returning to the school. It was noon. Seeing Fatty come back, Lu Xiang's trio was thrilled, and they didn't read and study, pulling Fatty to shush him, making Fatty deeply feel the warmth of the dormitory's small family. Go get me a basin, I've brought herbs, enough to get rid of the fox odor on you guys. Fatty said. Boys' dormitory is the most lack of pots, especially the diameter of 1 meter. 2 pots is a must, for the simple reason that the boys are generally lazy. Change of clothes casually thrown in the pots, until there is really no change, which will be a one-time save. The clothes are clean. Of course, guys usually call it no time for studying during the week, and it depends on their own preferences as to whether their time is spent on studying during the week, or on the court, in the computer room, or with their girlfriends. Fatty poured 2 bags of herbs into a big basin big enough to bathe a 5 or 6-year-old child, and the mountain of herbs made Lu Xiang's trio look a little dizzy. Chinese medicine, Lu Hao snorted rather dismissively. Fat brother, you study Chinese medicine? Zhao Feng asked, strangely. Fatty nodded his head, sort of acknowledging the 2 men's statement. If he said that he was studying witch medicine, it was not likely that these 3 guys would refuse to treat him. In fact, this is the most normal gateway view. Just as Meng Lao looked down on Western medicine, people studying Western medicine likewise look down on Chinese medicine, which has nothing to do with the country, but only with the education received. Regardless of Chinese medicine or Western medicine, it's fine if it can cure the disease. Lu Xiang was more open-minded than the 2 housemates. What is this? Squatting in the big pot all over the mountain, Lu Hao holding a small stick in his hands fiddling with the herbs, suddenly from the herbs out of a circle of things, asked, curiously. Dried earthworms. After catching the big earthworms, stretch them and nail the ends with thin nails, put them in the sun for half an hour, then after releasing the nails, the earthworms will immediately ball up into a circle like this, then sprinkle them with salt, and expose them to the sun again for half an hour, and that's it. Fatty said with a smile. Lu Hao felt a bit sick to his stomach, but soon he found another unknown object from among the herbs. What about this one? It can't be a gecko. Lu Hao picked out something that looked like a gecko. This is the gecko, the fat man nodded. Nodded. And earthworms and geckos, this is to do what? Lu Hao asked in surprise. Zhao Feng poked Lu Hao, pointing at something that had been revealed and was obviously a long strip. Maya snake is obviously the thing that Lu Hao is most afraid of. When he saw this one thing, Lu Hao dropped the small stick in his hand as if he was electrocuted, and jumped 3 feet high, and a head of soft and smooth hair was stood up in fear. Zhao Feng succeeded in his prank and happily high-fived Lu Xiang, laughing. Brother Fatty, don't ever give me this to use. I'd rather go to the hospital and get a cut than absolutely not use this. Lu Hao was like a frightened chicken, trembling and screaming. This is a secret method. It's absolutely effective, although there are some side effects. It can definitely cure the fox odor. Fatty said. No, beating me to death is not necessary. Lu Hao shouted. Zhao Feng smiled and explained. It turned out that Lu Hao was bitten by a snake once when he was small. The heart has left a shadow, had already recovered, the result of an autumn tour in high school, the whole class of 40 to 50 people. He was bitten by a snake, and still a local snake with a weak toxicity. Life is not in danger, but the students do not know this kind of snake, resulting in Lu Hao was tossed all the way to the hospital. The psychological shadow aggravated so, normally. Not to mention real snakes, he would be scared to death of even something more snake-like. People are once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. Lu Hao is twice bitten by a snake, and cannot escape this shadow for the rest of his life. It's nothing for a big man to be afraid of snakes. What's so scary about a small snake that's already dead? Lu Xiang said disdainfully. Lu Xiang is not afraid because of his living environment. When he was small, his family did not have the money to send him to kindergarten. His parents put him on the ridge when he was planting. In the countryside, small snakes and insects are everywhere. If he is to be afraid, I am afraid that he will not be able to live to be so big. Fatty took out 2 pestles for pounding garlic from his pocket, threw one to Lu Xiang, took one for himself and started to pound the various herbs in the big pot. Lu Xiang just looked at it and joined Fatty's team. This is called clear pollution overflowing fragrance formula. Earthworms have the effect of soothing the blood, ventilation and rejuvenation, only has not been widely used. Gecko has the effect of clearing harm and brightening the eyes, ventilation and tranquilizing the mind. This snake is just a small ordinary snake with the poison sac removed, but it can regulate the qi and regulate the blood, Fatty briefly introduced. In fact, the clear pollution overflowing fragrance formula is not just one, but a total of 3, 2 are Chinese medicine formula, a witch doctor formula. This recipe and the treatment of disease in fact does not have much to do. The main role is to remove the body's odor, so that the body exudes a kind of unique aroma belonging to the individual. In ancient times, the emperor had 3 palaces, 6 courtyards and 72 concubines, and almost all women wanted to become the emperor's woman. To enjoy glory and wealth, so that their own family could become one of the most prominent families in the whole world one day, and this feeling was somewhat like those women who want to marry into a rich family today. However, in ancient times, personal hygiene and sanitation cannot be well guaranteed, both men and women, due to the living environment, personal habits, dietary habits, and so on. Various reasons, people have body odor. For example, in the Qing dynasty, due to dietary problems, the body of those dignitaries have a smell of goat stink. When the emperor chose the consort, the body odor is one of the standards. If the body with fox odor, stink, and other odors, even if you look and heavenly fairies, I'm afraid that even the first pass cannot be passed. The clean stain overflow formula comes in handy at this time. Those depicting the palace fighting TV series often appear inside the picture of a beautiful woman bathing in a large wooden barrel, curling up in the mist, a naked beautiful woman sitting in a large wooden barrel to reveal most of the shoulders and even hemispheres, and then in the water in the barrel, floating rose petals. This is just a very one-sided portrayal. We must know that the ancient times are not modern. There is no greenhouse. In the winter, want to use the petals of flowers to soak bath is simply impossible. Even if there is a heated room, no sunlight, those delicate flowers and plants may survive. In fact, those beauties at that time used is to clear the dirt. Overflow fragrance formula will be this kind of formula for external internal use, can make the body emit a very natural fragrance, that is, the novels depicted in the body fragrance of the beautiful women. Chinese medicine of the clear pollution overflowing fragrance formula in the majority of dried flowers, through the steaming, cooking, sun, grinding, re-steaming of the complex process of concocted, no 3 or 5 days, simply cannot get out, plus the use of time. If you want to participate in the palace selection, at least 2 months in advance of the time to do so. And the witch doctor's clear pollution overflowing fragrance formula is very simple, that is, these herbs picked out by the fat man, by grinding into powder, and then add white wine to mix, rub into a ball can be taken. Of course, you can also add 1 or 2 more poisonous insects venom. After drying, pour into the water. People just need to enter the water to soak for an hour, for 7 consecutive days. The same can achieve the effect of internal consumption. Fatty and Lu Xiang quickly ground the herbs into a crushed powder, and after thorough mixing, they poured in a bottle of erguotu to make a pill the size of a dragon's eye. I'll say it first, this is internal. After eating there will be a little side effects, but the effect of the time is relatively fast, about 4 days or so. You can completely get rid of the fox odor. If you do not dare to eat, then take a bath. There are no side effects. I can go to find a big bathtub back, but that takes 7 days, 1 hour a day. Exactly how, you guys choose for yourselves. After the fat man finished speaking, he looked at the Lu Xiang trio. Lu Xiang did not even think about it, even the black ointment on his hands did not get rid of it. directly grabbed a pill and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowed it whole before asking, "Is one pill enough?" Fatty nodded and said, "It's the same as taking medicine normally, 2 or 3 times a day is fine, there's no preoccupation before or after meals, but I think it's best not to go to class if you choose to take it, it's better for you to just stay honestly in the dormitory for these 4 days." Lu Xiang revealed a puzzled expression, but did not pursue the question. Obviously he had great trust in the fat man. Zhao Feng hesitated for a long time and weakly asked, "Can I choose to take a bath?" Fatty smiled and nodded, then set his eyes on Lu Hao, who was cowering on the bed, trying his best to make himself invisible. "I won't eat it even if it kills me, much less take a bath. I'd rather eat instant noodles for a semester and go to the hospital for surgery," Lu Hao shouted. Fatty, Lu Xiang, and Zhao Feng looked at each other. The 3 of them laughed loudly. Fatty grabbed a black pill, while Lu Xiang rushed up with Zhao Feng, pressed Lu Hao on the bed, then the 2 of them scratched the soles of the feet, one scratched the armpits, so that Lu Hao, who was afraid of tickling, couldn't catch his breath from laughing, and how easy it was to shut up. Then the fat man, like a strange uncle who saw the little lowly, laughed strangely and walked up with the pills. "Help, help, help, ah ha ha ha, I ha ha ha, don't eat, ha ha ha," Lu Hao laughed as he struggled, but unfortunately his stature was too weak and he couldn't get up at all under Zhao Feng's and Lu Xiang's suppression. "Good boy, be obedient, oh just eat it." Fatty hemmed and hawed and shoved the pill inside Lu Hao's mouth. Lu Hao wanted to spit out the pills, but he couldn't resist the crazy tickling of his 2 detrimental friends, and as a result, he swallowed the pills with a gurgle after only half of his strength was used. Chapter 83, The Stench is Unbelievable. Lu Hao lying on the bed picking at his throat, dry heaving half a day in addition to saliva, what did not spit out, tossed half a day voice is mute, so sex resigned, anyway, eat have eaten, how else can he go to the hospital to wash the stomach? The wood has become a boat, the rice has become a meal. Lu Hao, who swallowed the pill, had a look of having just been ravaged, looking at the fat trio with a grudging and incomparable expression, that look, almost bringing the fat trio down with laughter. "Actually bar taste is still good." Lu Xiang laughed. "I'm actually curious to know what side effects this pill will have after consuming it." Zhao Feng, the only one who didn't choose to eat it, put on a pensive expression and said, "It's nothing, it's the same as taking the most common diet pills." Fatty laughed. Lu Hao was just about to say something, when he felt as if there was gas inside his stomach that was trying to drill its way out. He let out an ouch and hurriedly ran into the restroom, followed by an exaggerated diarrhea sound. "This effect is too good," Zhao Feng said dumbfounded. "This is a secret recipe, it's also quite good for losing weight. I'll go get the bathtub thing first, you take care of it first." Fatty laughed and quickly left the dormitory. The bathtub has ready-made, and is still the highest grade kind. The last time to Meng Lao's second grandson, treatment to the one, after that treatment is deserted in the 301, put still occupy space, throw away also feel pity, fat man a phone call over, just waiting for the solution to Fang Yuan's problem. Fatty stood right under the dormitory building. Half an hour later, a minivan transported the bathtub under the dormitory building. A worker was very experienced, casually surveyed 2 eyes, shook his head and said, "The building can be passed, but the dormitory door definitely can't get in, it can only be hoisted up from the balcony." The other worker nodded, confirming his colleague's judgment, and then the 2 of them learned the dormitory building number from the fat man, and entered the dormitory building with their tools in their arms, while the fat man stood downstairs, waiting for the sling to come down, and he had to help out a little bit. 2 workers soon appeared on the balcony, then got the sling at a very fast speed. The fat man's side only tied the sling, then saw that the 2 workers were like robots, with a very, very fast speed to pull the barrels up. That speed, even with the machinery, may not be as fast as the speed of these 2 people. After the barrel disappeared from Fatty's line of sight, in less than half a minute, 2 workers rushed out of the dormitory door, both empty-handed, without saying hello to Fatty, straight into the minivan. "You don't bring back your slings and tools?" asked the fat man. "Sending you," the 2 workers said in unison, and the minivan drove off running for its life. Fatty shook his head. Strangely, very strange, these 2 workers in the end, how, if the money Fang Yuan's side has paid, they do not have to ask the fat man to, But can not even tools are not and then take a job do not have to now go buy tools? With doubts, Fatty walked into the dormitory building gate and walked along the stairs towards the dormitory floor. As he got closer and closer to the floor where the dormitory was located, the clamor grew louder and louder, and the fat man thought that something had happened and rushed up in a hurry. Fatty just rushed to the floor of the stairway, just smelled a fragrance in the stink. The stink is also sandwiched between the fragrance of the strange smell. At least 16 or 17 bare-chested boys, manpower a can of male dormitory essential air cleaner, is towards the corridor of the air wildly spraying. Look at the canister on the pattern, there is a rose-flavored, jasmine-flavored, lemon-scented type. What's going on? There's a school leader inspecting the hygiene, thought the fat man, curiously. Just as Fatty was wondering, a boy saw Fatty and rushed over at once, grabbing Fatty's hand and shaking it vigorously, revealing a sultry look while shaking it, pleading, "Fatty, give the brothers a way to live. If this continues, the brothers will only be able to sleep on the streets." What? The fat man wondered. Fat brother, other people cure want money, you cure want life. Those three guys, is about to take the dormitory as a public toilet. That smell, simply than the original three of them. Fox stench odor is more pungent. The boys cried and screamed. The fat man seemed to understand somewhat and ran quickly towards the dormitory. The closer to the dormitory, the smaller the scent. The stench became more and more obvious, until the dormitory door, the fat man's nostrils, in addition to the stench, no longer smelled other odors. Waiting for the fat man to open the door, good guy, almost be smoked fainted. This smell, then in the 3-in-1 to Meng Lao, with corkscrew. After the smell of the super large defecation is also several times more stinky. And then look at the dormitory, the fat man dumbfounded. There are only two people in the dormitory, Lu Hao and Zhao Feng. These two people have a common point, are bare-ass only wearing clothes, a person holding a basin in his hand, squatting on the ground. That what at the door of the restroom is closed. Apparently Lu Xiong the boy has occupied the restroom. Do not have to be as humiliating as these two unlucky people. Zhao Feng, aren't you going to take a medicinal bath? Fatty asked, pinching his nose and covering his mouth. Zhao Feng revealed a miserable smile and said, "We're all brothers, naturally we should share the same blessings and difficulties, but I didn't expect this medicine to be so fierce. If I had known, I might as well have taken a medicinal bath." Fatty understood, but it was impossible to stay in this dormitory. Lu Xiong, three people are the source of odor generation, but no one has the power to drive the three of them out, can only endure. The only consolation is that the dormitory where the fat man is at the end of the floor. This is if it is in the middle of the floor. It is estimated that in less than half a day, this floor will be like the city in the Resident Evil Crisis. The room is empty, and even cannot see a person's shadow. Fatty closed the dormitory door and turned his head to see a group of boys looking at him pitifully. "Why don't we all think of something? Just 4 days, 4 days." Fatty said weakly. All the boys gathered their heads, discussed the situation, and immediately dispersed and ran off to get ready. 10 minutes later, 4 or 5 boys returned holding 3 or 4 wide boards of the kind used for nailing bedpans each, followed by boys with a hammer and a bag of nails in their hands. With a spirit of death, these boys ran with stoic faces to the end of the floor, one holding the boards, one holding the nails, one holding the hammer, and nailing the strips of wood directly to the doorframe, each with a common trait of holding his nose with the other hand. Immediately after the trio had taken care of one board, they stepped back to a safe distance, and 3 more boys, who had already covered their mouths and noses with wet towels, quickly stepped forward to take over, nailing the second board in place. After several relays, the door to the dormitory where Fatty was had been nailed shut with horizontal and disorganized wooden boards, as if the door was inside some kind of monster. This is just the beginning. With the completion of the board nail door, the second batch of boys went out to do the job. Came back. They brought back from the school logistics office to receive the isolation of plastic sheeting. Is the kind of plastic sheeting to build a simple isolation room. The first dormitory door affixed to the 2 layers, and then back several cloth. Stepped on the stool from the roof until the ground sealed. After this was done, all the boys splashed water and sprayed air cleaner, and worked for 10 minutes before the smell in the entire dormitory corridor returned to normal. Well, just now it was about monsters, now it's about super infectious disease carriers. Lu Xiong's trio couldn't find a place to complain even if they wanted to, and unless they jumped off a building, they couldn't get out at all. It happens to get the barrel of the rope is still in, eat and drink the problem of fat man package, food is absolutely good, mineral water drinks beer white wine randomly selected, as long as they say out, fat man will try to do, the situation, as if Lu Xiong 3 people suffering from a terminal disease, not when it is about to hang up the same only the fat man suspected that in that kind of stinking environment, even if it is a mountain of delicacies, Lu Xiong and the 3 of them are afraid that they cannot eat it. Fatty is not worried about a place to live, the dormitory building is the least lack of beds, plus fat in the boys' hearts and minds of the prestige, there is always a place to live. Early on the morning of the 5th day, all the boys wet a towel and tied it around their faces, blocking their mouths and noses, and then a few of the boys who had lost the paddle rushed up in a daredevil fashion, ripped off the plastic sheeting, and then pulled out the nails with a crosier, and when they opened the door, the boys were petrified as if they had seen something unbelievable. After a few moments, they took off their towels and actually took a deep breath. The clamor arose, standing at a distance from the boys all exclaimed, "Actually dare to take a deep breath, this is not the same as suicide." A minute passed and not only did no one faint, but those few boys actually showed mesmerized expressions. "What's going on? What's going on?" Some of the more curious boys walked up with the determination that it was a big deal, and soon they were taking off their towels and taking deep breaths, just like the first boys. The fat man is equally curious, the clear stain overflowing fragrance formula is absolutely not wrong, but the fat man used to live in the mountains, even if he wanted to try it, he could not find anyone, so he is not at all clear about what happened in the body of Lu Xiong's trio, which would make so many boys show their surprised expressions. Fatty walked up with the 3rd group of boys, and when he saw what was in the dormitory, even Fatty couldn't believe his eyes. The dormitory was clean and bright, the bedding was neatly folded on the bed, the stench had long since disappeared, and there was a faint fragrance wafting through the air, but it felt strange because it was not any kind of aroma they had ever smelled before. There is only one case of this dormitory state, and that is the girls' dormitory that appears in the minds of boys and only in fantasies. And I'm afraid that this light fragrance is the legendary body odor that only beautiful women can possess. "Fat brother, success, the fox smell is gone," Lu Xiong shouted as soon as he saw the fat man, his face filled with excitement. Indeed, the 3 of them made it, Fatty. They made it. Fatty, whose prestige had already declined somewhat in the hearts of the students, was once again in the limelight. 2 weeks have passed, the Earthfaust still did not even see the shadow, but the fat man is still the same as nothing. Do what you should do. Chapter 84, Selling the Formula. Fox odor can be cured by drugs. This matter was quietly reported by the son and nephew of a school leader, and the result was that the school leaders of Huaxia Medical University were immediately alarmed. Fox odor is not really a malady that can be cured by Western medicine through surgery, but it is impossible to cure it simply by using medication. Because from the medical science, fox odor is somewhat like congenital heart disease, or hereditary heart disease, a large part of which is inherited from the family. Can congenital heart disease be cured with medication? Can hereditary heart disease be cured with medication? Modern medicine isn't capable of that anyway. Curing the fox odor in just 4 days not only did not cause any damage to the patient's body, but even made the patient's physical characteristics even better than before the treatment. For example, Zhao Feng, before the treatment had 150 pounds, not too fat, but definitely could not be considered thin, but after 4 days, he only weighed 130 pounds, losing 20 pounds in 4 days. Even the most advanced weight loss pills couldn't do it, unless they used the method of liposuction, or directly used a knife to cut the meat to make it work. Not only did Zhao Feng not feel any discomfort from losing 20 pounds violently, both his spirit and physique were better than before the treatment. For modern men and women, people who get bad breath are after all a minority, but everyone is a beauty lover, especially those celebrities who lead through their own image, making even standard-sized people want to be thinner. Therefore, the school leader's side had just gotten the news, and the rest of those pills on Fatty's side were snatched up by the boys, and those who didn't snatch them looked at Fatty with a look that was so sly and pitiful. "Fatty, you're my real brother. Give it to me. Give it to me." Fatty's forehead was sweating, and he didn't like men. The fat guys were swamped in a flash by guys who wanted to be thin, guys who wanted to take the magic pill to impress their current girlfriends and future girlfriends. In the end, it was the school leaders who had heard the news who rescued the fat man, and then with the authority of the leaders to deter the stupid students, they escorted the fat man all the way to the small conference room. Compared to the boys, love of beauty is simply the patent of the girls. Gossip spirit extremely strong girls know about this thing, and then the super diet pills thing almost in an instant spread throughout the school, and even the students of other universities know about this thing, the network era. The speed of dissemination of information is really too horrible. The vice president of the student union of the Huaxia Medical University was a girl with a tough style, and after getting the news, she immediately organized the 38th Elite Company and surrounded the school's administration building, with the attitude that she wouldn't retreat until she was given the pills. In the conference room, the school leaders each narrowed their eyes at Fatty, causing Fatty's little heart to poof. "My name is Zhou Zijia. I'm the president of China Medical University. In fact, we don't need to be outgoing, you can just call me Uncle. Fang Yuan and I are very good friends." A middle-aged man with thinning hair and already placed support center smiled with a pleated face, sat at the head of the conference table and smiled at Fatty. "The main reason for bringing you here this time is..." "I'm sorry, Principal Zhou, actually Fang Yuan is not my uncle, he's my second senior brother and I'm his eldest senior brother, so if I follow your method of seniority difference," Fatty corrected, somewhat awkwardly. Zhou Zijia was stunned, being interrupted by Fatty like this. The words he had thought of just now, while waiting for Fatty's arrival in the conference room, were forgotten all of a sudden, and surprisingly, he didn't know how to answer Fatty's words. "A relationship of senior brothers would be great. Fang Yuan and I are university classmates, I'm 1 year below him, when we meet I always call him senior brother Fang." A fat man who looked at least 10 years older than Fang Yuan laughed. "Ah," the fat man asked with a puzzled look on his face, very puzzled, "you must not have done well in school, right?" The fat man smiled awkwardly. His words were originally meant to bring the relationship between the two parties closer. He and Fang Yuan were barely considered alumni outside of their co-worker relationship in normal times. This would just be polite talk, but not now, because the fat man asked this question so badly, just enough to make him affirm or deny, so he could only obediently keep his mouth shut. "Dawei," Zhou Zijia laughed. "Principal, you say?" With an honest and naive look, the fat man respectfully responded. "What kind of medicine did you use to treat Zhaofeng's trio?" Principal Zhou knew that he wouldn't know when to go around again, so he simply went straight to the point. "Cleansing and overflowing fragrance formula," Fatty replied honestly. Zhou Zijia smiled slightly. Behind the screen in the conference room sat a young woman with a laptop in front of her. After hearing the fat man's words, she immediately entered the name of the medicine into an encrypted chat room with only a dozen people in this chat room, except for this woman. All the others were old scholars from the School of Traditional Chinese Medicine of the Huaxia Medical University, and the ones who were immersed in the field of traditional Chinese medicine had at least 30 years of experience, and after the formula had come out, these people immediately rummaged through the relevant books and information that had been prepared around them. Zhou Zijia sighed in some irrelevant words. "Over there a dozen old pedant books are about to turn over, more people power, not to mention, really let them find a clear pollution overflow incense this formula. Stick to a point." Text message tone sounded. Zhou Zijia very naturally took out his cell phone, took a look and smiled with satisfaction. Not only did he find the clear pollution overflowing fragrance formula, but also found 2 at once. No matter which one the fat man used, it was only a matter of time for him. Fatty spoke up at this point. "In fact, my senior brother asked for connections to let me come in to study in order for me to learn more. I have been studying witch medicine all these years, and I really know too little about other medicine, so if I go out into the society it will be very disadvantageous." "Witch doctor," Zhou Zijia froze and spoke. "Yeah," the fat man nodded with a silly grin. You give Lu Xiang the use is not a traditional Chinese medicine clear pollution overflow incense formula, Zhou Zijia asked with wide eyes. Fatty shook his head, of course not, I grew up studying witch doctor, and not Chinese medicine, how can I use Chinese medicine prescription it? Zhou Zijia was dumbfounded, the young woman who hid behind the screen and dared not make a sound in the atmosphere was also dumbfounded, and by the time she sent the fat man's words into the chat room, the dozen or so old Chinese medicine scholars behind the screen were also dumbfounded. Do witch doctors have this kind of medicine? I'm afraid they did see it, but in fiction. Principal Zhou is wanting me to this clear dirt overflowing fragrance formula, is it not just a pharmacy for fox odor? Well, how much do you offer? I can sell it to you. Fatty smiled. Zhou Zijia felt like he was hallucinating. This time, when he called Fatty here, he had already made up his mind that he must get this formula from Fatty, because it represented not only money, but also status and power. After asking for Fatty's formula and getting a definite text message from the secretary, Zhou Zijia thought that he had succeeded, but he did not expect that this formula of Fatty's was not a Chinese medicine formula, but a witch doctor's formula that he had never heard of at all, which was like a pot of cold water poured on his body, making his heart instantly cool down. But Zhou Zijia didn't give up. There was a second set of plans after the first one was gone. The second set of options is commercial negotiations. Through the signing of the contract, the fat man's formula folded into shares, whether the school funded or to other pharmaceutical companies to match the shares for nothing. But before the second set of options could be presented, this stupid fat guy even said he wanted to sell the formula. Treatment of fox odor formula is not worth the money, 100 people inside. There is no 1 or 2 fox odor patients are not necessarily, even if there is, that's how big the market. The focus of the clear pollution overflowing fragrance formula is not in the treatment of fox odor, but in the weight loss. What is the easiest money to make in this world? The answer is women's money is the easiest to make. Women can give everything for beauty. Look at the cosmetic surgery parlors opening up one after the other, and every one of them is doing great business. Look at acupuncture weight loss, massage weight loss, dietary weight loss stores, all over the street. There is no one closed down, every family earns a pocket full of weight loss teas, weight loss creams, weight loss devices. The people who use them the most are women. If there is a diet pill that not only can lose weight quickly, but also can make a person's body quality, so that the person's body gives off a natural and unique aroma to the woman, this is a miracle pill. This kind of medicine has to sell. How much money? A few $100s to roll. How far? The thought, how far to roll? Thousands of dollars. This is more or less, but that is definitely diluted. Pure pills at least 10,000 a. Do not haggle, you do not want to, there are a lot of people want to. Those broad wives, mistresses, the second house is most afraid of what is not afraid of the man to lose interest in them. Well, this side of the money spent, the other side of the pet to come back. Are you sure you want to sell this formula? Zhou Zijia asked, with a slightly shaky voice. Of course, sure, is not a prescription for the treatment of fox odor well and not what miracle cure, can sell money. Why do I need to stay in the hands of the ornaments? It Fatty nodded. Then how much are you going to sell it for? Zhou Zijia asked with lifted spirits. The fat man hesitated. 1 million. Zhou Zijia subconsciously reported a price out, the words as soon as he exited. He wanted to give himself a slap. This price, he wondered how he was so good at reporting this price out. Low, simply too low. The fat man frowned slightly. Kidding, I'm kidding. Zhou Zijia laughed awkwardly, then carefully said, 2. Fatty frowned. 2 million is also impossible. Zhou Zijia cursed himself. This greedy cheap mentality, this is what time, but also care about the millions, to know as long as you get this formula, that is tantamount to owning a mountain of gold, then casually looking for a pharmaceutical factory, do not want to operate the right to arbitrarily take a 45% of the shares, annual dividends can be counted to the hand cramps. Dividends can be counted to hand cramps. 5 million. How the school is not rich. Zhou Zijia laughed bitterly, began to cry. Poor show. At the same time the heart began to secretly calculate, 5 million is indeed the school wants the performance of all the money taken out, if not, then the weekdays to collect their own filial piety out. The big thing is counted into the shares. Well, anyway, now invested in a piece of money, The future is not 1,000 times 10,000 times to get back, not 1,000 times 10,000 times to get back. The fat man didn't agree or disagree, he just stretched out his hands and rubbed his temples with both thumbs. Chapter 85, Who's the Fool? With this action, the fat man looked like a pig in a poke, with 4 fingers on each hand flickering on either side of his head. Zhou Zijie froze for a moment and immediately understood. 4 fingers on one hand, 2 hands are 8 fingers. 8 million, it can't be any higher. Zhou Zijie said with incomparable seriousness. He was prepared to take out all the filial piety money that he had managed to save up for so many years, but there was still some shortfall. When the time came, he would let his men offer some more and it would be enough. Oh, is not just a prescription for fox odor well so high, I am really too embarrassed. Fatty laughed, where there is a little embarrassed look. 8 million can, Zhou Zijie asked hopefully. 2 can, in fact, just now 5 million when I was thinking, this 5 million is how much it think headache, but froze, did not think out, 8 million is more than 5 million, of course can. Fatty rightfully said. Zhou Zijie almost sprayed a mouthful of blood out. After half a day, just now the fat man is not implying him, but really feel a headache. However, Zhou Zijie thought, this formula as long as you get your hands on, 3 million counts as a fart. He took out 3 million, in a few years, how not to get back 300 million. The next thing is relatively simple, Huaxia Medical University has a special lawyer, and then find 2 notaries. The school side of the senior management is almost all there, the fat man side, will be Fang Yuan called over it soon enough. The people needed to be present on both sides were in the conference room, and the contract had been worked out, so all that was needed was a signature to make it effective. 8 million, what the hell, sold for 8 million inch. Fang Yuan was instantly nonplussed when he heard this figure. Kidding, fat man, this body up and down, as if there is no valuable things, 8 million, even if the fat man sold, I'm afraid there is not so much it. Cleansing and overflowing fragrance formula, Fatty replied casually. The clear pollution and overflowing fragrance formula is the one that cures fox odor, Fang Yuan asked doubtfully. Yeah, the fat man nodded. Fang Yuan looked at these school leaders with strange eyes, as if he had seen a group of idiots. As a doctoral supervisor of Huaxia Medical University, Fang Yuan was also considered a member of Huaxia Medical University. On one side was his alma mater and workplace, on the other side was his fellow senior, should he not remind him? After thinking about it, Fang Yuan finally made up his mind and opened his mouth. Principal Zhou, this contract cannot be signed, it's just a formula for treating fox odor, it's not worth 8 million. Zhou Zijie smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan. In China Medical University, there were 2 factions, one was the power faction, headed by him Zhou Zijie, while the other faction was the academic faction, headed by the vice-chancellor. Fang Yuan belonged to the academic faction, therefore, Fang Yuan's kind words simply sounded backhanded to Zhou Zijie, and although they were addressed to him, they were actually addressed to that idiot like Fatty. Professor Fang, both of us have gone through complicated negotiations before finally settling on this price that satisfies both parties. I don't think it matters whether this price is high or low in your opinion, because we are all merely witnesses, and the ones in charge of signing the contract are Principal Zhou and fellow student Sun Dawei, not you and I. Zhou Zijie's beloved replied disdainfully. Fang Yuan sighed and shook his head to remain silent. He had said his words to this extent, the other party even thought that he was against them. This was really treating the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. Under the supervision of the notary, Zhou Zijie and Sun Dawei signed their names on the contract. Zhou Zijie, because he was representing the school, also stamped the school's big seal after signing, and the contract was established. The fat man wrote the clear pollution overflowing fragrance formula on a very ordinary white paper and gave it to Zhou Zijie, and the first batch of $5 million was also paid to Fang Yuan's account at the same time, and the fat man's excuse was that he didn't have a bank card, so he either had to give it in cash or pay it to Fang Yuan's account first. In Zhou Zijie's opinion, it doesn't matter who the money is given to, as long as it can be given out, it means that he already owns the formula, and his future and money are full of brightness. As for the second $3 million, it would only be transferred again after the researchers had verified the accuracy of the formula, which would probably take a week. After all, there were no complicated steps in this formula at all, not to mention any messy taboos. As long as there were herbs, they could be gotten. After leaving the conference room, Fang Yuan sighed while walking side by side with Fatty. Second senior brother, this money you take to buy a bigger house. Your dad and mom are old. When you get married and have a child, take the old man over to live with you, help you bring your child and enjoy the blessings. Fatty whispered. Fang Yuan looked at the fat man, nodded vigorously. 5 million more? And the feelings between the two of them compared to the fart is not to mention that the fat man is now considered a serious rich second generation. A few million in the eyes of the fat man is not a big money at all. For the next few days, things went back to normal. A week later, the second payment of $3 million hit Fang Yuan's account. The transaction is completed. The fat man shall not leak the clean and dirty overflowing fragrance formula to others, otherwise not only to compensate for the huge amount of money, but also to be severely punished by the law. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, ran a credit card for Fatty and transferred $3 million to this card, which should be considered the first money that Fatty earned on his own. This week can be said to be the most pleasant week that Fatty has spent since he came back from the Golden Phoenix Mountain. Every day by the routine of school, cafeteria, dormitory, 3 points of life, without the pressure of life, without much worry like any other college student. Getting up early in the morning to go to the playground wasn't so much about working out as it was about sitting on the lawn and watching the beautiful women on the track who worked out early swing their chests around gracefully as they ran. Classes secretly explore today's beautiful teacher is wearing what color underwear. When the class is over and other boys with the catechism to other classes to see the beautiful schoolgirls in the cafeteria because of the dish inside the green bugs and fight food chef fuss, back to the dormitory to play cards, bragging about it, until lights out to sleep. Lu Xiang's trio had completely gotten rid of the trouble of fox odor. Not only that, but their bodies were also emitting a very nice smelling light aroma. Originally in Lu Xiang's side sitting only fat person, in front of the podium, behind can empty at least 4 or 5 positions. Other students would rather 2 people sit a position, but also do not want to sit behind Lu Xiang. Now in the classroom, the fat man cannot even rely on Lu Xiang's side, because there are always a few girls surrounded by Lu Xiang's side. Lu Xiang thus felt that those 4 days of agonizing torture were really absolutely worth it. But no one except Fang Yuan knew that Fatty was left with the last week of his life. There was only one class in the afternoon on the weekend, and the 3 of them, Fatty and Lu Xiang, waved goodbye and went home after dinner. Older brother, hurry up and accompany me to step on the spot. As soon as Fatty entered the house, he was pestered by his sister before he had time to change his shoes. Stepping on the spot. Are you going to rob a bank or a money truck? Asked the fat man curiously. What, robbing a bank? Tomorrow is the first day of the movie academy interview. I have to go to see the environment first, lest I can't find a place to go to the interview tomorrow. That will only make me more nervous. If I play badly, it will be a disaster. Sun Wen said. How could the fat man not agree, turning around and heading out the door? Sun Wen drove the fat man, half an hour or so away, froze and took almost 2 hours to get there, and when she waited for the film school, it was dark. Film Academy is at the end of the school year, on both sides of the entrance and across the road, parked full of all kinds of luxury cars, what Rolls-Royce Phantom, Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, and even saw a stretch Hummer, the worst of a broken Jeep, hanging the beginning of the plate is make, that is, a country's embassy car. Good guy. Luxury car exhibition and sale is not in the film school. Are rich people off? Fatty staggered. In addition to playing Need for Speed, he is still the first time in reality to see so many luxury cars. Older brother, you're not, Sun Wen said in surprise. The fat man was confused. The Film Academy, Foreign Languages Academy, Second Foreign Languages Academy, and Teachers University in Shangjing will have this kind of scene every weekend. Sun Wen said. All rich kids? The fat man asked in shock. It's only right that they're all rich people's playthings. Sun Wen said disdainfully. After Sun Wen's narration, Fatty finally understood what the appearance of these luxury cars represented. It was nothing more than a game of chasing money and fame. Whether it was the love of vanity or the desire to gamble on tomorrow with youth, it made these beauties, who would have been school beauties in any school, choose to degrade themselves and use their bodies in exchange for a designer bag to show off to others, or a new cell phone. Old sister, I want to be clear with you. Fatty stopped and looked at the beautiful women who were picked up by the limousines. His voice was extraordinarily low. Sunwon looked at her brother, earnestly. Dad and Mom's, all the property is yours. I do not want a penny. I earned the money. As long as you want, how much I want to give you. Never like them, remember, never lose the face of Dad and Mom, understand, Sun Dawei seriously said. Sunwon was touched and took her oldest brother's arm, hiding her feelings at the moment with a pout, and nodded her head vigorously. In fact, before her brother came back, Sunwon also considered this problem. She is a daughter, after all. A large family business is the need for a son to inherit, if there is no brother, parents of all their own, but his brother came back, all of this will all become his brother's, their own at most, can only get a dowry to say that does not aggrieved, do not complain, that is absolutely impossible. But with the increased contact with her brother, Sunwon, a girl with a somewhat large personality, the interests in her mind were gradually replaced by affection, especially her brother's tolerance and even indulgence of her, all of which made her incredibly touched. And as for the issue of the family's fortune, she didn't want to think too much about it because she knew that her parents, although they favored her brother, would definitely not allow themselves to suffer. But when Sunwon heard the words coming out of her brother's mouth with such certainty, and without the slightest hint of a joking nature, she instantly realized how idiotic her previous worries had been, and felt a tinge of guilt for her brother in addition to her affection. Chapter 86, Exam Center Stomping. Sunwon took her brother's arm and marched toward the gate of the film academy. There are constantly beautiful women with excellent figure, appearance, and temperament coming out from the gate, and then getting into the luxury car, disappearing in the traffic, and even some of the owners of the luxury car are old enough to be the fathers of these young girls who haven't come out of school yet. Older brother, I want a sports car. Sunwon beamed and pouted. Fatty followed the direction of his sister's gaze. A red convertible, new Ferrari 911 sports car was parked on the side of the road. No problem. Fatty agreed with his mouth full. He made $8 million from the sale of the cleansing and overflowing fragrance Fong. $5 million was given to Feng Yuan, the remaining $3 million to buy a Ferrari should be about right. In fact, Fatty still had a black card that Hound Dog had given him, which had at least $100 or $200 million in it, but Fatty wasn't going to use it. Tinglong squad members nearly 100, he alone got a 10th, Tinglong squad to add equipment, buy weapons, but also to buy the base. Everywhere is spending money, and ultimately fell into the hands of the Hound Dog. They will not have much money, so the fat man is ready to keep this money, wait until the Hound Dog and their discharge, he then take out this money, equally divided to the Hound Dog and others, also can be regarded as he guards the hero of China a little respect. Really, Sunwon gushed. That must be, not to mention when brother makes money in the future, he can buy several if he wants several. Fatty doted on his sister and said, I want the Bugatti Veyron. Sunwon called out. The fat man tossed his feet and plopped to the ground. What's wrong with you, Lao? Sunwon exclaimed. Fatty cried, not with such a mess, looking at the Ferrari, a turn into a Bugatti Veyron. Bugatti can call the car that is a mobile villa. Ah. Beijing's housing prices are very exaggerated, but then there is a limit to the exaggerated villa, then 10 to 20 million enough to buy a nice villa, 30 to 40 million villa in front of the garden after the swimming pool, and the Bugatti Veyron price, counting all kinds of taxes, then the garden swimming pool villa is more expensive. Old sister, do you think in Shangjing, Bugatti, in addition to as a decoration, can run? Fatty asked. Sunwon shook her head, not to mention Bugatti, 70% of the vehicles could not even run at normal speed. In Shangjing, Audi is not as fast as Alto, Mitsubishi is not as fast as Samsung minibus, buy even a good car to have a place to drive only, every day at home as a decoration, might as well buy a model of it or not. I'll buy you a speed is not fast, but will not be affected by traffic jams, go wherever you want to go, environmentally friendly green energy car how to. Fatty followed the guidance of the road. Sunwon had a flash of light in her mind and called out in surprise, older brother, are you going to buy me that new Mercedes-Benz electrical hybrid new supercar? How much is the car? The fat man asked with glowing eyes. Mercedes-Benz and Bugatti do not have to compare to know the price gap, even if it is a Mercedes-Benz convertible sports car is 7 or 800,000. Over 9 million, less than 10 million. Sunwon replied. The fat man almost fell over again and shook his head in some embarrassment. Actually, I wasn't talking about this vehicle. Sunwon was puzzled and thought for a moment and asked, could it be the BMW Z series? But this series doesn't come out with a green energy car. Fatty shook his head and said, great men have said that the guts should be smaller and the steps should be bigger. We must be rooted at the grassroots level. We can't build a skyscraper as soon as we come up. That will only end up building castles in the air. Sunwon understood. It seems that BMW is out of the question. That's that new Lexus two-door electric hybrid sedan, Sunwon asked again. Fatty shook his head. Older brother, you're not going to buy me a QQ, are you? Sunwon asked with a beaming mouth. The fat man continued to shake his head. Sunwon couldn't guess. There's a great green car lately, it's a Frog Brother brand. Fatty said. Sunwon shook her head, having never even heard of it. Pure green, do not need to refuel, only use electricity, home electricity can be charged, range course up to 70 kilometers, open top cool, maximum speed of 40 kilometers per hour, small size does not occupy parking spaces, absolutely no need to worry about the citation, the only disadvantage is easy to be stolen, in addition to the self-belt lock, but also to buy an additional lock, Fatty said. Sunwon was confused. This car seems to be very good, but China's technology has reached this level of use of household electricity can be rechargeable. Just then, a girl riding an ordinary-style electric bicycle came on her way. Fatty pointed to the girl's car and said, see, this is Froggy's brother, a streamlined convertible, purely electric and green. Sunwon. Older brother, I'm convinced, when I become a big star and get paid for my movie, I will definitely buy you one. No, buy two Frog Brothers. When you find me a son, it's just right for one person to have one. The fat man lapsed into silence. Sunwon thought her sneer had struck her brother down, and was about to explain herself when she heard her brother open his mouth. Two is not enough, at least 3 or 5 to be enough, or I can only violate the traffic rules to a peacock. Just do not know the Frog Brother can withstand the weight of 4 or 5 people. Sunwon was dazed. This old man's mind was really different from normal people. Older sister, the movie academy also shoots island films, Fatty asked, pointing to a group of sculptures. Sunwon walked up to take a look. This is the film school props design professional exhibition works, the pig mother lying on the ground, behind a pig and the pig mother knocking back, but the angle and posture is really too that, cannot see a little bit of knocking back the feeling, on the contrary, it is to give a kind of classic action of the old man wheelbarrow feeling. Sunwon was instantly made a big red face. Older brother, hurry up and find me a son to manage you properly, Sunwon whined. The two siblings laughed and laughed as they walked forward, occasionally commenting on various sculptures and buildings, which would have made a film school person around, they would have to be furious with them. Now on the eve of the weekend, the campus was sparsely populated and the lights were not bright enough to see anything at all. The fat man just accompanied his sister to walk through the test points that he would enter for tomorrow's exam. It's not easy for students either, they can't even rest on weekends, and they have to be arrested by the school when returning the same way. Fatty pointed to a group of young men and women who were hanging banners and said to his sister. Sunwon walked up and took a look through the streetlight. The banner was not about welcoming the students who came to take the exams, but about welcoming a certain world-class director. It seems that Stephen Carter speaks very good Mandarin. That's for sure. Director Stephen is a Chinese American. He studied in China when he was young. I heard that Director Stephen came to our school to cast the female lead for his new movie. Really, that's great. Then I must go to the casting. If I can be picked by Director Stephen, I will become an international movie star. It will help me a lot in my career. The young students who were putting up the banners were talking and working at the same time. "Ah, Stephen Carter," Sunwon said, her eyes glowing. "Who is it?" The fat man watched the movie and memorized the names of the beautiful stars. "What, Angelina, Megan," in his words, "who has the time to memorize the names of the foreign big old men?" "Stephen Carter, all old brother, you are not it so famous super big director, you do not recognize All Love in the Titanic, you have not seen." Fatty thought for a moment and said, "I think I've seen it. The lines in it are so classic, you jump and I jump too, how romantic," Sunwon said with red eyes. "Is there this line, I just remember the heroine is quite fat, especially when she doesn't wear clothes to let the hero draw, that guy, that pile of white meat, greasy me." Fatty skimmed his mouth. Sunwon could only choose to ignore this nonsensical brother. The voluptuous heroine was actually talked about by her brother. I really don't know if such a comment would burst a blood vessel if the heroine heard it. "Then the war movie Saving Private Rachel, you have always seen it, is also Stephen director made," Sunwon eyes a turn said. "Men all like war movies." She would like to see her brother can say what different comments. "Scene, that is to say a team of elite soldiers to find a soldier of the movie, right? That film is good. The war scene is magnificent, especially the beginning of the beach landing battle, as well as the final blocking battle, playing quite wonderful. But how I did not see a beautiful actress at Red Flowers also need green leaves lining. Men also need to have a woman to complete off fat man size." Sunwon was still not dead, and said a few more movies made by Stephen Carter, whether they were Oscar-winning or super amazing at the box office, all of which were commented on by the fat man miserably. Sunwon was directly made super speechless by Fatty's messy movie review. It was hard to imagine that when she became a big star in the future, she would shoot a movie that would not make her own oldest brother watch and vomit. The siblings returned the way they came, out of the gates of the film academy, ready to drive to find a place to have dinner, or a late-night snack, and then dye their hair on the way, and then go home to sleep. But at the same time they saw their car, they saw a man who had pulled his police motorcycle off the road, and the man stood next to Sunwon's car and was copying the license plate. Sunwon ran over in a hurry. "Brother, oh it's sister, you do me a favor, I'll drive away right away, don't ever copy the license plate off." Sunwon begged for mercy in a loud voice. Shangjing penalizes motor vehicle road parking very hard. If you are not parked in the parking line, even if you are not obstructing traffic, if you are caught with a citation, it is a 3-point deduction and then a $200 fine. It's also turned out to be a major way of generating revenue for transportation. After all, parking spaces will never be able to keep up with the growing number of private car ownership in Shangjing. If you get serious, citing 1,000 illegally parked cars a day is like playing. Sunwon didn't care about the $200 fine, but it would be a disaster if she got points. Her license had already been deducted 9 points, and with 3 more points, she would directly have to revoke her license and go back to school. As soon as the female looked up, she saw the fat man following Sunwon, and the fat man, in turn, saw the policewoman's appearance. "It's you," they said in unison. Chapter 87, Seeing Chu Ling Again. Chu Ling looked at Fatty with an incomparable grudge. Fatty looked at Chu Ling's eyes and couldn't help but think of a line from a TV series. "Do you remember Xia Yuha on the shores of Daming Lake?" This kind of grudging eyes, as if after a one-night stand was abandoned away from the complaining woman, the fat man could not help but shrink his neck, carefully thought, and this girl seems to have nothing happened between the snow moon thing. The two people is nothing more than a suspect. One is the interrogation of suspects. Fatty thought of the wrong place, although it is from the mountain inside out. Fatty also know, and although they are the same system, but it seems to do things are simply different. What time can be put in the work to do the "It's you, this dead Fatty, it's all because of you, it's all because of you." Chu Ling pounced on him and smashed her 2 pink fists hard on the fat man's body. Her voice choked a little as she shouted while hitting him. Chu Ling's strength is not small, but cannot afford the fat man's thick skin. A meal of powdered fists over, the fat man did not even feel the pain, which there is a fight. Simply in the massage of course, is also considered to be a fight, but that's in the eyes of the Sunwon, the policewoman and her own brother, and flirting it. Fatty very enjoyable to accept the massage of Chu Ling's pink fist. Eyes are staring at Chu Ling's chest, that pair of plump to a few desire to break free from the boundaries of the big white rabbits. the heart, but in the strange. Is not the brother handsome to the shocking how only one-sided relationship with the policewoman are going to be to buddies to throw their arms around? Should I accept it, or should I accept it, or should I accept it? No, I like big horses. Forget it, the big deal is that I'll tolerate the humiliation for a bit and let her have her way. If Chu Ling knew what Fatty was thinking, she might have to be a moto sister and swing the motorcycle around to slap Fatty to death. Older brother, this is my future son, Sun Wen heatedly laughed, not to mention, in this point, this brother and sister are exactly the same, especially the movement of the smile, is simply a mold printed out. Sun Wen was happy, firstly because she had met her old brother's girlfriend and secondly, because she could finally keep her driver's license. Who's his girlfriend? Who's my girlfriend? Chu Ling and Fatty opened their mouths at the same time. I don't know him. I don't know her. Synchronize again. Don't talk like me. Don't talk like me. God-level synchronization now. Humph. Humph. The Divine Emperor level was synchronized. Sun Wen thought that these two were so well matched that they spoke exactly the same. Chu Ling is about to hate the fat man, he is about to graduate, in the police station internship is quite good. The result of that night due to curiosity to interrogate the fat man, the next day the surveillance videotape to the hands of the father. In fact, the interrogation of the prisoner is nothing, the main thing is that he did not follow the orders of the leadership. Private rushed into the interrogation room. The most mortifying thing is that he entered the door before probing the 2 lines of questioning, simply like an idiot. Dad watched his performance and gave himself a grand prize of a police motorcycle. And then he became a female, mainly responsible for catching the illegal parking of the citation and taking pictures. In the words of Chu Ling's dad, gods and demons, you go angel, road angel. Therefore, Chu Ling had a big grudge against Fatty, and it could be said that now it was simply a case of enemies seeing each other. You are the owner of the car. Chu Ling felt that she and a dead fat man quarrel is really too disgraceful to the face of the female, so a Sirius began to carry out official duties. Aye, Sun Wen glanced at her oldest brother with her eyes one after another, but unfortunately Fatty had no idea what was going on between him and this big-boobed policewoman, and didn't even know what to say when he opened his mouth. I'm not the owner, this car is my mom's. Sun Wen saw that her old brother did not take care of her, and could only cry and say, pretty sister, I'll drive away, don't ever copy the license plate. I'll never park without chaos again. Chu Ling's heart softened when she heard Sun Wen's plea, and the copybook she took out was put away. You're this Fatty's sister. Chu Ling had wanted to say this dead Fatty, but for the sake of his sister, the word dead didn't come out. Yeah, Sun Wen replied evenly. Pay attention to parking in the future, and also, dye back your hair of a big South African parrot. Fortunately I am now, if I come across me as that, I will have to arrest you as a little too young girl. Chu Ling looked at Sun Wen's colorful hair and said unhappily. Yes, I was going to dye it off at night. Sun Wen responded in a hurry. Sun Wen, this is not a lie. Tomorrow is the important day of the Film Academy interview. She is also aware of the school management is not strict, dress alternative some nothing, but the Film Academy, that is what place that is the training of big stars and big directors of the Holy Land. If the top of the head of the parrot hair to go to the interview, steady death. This time it's even, the next is not. Chu Ling opened his mouth and said, before he finished speaking, he heard a muffled bang, followed by the dull sound of a human body hitting the ground, and the sound of various parts hitting the ground. The 3 of them simultaneously turned their eyes toward the direction from which the sound came, only to see that the front windshield of a BMW 7 Series limousine had turned into spider patterns. By the roadside, a Frog Brother battery car that the fat man was going to buy for his sister had been broken into parts, and the girl on the Frog Brother battery car that the fat siblings had seen in the campus was lying dead or alive among the parts. The BMW didn't stop because of the collision, instead it picked up speed and rushed. In a flash, Fatty saw that sitting in the driver's seat was a young man, and then looked at the license plate of the BMW, feeling how so familiar it was. Older brother, it's Dad's car. Sun Wen called out. Old sister, you send someone to the hospital. Fatty called out. At this time it is important to save people. But the fat man is not ready to let go of the bastard who drove his dad's car hit and run. If you don't catch this bastard, this black pot will probably have to dad to back. Fatty jumped up and steadily rode on the motorcycle, and then was dumbfounded, to say that automatic cars who will drive, but motorcycles and cars are completely two different ways of driving. He will not. Get out of the way, I'll do it, Chu Ling called out. Chu Ling lowered her head and burrowed directly into Fatty's embrace, and Fatty hurriedly let go of the motorcycle handlebars and sat back. Chu Ling moved nimbly to start the motorcycle, and with a pull of the throttle with his right hand, the motorcycle let out a roar, and the front wheel lifted slightly, and then violently rushed forward. The fat man's body shape is shaking. In a hurry, will hands to the front of a stretch a hug, finally stabilized the body, a cold sweat he was hanging down. The danger passed before the fat man sensed something was wrong. The car seemed to have slowed down so much. Hey, take your paw away. Chu Ling's pretty face was so flushed that it was about to drip as she shyly shouted. Fatty only then reacted to the fact that what he had grabbed in his panic was actually the pair of white rabbits on Chu Ling's chest. No wonder he felt that the thing inside his hand was soft with elasticity, and felt extremely good in his hand. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Fatty spread his arms out in a hurry. Chu Ling cursed and pulled down the gas pedal hard, chasing towards the BMW. The speed of the car immediately soared. Now it is dinner time. The traffic on the road is less than an hour ago. Do not know how much. The result of the road is smooth. The BMW car is driving faster and faster. The speed limit traffic lights in order to escape. Who cares about this? Not to mention that it is not their own car. But the Chu Ling chasing after him couldn't, although motorcycles were faster than cars in the city. The problem was that it was impossible to rampage recklessly like the BMW in front of them. After the BMW knocked down two more passers-by, Chu Ling had to reduce the speed, because the more urgent the chase, the more likely the other party will doggedly jump over the wall regardless, which will cause more harm to society. Chase, how the speed dropped, Fatty anxiously shouted. How to chase? As long as I hit a red light, I can't catch up. Even if I do, I don't have a firearm to force him to stop. Not to mention that there are too few vehicles now. The motorcycle can't catch up with the car. Chu Ling picked up the intercom on the motorcycle, reported the situation to the center. The matter of blocking can only be left to other colleagues. Seeing that the BMW was about to disappear from sight, the fat man was instantly anxious, leaning forward, his hands probed forward, grabbed the motorcycle handles, and pulled down on the gas pedal with force. The speed of the motorcycle soared again. Chu Ling screamed and was made to cling to Fatty's embrace, unable to move by the tremendous inertia. Fatty had long ago learned how to drive a motorcycle during the chase just now, and although the footbrake didn't work, he knew how to use the accelerator pedal, gas, and brake, which was enough for him. Motorcycle in the fat man's control, speed faster and faster, and BMW distance is getting closer and closer. There are several times the motorcycle and other vehicles are brushing shoulders. The distance is only a dozen centimeters or even a few centimeters only, thrilling to the people's heart. Chu Ling, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the motorcycle, was on the verge of stopping her heart. The BMWs were already not far apart, and the license plate of the BMW could be clearly seen, while up ahead, there was an intersection where the green light had started to flash, and perhaps the next second, it was going to turn red. Although Chu Ling was called Chu Bold by her classmates, and she would play those thrilling items at the playground that the boys didn't dare to play 3 or 4 times in one breath without changing her face, but compared to now, those thrilling items at the playground looked like childish games such as merry-go-rounds, coffee cups, bumper cars, and so on. Cars are meat covered with iron, but the motorcycle is iron covered with meat. The car hit the shell at most deflated a piece, but if the motorcycle hit, it is fatal. The signal light at the intersection had turned red. The BMW did not show any signs of slowing down, and the motorcycle, surprisingly, also did not show any signs of slowing down. The two cars rushed towards the intersection like an arrow out of the string, showing that vehicles in the direction of the green light had already begun to pass. Brake, brake! Chu Ling screamed. The motorcycle wins through the stop line at the intersection, and life and death are just a split second away. Chapter 88, Frantic Pursuit. The BMW managed to rush through the intersection after a collision with 4 cars, but a series of traffic accidents blocked the intersection, and the owner of a blue convertible Lamborghini was cursing. His newly purchased Lamborghini had spun 90 degrees in the collision just moments ago, and the repairs would surely be a pain in the flesh for him, and the pretty girl sitting in the passenger seat was pale, and obviously terrified. Fear my ass, so little thing is so afraid, think of the past, the young owner of the car reprimanded his female companion, apparently all the anger on the female companion. In Chu Ling's screams, the fat man driving a motorcycle rushed through the intersection stop line. The intersection in front has been completely blocked, not to mention the motorcycle, even pedestrians cannot go. Want to catch up with the BMW has become an impossible task. Just when Chu Ling was frustrated and thought that he had failed, he suddenly realized that the speed of the motorcycle not only didn't decrease, but also got faster and faster. The pupils of Chu Ling's eyes contracted violently. Just when she thought she was doomed, the fat man's arms exerted force, and the front wheel of the motorcycle lifted up all at once, and then using the blue Lamborghini base as a springboard, it shot up into the sky, grazed the head of the Lamborghini's owner, and soared across the entire intersection. The fat man's slightly bowed body was riding on a motorcycle, brawny and unusual, with a delicate beauty in his arms, and the motorcycle was gliding through the air, a scene that was just too cool. Of course, if the fat man wearing a set of black tight leather, and then wear a pair of sunglasses, legs side and then insert a rifle is more like the Terminator, now well seen is good, the protagonist is a lot worse. Holy shit, Hollywood, said the passerby, stunned by the scene unfolding before him. The young owner of the Lamborghini stared dumbfounded at the top of his head. He felt himself smell his scalp burning, and with a jolt, he looked down to see that he had pissed his pants. Chu Ling foolishly looked at the front where the road was clear, then twisted her head to look at Fatty, and suddenly felt that she seemed to be dreaming. Fatty has no time to pay attention to Chu Ling, all his energy is focused on chasing the BMW, no matter whether the road is clear or not. He did not let go of the gas pedal, even if the occasional braking, but also gives a feeling of drifting, but did not hit a passerby, much less hit any car. This police motorcycle, with its police lights and siren, weaved through the sea of cars like a swimming fish. Chu Ling looked at the fat man's expression of total concentration, and suddenly felt that from this angle, this fat man was actually very handsome. The 2 cars chased each other back and forth, quickly leaving the downtown area and traveling toward the suburbs. Fortunately, the fat man was driving a police motorcycle. Fortunately, although the vehicles on the road were sparse, there were more large vehicles, and in the face of large trucks, the guy driving the BMW didn't dare to run roughshod over the road as he had done before, or else the one who would be unlucky wouldn't be a large truck. Damn her, what kind of crazy person came out from somewhere? This can't even be shaken off. Chase, if you have the guts, chase down. The young man driving the BMW cursed hatefully, lowered the driver's side window, poked his left hand out, and raised his middle finger at the back. He's cursing you, the fat man shouted. Chu Ling's nose was almost crooked by the fat man's words. People obviously raised their middle finger to the person driving the motorcycle, but the fat man's words led to her. Is this considered lying down and getting shot at? What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome man. The fat man looked down and quickly called out, continuing his pursuit. Chu Ling had just felt that Fatty was a little bit handsome, but as a result of Fatty saying this sentence, the little bit of good impression that she had just had disappeared without a trace. Honggang County is one of several small counties around Shangjing, with logistics and freight transportation as its main business, and there is a warehouse area in the southern part of the county, where 24 hours a day, cars come and go, transporting truckloads of goods to all parts of Huaxia, or transporting truckloads of goods from all parts of Huaxia to Shangjing. The BMW drove quickly down the state highway and sprinted toward the warehouse district ahead. The BMW kept turning corners, and eventually the young man driving the car realized helplessly that there was no way he could shake off the tail behind him, and his destination was close at hand. Follow me if you dare, the young man snapped, and with a jerk of the wheel, drove the car into a warehouse gate. Fatty rushed through the front door to see the already stopped BMW with the driver's seat already empty. Chu Ling somewhat reluctantly left Fatty's embrace after the motorcycle stopped, But after sitting up straight, she let out a low cry. She and Fatty were surrounded. Dozens of people armed with iron bars, chains, and even a man with a chainsaw, quickly surrounded them. "Where's the grandson who just drove the BMW? Hand him over, and I'll let you guys go." Fatty jumped off the motorcycle and shouted. Disdainful snickers rose and fell, turning to laughter in the blink of an eye. Surrounded by dozens of strong men could still say such retarded words, the fat man had already turned into a super idiot in the eyes of the crowd. Chu Ling's face blanched, but her mind was very calm, and before she got off the car, she unobtrusively pulled off one of the pull rings on the intercom. The traffic monitoring center immediately received an emergency distress signal and locked the source, and the personnel who had just failed to complete their interdiction mission immediately adjusted their direction and rushed toward Red Grange County. Fatty stood steadily, slowly craning his head and neck. His gaze swept across the faces of these guys who were not good people at first glance. Finally, his gaze stopped. At the end of his gaze, the young man who had just driven the BMW car across the street was hiding behind a few burly men, with only his head exposed to watch the show. "You give the fat master get out, compensate me for this car, this matter is over, otherwise not only you suffer, your gang of friends will also follow your bad luck." Fatty pointed at the young man and cursed. The young man sneered and walked out from behind the crowd, standing at a distance of at least 7 or 8 meters away from the fat man, and raised his hands, then clenched his hands into fists and raised his middle fingers at the fat man. The crowd of strong men laughed out loud, but just as the laughter sounded, they felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the fat man disappeared from the side of the motorcycle. A crunching sound attracted the attention of the crowd, who twisted their necks with great difficulty to look towards the location where the sound came from, only to see that the fat man who had just disappeared had instantly crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters and appeared in front of the young man. And this crunching sound was the sound that the young man made when he was slapped by the fat man on his face. The young man was slapped by the fat man. The slap flew horizontally, people in the air on the spray out 3 or 4 teeth with blood when he landed, but also maintained the posture, just stood there erect, hands middle finger. Visible fat man's speed is how amazing. The fat man didn't even pay attention to the car thief who was knocked out by his slap, slowly bobbing his head like a preparatory activity before a fight, shrugging his shoulders, kicking his legs, then standing still, scanning the burly men around him, yelling, "Laugh, ah, continue to laugh, ah." The crowd was silent. The crowd was stunned by the inhuman speed that Fatty had just displayed. The fat man disdainfully raised his right hand and erected his middle finger, then slowly rotated his body to show it to the crowd of strong men surrounding him. "Kneel down all the fuckers to the fat master, you are surrounded, surrender and don't kill, otherwise, this stupid kid is your downfall," Fatty shouted. Crash. Someone else actually dropped the steel pipe in their hands. Hand slipped, the man who had dropped the pipe snapped out of it, and hastily explained as he bent down and picked it up. "What are you waiting for? You want to go to jail? Go on, take out the fat guy." As one called out, all of them rushed forward, brandishing murderous weapons in their hands, looking for death. Humpty Dumpty snorted coldly, spinning a foot. "Will be 2 strong men swept away, the body has not yet stood firm." A fist strike. A strong man, as if in Humpty Dumpty discussed the general, just placed the body in the direction of Humpty Dumpty's attack, the chest at the speed of the naked eye visible depression, and then the whole person screamed miserably, flew out, smashing over the whole man screamed miserably and flew out, smashing over 2 of his companions. Chu Ling in the police academy is a top student, grappling all kinds of proficiency. At this moment she quickly met a strong man. Side mountain flash away, the strong man swinging chain, body a short, elbow with the rotating action of the strong man's ribs, footsteps do not stop, directly turned to the back of the strong man, the right foot kicked up, accurately hit the strong man between the legs of the highest point. The burly man didn't even let out a scream before his eyes rolled over and he fainted. Suddenly, Chu Ling heard the sound of heavy footsteps, seemed to be aware of something, and turned around violently, but saw a burly man with a fierce expression holding a steel pipe striking down heavily towards her head. Chu Ling's mind has already had the realization of dodging, but because the body has just completed a set of actions, it is the moment of the lowest physical flexibility, simply cannot dodge. see the steel pipe is about to hit the head. Chu Ling's mind is a blank. Suddenly, the body of this strong man even twisted a bit, and then shot out like a cannonball. Be careful. The fat man stood where the strong man had just been and reminded Chu Ling, but without waiting for Chu Ling to say anything, he once again killed the crowd. Chu Ling stood in place, looking at Fatty's heroic stance in the enemy group, his dashing and incomparable yet clean movements, with Fatty's words that warmed and touched her just now echoing in her ears. For a moment, she actually looked at Fatty obsessively, forgetting where she was. Holy shit, it's true that you have big boobs and no brain. It's already that time of the day, and you're still dumbfounded. Fatty took the time to glance at where Chu Ling was, and immediately cursed, having to accelerate his strength and speed, then rushed over to dry out the several strong men who were trying to attack Chu Ling and knocked them to the ground. My intended is a gaijin, one day he will step on the 7-colored clouds in Chu Ling's eyes. The fat man was already wearing the golden armor and holy clothes and holding the Monkey King with the golden hoop. If the fat man who was fighting for his life knew what Chu Ling was thinking, he would have responded in the tone of supreme treasure. Actually, my brother weighs more than 200, and my brother's name is 8 Precepts, not Wukong. Chapter 89, Super Case. Since breaking through the threshold of the realm of the royal repulsion of all things, Fatty felt that his physique had gone up a new level. If his speed was like a ghost before, then now his speed could only be described as fast as lightning, the distance of a few meters. The blink of an eye was able to shorten it to nothing. If it was placed in the cultivation enhancement before, it would have to blink at least 2 times before it would be possible. In addition to the speed, the power and reaction ability had been very greatly improved. It felt like a punch with the same power could only knock a person back before, while now it was able to send the enemy flying out, which was more than a doubling of the power increase. Of course, no one knew how Fatty spent the nights of these 3 weeks. Every night he had to endure the backlash of the 9 absolute vein. The whole person was like being thrown in the midst of 10,000 years of cold ice. This kind of torment, it was more unbearable than killing Fatty. Although he was facing dozens of strong men with murderous weapons, although he also had to protect a female police officer with silly boobs, the fat man felt more relaxed and at ease than participating in that one fight in the underground racing. These strong men did not have a single fight in front of him at all. This time, Fatty did not use joint technology, but the actual fist and feet to the flesh. As a result, this group of unlucky guys are considered to see what is called completely no resistance, and even if occasionally good luck to be able to hit Fatty. Fatty did not even wrinkle his brow on the half of the next. They instead feel as if smashed into a steel plate, like the recoil so that they can not even hold the chest device. A few minutes later, Chu Ling was still standing stupidly in place, looking at Fatty in a daze, while Fatty was breathing steadily, as if he had just taken a few slow steps, not even using his strength, let alone sweating. But these strong men who had just surrounded the fat man, fell on the ground in a heap. Those who were silent were smashed unconscious by the fat man, and those who weren't smashed unconscious covered the pain and groaned loudly. Scream again and break your legs directly, Fatty yelled. The world is quiet. Fatty scanned around and quickly walked over to the guy who had stolen the BMW, easily lifted the guy off the ground with one hand, and then gently slapped him twice to wake up the guy who had already passed out. Help, help, don't kill me. As soon as this guy woke up, he saw a big face with a fierce expression, and immediately shivered in fear, and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Killing you, that would be too cheap. Daring to steal my dad's car is not giving me face, the fat man roared angrily. The young car thief was about to cry. If he had known before he stole the car how miserable he was now, I'm afraid he wouldn't have stolen the BMW even if it killed him. Fatty directly performed his master skill of splitting tendons and bones hand, and then this car thief was lying on the ground with only the strength to scream. What are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry and find a rope to tie them all up? Fatty twisted his head. He saw 2 eyes about to turn into peach hearts, hands clasping hearts. A stupid look stood in place. Chu Ling, suddenly shouted. Chu Ling was finally awakened by the fat man's shouts, muttering, being so mean to others, as she ran off to find a rope. Big boobs, the fat man skimmed. Before Fatty's words fell, Chu Ling's screams could be heard ringing out from some location inside the warehouse. Fatty's face changed. He didn't consider whether or not there would still be people remaining in the deeper parts of the warehouse, instantly raising his speed to the limit and rushing towards the depths of the warehouse. Seeing that no one was watching, a few of the strong men who were not badly injured quietly rose from the ground and crept away toward the warehouse door. But when the hope that they have seen, a chubby silhouette chased after them at a very fast speed, these guys who were about to escape from life only felt a pain in their body. Several people flew out like a heavenly maiden, those who were lucky enough to land on the ground and fell just a nose, those who were unlucky enough to be kicked directly to the alloy wall. It looked as if they were in bas-relief. Want to run? Asked the fat master. Fatty roared loudly, we'll have the heart of the escape. Of the people completely scared to dare not move, only then hands behind the back, strutting again, towards the depths of the warehouse. Just now, Fatty had already determined that the big-breasted policewoman wasn't in any danger. The reason why he screamed was because, in the depths of the warehouse, there were actually all kinds of expensive luxury sports cars parked. Here, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi belongs to the stall goods. Directly by the cutter cut off the roof, a stacked one was stuffed into the container. More is the world-renowned luxury cars. What Ferrari, Lamborghini, and so on can only be counted as familiar ordinary goods. There's a new Rolls-Royce Silver Phantom here, 3 or 4 multi-million-dollar Bentleys here, and on top of that, there's a Koenigsegg, a Mi convertible, a Ford SSC, a Chrysler, and more. And the most appealing to the fat man's eyes is at the entrance of the film school. Sister and his own said that the world's top sports car Bugatti Veyron, black and red body, very visual impact. Of course, the main thing is that the car is too damn expensive. Are they stealing cars or robbing them? The fat man exclaimed in surprise. Chu Ling's eyes were already glowing. Chu Ling herself was one, and her old man was even the boss of the headquarters, so she was naturally well informed. A year ago, a group of car thieves appeared in Shangjing. These car thieves are highly skilled, specializing in targeting a variety of luxury cars. Some owners just enter the roadside store to buy a bottle of mineral water. Work. A turn back just bought a short period of time. The luxury car is gone. The reason why the gang was not captured is because the gang knows a lot about anti-tracking techniques and acts cautiously and carefully, and their car skills are equally very high. In old words, these bastards are more than enough to become professional race car drivers. What's more, even if 1 or 2 of them are caught, they will definitely not leak any information about their companions except admitting that they have stolen a car. According to the analysis of professionals, this organization is extremely disciplined, and if they leak information about their companions, it is likely that their family members will be in trouble, so they would rather go to jail by themselves than to sell out their accomplices. The group disappeared after 2 weeks of madness, and the internal analysis was that the group should have offered the stolen cars for sale, got the money, and then disbanded or left the country. However, just 3 days ago, the world's famous car exhibition and sale originally prepared to be held in Shangjing was suddenly announced to be delayed, and the external explanation was that a part of the famous cars were not coordinated with the matters of customs clearance, and only the senior management of the headquarters knew that all these cars had been stolen overnight. In 3 days' time, one can circumnavigate the globe by airplane, not to mention transporting these famous cars through underground channels, but no one expected that these cars did not even go out of the boundaries of Shangjing. It's a superb case, and it involves numerous hit-and-runs and vandalism. Am I allowed to take this Bugatti as compensation for the car thief's damage to my dad's luxury car? The fat man asked. Chu Ling shook her head and said, these are stolen goods, it's impossible to pay you back, but after solving this case, the prize money should be enough for you to buy a car better than a BMW 7 Series. Really? The fat man asked in surprise. Really, the organizers of the world-famous car show and sale funded a $3 million bounty on the whereabouts of these vehicles, and the head office's bounty on these car thieves is $100,000 each, and it's not so much about catching them, but as long as you provide a clue and determine that the clue is true, that money can be claimed. The biggest head is the organizer behind the gang. There's an owner's bounty, a bureau bounty, a jungle bounty, at least tens of millions if you count it. As Chu Ling was speaking, she saw Fatty twist his head and run outside. What are you doing there? Trulin asked aloud. I'm going to keep an eye on those guys. Run one, I'll be 100,000 less. By the way, let's see if we can make that tens of millions. Fatty's voice came from far away. Chu Ling was dumbfounded, shook his head and took out his cell phone, dialed his father's number. This good news, of course, he had to let his father know, let his father understand how suitable he was for the job. When saw the fat man ran out, a group of unlucky people even hum did not dare to hum, not that they are too small, but this fat man is too fucking ferocious. Just now dozens of people surrounded by beating or were beaten into this, and now a person has become disabled. How can be the opponent of this fat man? And look at the 2 reliefs plastered on the wall, they haven't come down yet. They don't want to be the 3rd, the 4th. If they know that this fat man in the pursuit of that young car thief before even motorcycle will not open, if they know and fat together with the policewoman has not graduated, just in the internship, I am afraid that they have to find a block of tofu directly hit the heart of the death of the big storms have come over. But did not think that actually overturned the boat in the gutter. Someone tell me who the organizer behind you is, Fatty asked as he opened the door. Everyone dropped their eyes and played dumb. What's wrong with anyone who doesn't say that into? I'll start to torture confessions, a Fatty loudly threatened. You can't torture a confession. A timid, burly man shouted out of breath. Right, can't torture confessions. Fatty extremely agree with the road. He was innocent before he went down the mountain, but once he went down the mountain, counting how many times this has been in the bureau. Everyone was confused by the fat man's approval. Come on, since you've opened your mouth, tell me who the organizer behind you is. By the way, don't force me to make a move. Oh, see that kid yet? If you dare not tell me, he'll be your role model. Fatty rubbed his fists and said. The timid, strong man scrunched his neck and said, you also said you can't torture a confession. Fatty nodded, that's right, but I'm not. Why can't I be tortured to make a confession? This strong man really want to give himself a slap. If you let the fat man randomly pick words, the odds of picking their own only 60-something% on now, well, because of their own yawns, hit the jackpot. I don't know, the strong man said with a sobbing voice. He didn't want to be like a worm and have his limbs broken off by the fat man. Hero, Fatty gave a thumbs up to this strong man, then without saying anything, he directly broke the limbs of this strong man. Only after doing so did the fat man give another thumbs up, then with a twist of his wrist, he pointed his thumb at the ground and said seriously, now you are a martyr. Chapter 90 Wicked Human Compulsion. The crowd of strong men were silenced as they looked at the 2 accomplices who had their arms and legs broken by the fat man, like worms that could only moan in pain but could not make their bodies move. Who's next? The fat man craned his head to look at the other burly men. It was fine if Fatty didn't say it, but when he said it, everyone closed their eyes and fell into petrification, lest blinking their eyes would be picked by Fatty and become the next fighter among the unlucky ones. The fat man casually scanned the room and determined, you're it. The crowd opened their eyes in unison, then looked along the direction of the fat man's finger, and a man with the thinnest body, the most lewd appearance, and the highest frequency of body trembling became the fat man's target. Those who hadn't been picked by Fatty breathed a sigh of relief in unison. I don't know, I really don't know, the skinny man, whose body was like a sieve, lost his voice and shouted. Fatty gave him a thumbs up and said, I for one appreciate heroes the most. As the skinny man watched the fat man walking towards him, and then looked at the 2 worms not far from his side, he lost his voice and shouted, I really don't know who the organizer behind this is, but I know who our boss is. Fatty revealed an expression of dawning realization and looked at the guy he had just made into a worm. You also know who the boss is, but not who the organizer behind the scenes is. The unlucky worm nodded furiously, tears and snot coming down together, obviously agreed, that's really sorry. Fatty waved his hand, casually, with no intention at all of going up to help reattach the bones. It's fine, it's fine. The unlucky worm didn't dare to provoke this plague god and replied in a hurry. Then tell me who your boss is, and I'll let you go. The fat man said with a smile. The scrawny man immediately reached out and pointed. Fatty twisted his head to look. A stout man with the most lanky figure and crossed 2 knife scars on his face jumped out from the crowd and ran madly towards the warehouse door. Tisk, tisk, Fatty didn't go after him, but shook his head and sighed as he asked, do you guys think he can run away? The crowd shook their heads. They have seen the fat man's inhuman speed, not to mention their boss, even if bowled over. I'm afraid that only hate his mother less to give birth to a few legs of the idea, not to mention that even if the fat man cannot catch up with them, they cannot run away. Why bother to mess with the god of the plague? Run faster, I'm going to start chasing. Ah, the fat man, shouted the fleeing burly man, ran more vigorously. 1, 2, 3, I'm coming, the fat man called out, his chubby figure erupted with strong strength and speed, quickly chasing after him. The burly man, seeing that he was about to run to the door of the warehouse, threw back his head and let out a yell. The fat man had already chased him to a place less than 3 meters away from the strong man, and suddenly had a palpitating feeling, and violently stopped, then also stormed back at a faster speed. The first foot of the strong man stepped out of the warehouse door. The whole person was very strange to stop, the body rapidly expanding up, as a balloon filled up with a motor. Just in the blink of an eye, this strong man fattened up at least 3 or 5 laps, and then as inflated to the limit of the balloon, ping popped. Even if a bomb was strapped to a human body and detonated, the person would at least be able to leave some organs behind, such as the feet that were not easily blown up, but this burly man exploded, and surprisingly, not even a piece of intact organ more than the size of a fingernail was left behind, whether it was the skin or the internal organs, all of them were blown up into a fine and fragmented mist of blood. This mass of blood mist spread around with a furious impact centered on where the strong man was, so fast that it was indiscernible to the naked eye. Fatty retreated at his own fastest speed. When the blood mist impact shot in, he had already retreated to almost 20 meters away, but the guys who had just tried to escape, but were kicked one by Fatty to the wall as a bas-relief, weren't so good. They were all within the blood mist shroud. The 2 people who had originally fainted, unexpectedly woke up under the shroud of the blood mist, and then let out a scream that did not resemble life, and then their bodies rotted down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just a short 10 seconds or so, the 2 people's clothes were gone, their skin was turned into rotting blood flowing down from their bodies, and in the end, what was left, turned out to be 2 red-drenched skeletons. Fatty's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the place at the entrance of the warehouse, and then looked at the blood mist covering the area less than 2 meters away from him, and broke out into a cold sweat. An ordinary person would definitely think that a miniature biochemical bomb had been planted in this person's body, which would detonate when in danger, making it impossible to defend against. But in Fatty's opinion, this was not a miniature biochemical bomb at all, but a human compulsion. All things in heaven and earth can be parasites, of course, not dead things. Dead things can only be used to set up witch formations, and only living things can be parasites. The human being, as the spirit of all living things, is the ultimate realm of compulsion, and likewise, the most vicious. The fight between sorcerers is actually a contest of their own cultivation realm, a contest of compulsion. To put it more plainly, a fight between wizards is much like a cricket fight, and generally speaking, when the cricket wins, so does the cricket's owner. However, some people use a green-headed grand marshal, while others use a little beaner under the brick. There is absolutely no comparison, the victory or defeat can be seen at a glance. Therefore, sorcerers all pursue the most powerful compulsion, just as if Fatty still greedily wanted to have caracal, despite having the golden silkworm, who wouldn't want a good thing? There is no more powerful poisonous insect than the golden silkworm, there is no more powerful beast than the tiger, and human beings, who are at the head of all spirits, have naturally become the choice of sorcerers to refine parasites. Killing each other is nothing. China's 5,000 years of history is written in wars and human lives. However, human compulsion is not the same thing at all. That is the sinister act of refining a living person into a compulsion, depriving them of their consciousness and soul. Everyone has a bottom line, whether it is spiritual or moral. And the bottom line for sorcerers is that they may not use people as compulsion, not even to save them, and human compulsion is the forbidden zone for sorcerers. And now, what appeared in front of Fatty was a human parasite, and it was the most insidious type of soul-destroying parasite among human parasites. There are several different types of human parasites: the world destruction compulsion that specializes in killing, the Chedian compulsion that specializes in treasure hunting, the 10,000 poisons compulsion that specializes in fighting between sorcerers, and the soul destruction compulsion that is used to do things for its master. The soul destruction compulsion was to plant a forbidden compulsion in a person's mind, a blood curtain compulsion in that person's body, and finally a blood poison compulsion layered on top of the blood curtain compulsion. These three kinds of compulsion together is the soul extermination compulsion, turning into a sorcerer's soul extermination compulsion, and will not lose consciousness and mobility, but once encountering a danger that may implicate the master, the three kinds of compulsion will be activated at the same time, transforming the human compulsion into a poisonous bomb, completely eliminating all traces of it and silencing the mouth. Of course, it is also possible to stimulate the soul-destroying compulsion to play a role through the area. Obviously the line of this warehouse door is the trigger area. If the fat man is not wrong, this strong man has not stepped out of the door of this warehouse even one step after becoming a human compulsion of the sorcerer. The expression on Fatty's face became gloomy all of a sudden. Refining human parasites was an absolute taboo in the witch sect. To put it in more vulgar terms, it was a super minefield. As long as it was discovered, any witch master would have the responsibility and obligation to clean up the door for the witch sect. Rush Cade, Chaged. Fatty quickly slid his hands in front of his chest. The witch power in his body quickly condensed between his hands, a light black mist expanding forward along with Fatty's tones. In the bright red explosion area, a black gas that was 1 point denser than the light black mist slowly condensed. Fatty's eyes narrowed slightly as he shouted, and the light black mist that spread out with his hands as the starting point instantly coalesced into a strand that entangled the slightly darker black gas, then shot outside the warehouse at an extremely fast speed. This is the main method between the sorcerer to find the location of the enemy. The method is not difficult. The real difficulty lies in whether it can catch up with the wisp of sorcery. Each sorcerer's probing range is different. The higher the cultivation realm, the stronger the strength, the wider the range of probing, and vice versa. But even if it is no longer how to be strong, I am afraid that the distance beyond 1 kilometer is to be chased away. This blood mist is highly poisonous. Touch is death. Those who don't want to die should stay here honestly. Fatty roared loudly. Arrow rushed onto the police motorcycle parked on the side, started, pulled the throttle, madly rushed out of the warehouse door, chasing towards the wisp of sorcery power that was already about to escape the scope of probing. After the crowd of strong men heard the fat man's words, their minds that were still somewhat foolish were immediately strangled. When this warehouse was being used by them, all the side doors were sealed off to prevent anyone from entering the place by mistake, and the only way to get in or out of the place was the door that was enveloped by the blast range. Looking at those two companions who were still alive a few minutes ago, but now turned into two sets of skeletons, everyone chose to give up. They are just car thieves. The crime is not to death. Even if they are caught, they will just squat for a few years in a bitter kiln. If they choose to run away, they will have to lose their lives. When Chu Ling hung up the phone and ran out gleefully, she had already lost sight of Fatty. "Huh, where's that fat guy?" Chu Ling asked suspiciously. "Gone." A burly man replied subconsciously. "How to just leave it? I still have to find him to discuss a matter." Chu Ling stomped his feet and whined. This moment, Chu big police flower budding appearance, let a person's heart moved. "If we catch her and hold her hostage," someone looked at the lone, hot but not strong policewoman Chu, and instantly had a crooked thought, but before they could put it into action, ear-piercing sirens sounded outside the warehouse, and the first batch of Red Heights counties had already rushed into the warehouse, nipping their last glimmer of hope in the bud. And when these strong men see those who completely ignored the explosion range, rushed into the warehouse on foot, suddenly realized that they were that damn fat man played again. If this explosion range is really poisonous, these cannot be safe and sound. Rushed in. The body was severely tortured by the fat man once, and this fat man actually didn't stop, but also ruthlessly cheated their feelings. A strong man cried out as if he were a little girl, with special commiseration. Chapter 91. The witch formation is strong. If it wasn't for Brother Eagle guiding in the sky, I'm afraid that Fatty would have already lost the wisp of witch power, but precisely because he didn't lose it, Fatty felt puzzled instead. Now he is located in the location of his own home in the middle of the villa area. That wisp of witch power has entered the huge villa in front of him. Here from the fat man's home villa straight line distance of less than 100 meters. is the entire villa area of the innermost end of a villa. Fatty had heard his sister say, the villa area at the innermost end of these villas is the largest and most luxurious of the entire villa area. There is a garden in the front, the back has a swimming pool, and even the garage has 4. At that time, this villa area has not yet been opened, has been internally fixed away, so Dad can only retreat to the next best thing, choosing only the garden without a swimming pool of the villa. And this villa, the beginning of the time there are people living, and then I do not know why began to haunt, make people panic. The owner turned a few hands, since the last owner of a family all crazy. This villa has been empty to the present. It is said that the bank took to the auction, the beginning of the price of 50 million, and then all the way down until 5 million. No one wants. Fatty looked at the gate of the villa where the iron gate was closed, and then looked backward along the fence by the villa. The location where he had used the Great Extinction Formation that day was at the top of a small hill less than 400 meters away from here. Caracal, human compulsion, witch power, villa. It seemed to be a great big circle, and the fat man went around in a great circle, as if the beginning then was the end. A smile appeared on the fat man's face. Those caracals couldn't possibly trek not far from the living place to migrate to Shangjing City. Their appearance could only mean one thing, that is, they were brought by someone. This person must be a sorcerer, and this sorcerer must have already possessed the method of refining caracals after obtaining the caracal egg. Fatty had been waiting for this sorcerer to jump out and take revenge on himself, but he didn't expect that the sorcerer hadn't jumped out yet, but instead, he came to the door first. Fatty walked to the big iron gate, hands poked out, pushed with force. The big iron gate should be opened, issued a crunching sound that caused goosebumps to rise straight up, and a garden with a large area appeared in front of the eyes. Fatty walked to the big iron gate, hands poked out, pushed with force. The big iron gate should be opened, issued a crunching sound that caused goosebumps to rise straight up, and a garden with a large area appeared in front of the eyes. This garden should have been full of flowers, and no matter what, it should have been covered with green grass, but now, there was only dry and cracked ground in this garden, and 2 trees of unknown species had only their branches left, and under the blowing of the night wind, they gave out a clicking and crunching sound, as if they might break off at any time. The fat man took a deep breath and raised his steps into the garden. It was only a step away, but it was as if he had entered another world. The scene that was seen outside the door, after one step, it turned into an abyss. Countless ghosts and monsters appeared in front of Fatty's eyes. A ghastly wind blew, a ghostly shadow flew and attacked. Fatty's evasive maneuver had just been made, and a sharp pain came from his arm. The fat man fixed his eyes on the casual dress. Arm at the arm has been stained red with blood. Arm at the arm more a deep visible bone wound, skin open, blood flow. 100 Fatalities Formation. Fatty's heart fluttered slightly. The 100 Deadly Formation and the Great Extinction Formation belonged to the same class of formation, but the killing power was several times stronger than the Great Extinction Formation. The Great Extinction Formation was to make the creatures that entered the formation self-mad and self-destructive, and if one's spiritual willpower was strong enough or one's cultivation was high enough, one could even ignore the Great Extinction Formation. However, the 100 Furies Formation was to utilize the formation to attract the might of heaven and earth to directly kill the creatures that mistakenly entered the formation. The 100 Deadly Array is a high-level witch formation that is a combination of the 100 Ghosts Array, the Earth Spirit Array, and the Soul Determination Array, and the 3 small arrays can be turned on individually, or turned on at the same time to form the 100 Deadly Array. The reason why those landlords felt that they were seeing ghosts, or even went crazy, was because the 100 Ghosts Array was at work. Earth Spirit Formation is to lead the undergrounding chi into reality, but the randomness is very strong, just like the underground fountain, hundreds of fountain holes. God knows which one will be ejected from the fountain. Good luck can be completely ignored. Bad luck, if you are stabbed, just like being stabbed by a sword, the skin is light, was cut off. The head belongs to a very normal thing. The Soul Determination Formation itself is not offensive, but it has a pointing effect, and anyone who enters into it will be marked, and even if they use sorcery that allows them to be invisible in a sorcery formation, it will have no effect. These 3 witch formations combine to form the 100 Deadly Formation, that is, the soul-fixing formation to carry out the designation of the enemy, the 100 Ghosts Formation to confuse the enemy, and the ground spirit formation to attack the enemy, and from the gaze of the person who enters into the formation, it looks as if there are countless evil ghosts holding sharp blades frantically attacking themselves. Understanding the 100 deadly array is not difficult, cracking the 100 deadly array is not difficult either. The really difficult part is how to destroy the eye of the array. As long as the eye of the array is destroyed, the 100 deadly array will be dismantled and can no longer function. Just now the fat man in the villa outside the door has carefully observed the situation in the garden. The two strange large trees are particularly eye-catching. Obviously these two large trees is the eye of the 100 deadly array, as long as the destruction of the two large trees on the line. But when a person enters the 100 deadly array, in order to save his own life, he will constantly make evasive maneuvers, and the 100 ghosts array will confuse those who enter the array. When a person turns dozens of times, he can't even distinguish between southeast and northwest, and he wants to find the eye of the array and destroy it, and how easy it is. Of course, if the two large trees could be destroyed before entering the villa's main door, the 100 deadly array would naturally not be activated. However, who would be suspicious of two dead trees? Fatty seemed to be dodging woefully, but the direction his body was facing never changed. If someone was watching Fatty's movements outside the formation, they would have realized that no matter if Fatty moved forward or backward or dodged left or right, his face was facing the direction of the villa's main entrance. With a correct direction as a reference, the fat man only needed to remember what direction he had moved a few steps in. Just like that, Fatty slowly approached one of the two large trees under the attack of countless evil spirits. A hard and rough feeling came from his hands, and Fatty knew that he had found where the eye of the 100 Fury formation was. Next, all that was needed was to destroy the eye of the formation. Fatty dodged the sword-wielding evil spirits' attacks while frantically kicking at the trunk of the large tree with his feet. This big tree had long been dead, its branches and trunks had become brittle. How could it possibly withstand Fatty's crazy attack? In less than half a minute, the trunk of this big tree was hard kicked off, making an unpleasant sound roaring to the ground, shattering into a field of dry wood as the big tree fell with a loud bang. A crisp sound followed, the evil spirits in the eyes of the fat man instantly disappeared, and the garden in front of the villa returned to its original appearance. Except for the fallen tree, nothing had changed. Fatty looked at his body. A good set of casual clothes had been shredded into cloth, but the good thing was that apart from the first time he suffered a loss, his body did not suffer any serious injuries. Fatty took 2 deep breaths. All the witch power in his body was poured into the wound. The witch doctor's special spells were unleashed, and the bone-deep wound was closing at an extremely fast speed, followed by rapid healing, and in the end, there was only a white scar left, marking the injuries that Fatty had once suffered. This was one of the special abilities that witch doctors got when they entered the Sentinel Repulsion cultivation realm. Since they could repel everything, they could naturally harness the witch power in their bodies to repair wounds. If Fatty was still stuck in the cultivation realm of drawing poison and quenching the body, I'm afraid that he could only allow the wound to close first to avoid excessive bleeding. The cultivation gap of 1 level was just so obvious. Seeing the wound healed, Fatty hung his head and searched, quickly seeing the jade tablet that had fallen from the tree. This is 2 pieces of purple jade plate, palm size, body purple, purple transparent, purple demonic. Waterhead is also quite good. Just jade is a jade plate, smooth as a mirror, did not carve on some subtle characters. Obviously this is just set up the array of materials, and in the Valley of Decay set up blazing insect array using the same roll of the ancient beast bone to be able to use jade to set up a formation, rather than using jade to drive a witch formation to start. This shows that the other party has a lot of financial resources, and the protection of this place is also extremely tight. Fatty found 2 more of the same jade medallions from another large tree. These 4 were worth tens of millions of dollars in price alone, and if they were to be made into jewelry, the price would have to be doubled. Although he had obtained 4 pieces of ice seed purple jade, Fatty didn't have any happy thoughts at all. Looking at the slowly opening villa gate, Fatty's face rarely appeared to be gloomy. The 100 deadly array and the great extermination array are the same grade of witch array. To make the witch array operate, at least to reach the cultivation realm of the royal repulsion of all things, even if the fat man who has already reached the cultivation realm of the royal repulsion of all things. First to run the 100 deadly array will also be extremely strenuous. and simply cannot do the other side like to make the 100 deadly array operate smoothly. From here, it was able to tell that the other party's cultivation realm was a bit higher than Fatty's. Bah, again you are just a witch formation master, what can you do to me? Fatty spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said fiercely, took a big step and walked into the gate of the villa. In the fat man into the villa, the door immediately closed, then 2 points of green light flashes, the villa door in the spacious and empty hall instantly covered with pairs of fluorescent light, fluctuating pairs of fluorescent light to the whole atmosphere of the hall suddenly became bizarre immediately afterward. These glowing lights rushed madly towards Fatty as if they had been given an order. Fatty stood in place, disdainfully raised his right hand, stretched out his little finger and snapped his ear. The glowing light that rushed up crashed down as if it had hit an invisible wall. In just a few moments, a dense layer of small beasts' corpses were piled up beside Fatty, and the whole hall reverted back to darkness. Come out, don't toss, get you done early, so I can go back to bed early. Fatty disdainfully said. Little friend is really powerful, unexpectedly possessing the golden silkworm instinctive compulsion. It's no wonder that my poison ferret will have no return. An old voice echoed in the hall, and through the moonlight one could see that a silhouette had appeared at the corner of the stairs at the end of the hall. This guy's entire body was wrapped in a set of black robes. Looking at the head is also about 1 meter 6, looking at the body shape, should also be thin and thin. Listening to the voice, this person's age should not be small. Well well well. Fatty's mouth spoke easily, but in reality, after this person appeared, his entire body, both mentally and physically, tensed up. Chapter 92 Caracal. Little friend is very good, actually so young has reached the cultivation of the royal repulsion of all things opposite. The sorcerer slowly walked down the stairs, his voice softly said, suddenly his voice violently high, became extremely sharp shouted, I have let you off, why are you still on my poor pursuit of me? Fatty said dismissively, you raised those caracals. The old sorcerer's laughter rang out like a night lord and said disdainfully, so what if it is? The fat man bristled, not how, I got them dead anyway, you can still bring them back from the dead. The old sorcerer laughed even more and called out, could it be that you think caracals need to mate in order to reproduce? As long as I have one female caracal, I can have thousands of caracals. Fatty was stunned by the old wizard's words. Just as Fatty froze, the old wizard came flying like a ghost. Fatty snorted coldly, his body did not move, but his right foot explored and lifted. The corpse of the poisonous sable that had already been killed by the golden silkworm was infused with witch power by Fatty, and blasted at the old sorcerer. The old sorcerer swung his hands violently to the sides of his body, an even more powerful sorcery force struck him, and the body of the poisonous sable exploded, blood and flesh shooting backward. The fat man seemed to have expected such a move from his opponent, and after his foot kicked up, his body shot towards the center of the hall like a cannonball. The returning venomous sable's blood and flesh hit the villa's gate heavily, making a sound as if a lead bullet had hit the gate, and if the light was a little stronger, one could clearly see that the originally smooth villa's gate had now become pitted, like the surface of the moon that had been attacked by a meteorite. The human body is not as sturdy as this gate. If Fatty didn't dodge in advance just now, I'm afraid that his body would have turned into a hornet's nest by now. Just one round, Fatty understood that he had met a formidable enemy this time, and it was impossible to be as easy as he was against Dakai. Kill. Fatty shouted angrily. A bit of golden light sprinted towards the old sorcerer who was chasing after him. As soon as he struck out, Fatty used the intrinsic compass, that is, he wanted to have a quick battle. Cha-cha Huko, trapped. The old sorcerer was in the air, chanting rapidly under his breath, and with a wave of his right hand, 5 golden lights shot out, but it didn't look as if they were going to hit the golden silkworms, rather it looked as if they were going to brush against them. Just as Fatty was feeling strange, the golden silkworms attacking the old wizard came to a violent stop between the 5 golden lights, then shot backward at a faster speed, surprisingly toward Fatty. The fat man rolled on his ass and dodged away, and through the moonlight that shone through the window, he clearly saw that on the wall behind the position where he had just stood, there were 5 more points of golden light, forming a pentagram formation. The golden silkworm was very strangely located in the center of the pentagram array. There were no silk threads, no glass cover, but the golden silkworm was as if it was trapped by the silk threads and the glass cover. No matter how much it struggled, it was unable to leave the wall, just as if it was glued to the wall without the golden silkworms. What else do you have available? The old sorcerer's voice reached the fat man's ears. The fat man slowly got up, gazed at the old sorcerer with both eyes, and sneered, I can still put you to death without the use of the intrinsic compass. After the fat man finished speaking, he rushed towards the old wizard like an arrow off a string. Congeal, the old sorcerer's body didn't even move, his lips slightly opened and a single word was spat out. Fatty only felt that the air around his body seemed to have condensed into a solid entity, his speed was violently reduced, and the original movement of rushing towards the old wizard seemed to have turned into a slow-motion scene, especially when Fatty's mind was not affected in any way, and his own change was even more bizarre to him. Retreat, the old wizard bellowed again. The fat man's body was dragged backward as if he was being dragged, unresisting. Chop. Numerous sharp blades of substance appeared out of thin air and flew towards Fatty. Although the fat man's mind had already reacted, helplessly his body did not listen to him at all. Just in the blink of an eye, the fat man's body had several more wounds that were deep enough to be seen on the bone. Damn. Fatty cursed, he had seen the true toughness of the witch formation master this time. Obviously the old sorcerer had carefully prepared a set of witch-array meal for Fatty before Fatty walked into the villa, not only trapping the golden silkworms from the beginning, making Fatty's means of attack singular, but also torturing Fatty a little bit with the witch-array. Fatty felt that he was now like a mouse caught by a cat, and that the other party was not being merciful by not killing him, but rather to indulge in the pleasure of torturing others. Kneel. The old wizard burst out. A powerful sorceress power surged out crazily from the old sorcerer's body and converged above Fatty's head, as if it had turned into a large hand that pressed down towards him. Fatty clenched his teeth to control his body, but the head was not just witch power, it was also augmented by the witch formation, and after feeling that his leg bones were about to break, Fatty finally couldn't withstand the pressure and landed on both knees, kneeling in front of the old wizard. Wahahaha, the old wizard laughed madly. Grandma, put up a fight. Fatty made a secret decision, bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The pressure and restraints around his body unexpectedly disappeared instantly after this mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Essence blood-breaking formations is good, it seems that you do know quite a lot. The old sorcerer only froze for a moment before clapping his hands appreciatively. Clearly, he did not place the Fatty in his eyes at all. No gain, deck die. The fat man stood up from the ground, his mouth rapidly chanting, his hands pinched the seal in front of his chest, constantly visualizing one after another subtle and incomparable pattern. A black gas was born out of thin air in the air, rapidly condensing at his fingertips. Gunshot spell, the old wizard said with disdain in his voice, standing at attention with interest, waiting for the fat man's spell to finish. Ka, the fat man spat out the last syllable, clasping back the 8 fingers of his hands, his 2 forefingers together, and pointing at the old wizard. A black gas condensed into a lance and shot out with the force of a strong crossbow, targeting the old wizard. The old sorcerer stood firmly on the ground with both feet, his eyes flashed with light, and he shouted fiercely, and a black gas came out of his mouth, which was exactly the same as the sorcery used by Fatty, but at a much faster speed, and crashed into the lance cast by Fatty after he had sent it out first. Fatty's lance was as if it had been hit by a Barrett heavy sniper bullet, starting from the tip of the lance and bursting in sections at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every time Fatty's lance burst, Fatty's face paled, and when the end of the lance completely burst, Fatty was already as white as a sheet of paper, and a mouthful of blood couldn't help but spurt out. And the opponent's incoming lance had not yet finished its momentum, and was still coming with a furious force. The fat man seemed to be stunned and actually stood still. In fact, Fatty wanted to move, but he couldn't. The sorcery being broken was extremely damaging to the body, and the other party not only used the shooting spell, but also used the fixation formation at the same time. Fatty was completely caught unaware. Seeing that the lance was about to stab his heart, the fat man broke off and endured the immense pain, forcing a step to the side. The lance followed and heavily stabbed the fat man at his shoulder, and then disappeared without a trace. Am I going to die here? Fatty looked at the old sorcerer and laughed up at the sky, beginning to wonder if he would ever get out of here alive. When a 1-meter-long adult caracal appeared beside the old wizard, the fat man could no longer see any hope in his eyes. He knew that this time he was dead. The life and death fight between sorcerers mainly depends on two aspects. One is the sorcerer's own cultivation realm. The higher the cultivation, the more able to suppress the opponent in the fight, and even only need a face-to-face to solve the fight. The second is the use of compulsion. Compulsion the more powerful, as in the hands of the weapon the more powerful in general. How to chopper with the submachine gun, then the compulsion powerful is the hard truth. The third was naturally the witch formation. A witch formation master, as long as he was allowed to set up a witch formation, even if it was against a witch master stronger than him, it would still be enough to be invincible. Before and after Fatty came out of the mountain, he had life and death fights with quite a few sorcerers, due to his natural 9 absolute vein, which made him twice as good in half the time, especially because of the old sorcerer's careful cultivation, which allowed Fatty to reach the cap poison hardening realm that countless sorcerers could only dream of. Together with the golden silkworms, Fatty was basically undefeated, but the old sorcerer in front of him, actually able to drive the sorcery array with one word, able to perform sorcery with one word, able to harness a huge number of beast parasites, in the realm of cultivation is not to the fat man thought as just a little bit and a half higher, but at least has already broken through the cultivation realm of the imperial repulsion of all things, reached the sorcerer's dream of peeping into the 3 worlds of the realm of cultivation. You actually reached the peeping 3 realms cultivation realm? Fatty asked horrifiedly after thinking of this. Not bad. The old wizard's reply affirmed Fatty's guess. How is this possible? Fatty exclaimed out of breath. Witch formation masters are able to use secret methods in the realm of breaking and then standing, skipping the complex process of controlling the beast compulsion with the worm compulsion to become the native compulsion, directly reaching the refining of the beast compulsion to become the native compulsion, and they can use extremely powerful witch formations. But the price of the witch formations is that they can't control the worm compulsion, and their lifetime cultivation has been in the realm of the royal repulsion. It can be said that peeping into the 3 realms is a mountain that all witch array masters can only look up to but can never reach, but this old sorcerer in front of him has actually broken through the cultivation realm of the royal repulsion of all things, reaching the cultivation of peeping into the 3 realms that no witch array masters have reached since the ancient times. In the words of a famous sportscaster, it doesn't make sense. What you see is possible. The old wizard replied proudly. Then the old sorcerer turned his words around and asked, curiously, you are 20 years old. Fatty's pupils shrunk and his heart fluttered as he seemed to have guessed the old sorcerer's next words. So young to have reached the cultivation of the imperial repulsion of all things, not bad, quite good, boy, if you are willing to take a poisonous oath of allegiance to me, 10,000 riches, merit and fame, beautiful women and luxury cars will be at your disposal. The old sorcerer opened his mouth. Fart. That was the fat man's reply. Chapter 93: Exterminating Compulsion and Murder. If another person were here, never mind anything else, just the fact that he could live would be enough for him to take a poisonous oath, not to mention the fact that in this society nowadays, oaths and promises are shit, and not at all as good as a signed notarized certificate, and there's a saying that says it all, oaths are meant to be broken. But for the sorcerer, the poisonous oath can be absolutely not empty words, but as the contract in the mystery novel, will be their own lives, souls all on this oath, if you break, will die, and will be extremely cruel torture before death. You breed carcasses and wreak havoc on the countryside, you refine man-made parasites, and violate the 3 laws of sorcerers, you are the scum of sorcerers, and everyone is to be punished. Do you think that I could possibly be loyal to you, this goddamned bastard? Fatty gritted his teeth and said, breeding caracal is nothing. I have already refined the caracal into an instinctive compulsion. What are those caracals you killed? I'm afraid you wouldn't have thought that caracals don't need to mate at all to give birth to caracal eggs. Ha ha ha. To use some modern words, caracals are asexually reproducing monsters. As long as enough sorcery power is consumed, as many caracals as I want can have as many as I want. The old sorcerer let out a loud voice. You old bastard, you give birth to a son with a small penis and a daughter with a small boob. Fatty shouted angrily. Not only do I have a son, but I also have a grandson. Your curse is ineffective against me, little Fatty. I'll ask you one more time, are you willing to be loyal to me? I'll be able to give you everything you want, the old sorcerer said disdainfully. Bullshit, little master, I will not agree even if I die. Fatty cursed. Your answer is not what I wanted. The old wizard said dismissively. To the old sorcerer, the young but strong fat man in front of him could be his strong arm, but not indispensable. In this society, as long as you have money, as long as you threaten your life, strong henchmen will never worry about finding. The fat man hung his head with a dark sigh and breathed hard, and suddenly, his eyes fixed on the blood he spat out. You killed my human compass, so I'm going to refine you into a new human compass, one that will imperiously repel all things. The old sorcerer let out a wild roar. Refining into a new human compulsion, dream on. I will definitely not choose to become your human compulsion even if I die. I would like to see if you have the ability to refine a dead person into a compulsion. Fatty snapped his head up and roared loudly, using all his strength to raise his right hand, condensing his entire body's witch power and slapping it towards his forehead. If this shot were to materialize, Fatty would 100% die instantly, and he wouldn't even be able to feel the pain. And that, definitely, was not what the old wizard wanted to see. Although the old sorcerer was not far away from Fatty and his speed was strangely fast, how could he be faster than Fatty slapping at his own forehead with a single mind toward death? Seeing that the fat man was about to kill himself, the old sorcerer roared, "Condense." The air around Fatty's body instantly turned into substance. The speed of Fatty's right hand that was lined up towards his forehead suddenly slowed down, but Fatty still gritted his teeth and slowly moved his right hand towards his forehead. As long as his right hand touched his forehead, the sorcery power contained in his palm would kill him in an instant. Stop him, the old wizard yelled again. From the appearance so far are lying at the old wizard's feet. Caracal lightning-like shot out. Its speed than the fat man personally killed the caracal speed on several times faster. Just instantly from the old wizard's feet shot to the fat man in front of, and then opened the mouth full of sharp teeth, viciously biting on the fat man's wrist. The witch power condensed on the palm of his hand instantly collapsed into nothingness. A sharp pain came from his wrist. The fat man even thought that his hand had been bitten off flush with his wrist, and blood gushed out wildly, gushing down the caracal shark's teeth into the caracal's mouth. The blood mixed with pure witch power was definitely a super tonic for the parasite. Caracal frantically swallowed the fatty's blood, if not for the fact that its master had not issued an order. I'm afraid it would have already feasted on the fatty's corpse by now. The old sorcerer looked coldly at the fat man and laughed. If you want to die, then you have to ask me if I agree. In the eyes of the old sorcerer, the fat man seemed to have turned into a lamb to the slaughter, completely losing his ability to resist. But to the old sorcerer's surprise, not only did the fat man not show any expression of despair or panic, he instead smiled happily. Borrowing the bright moonlight, the old wizard could clearly see the fat man's curled-up corners of his mouth, as well as the eyes that were originally squinted. And once he laughed there were only two slits left. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? The old sorcerer yelled angrily as if he had been molested by the fat man. The fat man revealed a scheming smile as he felt the force at his wrist was rapidly decreasing. Guess what? The fat man said with a hefty grin. The old sorcerer suddenly changed his face. His eyes stared dead at Caracal, who was biting Fatty's wrist, only to see that Caracal's body was trembling and twitching. Only for a few moments he stopped struggling and went soft. This Caracal, which could be called invincible, had died so inexplicably. The old sorcerer's face changed drastically, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out, the whole person shook twice and then stood in place with strong support, not daring to believe it, and shouted, You are the 10,000 poisonous compulsions. You're the one who is the 10,000 poisonous compass. Your whole family is the 10,000 poisonous compass. Old me is a poisonous body. I grew up in a poisonous pool. Now, what kind of killer application do you still have? Fatty cursed out loud, and then looked at the old sorcerer and hemmed and hawed and laughed. The air condensed around his body began to loosen, then quickly ruptured, and everything returned to its original state. The air was still air, and the 5 points of golden light on the wall behind the fat man were dimming at an extremely fast speed. Fatty looked at the old wizard's non-stop trembling body, and with a flick of his right hand, the carcass that was already holding up the corpse was flung away, hitting the wall with a muffled thud, and then the whole person pounced on the old wizard like an arrow out of a string. The old sorcerer twisted and ran, just now much faster than Fatty, and now still not something Fatty could easily catch up with. However, just after the old wizard ran out 2 steps, a golden light shot out from behind Fatty and accurately hit the back of the old wizard's neck, and then all of the old wizard's movements were instantly fixed on the spot. Fatty easily caught up with the old sorcerer, endured the sharp pain in his right wrist, grabbed the old sorcerer's head, his left hand explored backwards in front of him, gripped the old sorcerer's chin, and twisted his hands with force. The crisp sound of bones breaking sounded, and the unlucky old sorcerer unexpectedly died in the hands of the fat man, whose cultivation was not as good as his own, perfectly arranging a whole set of witch formations, suppressing Fatty with absolute strength, and even having 100 times 1,000 chances to kill Fatty in a breath of air. But because of the greed in his heart, the old sorcerer lost the battle that he was sure to win. Regret? Regret is right. It's terrible to be uneducated, and it's even more terrible to be out of touch with the world. You should go see more movies. In the movies, the good guys are able to turn the tables. It's because the bad guys say too much nonsense at the critical moment, so much so that they give the good guys a chance, Fatty said disdainfully to the old wizard's corpse. The fat man won, albeit miserably, but he is still alive, while the old wizard is dead, just as he himself said. The living are the heroes, and the dead can only ever be martyrs. If there were outsiders present, they might say that Fatty's win was really too much of a fluke, while in reality, Fatty's win was thrilling but not a fluke. When he saw the blood he spit out on the ground, he had already decided on a plan. The fat man, who had been soaking in the middle of a poisonous pool since he was a child, the blood in his body could be called the world's most poisonous, except for his native parasites and himself. All living creatures would not be able to resist the killing of this poison. The old sorcerer's mind is very obvious, a young and strong body, with the strength of the royal repulsion of all things fat. If you can refine the compulsion, not to say that no one in the past, but definitely no one will come after him, with a fat man as a human compulsion, he is completely able to sweep all the sorcerer's sex and make all the sorcerers to submit to their feet, and to reshape the division's past glory. Fatty just grasped this mind of the old sorcerer, and was very sure that the old sorcerer would never let himself die. Of course, if the old sorcerer let him commit suicide, there was nothing he could do about it. Anyway, it was better to die than to be refined compulsion, not having his own consciousness, and to be manipulated as a puppet. If the old sorcerer didn't want Fatty to die, he had to stop Fatty's move to kill himself, and the only thing that could stop Fatty was the caracal, and the caracal could be attacked with claws, but a safer way was to bite with teeth, because the strength of the teeth was much easier to manipulate, and the old sorcerer definitely didn't want a handicapped human parasite. The rest became natural. Fat man's poisonous blood is anyone can enjoy it, Karn naturally not, so Karn hung up. And as the sorcerer's original life compulsion, if the sorcerer dies, the original life compulsion will die at the same time, while if the original life compulsion dies, the sorcerer will not die, but only the body temporarily suffered serious injury. The cultivation realm temporarily regressed in a big step. What the fat man wants is this temporary, because this temporary directly turn the situation around. Looking at the old sorcerer's corpse, Fatty's body trembled and fell to the ground. Just this moment of pursuit surprisingly consumed all of his physical strength. If there was no protection from the golden silkworms, not to mention the old sorcerer, even if it was to come to an ordinary person, could easily get Fatty killed. Fatty forced himself to endure the burst of intense pain coming from his body and sat cross-legged on the ground. Fatty felt that he was just an unlucky man, and that this day had been too reckless from the start. Why do we have to be alone to risk their lives? Wizard life and death fights can also be brought to help boxing. Heroes cannot be, because it may not be from the heroes into martyrs. The fat man feels that he should learn Chenhanan, go out with a vote of brothers, and then run into the pretentious, direct arrogance, said, I fat man walking the streets, rely on righteousness, rely on the brotherhood of more than one, single or group beating by your choice. Single, you pick a group of our group beating, a group of our group beating you one. If there are regret pills, Fat Man guaranteed to spend all his money to buy one, and then a phone call to the army called over, "Grandmother, no matter what rockets, grenades, mortar bombs first smashed his 100 pounds into, and then what Barrett, what the Vulcan cannon, to the death, and then pistols, machine guns, submachine guns, and then blitz 20 minutes. They finally went in to collect the body of the old sorcerer on the way. Of course, if this is too contrary to harmony, then let those two grandsons step in, that is, Tang Lao's third grandson, Meng Lao's second grandson, gather a group, driving a bulldozer to come, directly leveled this villa, and then use the excavator to dig out the enemy, so that they can see what this thing looks like in the end. What virtue? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world, and it was too late for Fatty to regret now. Chapter 94, The materials are ready. Cold, that was the only feeling Fatty had right now. Fatty knew that this was caused by the old sorcerer's witch power invading his body, but this kind of cold was nothing compared to the cold that Fatty endured from the 9 pulse. Of course, if it was too long, Fatty still couldn't withstand it. As for the carcass poison, Fatty did not feel anything wrong. Perhaps the nature of the carcass poison sprayed out and the carcass poison injected into the body through the teeth and saliva are different. In addition to the numbness of the body, there is no other uncomfortable feeling. Therefore, Fatty decided to first get rid of the witch power that had invaded his body. If there are other sorcerers in the case, you can through the method of breaking the body to drain the chi, regardless of the enemy. A brain will be all the sorcery in the body to drain out, the bad out of the body will be good, the good out of the refining again on is. But the problem is, Fatty is his own brother. He could have brought Decker with him. As a last resort, Fatty could only target the pile of pets he had raised. Fatty's thoughts came out in his lifetime, and the golden silkworms immediately rushed out of this villa, and moments later, all sorts of venomous insects assembled in a big way, rushing into this broken villa, which had been deserted for an unknown number of years, at the fastest speed possible. The next thing was simple. Fatty sat on the ground, and the golden silkworm ordered the group of goons to line up and stand at attention, and then surrounded Fatty in a close group, and then, with a single movement of Fatty's mind, all of the venomous insects and vipers shone their poisonous stings and fangs, ready to stab into Fatty's body at any time. Just to be on the safe side, Fatty ordered the second batch of venomous insects and vipers to surround the first batch of venomous insects and vipers close to each other, piercing their poisonous stings and fangs into the first batch of venomous insects and vipers. Then came the third batch, following the example of the second batch, and thrusting their poisonous stinging fangs into the second batch. Fatty perfect interpretation of the fat people cherish life. The whole 5 layers, thick, let people look at all feel scalp numbness of poisonous insects and snakes, will be the fat man wrapped like a beehive general. Goo collapses the stage, the combined and check can get, what joy can be blamed for leakage. As Fatty's last word broke out, all of the poisonous insects and snakes on the first level thrust their already lit up stings and fangs into Fatty's body viciously. With a dull clap of thunder, all the poisonous insects and vipers were all shaken out by the huge witch power surging wildly out of Fatty's body, and these unlucky poisonous insects and vipers were still in the air when they began to burst in a continuous stream, just like a single super small-sized firecracker, ringing out in the air. Fatty felt as if the power in his body had been drained in this instant, but the feeling of emptiness in his body was exactly the result he wanted. The first danger was finally resolved. Fatty casually swept a glance, secretly staggered. This pile of goons he raised actually died 99%. There was only one lippy kingsnake left, one of the largest black widows, and the rest of what ants, centipedes, scorpions, and venomous snakes, surprisingly, died out. Shaking his head, Fatty did not have any sentimental feeling for sorcerers. In addition to their own compulsion, all poisonous insects and snakes can be used to sacrifice. If in the case of a life-threatening situation, even the life compulsion can be sacrificed, this is not a big deal, anyway, as long as Fatty returned to a trip to the Golden Phoenix Mountain. This kind of poisonous insects and snakes is not as much as they want to have much. The remaining 2 guys, on the other hand, would have evolved because they had absorbed enough witch power to produce evolution, and as for how far they had evolved, that was beyond Fatty's control. After taking care of the witch power that invaded his body, Fatty was ready to deal with the carcass poison, but when he felt any discomfort in his body and was ready to treat the symptoms, he suddenly realized that the numbness that was still there just now had disappeared. Then the fat man cried. Do not bring so play my, you at least give a reaction all what reaction is not, do I have to treat all the toxicity of the things to eat all over again? Fatty does have can solve the poison of expectorant pills, but that thing to him has long been useless, to others that can save the life of the treasure, to the fat man, that thing is pure laxative, eat once without pulling a full week, does not bring stop. Forget it, take one step at a time, Fatty said helplessly. When he was done, the fat man struggled to his feet and glanced at the poisoned caracal, the old wizard whose neck had been wrung. With a sense of accomplishment in his heart, Fatty did not leave the villa, but staggered up the villa stairs. Since the old sorcerer chose this villa as his lair, he would naturally place some good things here. Would Fatty let go of such a good opportunity for treasure hunting? But after searching all the bedrooms, Fatty didn't know what he wanted. What's going on? Fatty was very puzzled. To say that the old sorcerer didn't have anything good, it was definitely a lie. However, he actually didn't find anything, which wasn't quite right. Bang. Fatty slapped himself on the forehead. He had overlooked an important part of the basement. All the villas in this villa area have basements, only to be transformed by the owner of the villa into different uses, some transformed into a storage room, some transformed into a wine storage room. The traditional sorcerer will not choose the light and bright room, but will choose the dark cave as a residence. The big city to go there to find the cave basement is obviously the best choice. Walking down the stairs, Fatty pushed open the door of the basement with force, and a chilling aura hit his face. The fat man, with no witch power at all, couldn't help but shiver, but a smile appeared on his face. He had found the right place. The golden silkworm took the lead and entered into the basement, returning a few moments later, and only then did Fatty hold on to the wall and walk in. A pit fire was lit in the basement, and Fatty subconsciously pressed the switch on the wall, and suddenly the entire basement was as bright as day. Nuts, there's electricity without lights. Fatty cursed. This basement has at least more than 100 square feet. In one of the corners, piled up all kinds of stones, placed on the side of a whole set of cutting equipment. From the bright light coming out of the edges of these stones, these are surprisingly all the jade. Raw stone not far away is stacked with dozens of gold bars. Look at the thickness of these gold bars. Each one has at least 10 kilograms of weight. The side of the silver bars, animal bones and so on need not be said. Anyway, is the witch array masters need to use the materials used in the array. At the other end were some household utensils and a large bed made of woven rattan and grass. Until now, Fatty's income in the basement has straightly broken through the $1 billion mark, but this is not what Fatty needs. For the sorcerer, gold and silver treasures, beautiful jade and antiques are just materials. As long as there is money to buy, what he really needs is something that can't be bought with money, something that is really useful to him, such as the secret art of refining carcasses into instinctive compulsion. A rattan box by the bed attracted the fat man's attention. Fatty waddled over to the side of the box and carefully opened a small opening, first letting the golden silkworms go in to explore, lest there be any dangerous creatures present inside, and only then opened the box after receiving a sense of safety. Several thin books of human skin were neatly arranged in the box, and the fat man casually flipped through them and was instantly happy. A guide on how to set up a wizard's formation, good stuff. Even Fatty hadn't seen the arcane witch formation chart. Absolutely good stuff. A way to refine the caracal into a life compulsion, superb stuff. A pamphlet documenting the secrets of the various sects of wizards, which can be read as a novel. When Fatty took out all of these pamphlets, the objects at the bottom of the box caused Fatty's breath to catch. At the bottom of the box was a faceplate-sized piece of soft stuff that looked like some kind of large boneless worm, with a large mouth right in the center that spewed out a pungent aroma as it breathed. God luck, fat master, my luck is good, Fatty tears. This living thing is the third material Fatty needs, the earth pontoon. Defudu is a kind of extremely long life. It is difficult to determine exactly what kind of living thing, also known as meat pontoon. In the eyes of Taoist priests, Defudu is a super material used to refine the immortal pills. In the eyes of Taoist priests, it is a super material used to make immortal pills. If it is used to make medicine, it has the magical efficacy of flesh and white bones, dispelling 100 poisons, destroying 10,000 evils, and overriding life and death with the earth float. Fatty was equal to getting together the main 3 materials for refining the drug for suppressing the Ninine jade vein, and didn't have to worry about being killed by the Ninine jade vein. Wrapping the human skin book and pontoon in the box with the spare robes that the old sorcerer had hung on the wall, the fat man left the basement contentedly. As for the gold and jade, it was just a matter of coming to get them later. Such a big one, you can't just eat and not work. Transport the stuff home for me. Fatty threw the 2 packages to the already mutated black widow spider and lilac snake king before opening the villa door and walking out. Just after opening the large iron gate outside the villa's garden, countless streaks of blinding white light shone in. "Freeze, hands up!" Started shouting with a jolt, the fat man whooshed and threw his hands up in the air. 2 immediately rushed out, holding in their hands what was clearly an electric baton that flashed with electric arcs. The fat man went straight to the ground and came to a 5. The 2 looked at the hands of the electric baton. That is strange. This electric baton went to become a stun gun 2 people from the fat man at least 1 or 2 meters it. However, the fat man so cooperative is to save the 2 quite a lot of things. Directly reverse clipped hands on handcuffs. Another team to cover the formation quickly rushed into the big iron door to see if there is a fat man's accomplices. Fatty felt that he is not and fell, as if from the mountain to now, in addition to the coma of that week, basically every few days and handcuffs to have a close contact. Fatty even began to think he should not play 2 silver bracelets to wear on the wrist, do not care about whether it looks good or not, at least to ward off evil spirits. Fatty, quite bold, even dare to steal a police car. One gave the fat man a kick in the ass and cursed loudly. The fat man immediately froze. Stealing a police car? What the hell is this? When did I become a car thief, Fatty? But before the fat man could speak, he heard a loud roar from the villa. Catch this fat man, he's a murderer. Fatty eyes rolled, almost fainted. He forgot that there is still the old sorcerer's body in the villa has not been dealt with. This is good. There is a mouth to defend, even if you jump into the yellow river cannot be washed. Chapter 95, Things Get Big. The fat man sat in the police car, handcuffed as he was, but now with an extra pair of leg irons, and walked around more than a woman wearing a. I have a step dress to be twisted, can move less than 20 centimeters of space, in addition to bouncing. We'll have to let the rack walk on the side of the police car. 4 loaded guns were staring at Fatty dead in the face, with one hand right on the handle of the gun. As long as Fatty had any movement, kill without amnesty. A few moments later, a stretcher carried out the old wizard's body, his head directly rotated 180 degrees, 2 eyes staring greatly. Death is not close to the eyes. As for Caracal's body, it was surprising that it was not found. Fatty estimated that it should have been eaten by the 2 mutated guys. The siren sounded again. The fat man felt, if there is no sight of these 2 with a gun, no front passenger seat with a gun, no driving position is always alert through the rearview mirror peeping at their own, they should be considered an important figure. Before and after the left and right, there are even 7 or 8 police car escort. This faction, no say the car drove directly to the Shengjing City General Bureau, and then the fat man pushed out of the police car and was held by 2 racks of arms, and his feet in the guard of several, to the door of the police station. Fatty. Fatty looked up with tears in his eyes, finally seeing a familiar face. Captain, help, Captain! The fat man let out a loud scream. Bureau Cho, several stood at attention and saluted. After the last time to solve the big case, the fat man's old acquaintance Zhao Qing, from a brigadier general promoted to deputy director, also is considered to be from the grassroots staff to sit in the office of the administrative staff, and the division is still the team. Now the team's brigadier general is his former deputy. Good guy. What did you kid commit again? Even shackles are on. Zhao Qing walked over, looked the fat man up and down and asked, curiously. Stealing a car, said the fat man, lowering his head in shame. You don't have to put shackles on a car even if you steal it, Zhao Qing asked, suspiciously. There are rules in the police, generally catch the prisoner, with handcuffs is enough. Even the mob boss is to enjoy a pair of handcuffs and shackles, that is for the poor and vicious people. Sometimes 1 or 2 years may not be used once. Stealing police cars, the fat man was ashamed. Not it, Zhao Qing lost laughter, a big thing, but also so much publicity. Whose police car was stolen? I give a phone call. This thing is so forgettable. This fat man is not an outsider, but also help us solve a big case it. Chu Ling's fatty replied. Minister Chu Ling Chu's girl, Zhao Qing asked. Fatty didn't know Chu Ling's family background, but those police officers did, otherwise, there would be no need to raise such a large crowd. Haha Fatty, your kid's peach blossom luck is awesome, Zhao Qing laughed. Fatty skimmed his mouth. This is peach blossom luck. Peach blossom robbery is more or less the same. Breasts and brainless policewoman is a white-eyed wolf. He just helped him catch a boat of car thieves. A turn of the head their own borrowed down the motorcycle, actually with the police, not with so unrighteous ah. Alright, let him go. Zhao Qing took out his cell phone and ordered with a wave of his hand. Bureau Zhao, you can't let go. The leader of the group said in a hurry. This Zhao Qing strange, but also upset, not just stole a police car well car back on the line, the most training this fat man a couple of sentences, is not their own hall deputy director of the general administration even this small power are not. Bureau Zhao, this fat man is a murder suspect, but it's almost certain that the man was killed by him. A man walked over and reported the incident to Zhao Qing in a low voice. Zhao Qing looked at the fat man and shook his head and said, the things that your kid is committing are getting bigger and bigger. It's only been how long since I've seen you, and it's turned from an underground drag racer into a murderer. Fatty said with a helpless face, Captain, would you believe me if I said this was self-defense? Zhao Qing froze for a moment, listening to the police officers under him. The one who was killed was an old man, 70 years old. Such an old man would make a move on a fat man in his prime. I believe although Zhao Qing was a man, he was more of a sentimental and righteous Jianghu person, and he was still grateful to this fat man who had done him a great favor and pushed open a new door for his future. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't think that the deputy director who usually always talked to them about evidence and justice would believe the word of a murder suspect. You guys find him a single room, don't rush the interrogation first, allow him to make a phone call. There should be some kind of misunderstanding, Zhao Qing said seriously. Aye, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Fatty was happy. That villainous look made people want to smack him just by looking at him. The fat man was quickly put in an interrogation room, and his cell phone was not confiscated. Then 2 were left to watch him while the others closed the door and left. When Fatty thought about it, the only person who could help him was afraid that Tang Yen was the only one who could help him, and the only way to find Tang Yen was to look for the hound first. I'm sorry, the user you're calling is offline. Fatty shook his head and secretly grumbled, why doesn't this hound dog kid know how to charge his cell phone? Fatty dialed Raging Bull's cell phone. I'm sorry, the user you're calling is offline. The fat man was a bit dumbfounded, but still didn't give up and continued to call the others. As a result, the few special forces that had a better relationship with Fatty, their cell phones were actually all turned off. One person turning off his cell phone may be an accident, a group of people all turning off their cell phones. There is only one reason these special forces went on a mission. The 2 watched as the fat man made at least half a dozen phone calls without saying a word, and when the last one hung up, he just sat there pretending to be a wooden man. Fatty did have a feeling of wanting to cry. He felt as if he should never have gone down the mountain. If he hadn't gone down the mountain, he wouldn't have incurred so much trouble, wouldn't have been hungry and full, wouldn't have become a regular visitor to the bureau, and wouldn't have fallen into the name of a murderer. In the mountains, although not eat wild food, but at least the meat can eat up. A phone call will be sent up, although not many friends, but every day can vigorously wreak havoc on the wolves and wild boars, idle boredom and squirrels and pine cones. There are wizards looking for the door, despite the dead to greet, dead to the old forest inside a throw, not even 20 minutes even a piece of bone cannot be found. That, I want to ask, how can I prove that I am in self-defense? Fatty asked. Weakly. The 2 looked at each other, and one of them said, it's simple, as long as the other person did you harm, and then there are witnesses to prove that you didn't start it. It's over. Fatty's head buzzed and sighed, completely confused by the words. First of all, say the damage is indeed there, right at his own shoulder, but even if he stripped naked for people to check, I'm afraid that even the most highly skilled doctors cannot check out the problem. Sorcery attacks. The damage is the meridians in the body, on the surface of the human body is not to see any problem. What's more, Fatty has already dispersed all the witch power in his body. It's the same as having dissolved the damage done to him by the old sorcerer. Even if the internal expert is here, it's useless. Secondly, witnesses. The villa has been abandoned for years. Because of the rumors of haunting, the villa residents won't even walk near here. Where is Fatty going to find witnesses? That's just it, it looks like Fat Master, I've been planted this time. Fatty thought with a sigh. The door of the interrogation room was pushed open, and Zhao Qing's strong and sturdy body appeared outside the door of the interrogation room. You two go out first. Zhao Qing waved his hand. The two saluted and left, closing the door behind them in the process. Fatty, called, Zhao Qing asked anxiously. I've called, no one answered. I sent a message over, I don't know when the other party will receive it. Fatty helplessly said. Ugh, Zhao Qing sighed, dragging his chair and sitting in front of Fatty, not knowing what to say anymore. The two of them sighed for a while. Zhao Qing stood up and patted the fat man's shoulder. Don't be in a hurry first, the data section and the household registration section are checking the dead old man's information, so as long as it is proved that he is a wanted criminal, not only will you not be in trouble for killing him, you will also be rewarded. Fatty face showed a bitter smile, not to mention a hidden more than a dozen generations of sorcerers cannot be found out, even if found out the identity of what can be sorcerers kill people simply do not see blood, much less have a case, like their own unlucky sorcerer. Looking at the sorcerers of various sects, the history of the world seems to be their own one. Just when Fatty wanted to ask if he was going to sit through the bottom of the jail if he couldn't find out, a police officer didn't even knock on the door and directly crashed into the interrogation room, and then with panicked eyes, he said to Zhao Qing, Bureau Zhao is in trouble, the old man's family has come to the door. A puzzled expression appeared on the fat man's face. A sorcerer was not a monk, of course he could marry and have children, but the question was, wasn't it strange that an old sorcerer who was so deeply hidden would have family members, and that his family members would come to his door? Outside the police station has been chaotic. Dozens of men and women young and old will be the police station gates surrounded watertight, do not know where they get the news, even got a banner held up, which reads, Punish the murderer, but also my father's life. Bureau on duty are on duty to persuade the crowd, but unfortunately the results are not very effective. Look at the other side of this situation. It is likely to lose their minds. Rushed into the police station door. The chief on duty tonight is not Zhao Qing, but the police department's political commissar Guo Xiaofeng, a big old man with a very feminine name. Old Zhao, the director has already received the news, he just scolded me and is now rushing this way. I can't help you. Guo Xiaofeng saw the rushing Zhao Qing and a bitter smile appeared on her face. Zhao Qing nodded helplessly. Although the two of them were a deputy director and a political commissar, the two of them did not have a high status or much power in the Shangjing City General Bureau. Director Wu Dailang is a special overbearing guy. In the police station a word 9 ding, cannot allow anyone to resist, and although the work of each deputy director has been arranged, but as long as he looked unhappy, he will interfere, so that the following several deputy director and the general administration of the same furnishings. Fatty, old brother can't help you anymore. Zhao Qing thought helplessly. Chapter 96, The Director's Conspiracy. A Toyota 4500 with flashing police lights drove into the police station gate. The car stopped. Wu Dailang waited until the driver opened the door before jumping down from the car. The man's hair has been bald for most of the time, forming a place to support the center of the hairstyle. A large round face, shiny and oily, thick lips with oil. If you stand a little close to the car, you can clearly smell a pungent smell of alcohol. Wu Dailang's life can be said to be smooth sailing, when the army is. The cooking class did not eat the bitter, and then by the division commander, do the door son-in-law, in the army is also a number one person. The head teacher, before he retired, got him into the Upper Beijing General Bureau as a well-oiled and powerful section chief, in which year he was 43 years old. Springtime. Wu Dailang in the second day of his appointment to run to find a lady dashing, because the disgruntled foreman sneered at him and made a fuss, but did not want to block a group of people who were in the middle of a drug deal. Then a string of cases were pulled from the guys dealing drugs, including one of the biggest underground arms deals in recent years. This series of credits are all counted on the body of Wu Dalong: personal first-class merit, the city system of the top 10, the national system of the top 10, less than half a year, promoted to deputy director. 3 years after the retirement of the old director, the new director of the candidate to be produced from several deputy director. On seniority, Wu Dalong's seniority is the weakest, but there are 2 deputy director of the early years of bonding. At this juncture came to a mutual report expose. The results of the 2 did not fall into a good, but let the most inconspicuous. Wu Dalong picked a big peach. "Brother Wu, you have to do it for us. Our family's old man died too tragic, but was killed by someone who broke his neck alive." Came to the crowd stood out a person, with a sobbing voice called out, "This man's name is Ji Qing. He opened a casino in Shidon, mainly video games, but actually doing business in electronic gambling. At the same time, he is also one of the underground peripheral gambling houses in Shangjing, soccer, basketball, racing, horse racing, anything that can be associated with gambling business he does." Wu Dalong is Ji Qing's backer, and the $500,000 a month in favors has fed him for years, and it's a mutually beneficial relationship. Seeing Ji Qing's appearance, Wu Dalong showed a difficult face, but in his heart, he was calculating how he could make a big profit from Ji Qing's hands. As for the fat man's information, he also got it, but although the fat man's family has money, but this money cannot be taken, so he can only target Ji Qing's body. "Ji Qing, I won't hide it from you, the murderer of your father's family is a bit powerful, and his money is definitely not less than your family's, so it's not a very good thing to do, Wu Dalong, for the sake of it." Ji Qing's face showed a ruthless expression, and he lowered his voice. "Brother Wu, I want that murderer to pay for my old man's life, and after it's done, that villa in my vineyard will be yours, Shu Xin will also be yours. I'll give you another 5% of the dry shares, and in the future, even if you're retired, you'll still be able to sit in the villa and count your money with your arms around that slut." Wu Dalong's heart happy flowers. This condition he simply cannot refuse. A set of more than 40 million is still rising in value of the villa. One of their own has long been coveted beauty, plus a year to get 2 or 3 million for nothing. This good thing to go there to find. But after all, in the officialdom stayed longer. Wu Dalong heart bloomed, but his face did not move. Ji Qing looked at Wu Dalong's difficult expression, and clenched his teeth and whispered, "Add another 10 million gold bars, and I'll have someone send them to your home in a moment." If Wu Dalong did not agree again, it would seem too insatiable. He also knows that the money should be collected steadily to be secure, so he no longer excuses, nodded his head and whispered, "I'll do it for you when I get a call from the yellow-faced woman at home." The 2 men had settled on the fat man's little life in the middle of their conversation, and went about their business. Wu Dalong said some scene, persuaded these families of the deceased, directly back to the office. An hour later, the cell phone ringing, "Look at the number, it is the home of the yellow face," called. After connecting, Wu Dalong listened to a sentence on the phone, and then got up and walked out of the office. Take 2 beloved, straight to the fat man where the interrogation room. The fat man's head was little by little, and he was on the verge of falling asleep. "You guys go out first," Wu Dalong said to the 2 idle ones as soon as he walked into the interrogation room. The 2 men left in a hurry, giving their place to the grand director. "Close the door and uncuff him," Wu Dalong ordered. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the personnel in the monitoring room began the synchronized recording of sound and image. With this record, he could stay out of the case. Not only did he not have to bear any responsibility, but he could even rake in a credit. Fatty does not recognize Wu Dalong, but know what the identity of the person in front of him. The top of the big director well the entrance wall with a photo and profile it. "Sun Dawei, tell us what you did at night after." Wu Dalong spoke, wiggling his butt a bit, seemingly not feeling too comfortable. He pulled out the pistol from his waist and placed it on the table. "I'm chasing a car thief with Chu Ling." Fatty repeated the words he had already said several times, of course, which did not mention a word about witches, sorcery, and the like, and even if he did, someone would have to believe it. "Your behavior is extremely bad. First you stole a police vehicle, and then you trespassed on people's homes. The other party, even if they made the first move, they are not at fault in the jurisprudence, but you made a move to kill the person, am I right? Wu Dailang opened his mouth and summarized. Fatty understood as soon as he heard Wu Dalong's words. This guy didn't come over to vindicate himself, but came to crucify himself. Now that he understood, this could not be answered, because no matter how Fatty answered, it was tantamount to falling into the middle of the trap set by the other party. Now the family of the deceased is very emotional. I have tried my best to pacify them, but unfortunately they were only temporarily persuaded by me to retreat. By the way, what does their family do? Wu Dailang suddenly turned his head and asked. Being in the entertainment industry, one of the parties in the Shidon fight 2 days ago was a security guard hired by their family, and has already been locked up inside the detention center. One replied according to the previous script. Oh, Wu Dailang nodded noncommittally. Chief, you don't know that I led the team there, and when I saw that scene, tisk. Oh, how about that scene? Wu Dailang seemed to get interested. Several with their heads cracked open, 2 with their arms chopped off, and 2 of the ones caught were definitely tough guys, and the kind of tough guys who want money, not life. Wu Dailang listened to his beloved's words while observing Fatty's reaction with the rest of his eyes. Fatty, no reaction at all, as if he didn't hear it. Alright, that gang of ruthless people will naturally be cleaned up by the court when the time comes. We didn't come here to chat. Wu Dailang interrupted the words of his men and turned the topic to Fatty. Sun Dawei, do you have anything to add? I advise you to be honest. Our policy is to be lenient in confession and strict in resistance. Wu Dalong said. The fat man shook his head. Nope. Wu Dalong, that called a gas. This fat man looks how a little fire temperament are not to get, so cannot do. That's good, I don't have anything more to say. The facts of your case are clear. Tomorrow you can be handed over to the procuratorate. I reckon the death penalty is definitely inevitable. Later I will go out and notify your family to send you some quilts and good food. Wu Dalong slowly got up and said. Oh, thanks. The fat man still had a weak tone, his eyelids drooping as if he was about to fall asleep. Put him inside the detention center first. Wu Dailang had anger in his heart, and his speech was not as pleasant as it was just now. Chief, the detention center is full, there's no room, a henchman said smartly. How is that possible? Wu Dalong wondered. The place is there. The main thing is that the people locked up there are the security guards hired by the old man's family that this fat man killed. Is the same ruthless people who fought last time. If this fat man is locked up, I'm afraid something will happen. Wu Dailang raised his eyebrows and said, what can happen? Well, here is the bureau. Even if they have killed people, and what can they do? Since ancient times, evil cannot prevail over good. I still do not believe that they dare to make things happen in the bureau. Wu Dailang twisted his head and said, Sun Dawei, you don't have to be afraid. Even though there is only one of us on night duty, this is a police station, they won't dare to do anything to you. Oh, the fat man's voice had no strength at all. Wu Dailang really wanted to shove his pistol into Fatty's hand. Originally, according to the script that Wu Dalong had planned before, he first loosened Sun Dawei's handcuffs, and then put his gun, which had been removed from the bullets, on the table, and then used the suspect's charge to scare him. Plus the deceased's family had henchmen in the detention room, and if he were someone else, he should only want to grab the gun and hold the hostage. Then, naturally, one of the 3 Wu Dalong shot and killed the fat man on the spot, and no matter how the investigation was conducted afterwards, it should be a suspect, and absolutely no one would suspect that it was designed by Wu Dalong in advance. But the problem was that the fat man looked like he had no energy, and no matter how much he tried to bait him, the fat man just didn't follow the script. Wu Dailang gritted his teeth, worth 10 million, and also in the value of the gold has been collected. Do you still want to spit out in his Wu Dailong's body? There has not been eaten spit things. Fatty, have you thought it through? Wu Dailang said in a coaxing manner, his right hand pushing the pistol on the table towards Fatty without any trace. The fat man's eyelids finally lifted to the pistol on the table. Wu Dailong's eyes lit up. In his eyes, Fatty had already fallen for the trap. But just then, suddenly a pleasant cell phone ringtone rang, surprisingly so shrill in the silent interrogation room. The fat man resumed the undead look he had just had as his cell phone rang. Hey, I'm at the station, Fatty answered nonchalantly as he pulled out his cell phone. Wu Dailang immediately had a depressing feeling of bursting a blood vessel. The plan was about to succeed, but it never occurred to me that it would be ruined by a phone call at the most critical moment. Chapter 97, Tang Yan's Arrival. Wu Dailang split his hand and snatched the fat man's cell phone, and with all his strength, he slammed the cell phone on the ground, and the latest model of cell phone, directly turned into a piece of debris on the ground. The fat man slowly stood up, his gloomy face horrified Wu Dailang to take 2 steps back violently. Only after the retreat Wu Dailang was shocked to realize that he, a hallowed director, was scared back by a suspect, which is simply a strange shame. But soon Wu Dailang's mood to restore calm, because he found that his 2 steps back is simply too appropriate. This retreat, just the table completely exposed in front of the fat man, and then look at this fat man's gloomy face. Obviously the next step is to come up to grab the gun. The fat man really took a step forward, then bent down and picked up the cell phone card that had been dropped out, looked at Wu Dailang with provocative squinted eyes, and blew on the cell phone card with his fingers, before slowly and methodically putting the card into his pocket, taking a step back, and sitting down on the chair. "You want me to grab your gun? Then you guys have an excuse to shoot me here, am I right?" Fatty asked with a smile, where there was still that half-dead look just now. The whole person was in high spirits. "How do you know that?" Wu Dailang asked in shock. "It's a good plan, but it's only useful for those vicious criminals. For me, I'd be an idiot if I fell for it. Of course, if you have bullets for this gun, I might not have considered it." Fatty laughed. "How do you know that?" Wu Dailang was practically on the verge of turning into a repeater. The fat man nudged at the pistol. Wu Dailang took 2 steps forward, twisted his head toward the pistol on the table, then the whole person sighed darkly. Indeed, as the fat man said, if his plan could work, then the person who was trapped had to be stupid. To what extent, or blind to what extent? The magazines on this police pistol didn't get up at all, and the magazine slots are clearly visible underneath the handle. "Let's go to the detention room." Wu Dailang disheveled and retracted his pistol into his holster, his eyes rolling as he spoke. The detention room should be regarded as the second set of plans. Just as the other 2 just said, 2 of Jiqing's men are now in the detention room. As long as the fat man went in, basically it is straight in and out. As for the responsibility, when the time comes to promise benefits, randomly grab a beloved henchman to take the blame is. "Let's see, let's wait, my friend will be here soon," Fatty said with a smile, his body not moving. "Wait, you say wait, just wait. What kind of thing is your friend? He wants to come, I have to wait." Wu Dailang growled in annoyance. The fat man shrugged and spoke as he got up. "Well, you're the boss." Wu Dailang waited for the fat man to walk past him, and reached out with a push. The fat man was caught off guard, and his entire body lunged forward. If Fatty still had witch power in his body, this kind of force, this kind of speed, it was impossible to help him, but after the life and death fight with the old sorcerer, the witch power in his body had all been dispersed, and if he wanted to recover, he couldn't even think about it without a week or 2. With a muffled ping, Fatty was directly pressed face forward against the door, and if the door of the interrogation room was made of glass, then those standing outside the door would clearly see a large pig's head with bared teeth. The fat man stood up straight with a trembling voice, only to feel that in addition to the soreness of his nose to the extent that tears welled up in his eyes, there was also a warm sensation, and when he reached out to wipe his hand, his fingers were bright red. "Why do you bother?" The fat man actually didn't get angry, but instead sighed in a helpless tone. Did not wait for Wu Dailang again issued a roar. The door of the interrogation room was kicked open from the outside. "The force is very fierce. The result is that the fat man is playing pussy to the door. This door ping a paste in the face. Fortunately, his stomach is quite enough to block a part of the impact. Otherwise maybe he will become a halibut later on. The whole face is in a plane." But even with his stomach blocking it, but the fat man now wanted witch power without witch power, and physical strength without physical strength, and was completely unable to withstand the force of the gate slapping at him, and was directly lifted over and turned into a rolling gourd. Wu Dailang's eyes kept following Fatty's body and smiled triumphantly when he saw Fatty sprawled on the ground. One of those standing next to Wu Dailang quietly poked the Grand Director in the arm. Why, Wu Dailang was happily enjoying the fat man's miserable appearance. It was disturbed, extremely unhappy, twisted his head and roared. However, when Wu Dailong's gaze moved to the interrogation room door, he immediately couldn't move. Outside the door of the interrogation room, I do not know when a group of loaded soldiers appeared. The body of these soldiers exudes a biting murderous aura, so that people just look at it and feel shivering. Of course, the aura of that thing is actually just a feeling, dispensable, but people in the hands of the submachine gun, as well as the blackened muzzle of the gun aimed at the three, is absolutely not a joke. "What are you doing? I'm Chief Wu Dalong." "Who are you?" Wu Dalong roared angrily. Answering Wu Dalong was the several special forces soldiers who swooped in, not to mention that Wu Dalong was in the cooking class when he was in the army, even if he was in the special forces. So what can he do? Every person in Tinglong is a special forces soldier, and is definitely one of the best, and has been crowned as the king of the soldiers. For seconds, it only took 4 seconds for Wu Dailang as well as his 2 minders to be disarmed and pressed to the ground. Fatty, one of the special forces soldiers, saw the fat man lying on the ground not far behind the door and lost his voice immediately. 2 special forces soldiers rushed up and lifted the fat man up. When Fatty's proper face was seen by the special forces, the group of soldier kings burst into a rage. The fat man rolled his eyes, and his entire face was covered in blood, which looked frightening. "Who did this?" one of the special forces soldiers asked in a chilling voice, with a pull of the bolt, with the feeling of identifying the target and immediately shooting him. Wu Dailang. 3 people were after this kind of battle. One by one was scared to silence, not even dare to gasp, not to mention what to answer the question. Just as Wu Dalong was thinking about how he should call for help from the outside world, a beautiful woman who was wearing camouflage clothes, but made it feel as if she was a Barbie doll, walked in through the door, and it was Tang Yan who had called Fatty earlier. "What crime did Sun Dawei commit?" Tang Yan asked. "Stealing police vehicles and killing people." Wu Dailang was originally very horny, although not to the extent of lust, but as soon as he saw a beautiful woman, this guts could not help but grow. "Murder." Tang Yan's lovely brows immediately furrowed. Fatty finally woke up under the deep call of the special forces, and once he saw a familiar face, he couldn't help but burst into tears. "Brothers, I thought I'd never see you again," the fat man called out with a sobbing voice. "Fatty, who did you kill?" Tang Yan looked at Fatty's pitiful appearance, her heart couldn't help but soften, and asked. "An old wizard, he's the one who raised those caracals," the fat man replied. Tang Yan immediately understood. Last time, although she was not present, but there was someone with a battlefield recorder, she saw all the things that happened at that time, and naturally knew the terror of such a monster as caracal, and the person who bred such a monster naturally couldn't be a good person. Then Fatty told the story in detail. From the beginning, he accompanied his sister to the examination center to step on the spot, and then found that his dad's car was stolen, so he went to chase it with Chu Ling, and found a car theft gang, and followed the car theft gang to check the villa, and found the old sorcerer in the villa, and finally killed the old sorcerer after a vicious fight. Wu Dailang listened to some dizziness. This "what sorcerers, what monsters" sounds like listening to a metaphysical story. Then, the fat man told the matter of director Wu Dailang trying to frame himself, hearing Tang Yan's eyes gradually surging with murderous intent. "Wu Dalong, what is the name of the person who asked you to kill Fatty, and what does he do?" Tang Yan walked to Wu Dalong and asked in a chilling voice. Wu Dailong's mouth was tightly closed. He did not believe that in the bureau, his own acreage, there is still someone who dares to move him, even if the other party is the people of the garrison military region. "Come on people, go to Wu Dalong's house and check it out. Someone who can do something like this won't have a clean bottom," Tang Yan immediately ordered when she saw that Wu Dailang was keeping his mouth shut. There were a few special forces waiting outside to do this. "You guys are from that troop. I want to talk to your leader." Wu Dalong finally couldn't hold it in, not to mention the cash, various luxury goods, antiques and paintings that he had hidden inside his home, as well as a few other houses. The gold bar that had just been collected into his home and was worth $10 million was enough for him to lose his reputation and lose everything. "Tinglong," Tang Yan said in a chilling voice. "Tinglong." Wu Dailang froze for a moment and said subconsciously. Immediately afterward he reacted. Bean-sized beads of sweat instantly overflowed on his forehead, the police uniform on his body was drenched in cold sweat, and he was shocked. As the director of the Shangjing City Directorate, Wu Dalong naturally have access to some information that ordinary people cannot access, such as the most mysterious special forces in China. The most powerful special forces is not the snow wolf, nor is it the dragon eagle, but the deepest hidden, never seen, only heard the name of the Tinglong Special Forces. The Tinglong Special Forces are directly under the highest level and carry out the most difficult missions. Not only do they have a license to kill, but they also have legal immunity, which means they can kill anyone they think deserves to die without ever being sanctioned by the law. This fatty is our Tinglong specially recruited military doctor. Now you know who you've messed with, Tang Yan said fiercely. Wu Dailing instantly deflated like a deflated ball. Having messed with Tinglong, it seemed that his good days were at an end. That night, Jiqing's arcade was seized, Jiqing resistance was killed on the spot, all the property confiscated, involving as many as 300 people, coiled in the city of Beijing, for the scourge of the country's underground gambling dens were pot-ended. Wu Dailang, the director of the General Bureau of Shangjing City, is double-checked, and Zhao Qing, the deputy director, temporarily replaces the director. Fatty, on the other hand, left the general office in a hurry because of Tang Yan's words. The hound has been strangely poisoned and is dying. Chapter 98 Poisoning of the Hound. The hound is poisoned. Fatty was anxious to get into the SUV, more anxious than Tang Yan and the others, constantly urging the driver to speed up. Fatty has been different from his peers since he was a child. When others were going to school, he was soaking in a medicinal bath. When others were falling in love early, he had never even seen a real woman. When others had countless close friends to pour out their inner boredom, he only had poisonous insects and beasts to keep him company. After going down the mountain, among the people that Fatty knew, Hound Dog and other members of the special forces were 4 or 5 years older than him, and were barely considered to be of the same age, and Fatty naturally regarded them as his friends, and even his brothers, and because of this, Fatty did not allow any accidents to happen to his friends and brothers. The hound is not in the Tinglong base, but in the General Hospital of the 301 military region, and in terms of medical technology and equipment, this is definitely the first choice. As soon as the fat man entered the resuscitation room, he saw a somewhat familiar, but more unfamiliar, middle-aged doctor studying a large, thick book. The hound was lying on the hospital bed, both on his face and naked body, showing an abnormal purple-black color, with all kinds of patches attached to his body connected to wires, oxygen hanging on his face, and all kinds of instruments set aside, with needles hanging on the backs of his hands, being infused with fluids, and among the bottles was a kind of liquid that appeared to be gold, which appeared to be extremely dazzling in the light. Sun Dawei, the middle-aged doctor, saw the fat man, who rushed in, first froze for a moment, followed by a sigh of relief, and even said, "It's good that you're here, but I was so anxious, I've never seen this kind of poison before." The fat man froze even more than the middle-aged doctor. Originally he thought that these characters who graduated from formal institutions and already had some fame in this industry would not recognize a guy who studied wild fox Zen, but he didn't expect the other party to be so polite, and by the tone of his voice, it seemed as if he was very familiar with himself. "You are?" the fat man inquired as he examined the hound. "My name is Gu Jiang. I specialize in biological poison extraction at San 01. I was on the sidelines last time when you treated Meng Lao's grandson." The middle-aged doctor introduced himself somewhat awkwardly. Fatty realized, no wonder when I came in to see this person feel familiar, and this person's attitude towards himself is very humble. It made half a day is to have seen their own medical skills. "Oh hello, forgive me for my bad memory, I didn't recognize it just now, Dr. Gu, how was the patient poisoned? What were the symptoms of the poisoning?" The fat man said, "I'm not too sure how to be poisoned." Gu Jiang glanced at Tang Yan and the special forces with worried faces, and said seriously, "But the symptoms of poisoning are very strange. The patient did not have convulsions, vomiting and other symptoms of ordinary poisoning. The poisoned part was not red and swollen, but only overflowed with black pus and blood, and the patient's body turned black at a very fast speed, and the physical characteristics were not only stable, but even strengthened, as if the patient's body turned black at a very fast speed, and the physical characteristics were not only stable, but even strengthened, as if Gu Jiang paused for a moment and continued with some difficulty, "It's like a vegetable." "And this?" the fat man asked in disbelief, pointing to the hanging vial. "This is the essence part extracted from ginseng, plus saline, used to hang lives." Gu Jiang explained. Fatty nodded. With a flip of his wrist, a black fragrant pill appeared in his hand. Fatty's speed was strangely fast. Even Tang Yan and Gu Jiang, who were standing by his side, didn't see clearly how the pill came out. It was as if he was doing magic. Fatty reached out and removed the oxygen mask, broke open the hound's mouth, and shoved in the expectorant, which did not need to be served with water, and melted in the mouth. Waiting for about a minute, the hound is still not the slightest improvement, the whole person more and more black up. Estimate that if this continues, not 3 minutes, say the hound is an African indigenous people believe. It's useless. Gu Jiang sighed darkly. The main reason is that I don't understand what kind of poison this is, so I can't do the right thing at all, and all antidote serums are targeted, and even use poison to fight poison, so if I can't figure out what kind of poison I'm hit by and inject it indiscriminately, then I'll be able to do the right thing. Gu Jiang didn't say the words behind him, but everyone already understood the meaning of his words, fighting poison with poison, meaning that some antidote serums are simply poison. Tang Yan, how did the hound get poisoned? Fatty said with a gloomy face. Tang Yan glanced at Gu Jiang, who had the good sense to leave under the pretext of research, and only Fatty and Tinglong's people were left in the entire emergency room before Tang Yan began to recount the process of the hound's poisoning. Just this evening at 20 o'clock, the research institute located in the outskirts of Shangjing, inside a big mountain, was broken into by a team of people. This team of people with black clothes and black pants and masked faces, cooperating with each other, with extremely strong individual combat ability. A company of soldiers guarding the research institute was killed before they could resist. The monitors inside the institute raised the alarm at the first opportunity, but by the time the surrounding garrison arrived, the other party had already managed to download the classified files and retreated to the mountains through a secret passage known only to the insiders. The only thing to be thankful for was that the large mountain where the institute was located stretched over 3 mountains, and although it was a large area, it was at least not the kind of mountain that stretched for hundreds of miles. Not only the surrounding garrison, even the garrison military region was alarmed, sending people to surround the foot of the 3 mountains and using electronic equipment to block the transmission of information, while combat helicopters and fighter jets quickly ascended into the air to ensure that this confidential information would not be leaked out. The only thing left to do is how to capture this team. Tinglong's people are naturally listed as the first choice. Tang Yan is responsible for coordinating the work, and the hound dog takes people into the mountains to start the capture, lit to see people, dead to see the body. But in less than half an hour the hound was carried off, alive or dead. The rest of the story is narrated by another Special Forces soldier nicknamed Crazy, which is nothing more than the fact that they went into the mountains only to find that they were already covered in all kinds of traps, and just as they were dismantling the traps, the enemy appeared, using not guns but triangular-shaped darts, and in order to protect his teammates, the hound dog was hit by the darts, but the enemy didn't fare any better. Just a single glance was taken out 6 people, another. 4 enemies could be judged to be injured. The extent of their injuries was unknown. Then the enemy quickly retreated into the depths of the mountains and forests, looking at the speed at which they retreated, like apes and monkeys, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. "Where are the darts?" the fat man asked. Immediately, a Special Forces soldier took the dart placed in the tray to the fat man to see. "This dart has been tested for toxicity. It is a pity that this poison is not a drug-synthesized poison, nor is it any of the poisons in the records. That's why an antidote could not be found." "Fatty, what are you doing?" Tang Yan shouted out of breath. Fatty took this poison dart in his hand amidst Tang Yan's exclamation of surprise, and after thinking about it, he directly stabbed the poison dart on his arm. Just for that instant of stabbing, Fatty felt an extremely strong paralyzing sensation coming from his arm, and then, the blood coming out of the wound turned into a thick black color. It was obvious that the toxicity of this poison was very overbearing. "It's hatchet saliva poison," Fatty said with great certainty. "Fatty, why are you so stupid to use your own body to test the poison? We have already lost the hound. we can't lose you again. Tang Yen watched Fatty's arm blacken at an extremely fast speed, and called out with a sobbing voice, "What's the matter, girl? Can't let go of me, or can't let go of the interest?" Fatty began to be immodest again. But Fatty's immodesty seemed like dying last words in the eyes of Tang Yen as well as the special forces. "It's just the hatchet saliva grass poison, no big deal." Fatty laughed. As the fat man's words fell, his white, greasy, and chubby arm unexpectedly returned to normal at an even faster speed. In just a few seconds, the blood that flowed out of the wound became bright red, and then the wound closed. If it wasn't for the presence of the wound, the crowd might have thought that the fat man had just been nothing more than a joke. Tang Yen could not help but be happy when she saw that the fat man was unharmed. She had just really thought that she was going to lose the fat man, although this fat man always acted immodestly and always took advantage of himself, but he did not know when. But he had taken root in his own heart. "Fatty, what is hatchet saliva poison?" asked the madman in disbelief. In ancient times, when the emperor gave death, the poisonous wine contained inside is the turtle dove poison, and the crane red and other poisons are known as the world's strange poisons, Fatty briefly explained. The turtle dove poison mentioned here is a poison extracted from the poison sac of the turtle dove, but due to various reasons, the turtle doves that can be seen in China are not that kind of poison turtle dove, and this kind of poison turtle dove has basically gone extinct in China. This poisonous dove does not live in the trees, but in the grass. The nest of the poisonous dove will grow a kind of thick dry stem plant. The root grows as long as the groundnut, and then the poisonous dove has a very disgusting habit, drooling when sleeping. Of course, this drool contains a strong poison, and nourishes the growth of this kind of groundnut, which contains the dove's poison. In the island country there is a very tough profession called ninja. From ancient times, ninja began to use the juice in this groundnut to quench the dart. The symptoms of poisoning are exactly the same as those shown by the hunting dog. This poison will last for 10 whole hours, little by little destroying away the poisoner's organs from the inside, then the bones, and lastly the skin. By the time the poisoner dies, the whole person will be turned into a pool of blood. Extremely cruel and horrible, not only can kill the poisoner, but also can make the poisoner's family and friends into a great pain. "Fatty, since you know what kind of poison this is, then hurry up and take out the antidote," Tang Yen said anxiously. Fatty skimmed his lips and said, "The antidote is the dried stem of the poisonous groundnut. Boil it in water and pour it down after it cools down. But where am I going to find this poisonous groundnut?" The crowd fell silent. If Fatty didn't have a solution, I'm afraid that hound dog would die this time. "That's actually not a bad thing," Fatty spoke with a smile, as if he was indifferent to the life and death of the hounds. The crowd stared angrily at the fat man. Fatty scrunched his neck and said, "I didn't say it couldn't be cured." Chapter 99, The Method of Detoxification. When the special forces heard the fat man's words, they were furious, and grabbed the fat man and ravaged him, causing the fat man's still silky long hair to directly turn into a chicken nest. Fatty thus called a depressed their head is about to become a toy of these guys, every time so tossed himself, will not change a pattern, change a toss law. "Hurry up and detoxify," Tang Yen said with a cold snort. Fatty asked, "How many hours since the poisoning?" The madman looked at his watch and said, 2 hours, 15 minutes, 22 seconds. "Well, get the paper, I'll make a list, you guys prepare the materials according to the list," Fatty said. The paper was offered, and the fat man, after serious consideration, wrote on it. 1 casserole, 1 ceramic bowl, 1 stove, 1 live rooster with 3 tails of soul-breaking herbs, 1 roast duck with sliced pastry, 2 pounds of beef with good sauce, and 1 pork knuckle with sauce. A piece of paper densely written a bunch of things. At the beginning of the crowd is okay to understand, these are all utensils and medicinal herbs, and the back of the let people cannot understand, the rooster to live for what treatment need to roast duck? Although puzzled, in order to recover the hound as soon as possible, the special forces immediately split up what Fatty needed was quickly prepared. "How long has it been?" the fat man asked. 3 hours and 5 minutes. The madman replied. Fatty nodded, grabbed a piece of pastry, wrapped up the roast duck slices, and stuffed them into his mouth in front of the crowd's astonished gazes. Tang Yen was dumbfounded. and so were the crowd of special forces. "Ah, I didn't even have time to eat dinner. What time is it? If I don't eat something, you guys will have to save me first without waiting for me to save the hound," Fatty rightfully said. After seeing Tang Yan and the others with bad eyes, Fatty reluctantly said, "Why don't you guys come and eat some together too?" The crowd was so worried about the life and death of the hounds that there was no appetite there. The fat man then quickly ate a roast duck, 2 pounds of beef in sauce, a pork elbow in sauce, and as many as several other dishes in full view of everyone, and burped with satisfaction before getting up from the floor. "It's almost time to start." Fatty wiped his greasy mouth with his sleeve and said, casually placing the various prepared herbs in the casserole and then sitting the casserole on the stove. "Fatty, you didn't add water," Crazy reminded. "What's the hurry?" Fatty said with a beak. The madman had to shut up. Fatty did not slow down. "These herbs in the casserole stir-fried up, look at his posture, it is not like getting medicine, but in the frying dish is it." After about 5 minutes, Fatty grabbed the rooster that was alive with chicken feathers flying around, lifted its neck, casually drew the dagger from someone's waist, wiped it on the rooster's neck, and then poured the spewing chicken blood directly into the casserole. The bright red chicken blood dispersed the water inside so quickly because of the heat that a large, sticky, black-red substance was left in the blink of an eye. The fat man tossed the dead rooster aside, and only then did he begin to add water to the casserole, adding roughly half of the casserole's amount, and sat down, waiting quietly. Under the heating of the stove fire, the water in the casserole quickly boiled up, and an indescribable, anyway, kind of fishy odor wafted out, causing anyone who smelled it to feel vaguely nauseous. "It's not like you're making medicine, it's compost vomit." Tang Yan couldn't help but let out a dry retching sound. The smell, it was too unpleasant. "Do you ever feel dizzy?" the fat man asked, looking up. Tang Yan nodded. "The smelling dizzy. There is dizziness accompanied by a vomiting sensation. You should go to the obstetrics and gynecology department for a checkup, maybe you're expecting," Fatty said seriously. Tang Yan couldn't wait to kick this fat man to death. She was a yellow blossom girl, but she was said to be pregnant by a fat man. "Well, it's about time." Alas, pity the fat master. "My little body," off Fatty's side and used the dagger to cut his wrist directly. The blood was like a spring and fell into the casserole. "Fatty," the crowd couldn't help but lose their voices. "It's fine, can't die," Fatty said indifferently. As the fat man's blood fell into the casserole, the fishy smell just now violently disappeared, replaced by a pungent aroma that was intoxicating and refreshing. But this smell was not like the smell of any kind of perfume, yet it was more memorable than the smell of any kind of perfume. 20 seconds later, Fatty quickly clenched his fists, and as soon as his muscles tensed, the bleeding wounds automatically closed up. "It's done." Strain out the medicine and pour it inside a porcelain bowl, blow it cool and pour it down. Fatty bared his teeth. The crowd was immediately busy. Surprisingly, the medicinal liquid in the casserole turned red, but the red was not at all demonic, like the purest ruby, so that people couldn't take their eyes off it after a glance. "Fatty, how many bowls to dunk?" the madman asked. "1 bowl is enough. You still want to instill a few bowls? Hurry up, don't delay, otherwise the hound will become a waste even if he is saved," Fatty urged. The crowd blankly glanced at the fat man. The delay should be the stinking fat man, right? This kid was eating and drinking before. With that time, he could have boiled the medicine long ago. A small bowl of red liquid, probably around 2 taels, was poured into the hound's mouth and down the esophagus into the stomach. Then, the blackness on the hound's body receded at a very fast speed as if the darkness was illuminated by sunlight, and in just a minute or two, the color of the hound's skin returned to normal, and there was blood on his face as well. "Bring a bowl of ice water," the fat man shouted with bravado. Holding the cool water, the fat man took a big mouthful, and then, like the last step of the painting of Tong Pak Fu as interpreted by Mr. Star, he sprayed the hound with force. "Ah," the hound snapped, sitting up from the hospital bed at the shock of the icy water. It's raining," cried the hound, and looking at him, there was no trace of intoxication in him more than in a healthy man. "Fatty, Why are you here? This what place the enemy has captured? The hound let out a series of questions as soon as he got a good look at his surroundings and environment. Relax, don't ask questions first, you should grab your clothes and pants now. There are still ladies here, buddy, you're being looked at and losing out. Fatty said as he patted the hound on the shoulder. Get lost, Tang Yen kicked the fat man to the ground. The hound dog cried and laughed as he grabbed his clothes and pants and put them on. It's not like a big old man isn't wearing them, so what's the point of being afraid of being looked at? Then the people talked in detail about what happened to the hound. When the hound heard that the fat man even used his own blood as a medicinal material, he immediately reddened his eyes. He was touched by the fat man. Fatty, you obviously have the antidote to the poison. Why didn't you use it at the beginning and had to eat and drink a big meal? A special forces soldier asked in disbelief. Fatty laughed. I thought I said it wasn't a bad thing. The crowd immediately remembered the words of the fat man before, but did not know what the fat man meant. After all, this is poisoning, and poisoning can be said to be a minute and a half. Does it mean that this kind of poison can also nourish the yin and yang knot? The reason why the hatchet ambergris poison is so vicious is that at the beginning, the poisoned person is like a vegetable. Unless there is an antidote, it is impossible to wake up. By all means, this is in order to make the relatives and friends of the poisoned person anxious, sad, helpless, belonging to the psychological tactics, and in this time, the toxin begins to be injected into the body among the organs, the blood, the veins, the bones. The crowd was already feeling puzzled, and now that they heard Fatty explain, they felt even more puzzled. It's actually very simple. This process lasts for a total of 4 hours, and during these 4 hours, while this poison is harming the body of the poisoner, it is simultaneously nourishing the body of the poisoner, causing the body of the poisoner to reach a peak state, and it is only when the time is up that it will begin to corrode from the inside out. The crowd seemed to understand some of it, but more remained puzzled. You can say that, I just need to get it done within 4 hours, more than 4 hours, even if it is saved. The hound is also ruined. Congratulations, hound, now you are basically considered to be invulnerable to 100 poisons. The physical quality of the body has been greatly improved, and then the body organs are all protected. A variety of diseases, and even AIDS will not be able to play a role for you. In the future, you can fool around with it up. The fat guy started out talking pretty good, but the more he talked, the more he got off track. Tang Yen kicked the fat man to the wall again. Without the support of witch power, the fat man was simply synonymous with misery. Anyone could bully him. Fatty, pour these out, the madman asked, pointing to the casserole with quite a bit of medicinal liquid left in it. Pour it out. The fat man jumped as if he were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You a loser. Pour off. Know what this is? Have disease cure, no disease. Strong body, can dissolve 100 poison, can renew the life of the baby, although cannot nourish yin and yang, although cannot maintain the staying power. But this is the fat master. My blood boiled out of the top of the divine medicine. Pour off. You say it again to me to listen to. Fatty shouted with eyes as wide as a cockfight. The madman scowled, not daring to respond. Fatty, that, or hound spoke up to lighten the mood. Stupid, find something to put it up, carry it with you, a bottle of 1 or 2 will do, it can save your life at critical moments. Fatty called out. The crowd rushed to find vessels to fill the potion while Fatty turned his head and asked Tang Yen, now that the hounds have recovered, how are you going to deal with those ninjas, blowing up with aerial bombs? Tang Yen shook her head and said, they're holding a few of the Institute's most central research institutes hostage, so we're throwing in the towel and can only surround and slowly consume them first, otherwise we wouldn't have left, and we're of no use there at all. Slowly, consuming, that won't do. Dare to touch my brothers, I'll make them despair and let them know exactly who they've messed with. Fatty said fiercely. When they thought of Fatty's strong hands, the gazes of all the Special Forces soldiers lit up. Chapter 100 Restoration of Witch Power. Go, get those brats. Yeah, with Fatty around, those ninjas are nothing. The Special Forces were suddenly excited. Fatty was simply a demonic existence in their minds. If Fatty made a move, those guys would definitely be miserable. That, the fat man said, waving his hand somewhat awkwardly. What's going on? The crowd asked. I still need to recover for at least an hour. Fatty said awkwardly. The crowd was dumbfounded in unison. What's going on here? This is like telling a group of beautiful women upstairs are scratching their heads, undressing and letting you pick it as a result of a group of people rushed upstairs to see the TV is playing a certain island country's specialty film. The film is not only in the beautiful women undressing and have entered the main event, but this and the crowd have half a penny to do with the collective masturbation? An hour is an hour, Tang Yan said helplessly. The special forces could only nod helplessly. In fact, this group of soldiers is now a wire to mention tofu. There is no way, if only some ninjas, that is not a dish, they at most pay some damage to be able to take down, before why retreat back not only because of the poisoning of the hound life and death is not known, but also because of the institute of a few of the core researchers were taken as hostages. The institute is located in the middle of the mountain. There is a company of soldiers escort security, the side there is a garrison ready to support at any time. Research things of course will not be ordinary things, but related to the Chinese national fate of the important things, and the status of the core researcher is simply no one can replace. So in the case of not being able to guarantee these few researchers, the garrison military region could only choose to surround the mountain, and as the most elite Tinglong special forces of China, they could only temporarily act as a bystander, dry and helpless. Gujiang saw Fatty walk out of the emergency room and hurriedly greeted him, and was about to ask how the patient was doing when he heard Fatty ask something that made everyone puzzled. Where's the morgue? Gujiang doubt their ears out of the question. The morgue that is parked in the place of the dead fat man is not to find the restaurant. The morgue is somewhere, repeated the fat man. The back building of the back building is. Gujiang replied. Go, take me. Fatty pulled Gujiang and said. Gujiang, after making sure that Fatty hadn't said anything wrong, immediately took Fatty towards the back stairs. In the early hours of the morning, the night breeze was slightly cool, and the temperature near the morgue in 31, the temperature was even several degrees lower than normal. The branches of the roadside trees swayed in the night breeze, and being illuminated by the dimly lit street lamps, it looked like this place was extremely eerie and terrifying. The door of the morgue was opened by the caretaker, and at once a hidden implied gas surged out wildly, and although they were used to seeing life and death, the special forces could not help but shiver and goosebumps came out. There's refrigeration in here, so the temperature will be lower than outside. The janitor explained. The crowd was relieved, but the fat man shook his head. You all stay here, I'll go in and close the gate, just open it in an hour. Fatty said, walking straight into the gate. What's he up to? Asked the janitor, curiously, running to the morgue in the wee hours of the morning. Is this idleness or a death wish? Don't ask so many questions and close the door. Hound Dog said in displeasure. It's not my fault if it freezes. The janitor brushed off his responsibility and closed the gate. Right, which one of you is free? Go get me a new cell phone, my cell phone is smashed. Fatty waved his hand. The fat man's figure disappeared into the gate, and the crowd began to wait in boredom. The temperature in the morgue is at most 7 or 8 degrees. Of course, the temperature inside those cabinets will be a little lower. Don't believe it or not, you lie in and try. The fat man walked to the center of the morgue and sat cross-legged on the floor. The morgue in the most dead people, in Taoism, Buddhism, the morgue belongs to the extreme place, full of death. The average person in the morgue to stay for a while will feel the body cold. The body is relatively strong, go out and have to sunbathe before feeling comfortable. The body is poor, may have to catch a cold and fever or something. Some people think it's because the temperature in the morgue is too low, while in reality, it's caused by the invasion of dead energy into the body. Fatty chose this place because he himself was a Nining absolute vain, and the land of extreme was a forbidden area to ordinary people, but to him, this was the place of his origin. Dead qi, in the eyes of the Buddhist and Taoist sects, is definitely something unclean, but dead qi can also be called yin qi. To Fatty, this is a good thing to replenish which power. Yin qi is even higher grade than poison, replenishment. The effect is also better and faster. Kaya ka ka ka, oh cough huko. The fat man spread his hands out on both sides of his body, his eyes closed tightly, and he recited an incantation under his breath. As Fatty's voice rang out, the temperature in the entire morgue suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees, and it could be seen that the door of the cold cabinet in the morgue that was attached to the wall was instantly covered with a layer of white frost, and as if these white frosts were diseased, they gradually extended towards Fatty's body from the wall to the ground. Hoodoo heck, cricket force, ka-doo-doo-doo. The fat man's voice rose higher and higher. The milky white energy-saving lights in the entire morgue flickered wildly, as if someone was fiddling with a switch. The ping of the crunching sound one after another, hanging on the roof of a dozen energy-saving lamps one after another burst. When the last energy-saving lamp burst, the entire morgue disappeared into the darkness, only from the window through the street lamps outside the more dim light. A mist several times darker than the night came through one of the cabinets where the dead were parked, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth black mist pouring out. Male Didi, drink Ko's Lent, Bachabala. The fat man's voice grew louder and louder, and the black mist in the air grew more and more. These black mists seemed like an evil spirit, circling around Fatty, and as more and more black mists joined, a small black tornado formed around Fatty, with the eye of the wind being Fatty sitting on the ground. Condense, refine, collect, Fatty shouted, slamming his hands forward. The black tornado seemed to have been summoned by Fatty and quickly contracted, surrounding him. When Fatty opened his mouth, these black chi quickly drilled into Fatty's body from his mouth. The white fat man instantly turned into a black fat man, and compared to the hound dog when he was poisoned, the fat man was more like an African native. And on the fat man's darkened skin, black bumps like ripples could be seen surging by at any time, as if there were countless earthworms crawling in the fat man's body. Again, the fat man roared, his hands making dozens of hand seals in front of him, and a mysterious pattern appeared under his hands. More black gas came from all around. The temperature of the whole morgue was even lower, even the windows had formed white ice flowers, and ice cream began to appear on the roof. If someone was here with a thermometer, they would definitely be appalled to find that the temperature in the morgue had now been lowered to more than 20 degrees below zero. Fatty's eyes were tightly closed, and his mouth opened wide like a giant whale sucking in water, and an even larger amount of black mist directly surged into his mouth and into his body. Outside the morgue, Tang Yen and others suddenly felt a cold air out of nowhere. Then the street lamps began to flash wildly, and then one after another burst open to the center of the morgue, far away from dozens of meters instantly disappeared into the pitch black. The bright moon in the sky was shrouded in clouds, and the land was dark. The bugs that were still crowing in the grass instantly lost their voices as if they had been pressed into the dirt. The darkness, the silence, the eeriness was sweaty. The special forces grabbed the guns in their hands and looked around vigilantly, surrounding Tang Yen, Gujiang, and the mortuary keeper, ready to respond to any dangerous situations that arose. Up to an hour, Tang Yen asked, with a slight tremor in her voice. 40 minutes to go. Up to an hour yet, Tang Yen asked again a moment later. 35 minutes to go. It's only been 5 minutes. Everyone was puzzled. How could it be that only 5 minutes had passed? They obviously felt that 5 hours had passed. The open space in the center of the morgue, Fatty's long hair, which was still messy and bird's nest like before, rose up without wind, and the golden silkworms left behind Fatty's ears and hovered around him, and when the last trace of black mist was sucked into Fatty's body, Fatty's whole body seemed to have gained a few more laps of weight, as if he had gained several laps of weight again, and a rather good elastic leisure suit was actually held up to the limit, and then issued the sound of the cloth crumbling. The scene, in any case, looked like the Hulk's transformation in the movie. If it was inhaling just now, then when the last trace of mist was inhaled into the body, the fat man was now exhaling the air in his body. With a white mist spraying out, the temperature in the entire morgue was slowly rising. The white mist exhaled by the fat man became more and more thick, and the temperature outside the morgue was the first to return to normal, and then the bugs, as if recovered, began to chirp merrily again, pattering sound. The ice on the roof of the morgue began to melt, and the white frost around the fat man turned into icy water. The golden silkworm flew back behind Fatty's ear, and Fatty's long, messy hair became silky smooth and returned to the back of his head obediently. The fat man's figure gradually returned to normal. As the fat man's eyes opened, two glints of light flashed through the darkness of the morgue. It seems like it's still a little bit short. Fatty touched his chin and mumbled after feeling it for a while. The fat man twisted his body, leaving a gap underneath him, and then the long, siren-like farting sound resounded through the morgue. An hour's time was up, and the gatekeeper, trembling and shivering, went to the gate, pulled the pin, and opened it. A feeling very different from the previous open door surged out. This feeling is warm, is comfortable, even, is sacred, bathed in this warmth, as if the whole body will be soaked in hot springs. All the labor within the body are instantly swept away. I'm back again, Fatty. Fatty jumped out the door. The crowd froze in unison after taking a good look, because the fat man actually jumped out without any clothes and pants, his bare ass.